Chapter 1. A Turning Point. Alas, Ruqing felt utterly unfortunate. First, she fell ill and passed away, only to find herself transported to this peculiar realm. In the Chu dynasty's imperial palace, she occupied the lowly position of a seventh-rank concubine, one who garnered little favor. This status hardly equated to that of even a minor consort of the emperor. As for her predecessor, it was even more dismal. After barely a year in the palace following the selection process, she had met her untimely demise. Within her fleeting memories, she also recalled a rather eccentric family. Upon reflection, why pity others when she could extend some compassion toward herself? After all, this mess was hers to contend with. Ruqing reclined on the large Kong by the window, propping her forehead against her hand and gazing skyward. It had already been a month since her arrival, and she still knew nothing of the emperor's stature, whether tall or short, stout or slender. Though the palace cuisine was relatively decent, allowing her to scrape by, languishing at the bottom rung was hardly a sustainable existence. Should she inadvertently offend someone, her demise would be as inconsequential as squashing an ant. Sighing, she resolved to cease her overthinking, opting instead for practicality. Ruqing swayed her fan and rose to head toward the small tea room. Is the osmanthus candy ready? In her current rank, there were no treats to indulge in, yet with the osmanthus blooming in the autumn, she had taken it upon herself to prepare some candy, leaving it to Xiao Shizi to tend to the stove. Madam, it is ready, Xiao Shizi replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile as he swiftly plated the candy. Ruqing frowned. Why are you alone? Where are the others? As a seventh-rank concubine, she was assigned 2 maids and a eunuch, yet those 2 maids often vanished without reason, leaving only Xiao Shizi. Xiao Zai's smile faltered awkwardly as he scratched the back of his head, clearly at a loss. Ruqing understood without further explanation they had likely shirked their duties. Suppressing a cold chuckle, she said nothing further, handing the remaining osmanthus candy to Xiao Shizi and carrying the plate outside to enjoy the cool breeze. Lying back on a wooden chair, she sipped her tea and savored a piece of candy, the sweet fragrance of osmanthus enveloping her senses. Her dismal mood finally began to lift. Just as she closed her eyes to rest, the door was suddenly pushed open and a group of people entered. In such a secluded place, visitors were rare, and Ruqing was taken aback, quickly assessing the situation. Leading the group was a head eunuch, whose smile was broad and welcoming. Congratulations, Miss Xia. The emperor has summoned you today. I have come to inform you, he announced. Dressed in a splendid sapphire blue eunuch robe with intricate patterns at the collar and sleeves, and with a pristine feathered duster resting on his arm, he exuded an air of dignity. Ruqing paused for a moment, striving to recall the identity of this individual from her hazy memories. He was Feng Anfu, the head eunuch of the palace affairs, responsible for matters concerning the concubines. All the favored ladies vied for his attention. This was someone she could not afford to offend. A half bow would convey her genuine respect and courtesy toward him. Indeed, Feng Anfu's smile widened. You are too kind, Mississippi. Soon, someone will come to guide you, and I shall take my leave. Safe travels, eunuch Feng. As she spoke, Xiao Shizi had already prepared a pouch, which Feng Anfu received with a beaming smile. In truth, the pouch contained but a meager sum, for Ruqing was not prosperous. Yet Feng Anfu had his own intentions. Having entered the palace for a year, the favored concubine has naturally caught the emperor's eye, she thought, feeling that being courteous and amiable could never lead her astray. Was it not true that she had encountered His Majesty earlier that morning while plucking osmanthus flowers in the imperial garden? She had not clearly discerned his features, having knelt from a distance to pay her respects, only daring to lift her gaze after he had passed her by. Such minimal interaction could indeed be deemed as having captured his attention. If one were to insist that something transpired, it would be the fleeting seconds he paused before her, during which she had stolen a glance or two. Yet all she had seen was a pair of dragon boots, 5-clawed golden dragons adorned with gilded edges, which, if brought to the modern era, might even be considered antiques. As for his appearance, she could not say. Her memories of the emperor were painfully scant. Was this truly the prelude to intimacy? In the afternoon, several matrons arrived at Zhaohua Pavilion. This wretched place is indeed remote, someone grumbled, though it was unclear who. She was the only one left. Yet this solitude suited her well. Had she been surrounded by others, she would have found it bothersome. After exchanging pleasantries, the attendants busied themselves boiling water, preparing garments and adornments. Zhaohua Pavilion had never been so lively. Before long, one of the matrons approached and said, Lady Xia, the fragrant bath is ready. Please indulge yourself. Thank you for your efforts, matron, Ruqing replied, bowing in gratitude. She mused that the efficiency of those who served the emperor was unmatched. It was rare to enjoy such swift service for a bath. As she soaked in the tub filled with petals, Ruqing closed her eyes in comfort, allowing the elder matrons to tend to her bathing. At this moment, she had regained her composure. What was there to dread about intimacy? Was it truly worth despairing over? Having been granted a second chance at life, she was unwilling to squander its resolve to live well. Congratulations, my lady, we have finally emerged from the shadows. The maid Qiutong exclaimed excitedly from his side. Indeed, we have finally made our mark. Qiu Hong chimed in, stepping forward to dutifully add hot water. Leaning against the edge of the tub, Xia Ruqing narrowed her almond-shaped eyes coolly at the two, remaining silent. These two were her subordinates, rarely seen in the palace. Yet they had suddenly appeared with such eagerness. How curious this palace was. After her bath, Xia Ruqing donned the lightweight silk garments that had been prepared in advance. Beneath the layers of sheer fabric, the contours of her inner attire were faintly visible, while her lustrous black tresses cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, rendering her figure ethereal. My lady, your hair is truly magnificent, so dark and smooth, Qiutong remarked as she held a cloth to dry her hair, marveling. Meanwhile, several elder matrons produced the cosmetics that had been readied for her, intending to apply her makeup. Xia Ruqing frowned at the sight. Matron, perhaps I should handle this myself. You have all been busy for quite some time. Would it not be better for you to enjoy a cup of tea? She suggested, retrieving a pair of jade bangles, a jeweled hairpin, and a pair of pearl earrings from the cosmetic case to offer them. The matrons hesitated, exchanging glances, before accepting with smiles. Your Highness, makeup can only be applied by us. For everything else, we must adhere to the customs. They reminded her, for tradition must not be overlooked. They added, His Majesty prefers a subtle visage. The concubine should exercise discretion. Thank you, esteemed matron, for your kind notification. Xia Ruqing expressed her gratitude. The several matrons nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. They had witnessed such occurrences numerous times, which young mistress did not aspire to stand out during the evening's intimate gatherings. Some adorned themselves with floral hairpins, others applied fragrant oils, and some even painted delicate petals upon their foreheads. Chapter 1. A Breakthrough. Alas, Xia Ruqing lamented her unfortunate fate. First, she fell ill and passed away, only to find herself transported to this peculiar realm. The Chu dynasty, the imperial harem, and here she was, an uncherished seventh-rank concubine. Such a status barely equated her to the emperor's minor consorts. As for her predecessor, it was even more disheartening. She had barely spent a year in the palace after the selection process before her demise, and her memories were filled with the absurdities of her family. Upon reflection, why extend sympathy to others when she could better reserve it for herself? This disarray was ultimately her own doing. Xia Ruqing reclined against the large Kong by the window, propping her forehead against her hand as she gazed skyward. It had been a month since her arrival, yet she remained oblivious to the emperor's stature or demeanor. Although the palace fare was quite palatable, merely scraping by at the bottom of the hierarchy was hardly sustainable. Should she inadvertently offend someone, her demise would be as inconsequential as squashing an ant. Sighing, she resolved to cease her brooding and focus on something more pragmatic. With a gentle flutter of her fan, Xia Ruqing rose and made her way to the small tea room. Is the osmanthus candy ready? As a concubine, she was not afforded the luxury of snacks. Yet with the osmanthus flowers blooming in the crisp autumn air, she had taken it upon herself to prepare some candy, leaving the stove in the care of her attendant, Xiao Shizi. Master, it's all done, Xiao Shizi replied, sweat glistening on her brow as she eagerly arranged the treats. Xia Ruqing frowned. Why is it just you? Where are the others? A concubine was typically attended by 2 maidservants and a eunuch, yet those 2 maids often vanished without explanation, leaving only Xiao Shizi behind. Xiao Zai's smile faltered, and she scratched the back of her head, appearing somewhat flustered. Xia Ruqing understood without further elaboration they had likely chosen to slack off. Suppressing a smirk, she said nothing more and handed the remaining osmanthus candy to Xiao Shizi before carrying a plate to the courtyard to enjoy the breeze. Reclining on a chaise lounge, she sipped her tea and savored a piece of candy, the sweet fragrance of osmanthus enveloping her senses. Her burdensome feelings were momentarily alleviated. Just as she began to relax, the door was suddenly thrust open, and a group of individuals entered. In such a secluded place, visitors were a rarity, and Xia Ruqing was taken aback, quickly assessing the situation. Leading the group was a head eunuch, beaming as he approached. Congratulations, Lady Xia. The emperor has summoned you today. I have come to inform you. This head eunuch was adorned in a splendid deep blue robe, embellished with intricate designs at the collar and cuffs, a pristine feathered duster resting on his arm, presenting a most respectable appearance. Xia Ruqing paused momentarily, striving to recall this figure from her hazy memories. He was Feng Anfu, the head of the Jing Shifeng, responsible for matters concerning the harem. All the concubines, great and small, vied for his favor. This was a man one could not afford to offend. She offered him a half-bow, a gesture of genuine respect and courtesy. Indeed, Feng Anfu's smile broadened as he replied, There's no need for such formality, my lady. Soon, someone will come to guide you, and I shall take my leave. Please take care, eunuch Feng. While speaking, Xiao Shizi had already prepared a pouch, which Feng Anfu accepted with a smile. In truth, the silver within the pouch was scant, for Xia Ruqing was hardly affluent. Yet Feng Anfu had his own designs, After a year in the palace, it is only natural that one has caught the emperor's eye, she mused, adopting a tone of humility and familiarity, for such an approach could hardly lead to error. Wasn't it just this morning when she encountered the emperor while plucking osmanthus flowers in the imperial garden? She hadn't even seen his visage clearly from afar. She had knelt and paid her respects, daring to raise her head only after he had passed a considerable distance. Such a lack of interaction could hardly be deemed as having made an impression on him. If one were to insist that something transpired, it would be the brief moment he paused before her, during which she managed to steal a glance. Yet, all she beheld were his dragon But's five-clawed golden dragons adorned with gilded edges, which, if brought to the present day, might very well be considered antiques. As for his appearance, she was at a loss. Her recollection of the emperor was woefully scant. Was this truly the prelude to intimacy? In the afternoon, several matrons arrived at Zhaohua Pavilion. This wretched place is truly remote, someone grumbled, though it was only she who remained. Yet, the solitude was a welcome reprieve were she amidst the throng. She would surely find it too noisy. After exchanging pleasantries, the attendants busied themselves boiling water, preparing garments and adornments. Zhaohua Pavilion had never been so lively. Before long, one of the matrons approached. "Lady Xia, the fragrant bath is ready. Please indulge in a cleansing." "Thank you, esteemed matron," Xia Ruqing replied with a graceful bow. She thought to herself how remarkably efficient those who serve the emperor were ordinarily. A bath would not be prepared with such swiftness. As she sank into the tub filled with petals, Xia Ruqing closed her eyes in bliss, allowing the elder matrons to cleanse her with perfumed soaps. At this moment, she felt a sense of composure wash over her. It was merely a matter of intimacy. What was there to apprehend? Should she truly despair? Having been granted a second chance at life, she was determined to cherish it and live fully. "Congratulations, my lady. We have finally emerged victorious," exclaimed the palace maid Xiaotong, her voice brimming with excitement. "Indeed, we have triumphed," added Xiaohong, stepping forward to dutifully add warm water. Leaning against the edge of the tub, Xia Ruqing narrowed her eyes coolly at the two, remaining silent. These two were her subordinates, rarely seen, and yet here they were, eagerly presenting themselves in the depths of the palace. Once her bath was complete, Xia Ruqing donned the light, gauzy garments that had been prepared in advance. Beneath the layers of sheer fabric, her inner attire was faintly discernible, and her lustrous, ebony hair cascaded down her shoulders, rendering her ethereal. "Your hair is truly exquisite, so dark and silky," Xiaotong exclaimed, as she held a cloth to dry it, her admiration evident. The elder matrons then produced pre-prepared cosmetics, intending to apply her makeup. However, upon a mere glance, Xia Ruqing frowned. "Matron, perhaps I should attend to this myself. You have worked tirelessly. Would it not be better for you to enjoy a cup of tea?" As she spoke, she retrieved a pair of jade bracelets, a gem-studded hairpin, and a pair of pearl earrings from her cosmetic box, offering them to the matrons. The matrons hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances before accepting with smiles. "Lady, we may assist with the makeup, but the rest must be left to us. Protocol must be upheld." They added, "The emperor prefers a subtle appearance, so let us proceed with discretion." "Thank you for the information, dear matron." Xia Ruqing expressed her gratitude. The matrons nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. They had witnessed this many times, which young mistress did not wish to stand out during the evening's attendance. Some adorned themselves with floral hairpins, others applied fragrant ointments, and there were those who painted delicate petals upon their foreheads. Chapter 2. The seventh-ranked talent, however, Xia Ruqing was not one to overindulge. Her visage was exquisite enough without embellishment. She first applied a delicate layer of water powder, lightly shaped her brows, added a touch of crimson to her lips, and brushed a hint of blush to her cheeks. From her collection of jewelry, she selected a green jade hairpin adorned with flowers and a pearly hairpin, gathering a portion of her dark locks while allowing the rest to cascade gracefully over her shoulders. This simple adornment rendered her appearance refreshingly elegant, exuding a unique charm. Indeed, Xia was a natural beauty. Several matrons, upon witnessing her intelligence and clarity, were eager to offer their compliments. It was the matrons who had cared for her. Xia Ruqing performed a modest half-bow, and the matrons, pleasantly surprised, felt even more gratified. As they escorted her to the spring grace carriage, they advised her on how to please the emperor. A talent must remember to be gentle and obedient. That's all that matters. One matron chuckled. Xia Ruqing felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Expressing her gratitude before taking the hand of a palace maid and ascending into the carriage. Seated within the spring grace carriage, Xia Ruqing began to feel anxious. She had no prior experience in such matters, and having not had the chance to experience romance in her previous life, she found herself thrust into this situation merely a month after her arrival. What was she to do? To actively cooperate was beyond her capabilities. Lying still like a dead fish? That seemed even less appropriate. After much internal turmoil, she could not devise a strategy, Perhaps she would simply improvise in the moment. After half an hour, the carriage halted at the rear corner gate of the Emperor's Ruqing palace. Several elderly matrons assisted her down and led her through a winding path for a quarter of an hour until they reached a hall. This was the Zicheng Hall. The young master must be awaiting her. The maids excused themselves. The matrons guided her to a small room and then withdrew. Xia Ruqing, hesitant to wander, sat upon the heated bed, surveying her surroundings. The Zicheng Hall exuded grandeur and opulence, resplendent in gold and vibrant hues, yet it maintained an air of understated elegance. The small room she occupied was equally exquisite, with cushions made of golden velvet on the bed, a table adorned with fragrant tea at just the right temperature, and a small incense burner carved with dragon motifs emitting the aromatic scent of incense. On the small table lay an open book. Xia Ruqing mused, indeed. This was a place befitting an emperor, subtly luxurious and richly cultured. Bored, she picked up the book to read. It was The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Oh, such texts exist in this dynasty too? After flipping through a few pages, she stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy. The text was written in traditional characters, obscure and challenging to comprehend. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually closed her eyes while cradling the book. When Zhao Junyao arrived after finishing his state affairs, he beheld this scene. Her petite form reclined alone on the couch, a book in her embrace, her silky hair cascading over her shoulders, lashes fluttering gently as she slept soundly. Zhao Junyao paused for a moment before instructing someone to awaken her. This is not a place for slumber, he stated coolly, devoid of anger. Your Majesty, I have been remiss. Please punish me. Xia Ruqing, upon waking, immediately understood her impropriety and did not dare to raise her gaze. Kneeling before the resplendent yellow of his robe. Rise, there is no need for excessive formality, Zhao Junyao replied, sweeping aside his garment as he took a seat opposite her at the low table, then commanded Li Shingen, it is getting late. Serve the meal. Understood. Li Shingen responded and led the others out. Before long, palace attendants entered in succession, and dinner was promptly laid out. Xia Ruqing stole a few glances and felt utterly dazzled. She had never seen such a feast, let alone tasted it. Serving the emperor at mealtime, Xia Ruqing approached, knelt in respect, and picked up the utensils, ready to serve the emperor. Such was the custom. Her lowly status dictated that she not only refrained from eating but also attended to others' meals. How disheartening. However, Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary. He preferred to dine alone, as the etiquette dictated silence during meals. As Xia Ruqing poured tea nearby, she seized the opportunity to discreetly observe the emperor. Eventually, she concluded that fate had been quite kind to her. How could she describe it? The phrase "a feast for the eyes" seemed tailor-made for him. His complexion, physique, and demeanor were all nothing short of perfection. Any excess would seem boorish, and any deficiency would appear feeble. Xia Ruqing sighed deeply, finding herself less averse to the impending intimacy. After finally attending to the emperor's meal, her legs ached from standing, and Zhao Junyao, having washed his hands, departed with his entourage. Once she had finished her own meal, Xia Ruqing faced another lengthy wait. Following her evening routine, she prepared for the night. Yet, she felt quite unsettled that evening. In stark contrast, Zhao Junyao felt remarkably well, unlike any previous experience. He had never been so irrational, with attendants to serve him. He would not indulge excessively. To him, this was as mundane as eating or sleeping, where moderation was key. Now, Zhao Junyao glanced at the woman beside him, who had already succumbed to slumber. Reflecting on her earlier innocence and boldness, his heart fluttered, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. At dawn, he rose to attend court. Several matron attendants noticed that Xia Ruqing still slept and frowned, intending to rouse her. Unexpectedly, Zhao Junyao waved his hand. There is no need to wake her. Let her sleep. Last night, I lacked restraint, and she cannot be blamed. The matron attendants dared not protest, merely assigning someone to keep watch while Xia Ruqing slept until daybreak. Upon returning to Zhawa Pavilion, the sun was already bright, and there remained less than half an hour until the morning audience. Hurry and prepare. We must pay our respects at the Pepper Hall, Xia Ruqing urged, feeling the urgency. With her lowly status, having just gained favor, any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. My lady, there is no need for alarm. We shall only bow outside the Pepper Hall, and being late is not a concern. Qiuding replied with a smug expression. Xia Ruqing shot them a fierce glare, her eyes sharp as daggers. Foolish. These two truly seemed dazed. Qiudong and Qiuhong were intimidated by Xia Ruqing's gaze and dared not speak further. Quickly assisting her in her attire, and the three proceeded to the Pepper Hall. Only those of the 6th rank and above were qualified to pay respects to the empress. Xia Ruqing, being a seventh-rank noblewoman, was not permitted to enter the hall and knelt at the entrance, bowing 3 times. Yulan, a first-rank palace maid beside the empress, emerged to greet her. After a brief exchange, she presented a lacquered tray covered with red cloth, revealing a set of jade hairpins. Though of ordinary quality, they were still quite exquisite. Chapter 3. What is your name? Grateful for the gracious favor bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress, Xia Ruqing bowed respectfully and accepted the reward. Thank you, and Yulan, she replied courteously. Oh, there is no need for such formality. Yulan chuckled. Xia Ruqing presented a pouch and, with the reward in hand, took her leave. Upon returning home, she indulged in a warm bath, had a meal, and slept for an entire day to regain her strength. But that is a tale for another time. The Empress, reclining in her chair while sipping tea, inquired, "What do you think of her?" The Empress smiled. The Emperor favored her after just one encounter in the imperial garden. Surely, she must possess remarkable beauty. My lady, Yulan expressed her concern. However, the Empress waved her hand dismissively and laughed. I entered the palace at 15, married the Emperor, and have transitioned from crown princess to empress in the blink of an eye. 4 years have passed. If I could not accommodate others, this position would not belong to me. The harem, she mused, is akin to a garden of myriad blossoms. In autumn, the chrysanthemums bloom splendidly, while in winter, the plum blossoms take the stage. And what of spring? New flowers will always flourish, while many others wither and fade. At this point, the Empress smiled, for all those affections are but ephemeral. Only status remains tangible. No matter how favored they might be, when faced with me, do they not still bow respectfully and address me as Your Majesty? Whether it be during ancestral rites or royal ceremonies, only I have the privilege to stand alongside the Emperor, and even a century hence, it is he and I who shall rest together in the same grave. Therefore, what purpose does it serve to vie for affection? An empress is an empress. In the following days, the Emperor did not summon any officials, easing the tension in the Empress's heart, which mirrored that of the entire harem. During a morning audience, the ladies exchanged sarcastic remarks. We thought she was fortunate. They jested. It seems it was merely a stroke of luck. With the protagonist absent, their conversation waned into dullness, and they soon dismissed the topic. Yes, Your Majesty. They all rose in unison to pay their respects. The Empress, smiling with satisfaction, nodded approvingly and dismissed them. Yet, just as everyone had seemingly forgotten her, the Emperor, unable to resist, summoned her once more. It was quite exhausting. Observing his graceful demeanor, one might assume him refined. Yet, beneath the facade lay roughness, with calloused hands and no restraint. Even now, she felt soreness throughout her body. The Emperor, having been appointed crown prince at the tender age of 10, was remarkable in both arts and martial skills, exuding an aura of sophistication due to his extensive knowledge. My lady, how about this outfit? Xiaodong presented her with an array of garments to choose from. Upon opening her eyes, Xia Ruqing was met with a riot of garish reds and greens. Frowning, she requested, please bring me some in more subdued colors. The fabric was of inferior quality. If it were any brighter, it would be utterly tasteless. Ultimately, Xia Ruqing selected a palace gown in a serene shade of aquamarine. She disassembled the exquisite headpiece bestowed by the Empress, opting for just 2 hairpins and a pair of earrings, and had Xiaohong style her hair into a simple bun, applying a light touch of powder and a hint of crimson on her lips. In this manner, her appearance exuded a refined elegance reminiscent of a delicate jade maiden. My lady looks truly enchanting. Of course, otherwise, how could the Emperor keep her in his thoughts? Xiaohong and Xiaodong flattered her. Xia Ruqing raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, which left Xiaohong too frightened to speak further. This body indeed possessed exquisite features. While not the pinnacle of beauty, it was undeniably pleasing to the eye, particularly those pair of almond-shaped eyes, clear and deep as a well. In the evening, Xia Ruqing took the spring-in car and proceeded to the Zikan Hall. Zhao Junyao was clad in a royal blue robe, casually seated on the kong, a cup of tea beside him as he engrossed himself in a book. The fragrant smoke wafting from a bronze incense burner nearby. Xia Ruqing found herself captivated by his appearance. He exuded a refined elegance. Yet remembering his rough demeanor from the night before, she inwardly muttered, truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. After exchanging formal greetings, just as she lifted the teacup to present it, Zhao Junyao suddenly looked up. There's no need. You may sit, he said, clearly unaccustomed to such attentiveness from others. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xia Ruqing replied, sitting hesitantly opposite him at the kong table, her mind secretly lamenting. This humble existence is truly unbearable. What is your name? Zhao Junyao inquired casually. Can you read? I can only recognize a few characters. She replied honestly. Traditional characters were indeed challenging for her to decipher, let alone write. Her attempts resembled a dog's paw print, hence her response. Zhao Junyao did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he picked up a brush and inscribed a few characters on paper. When Xia Ruqing glanced up, her face flushed slightly. It was her name. "Is this the name?" he asked, pointing to the paper. "Yes," she answered softly, her gaze lowered, feeling somewhat strange. Though the characters were beautifully written, strong, and vigorous, Zhao Junyao set down his brush with a smile. A lovely name, clearly a product of a scholarly family. With that, he rose to instruct the servants to prepare the meal. Xia Ruqing promptly stood to assist, washing her hands, serving tea. As night fell, the circumstances turned complex once more. Under the dim moonlight, Zhao Junyao examined the distinct bite marks along his shoulder and surprisingly smiled. Indeed, one has become quite refined. If Xia Ruqing had known this at that moment, she would surely have rolled her eyes. Men are all the same, compliant and submissive, while he displayed no interest. He thrived on kicking and biting. What a peculiar disposition. Chapter 4. Consortshire. Gentle strands of rain began to fall from the heavens, heralding an autumn shower that dispelled the last remnants of summer's heat. Xia Ruqing had already performed her kowtow, and a cold smile flickered in her heart. If one was to be excused from such formalities, why not declare it sooner? Why feign magnanimity now? Unfortunately, Xia Ruqing found herself in the presence of the consorts who were there to pay their respects to the empress. Among the emperor's many consorts, few held significant rank. Besides Consort Shi, the 4 esteemed consorts included Consort Ning and Consort Yun, while among the 9 lesser consorts were Consort Hui and Consort Zhang, all of whom were veterans from the Eastern Palace. The rest were newly selected from last year's court selection, primarily of lower ranks such as talents and noblewomen. "Greetings, Your Excellency, Consort Shi, and all esteemed ladies." Xia Ruqing performed the ceremonial bow, recognizing only Consort Shi at the forefront. The others left not even a trace of memory in her mind. Consort Shi was clad in a resplendent peach-hued palace gown, adorned with grand peonies, exuding vibrancy. Her hair was styled in an elaborate high bun, complemented by a complete set of pomegranate red agate hairpins and a phoenix crown. Her captivating Danfeng eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating unparalleled beauty. Accompanying her were maids draped in luxurious garments, dutifully holding a floral silk umbrella over her, creating an aura of immense presence, nobility, and grandeur. "So, you are Xia, the talent?" Consort Shi stepped forward leisurely, looking down upon Xia Ruqing. "Indeed, it is I." Xia Ruqing lowered her gaze, appearing exceedingly humble. This was the inner palace. One must note about low and act modestly, for the headstrong do not last long here. Consort Shi scrutinized Xia Ruqing for a considerable time before letting out a cold smile and slowly uttering, "I recall that those of the talent rank are not permitted to spend the night in the Zichuan Hall. Does talent Xia not understand the rules?" Xia Ruqing felt a shiver at being so closely observed, and upon hearing these words, her heart sank. She quickly kowtowed once more. "I am at fault. Having breached the rules, I humbly request Your Excellency to punish me." At this moment, she had no choice but to submit, unable to confront her adversary directly. In truth, the Empress had not raised any objections. Everyone turned a blind eye, and perhaps this was even the Emperor's intention. Consort Shi's insistence on the matter was clearly an attempt to provoke trouble. "Since you are aware of your transgressions, you shall copy the rules 100 times. Consort Shi declared with satisfaction. Yes, even if this was a trivial matter, she had no option but to comply. Although she had an umbrella, kneeling in the rain for so long meant she was drenched. After changing her clothes, Xia Ruqing sat on the heated bed, clutching the quilt, while Qiu Hong and Qiu Tong attended to her, presenting hot tea. Consort Shi truly meddles in affairs that do not concern her. The Empress has said nothing. Qiu Hong remarked, her face flushed with indignation. "I believe she is vexed by our master's favor." Qiu Hong added, a smug expression on her face. "Silence." Xia Ruqing rebuked sharply. "How dare you speak of Her Excellency, Consort Shi, in such a manner? You ought to silence yourselves at once." She showed no mercy. To harbor such thoughts was one thing, but to voice them was tantamount to courting disaster. "Master?" The two were taken aback. Was it wrong to speak up for their master? "Silence at once. 20 strikes each," Xia Ruqing commanded fiercely. A flicker of reluctance passed through their eyes, but they reluctantly knelt down, ready to administer their punishment. After the task was accomplished, Xia Ruqing sent them away and summoned Xiao Shizi. "My lord." Xiao Shizi, clever and cautious, approached with trepidation. "Do not be afraid." Seeing his demeanor, Xia Ruqing's mood softened. Nevertheless, Xiao Shizi sensed a change in his master. She had grown more resolute, perhaps due to newfound favor and confidence. How long have the three of you been by my side? Xia Ruqing inquired, sipping her warm tea. Setting the cup down, she composed herself and asked earnestly, would you be willing to remain by my side forever? Those two foolish ones were utterly useless. Continuing with them would surely lead to her demise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shizi knelt without hesitation. I am terrified, my lord. But I wish to remain by your side always. He bowed several times, his sincerity palpable. Please, do not cast me away. Xiao Shizi was genuinely anxious. He had finally encountered a master who did not resort to punishment, and he felt immensely grateful. Xia Ruqing, slightly taken aback, quickly urged him to rise and added, you must understand that following me entails more than just pleasant days. Should you prove disloyal in the future, do not blame me for being ruthless. My lord, how could you say such a thing? Since I began serving you, I have never thought of leaving. I wish to follow you forever. At merely a tender age of 10, Xiao Shizi spoke with a hint of shyness, which only made his words more credible. Had it not been for Xia Ruqing's selection, he would have been assigned to menial tasks, joining the ranks of the leftover eunuchs in the palace, with little choice but to accept that fate. Thus, he resolved to serve diligently and remain astute. Indeed, Xiao Shizi exclaimed excitedly, bowing once more. What would you like to eat for lunch, my lord? I shall go to the kitchen and have them prepare it. With her newfound favor, others were eager to curry her favor. Xia Ruqing glanced at the sky and mused. A bowl of noodles to ward off the chill, the kind that is firm and served in a hot broth, with a dash of chili sauce and rice vinegar. You may choose the rest. It had rained today. A bit of sour and spicy would help combat the cold. Xiao Shizi responded eagerly and departed with agility. Xia Ruqing approached the window, gazing at the gentle rain outside, steadied her mind, and began to write slowly. 100 times the teachings for women, she pinned, Consort Shi. In the Jiaofeng Palace, Your Highness, Consort Shi has left our quarters and is headed to the Empress Dowager. Yulan reported. The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly before smiling. She remains as impatient as ever, relying on her kinship with the Emperor and their childhood bond. Her aspirations for the throne have lingered for quite some time. How could I possibly allow her to succeed? What mattered if she were the Dowager's niece? What of their childhood friendship? The late Emperor had granted the marriage to me. The throne of the Empress rightfully belongs to Fan Mingjin. Your Highness speaks the truth. She is but a minor talent. What can she accomplish? Yulan remarked, offering the Empress a bowl of milk porridge. The Empress stirred the small silver spoon, pondering deeply rather than consuming it. After a while, she commanded, go to the small storeroom and fetch a few bolts of exquisite fabric, and select some fine jewelry to present to Lady Xia. Chapter 5. The illness incident. It was said that Sister Shi had served the Emperor diligently for far too long, and thus I shall have someone share her burdens. With that, I blissfully scooped a spoonful of rich milk porridge into my mouth, savoring its sweet flavor. Indeed, I shall attend to it at once. In the Ningshou Palace, Consort Shi was filled with resentment. My niece, foolish and timid, dares not compare herself to the Empress. Yet now I find myself outdone by a mere summer maid. She had never been summoned to the Emperor's chambers even once. Consort Shi was at a loss. A mere maid should hardly provoke such feelings. You are a consort. In the imperial harem, besides the Empress, it is you. Yet, there are no buts. The Empress Dowager, with a heavy heart, continued. The Emperor has always been measured in his judgments, maintaining fairness within the palace. Even so, he has treated you with utmost favor. You are esteemed beyond even the Empress. This is a bond that you must not take for granted. Very well. Consort Shi could only respond, lowering her head in reluctant agreement. After receiving the Empress's favor, Xia Ruqing personally went to the Jiaofeng Palace to express her gratitude following lunch. The rain continued to fall, and despite donning a cloak, she still felt a chill creeping in. Having knelt on the damp ground that morning, she began to feel feverish by nightfall. My lady, this is serious. We must summon the imperial physician at once. Indeed, my lady, this cannot be delayed. Qiuhong and Qiutong were in a frenzy, while Xia Ruqing felt her head spinning with anger. Summoning a physician at this moment would surely alert the entire harem. She had just been punished by Consort Shi in the morning, and now she fell ill. What would Consort Shi think? What would others think? At this moment, even if she were to succumb to illness, she could not call for a physician. Gritting her teeth, Xia Ruqing commanded, you two, leave at once. Exchanging glances, the two maids immediately fell silent and reluctantly departed. Xia Ruqing called for Xiao Shizi. Do we still have any charcoal left from last year? There is some remaining. Shall I light it for you? Xia Ruqing nodded and instructed, prepare me some ginger soup, make it strong, and add a bit of brown sugar. Xiao Shizi complied and hurried off. After stoking the charcoal, Xia Ruqing drank a large bowl of steaming ginger soup. wrapping herself in the quilt as she broke into a sweat, as she did not need to attend morning greetings. She slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky, waking to find her undergarments soaked through. After taking a hot bath and changing her clothes, Xia Ruqing felt considerably refreshed. Xiaoxizi cheerfully entered with a food box. "My lady, this morning we have fish soup, according to Young Wei from the imperial kitchen. This is freshly caught fish that has been simmering through the night. The soup is still piping hot, so drink it while it's warm." As Xiaoxizi spoke, she set the table. The breakfast spread included crystal dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, fish soup, and fresh fruits, filling nearly half the table. In the past, one would be fortunate to receive even vegetable soup. Ah, the depths of the imperial palace. After her meal, Xia Ruqing returned to sleep. For the medical conditions of ancient times were poor, and a chill was not to be taken lightly. As for those two maids, Xia Ruqing thought, she must find an opportunity to have them quickly dismissed. In the past, I believe they were merely foolish. However, it now appears that there are those manipulating events behind the scenes. To be so foolish as to reach this point, one could hardly have survived until now. Xia Ruqing has improved considerably, yet this matter remains unresolved. Upon learning of it, the Empress remarked with a smile, "She is quite astute. If this incident were to become public, it would irrevocably sever her ties with Consort Sure. Given this, Your Highness, should we?" Yulan inquired. "Of course," the Empress replied with a gentle smile. How could a charming sister like her endure such grievances? The threat posed by a favored concubine versus a favored consort is evident. Days later, as the Emperor dined in the peony chamber, the Empress casually broached the subject. Indeed, Zhao Jinyao frowned upon hearing it, prompting the Empress to quickly offer an apologetic smile. "I have spoken out of turn." After a moment of silence, Zhao Jinyao responded, "Since she is unwell, let a physician be summoned." He added, "Xia is a sensible one. Promote her to a higher rank." Upon hearing this, the Empress beamed. "That is precisely what I intended." She felt a surge of joy, realizing that the Emperor's frown was due to his concern for Consort Sure. By summoning a physician and promoting Xia, he was effectively undermining Consort Sure. Anything that displeased her brought the Empress satisfaction. After several rainfalls, the skies finally cleared, and Xia Ruqing's cold had nearly subsided. One crisp autumn day, she took Xiaoxizi for a stroll in the imperial garden. Upon returning, she noticed a group of eunuchs standing in the courtyard of Zhaohua Pavilion, accompanied by an elderly physician bearing a medicine box. As soon as they spotted Xia Ruqing, they hurried forward to pay their respects. "We greet you, Lady Xia." Xia Ruqing was taken aback. "You all." The physician stepped forward, saying, "The Empress has dispatched me to check on your pulse, esteemed lady." Xia Ruqing turned her gaze towards the eunuchs. "And you?" "Congratulations, Lady Xia. It is the Empress's decree that you, being understanding and courteous, are to be promoted to a 6th-rank noble," said the lead eunuch. As he spoke, he opened the box and presented a finely carved red lacquer case before her. Xia Ruqing felt perplexed. Understanding and courtesy? A physician? Suddenly, a realization struck her, igniting a wave of anger as her gaze fixed sharply on Qiudong and Qiuhong. This must be connected to her illness. How could the Empress have known? Xiaoxizi would certainly not divulge anything. It had to be those two, Qiuhong and Qiudong. Feeling the weight of her glare, quickly forced smiles. "Congratulations, esteemed lady. Best wishes to you." After regaining her composure, Xia Ruqing expressed her gratitude with utmost respect. "You are too kind, esteemed lady. The Empress said that due to your ill health, there is no need for you to bow. She wishes for you to rest well." The lead eunuch added, "I shall forever cherish the Empress's grace." Xia Ruqing expressed her heartfelt thanks with a bow towards the direction of the peony chamber. She then instructed, "Xiaoxizi." Xiaoxizi promptly produced a prepared pouch. "As the weather has turned chilly, please enjoy some hot tea, esteemed eunuchs. Thank you for your generous gift." The eunuchs responded gratefully as they accepted the pouches, and Xiaoxizi kindly escorted them out. Upon returning indoors, the imperial physician took her pulse and confirmed that her health was no longer in jeopardy. He prescribed a mild remedy, which was graciously accepted by Xia Ruqing. Qiuhong and Qiutong then brought in tea, but Xia Ruqing, filled with indignation, hurled the teacup at their faces. "My lady." The two quickly knelt down. "We are unaware of our transgressions. Please enlighten us, for we have endured in your service since your entrance to the palace, without any merit but with our share of toil." "Indeed, my lady," they pleaded. Xia Ruqing, reclining on the couch with a cool gaze, narrowed her eyes slightly. At this moment, she was certain that these two were treacherous. Consumed by fury, she suddenly broke into laughter. Chapter 6. Lady Xia apologies. I inadvertently knocked over a cup. "I hope you were not hurt," Xia Ruqing remarked, personally descending to check. Are you not fabricating tales? Are you not engaging in grandiose exaggerations? Let us engage in a contest to see who excels. You two have accompanied me for so long. How could I bear to strike you? Rise, I implore you." Upon saying this, she assisted them to their feet. Chiao Hong and Chiao Tong bore expressions of utmost intrigue, suspicion, confusion. They were unafraid of being scolded or punished. Yet they felt an inexplicable dread at their mistress's intentions, leaving them in a state of unease. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing harbored her own designs. The enmity she had cultivated with consort Shi was an unalterable truth, and these two seemed inextricably linked to the Empress. Perhaps their presence could prove advantageous. Lady Xia's rise to favor and the news of her promotion to a noble consort spread throughout the imperial harem in less than a day. The sound of shattered porcelain echoed through the various chambers, but none resonated with as much intensity and grandeur as in the Zifugong of consort Shi. "Your Highness, please temper your anger," the chief maid, Yue, urged with trepidation. "How can I calm my fury? She has dared to rise above me. My lady, you are well aware of her temperament. Whoever gains the emperor's favor, she seeks to befriend," Yue remarked, gesturing towards the direction of the Jiaofeng Palace. This incident was likely instigated from there. Upon reflection, consort Shi conceded this point. Sighing, she replied with a cold smile, "I always said, a mere noble consort. Even if unwell, how dare she raise a commotion? So it is that one is orchestrating mischief. My lady, the most pressing matter at hand is to retain the emperor's favor. In this palace, it is the emperor's word that prevails," Yue cautioned. Consort Shi narrowed her eyes and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the emperor has only 2 princesses. If I bear a son, who can predict the future? The empress has yet to produce even a princess. The outcome of this competition is still far from decided." Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing, having attained the rank of a 6th-grade noble consort, found herself eligible for an additional attendant. Early one morning, the Grand Supervisor of the Internal Affairs Bureau, Master Hai, arrived with a selection of maidens for her consideration. "These are all new entrants to the palace this year. Choose whichever you fancy, noble consort." Master Hai beamed. "All are delightful. I find myself at a loss. Perhaps you could assist me in selecting one," Xia Ruqing replied, casually opening a small box to retrieve a warm jade bracelet, which she began to delicately play with. Master Hai paused for a moment before saying with confidence, "Rest assured. Noble consort, choose freely. Whoever you fancy shall remain." Xia Ruqing lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the maidens once more, until her eyes settled on an inconspicuous maid in the back row. Xia Ruqing smiled. "Very well, I shall choose one at random." She stood and approached the maid she had just observed. "Do you wish to serve by my side?" The maid's expression brightened, and she quickly knelt, exclaiming, "I am willing." "Excellent. Then it shall be you." Hai Dasheng uttered a few flattering words before leading his entourage away. A few days later, the heavy box was delivered into his hands. The adage "men die for wealth, birds perish for food" holds true. The newly arrived palace maid, Xia Ruqing, was given the name Ziyue, while the other 2 were instructed to serve outside. With Ziyue and the little by her side, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just around the corner, and preparations in the palace had long been underway. Zhao Junyao had been so busy that he had set foot in the rear palace for over 10 days, being summoned repeatedly for almost half a month. Initially, some mocked Xia Ruqing for losing favor, but gradually, no one spoke of it anymore, as everyone was equally unfavored. One morning, Ziyue entered carrying a large tray. Xia Ruqing observed the finely crafted items within, and sighed internally, realizing the stark differences between those who were favored and those who were not. "Let us put these away for now," she said with satisfaction. Ziyue promptly complied. Xia Ruqing selected a commonly worn beige palace outfit and adorned herself with 2 bejeweled hairpins. After applying a light touch of makeup, she set out with Ziyue. As a noble of the 6th rank, she was required to pay her respects to the Empress daily. Her attire was neither ostentatious nor overstepping, as she understood that to survive well, one must remain inconspicuous and minimize one's presence. Upon reaching the Jiaofeng Hall, many had already gathered. The Empress sat in a position of authority, gracefully engaged in conversation. Xia Ruqing approached, respectfully greeting her before taking a seat quietly at the back to sip tea. However, no matter how low-key she attempted to be, attention still found her. "Indeed, Sister Xia is a rare beauty," remarked Hu Guiran, seated beside her. Among their cohort of talented maidens, she was the first to ascend to nobility. Although Hu Guiran was not stunningly beautiful, she was undeniably of high caliber. The emperor, while not infatuated with worldly pleasures, certainly did not settle for mediocrity. His harem was composed of striking women. Younger sisters, in their youthful bloom, leave us older sisters far behind. We, alas, have likely been forgotten by the emperor. Hu Guiran laughed, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, I almost forgot." Sister Xia entered the palace at the same time as I. Xia Ruqing's lips curled into a slight smile, realizing the veiled mockery aimed at her year-long wait to be summoned to the emperor's bed. Unfortunately, her calculations were misguided. Aside from the two of them, the rest were indeed the true elders of the palace. As anticipated, someone was displeased. If Hu Guiran is considered an elder, then what about us? Should we not prepare for our coffins? Zheng Pin cast a sidelong glance. Naturally, we are the elders left behind in the emperor's memory. We only hope that Hu Guiran soon enjoys the highest favor in the harem. Yin Fei chimed in with a sarcastic tone. This exchange left Hu Guiran's face pale as she realized her misstep, hastily rising to kneel. I spoke thoughtlessly. Esteemed ladies, please do not take my words to heart. Chapter 7. Tribute Rouge. With a disdainful glance and a cold smirk, Lady Shi cast a side eye at the anxious Hu Guiran, whose complexion had turned pale. The earlier words she uttered had undoubtedly offended Lady Shi, a cherished companion of the emperor since childhood, whose seniority was indisputable. The thought of incurring Lady Shi's wrath sent tremors through Hu Guiran, rendering her nearly weak in the knees. Her forehead pressed firmly against the ground. She lacked the strength to rise. Xia Ruqing took a leisurely sip of tea, savoring the fragrance that lingered on her lips. Indeed, it was delightful. Ultimately, it was the empress who intervened to mediate the situation. Enough, Hu Guiran, please rise. You have been in the palace for a year now. You should understand the importance of prudence and decorum. Yes, I shall heed Her Majesty's guidance, Hu Guiran replied, trembling as she stood. The empress nodded in satisfaction. And after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the gathering dispersed. Once outside the Jiafeng Hall as the ladies departed, Hu Guiran shot Xia Ruqing a fierce glare before tossing her handkerchief aside and leaving. Xia Ruqing toyed with the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, concealing a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth. Everyone was ostensibly on equal footing, yet this display of authority was rather absurd. In her recollections, Hu Guiran had often belittled the original owner of her identity. Previously, as a mere talent, she had endured the disdain, but now, as equals, she refused to be at a disadvantage any longer. The distribution of tributes was naturally led by the empress, followed by Lady Shi, with the remaining allocations adhering to rank. Zhao Junyao seldom invested much thought into this matter. It was primarily managed by Li Xing and according to established protocols. However, this year's offerings included several boxes of rouge from the kingdom of Goryeo. Renowned as the land of roses, the tribute rouge was crafted from countless fresh rose petals, pressed for their essence and blended with a secret fragrant dew. Not only did it possess a vivid and even hue that enhanced the skin, but it also emitted a subtle rose fragrance, much adored by the women of the harem. This year, due to severe flooding in Goryeo, the production of roses had significantly diminished, resulting in a scarcity of the tribute rouge compared to previous years. Li Xingyan found himself in a quandary. One box was missing. And what was to be done? With 3 boxes designated for the empress, and 2 each for the empress and Lady Shi, the remaining boxes left each master with only 1. This, too, was insufficient, as protocol dictated that all masters of the 6th rank and above should receive a share. Only 1 box of rouge could be given to either Xia Guiran or Hu Guiran. And deciding who would receive it posed a dilemma for the chief of the internal affairs, Hai Dashing. Perhaps it would be prudent for Chief Li to seek the emperor's guidance? Hai Dashing cautiously suggested. Both ladies being of equal rank made it difficult for him to make a unilateral decision, yet if it were the emperor's decree, the matter would be much simpler to resolve. Who would dare to oppose such a command? After a moment's hesitation, Li Xingyan sighed and proceeded to the emperor. Such trivial matters rarely warranted disturbing the emperor, but given the lack of alternatives, how could one dare to act indiscriminately regarding the tributes? In the Zicheng Palace, as Zhao Junyao reviewed petitions, he did not lift his gaze but spoke directly. Give it to the Xia family, and procure something suitable for the Hu family instead. In truth, he could hardly distinguish between the two. Aside from the familiar faces from the former Eastern Palace, he struggled to remember the newcomers from the previous year. However, Xia was well aware of the situation. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he instinctively touched his shoulder, as if the imprint of teeth still lingered there. Zhao Junyao secretly mused, what a beguiling little enchantress. Awakening from her midday slumber at Zhaohua Pavilion, Xia Ruqing discovered that Xiao Shizi had meticulously arranged the mid-autumn festival gifts, neatly displayed on the table in the outer room. Upon inspection, she noted the exquisite array of jeweled hairpins, fabrics, and spices, most of which were crafted in the palace, and thus quite valuable. She nodded inwardly, acknowledging that regardless of the emperor's affections for his various consorts, the material provisions were indeed satisfactory. What of the 21st century? How many had encountered scoundrels, sacrificing both body and spirit, only to suffer wounds? In any case, with matters as they stood, she resolved to adopt the positive outlook. Living well was of utmost importance. Ah, what is this? She picked up a remarkably exquisite small sandalwood box. My lady, you may not yet know, but this is a tribute rouge from the kingdom of Goryeo, and there are only a few boxes in total, Xiaoxizi proclaimed with pride. Leaning in conspiratorially, he continued. I overheard from the inner palace officials that there remains only one box allocated for the esteemed ones, and the emperor personally instructed that this box be given to you. This meant, of course, that there were none left for Hu Guiran. She instructed Xiaoxizi to tidy up the gifts and took her leave with Ziyue to the imperial garden to gather chrysanthemums. With the mid-autumn festival approaching, she wished to preserve some petals for mooncake filling. Unbeknownst to Xia Ruqing, the news of the tribute rouge had already spread. In the inner palace, the rank of 6th grade was a pivotal threshold. Those ranked below were considered secondary consorts, excluded from greetings, rewards, and banquets, forced to subsist on meager allowances. Without favor, one could expect a lifetime of obscurity, lacking even the qualifications to engage in palace intrigues. Conversely, those of 6th grade and above enjoyed privileges aplenty, with numerous opportunities for visibility, albeit with increased competition. Thus, when Hu Guiran learned of her missing box of tribute rouge, she was incensed, storming directly to Zhaohua Pavilion. Previously, if her rewards were scant, it could be excused due to her lower rank. However, now that Xia Ruqing held an equal standing, why should she receive less? Where is your mistress? Summon her forth, Hu Guiran demanded furiously. Upon seeing Hu Guiran, Xiaoxizi surmised the situation but greeted her with a smile, offering the customary respectful salutation. Our mistress is not present. If Hu Guiran has any instructions, I am at your service. With that, he attempted to push past her. But Hu Guiran and her entourage surged into the room. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaoxizi quickly knelt before Hu Guiran, blocking her way, and forced a smile, saying, while it is indeed a pleasure for the esteemed one to visit, my mistress has left specific instructions for me to guard the premises diligently. He bowed his head repeatedly. Serving tea was the duty of the palace maids. Eunuchs typically did not enter the chambers unless necessary, hence Xiaoxizi's insistence. He would not yield, remaining steadfast in his position, embodying a resolve that suggested he would rather perish than relent. Enraged, Hu Guiran unleashed a slap across Xiaoxizi's face. You insolent eunuch, do you dare obstruct my path? With that, a resounding slap followed. You dare to accuse me of soiling your abode? I shall enter regardless. Having uttered these words, he forcefully kicked Xiaoxizi aside. Yet, Xiaoxizi swiftly regained his footing and resumed his kneeling position. Chapter 8. Who do you think you are? In the pepper house, Xia Ruqing and consort who knelt side by side, with several servants also kneeling behind them, not daring to make a sound. Your Majesty, the turmoil has arisen due to the faults of this humble servant. If my sister wishes, I am willing to offer my rouge to consort who, Xia Ruqing sobbed, her voice trembling. Sometimes, retreating can be far more effective than a direct assault. She was already exceptionally beautiful, and as she wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with tears, making her appear utterly pitiful. However, consort who should not have struck my loyal servant, who has been with me for a year. I cannot bear to reprimand them. With that, Xia Ruqing began to cry again, her words seemingly an expression of grievance, yet subtly revealing the misdeeds of consort who. She was quite pleased with her performance, inwardly reflecting that without pushing herself, she would never discover her own excellence. The Empress, already aware of the situation, noticed a young eunuch kneeling beside Xia Ruqing, his cheeks swollen and deep footprints on his clothes. She slammed the table in anger. Consort who, how unbecoming. As a palace consort, how could you resort to violence? What sort of decorum is this? Consort who, at that moment, seemed to have lost her senses and retorted. Your Majesty, you have always been the fairest. Please judge for yourself. We are both consorts. Why should she possess offerings of rouge while I do not? The Empress, infuriated, laughed bitterly. Why? It is the Emperor's will, and you dare question it? She continued with a cold smile, since consort who feels wronged. Shall I summon the Emperor to arbitrate? Would that please you? Consort whose face turned pale. She thought to herself, that wretched Xia is currently in favor. If the Emperor arrives, I shall have no way out. In a moment of panic, she cried out, Your Majesty, the Emperor favors her. Must you protect her? Where can justice be found in this palace? This statement struck a deep chord within the Empress's soul. The emperor's affections for others had always been her most sensitive vulnerability, and now it was brutally exposed. She felt her composure slipping away. Xia, you have always been sensible and courteous, unlike this ruckus. The empress's face turned a shade of green with fury. Your Majesty. Consort who stammered. A hint of panic in her voice. The punishment of losing her stipend was trivial, but being confined for a month would be a significant loss. Tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival, followed by the Double Ninth Festival. She would miss 2 opportunities to present herself before the emperor. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please show mercy. Consort who pleaded desperately, struggling as the matronly attendants, strong and resolute, quickly pulled her away. Xia Ruqing lowered her head, sneering quietly. It was rather late to admit fault now. However, she held a certain admiration for Consort who. To be such a fool and still survive to this day was indeed a miracle. As she departed, Xia Ruqing bowed deeply, her face brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for standing up for this humble servant. I am eternally grateful. The queen smiled faintly and said, You are quite understanding. There is no need to hold grievances against her. I have already imposed a punishment, so let us move on. It would not reflect well if this matter were to spread, and it might invite ridicule. Xia Ruqing comprehended her intent and obediently acquiesced. Once she departed, the queen's smile swiftly faded, and with a soft sigh, she accepted the tea offered by Yulan and began to sip it slowly. The usual air of authority and grace had vanished entirely, leaving only a sense of desolation in her expression. She tenderly touched her flat abdomen and remarked bitterly, Yulan, do you think I'm a particularly pitiful queen? The Empress Dowager disdains me and solely protects Consort, sure. It is one thing. But the Emperor does not seem particularly fond of me either. To please him, I must portray the image of a benevolent and accommodating woman. Having been in the palace for 4 years without any sign of pregnancy, she had no desire to push her husband towards other women. Yet, what recourse did she have? Yulan, startled, quickly encouraged her with a smile. Your Highness, what are you saying? You are the queen. Who in the realm could be more esteemed than you? She continued. Furthermore, although Consort sure enjoys the Emperor's favor, she has not transcended the established norms. The Emperor treats you well. He comes to visit on the 1st and 15th days of each month, and often at other times, bestowing upon us the respect we deserve in both major and minor affairs. Among the various ladies of the harem, which one does not look to you for guidance? Even Consort sure, no matter how discontent she may feel, is obliged to act with decorum. As Yulan was a maid of honor to the queen, she would not dare speak so freely otherwise. Indeed, after hearing Yulan's words, the queen felt considerably relieved, her brow relaxing as she chided playfully, You mischievous girl. You know how to indulge and flatter. She added, I have been overly fixated. It is perfectly normal for the emperor to have multiple consorts. A tradition that has persisted throughout history. I am glad you have come to terms with it, Your Highness. Yulan replied joyfully. The queen nodded. As long as they do not harbor inappropriate thoughts, I need not confront them. If I can divert some of the emperor's affection towards them, that would indeed be advantageous. With that, the queen cast a fleeting glance towards the Shifu Palace. Of course, Your Highness possesses wisdom and virtue. The emperor naturally holds you in high regard. Yulan smiled in agreement. After a moment, she mischievously added, Tomorrow is the 15th. The emperor will surely come. Have you made any preparations? You should give instructions early. You impudent girl. The queen's face flushed slightly, and she feigned annoyance. Have the small kitchen prepare a few of the emperor's favorite dishes. And do not forget my tonics. The Jiaofeng Hall had its own separate kitchen. Rest assured, Your Highness. Yulan laughed as she departed. The queen, caressing her flat abdomen, quickly restrained her smile, her fist tightening, her gaze turning icy. She could tolerate the affection bestowed upon her, but the crown prince must emerge from her womb. If anyone dared to obstruct her path, she would not hesitate to stain her hands with blood. On the evening of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the emperor's concubines adorned themselves splendidly. Although it was evident that His Majesty would not summon them to his chambers tonight, this did not deter them from casting flirtatious glances and secretive smiles. Merely catching a glimpse of the emperor filled them with exhilaration. The Empress and the Empress Dowager were seated on either side of the matriarch, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Consort sure occupied the lower seat beside the emperor, occasionally casting a glance laden with resentment towards him, while her gaze, filled with complexity, would sometimes fixate on the empress's position. Xia Ruqing, attired in a gown of crescent moon hue embellished with jasmine embroidery, adorned her hair with 2 white jade hairpins, and sat at the far end of the gathering. Chapter 9. The Mid-Autumn Night Banquet. Xia Ruqing was immensely excited, having lived 2 lifetimes. She had never witnessed such a spectacle. In her previous life, she had endured poverty, her parents having divorced when she was just 2 years old, leaving her in the care of her grandmother. Following her grandmother's passing, she was left to fend for herself, struggling in dire circumstances. In this lifetime, she had traversed into the role of a minor consort to the emperor, her status humble, with ancestral roots in farming. It was only in her grandfather's generation that the family experienced a glimmer of hope, producing a scholar. Under the guidance of this learned grandfather, her father exerted every effort to pass the imperial examination, ultimately becoming a county magistrate in Jiangnan, thus elevating the Xia family to a respectable scholarly lineage. As the daughter of a scholarly family, how could she have ever encountered such a vibrant display of music and dance? Xia Ruqing gazed intently at the dancers, their flowing sleeves and graceful forms captivating her, while she savored fine wine and delectable dishes. She couldn't help but marvel at the delightful sensation of being pampered, free from labor, and attended to, with the occasional opportunity to indulge in nocturnal escapades with the most esteemed gentlemen of the realm. While other consorts rose to toast the emperor or cast flirtatious glances his way, some secretly envied the beauty of others. Xia Ruqing remained content, leisurely enjoying her wine and the charming performances, utterly engrossed and jubilant. When Zhao Junyao lifted his gaze to her for the 18th time, he found her still engrossed in admiration of the dancers, which began to sour his mood. Having been named crown prince at the tender age of 10 and ascending the throne at 19, he had always been the center of attention in both court and harem, never before feeling so overlooked. When he glanced at her again, his expression turned somewhat frosty. Unaware of his sentiments, Xia Ruqing occupied a distant corner. Unable to hear the conversations around her, and indifferent to any subtle advances, she simply reveled in the performances, relishing the exquisite cuisine and fine wines. Momentarily lost in her own world, suddenly, she sensed a gaze upon her. Turning her head, her eyes met Zhao Junyao chilling stare. It dawned on her that the emperor was present, prompting her to swiftly adjust her expression and timidly approach him, wine cup in hand. Tonight's moonlight is splendid. I humbly raise a toast to your majesty and her majesty the empress, she proclaimed, kneeling respectfully. The empress, pleased by her decorum, smiled and remarked, Lady Xia is thoughtful. Before taking a sip of honeyed wine, Zhao Junyao cast a glance at her. Under the resplendent moonlight, her attire seemed to meld with the silvery glow, rendering her captivatingly beautiful. Irritated, he downed his drink in one gulp and waved dismissively. Rise. Thank you, your majesty. Zhao Junyao merely acknowledged her, his mood still heavy. As others continued to approach with toasts, he consumed a few more cups of wine in silence, eventually dismissing the gesture. As an emperor, he had no need to concern himself with trivial matters. The festivities continued, music and dance filling the air, with goblets clinking in joyous camaraderie, regardless of past rivalries. The atmosphere remained harmonious on the surface. However, the expression of consort Shi, seated below Zhao Junyao, was far from pleasant. What could possibly be troubling the emperor tonight? That he kept his gaze fixed on Lady Xia? Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing within them. The noble Lady Yingwei smiled faintly, commenting on her adeptness in dressing, noting that her attire was indeed fitting for the occasion. Lady Shigue feigned a cold assessment, scoffing, indeed. Yet, what does it matter if she goes to such lengths to adorn herself when the emperor shall not favor her tonight? Precisely, merely a noble consort, your highness. There is no need for concern, Yingwei replied with a forced smile. Lady Shigue, with a mocking grin, raised the warm tea beside her. The banquet continued until the hour of the pig, with the emperor spending the night in the pepper chamber, as per palace custom. The empress, elated, attended to the late-night meal, bathing, and personal grooming with meticulous care. Regrettably, however, Zhao Junyao remained disinterested. The empress approached with a bowl in hand. Your majesty, you have indulged in quite a bit of wine tonight. Do partake of this sobering soup. Her voice was gentle, her demeanor gracious. Zhao Junyao reclined on the couch, squinting in the dim light, the flickering candlelight lending her a softer allure, diminishing her solemnity. I appreciate your kindness, empress, he replied, accepting the soup and consuming it in one gulp. It is my duty, your majesty. After exchanging these few words, silence enveloped the air once more. All proceeded methodically. Half an hour later, they summoned attendants to prepare water for bathing. While bathing, the empress discreetly consumed a dose of medicine. In the hour of the dragon, after attending to the emperor escort, she indulged in a brief but exceptionally sweet slumber, dreaming of a chubby little child running towards her, waving enthusiastically. That night, apart from Xia Ruqing, who was well fed and slept soundly, few in the harem found rest, especially Lady Shirgui's. Humph. The discontent lingered in Lady Shirgui's mind. Momentarily, thoughts of Xia Ruqing surfaced, causing her brow to unfurl. Unable to confront the tiger directly, she resolved to deal with its minions instead. Ziyue, do we still have the mooncake filling soaked in flower petals? Let us make some snowskin ones. What a splendid idea. It seems our master enjoys mooncakes. Ziyue chuckled. Whether she likes them or not, we have little else to eat here. Xia Ruqing sighed in resignation. A 7th-rank consort had no pastries, while a 6th-rank noble could receive 2 plates daily. Yet, the delicacies available to her were often far from appetizing. Xia Ruqing, a true Epicurean, would never compromise her palate. She would rather endure hunger than eat poorly. But how could she possibly starve? Making her own pastries would be delightful. At this moment, she finally felt the urge to strive for improvement. He was like a cheetah, long awaiting prey, having finally cleared all obstacles, aligning the stars in his favor. The neglect from that night weighed heavily on Zhao Junyao, a ruler of immense pride. Consequently, the following morning, Xia Ruqing was nearly carried out. While someone appeared quite satisfied. Must you always be so tender-hearted? Will it truly kill you? Xia Ruqing, her body aching, lay in bed, unable to move. After an entire night, he had been invigorated, tossing and turning her, almost rendering her unconscious. How vexing. My lady, there is still half an hour until the morning greetings. Ziyue reminded her, concern etched on her face. I shan't go. Tell them I am unwell and have Chodengbao in my stead at the pepper chamber. Xia Ruqing gritted her teeth. Rules cannot possibly outweigh the importance of one's own health. Even if she wishes to pay her respects, she is unable to rise. Chapter 10. Would you teach me to write? For this reason, I cannot pay my respects, and I have lost face for 2 lifetimes. Upon hearing the news, the queen was openly mocked by all, while secretly consumed by jealousy. There was no opportunity to provoke her, and for the following days, Xia Ruqing feigned illness, remaining secluded in the Zhao pavilion and refusing to step outside. It would be inappropriate to confront her directly. One day after court, after reviewing some memorials in the imperial study, Zhao Junyao suddenly inquired, Is Madame Xia still unwell? This little enchantress, has she taken offense? Li Shengyan bowed his head, thinking, Your Majesty, are you truly unaware? That night, the emperor had the lights extinguished at the 4th watch, and by the 5th watch, he appeared at court, invigorated. While Consort Xia remained gravely ill. After years of service, I have never witnessed the emperor lose his composure like this. It seems that Consort Xia is indeed quite exceptional. I did not hear any calls for the imperial physician from Zhao Pavilion. Li Shengyan replied honestly. Zhao Junyao buried himself in reviewing memorials once more. After dining, he continued his work for a while longer before heading to the imperial garden. Finding it rather dull, he decided to see what Xia was up to. Li Shengyan mused. The emperor truly favors Consort Xia. It would be too conspicuous to visit directly. It is much better this way. Upon seeing the emperor approach, little Shizi was so frightened that her spirit fled, utterly flustered. Finally, regaining her composure to announce his arrival, she was halted by the emperor. Zhao Junyao quietly pushed the door open and entered. He found Xia Ruqing hunched over her desk, her face a portrait of deep sorrow as she wrote fervently. As he approached, Zhao Junyao was taken aback, his lips twitching involuntarily. Is this your handwriting? He urged her to set down her brush, kneeling. I pay my respects to your majesty. I did not know you had arrived, and I beg your forgiveness for my lack of proper greeting. Rise. Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively. Observing her puffed cheeks, his mood lifted considerably. He turned and took a seat, as the palace maid served tea. Picking up another piece of her writing, Zhao Junyao asked with interest, What have you written? Lessons for young women. Xia Ruqing replied through gritted teeth. She had ruined several pages, and after much effort had finally managed to produce one decent page, only to have it ruined. Feeling both angry and aggrieved, yet unable to express it, her face flushed a deep crimson. After looking at her scrawled handwriting and her reddened face, Zhao Junyao suddenly burst into laughter. Li Shengyan felt a jolt of surprise. Since coming of age, the emperor had never appeared so joyful. Consort Xia possesses remarkable talent. Xia Ruqing felt like stamping her foot in frustration. This was not her fault. In her previous life, her handwriting was quite beautiful. But she simply could not steady the brush, resulting in this disarray. After laughing for a while, Zhao Junyao asked, Did your family engage in scholarly pursuits? How could you not write? Xia Ruqing quickly sifted through the memories of her former self, her expression dimming as she replied softly, My mother passed away early. And my father was busy, leaving no time for guidance. Typically, it is the mother who teaches her daughter. And a girl whose mother has passed is often disadvantaged in courtship, as others may claim she was poorly raised. Noticing her forlorn expression, Zhao Junyao suppressed his laughter and chose not to pursue the topic further, instead asking, "Who instructed you in writing?" Being mocked in such a manner is indeed quite humiliating. However, it was not she who took the initiative to report. When the emperor inquired, she could not deceive him. Zhao Junyao observed her bowing her head, clutching her handkerchief like a small, wronged rabbit, innocent and endearing, and his heart swelled with compassion. Drawing her close, Zhao Junyao spoke softly, "Shall I teach you to write?" Inhaling the faint scent of dragon saliva that clung to him, Xiao Ruqing pondered for a moment before nodding with delight. Writing with a handsome man? She relished the thought. After all, he was exceptionally handsome. His rough, calloused hands enveloped her delicate, fair ones as he held the brush, gracefully inscribing character after character on the pristine paper. Before long, several lines of text appeared, the ink bold and vigorous, exuding a remarkable character. Xiao Ruqing gazed in awe, inwardly lamenting. The renowned calligraphers of antiquity were hardly superior. With such striking looks, his writing was equally impressive. Lost in admiration, she tightened her grip on the brush, fearful of ruining the characters. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and beads of sweat formed on her brow. Zhao Junyao glanced down, a smile curving his lips, his spirits lifted as he gently squeezed her hand. In a hushed tone, he advised, "Do not tremble, your strokes must be strong." With that, he deftly turned the brush, and yet another character sprung to life on the paper, imbued with strength. Just then, Li Xingyan entered, visibly anxious. "Your Majesty?" he called softly. "What is it?" Zhao Junyao continued to write, not lifting his gaze. "The imperial concubine has sent word, saying she has prepared soup for your Majesty and invites you for dinner." Zhao Junyao paused for a moment before responding, "Understood." Xiao Ruqing felt a jolt in her heart, thinking, this is a blatant interruption. The concubine dared to vent her frustrations with such trivialities, diminishing her own stature. Though the empress was no paragon of virtue, she was far superior to the concubine. The contrast was stark. Zhao Junyao set down the brush and gently patted her shoulder. "Speaking kindly, there is no need to continue writing. I shall procure some excellent model books for you tomorrow. Do practice diligently?" "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xiao Ruqing replied, her heart soaring with joy. The crude characters were rather embarrassing, and it was perfect for passing the time with practice. Of course, the principal reason was her fervent desire to cease copying the teachings for women. Zhao Junyao pointed to the stack of teachings for women that Xiao Ruqing had copied, along with the few pages he had written that afternoon. "Yes," Li Xingyan replied promptly. As the emperor departed, the sky gradually darkened. Xiao Ruqing sipped her tea with a cheerful demeanor, while Ziyue stood beside her, somewhat perplexed. "My lady, why are you still in good spirits despite the concubine's actions? If I were not happy, should I weep?" "But, no more buts," Xiao Ruqing interjected, setting down her teacup and pulling Ziyue closer. In a hushed tone, she urged, "Consider this. What does the emperor despise most?" Ziyue pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Deceit, jealousy?" Xiao Ruqing nodded, "Indeed. But there is one more thing, being followed. The emperor spent no more than an hour with me, and the concubine rushed in to seize him. Is that not a blatant act of stalking? To gaze upon the sacred presence is indeed a considerable transgression. The manner in which the noble consort consumes her meal is rather unbecoming," remarked Xiao Ruqing with a light scoff. Ziyue, in a moment of clarity, realized her own ignorance. Xiao Ruqing chuckled, "You are still young. In a few years, you shall comprehend." Ziyue, though youthful and inexperienced, understood that her loyalty would suffice, and she would be well instructed. Enough of this talk. This evening, I desire mutton soup, accompanied by scallion pancakes, and a selection of light dishes. Additionally, a bowl of snow pear soup would be delightful. With that, she instructed her maid to summon Xiaoxi for the meal. Ziyue exited with a smile. Chapter 11. Low profile. Upon receiving the instructions, Xiao Shizi hastened to the imperial kitchen with alacrity. The young eunuch stationed there, upon spotting him, immediately surrounded him with beaming smiles. "Master Shi, is it true that the esteemed Lady Xiao wishes to send a meal?" they inquired eagerly. "What delicacies does she desire today?" "Please, Master Shi, have a seat." Xiao Shizi was not surprised. News traveled swiftly within the palace, and those favored by the nobility naturally sought to curry favor. Remembering the lady's admonitions, he knew that wielding power carelessly was ill-advised, so he modestly replied, "Gentlemen, you are too kind." He then relayed the lady's requests, to which the young eunuchs promptly responded with flattery. "Rest assured, Master Shi, once everything is prepared, we shall deliver it to her. You need not make another trip." Xiao Shizi felt a surge of joy, yet, mindful of the responsibility that came with serving his mistress, he hesitated and smiled sheepishly. You are all busy, and it would be my fault to impose further. Once the meal is ready, simply set it aside. Recognizing his polite dismissal, the eunuchs refrained from pressing their point. They were all astute individuals, well versed in the palace's intricacies. One young eunuch suddenly leaned in. Does Lady Xia require anything else? The crabs are currently plump. My master has prepared crab roe pastries. Another chimed in with enthusiasm. We received fresh sea bass yesterday, lively and plump, perfect for steaming. Would Lady Xia care to sample it? Not to be outdone, a third added. My master has made sweet red bean paste, enriched with walnut flour and milk, creating a soft and fragrant steamed delicacy. Amidst their clamorous suggestions, Xiao Shizi felt overwhelmed. I greatly appreciate your kind intentions. Should Our Lady wish for anything, I shall be the first to inform you. Master Shi, you are too modest. The group chuckled in response. Upon returning, Xiao Shizi recounted the happenings of the imperial kitchen. However, upon hearing the news, Xia Ruqing did not express joy but instead reminded him not to forget to fetch the meal later. Why the worry, my lady? You have their favor. Xiao Shizi remarked, perplexed, for in the palace, who did not yearn for such favor? Ziyue shot him a warning glance. Do not speak foolishly. Oh. Xiao Shizi realized his gaffe and quickly covered his mouth. Enough. You both may leave now. I shall rest for a while, and call me when the meal is ready. Xia Ruqing waved her hand. Yes. They both replied in unison, attending to their mistress as she settled onto her couch before quietly withdrawing. Outside, the sky had gradually darkened. And after 2 autumn rains, the night grew increasingly chilly. Xia Ruqing contemplated her life goals and current circumstances. Her ultimate aspiration was to lead a comfortable life, savoring cuisines from around the world, and if possible, to explore beyond the palace walls. Her present situation was as follows. First, the emperor had a favorable impression of her and did not harbor disdain. Second, the empress and favored consorts were ever watchful, and other concubines were no less formidable. Third, her humble origins hindered her immediate ascension in rank. According to the ancestral rules of the Chu dynasty, a consort's rank typically could not exceed that of her father or brothers. Her father was merely a 7th-rank county magistrate, and as a 6th-rank noble, she had already been granted favor. Without merit or offspring, further elevation would contravene ancestral customs. Her brother, born of a concubine, was a notorious rogue, perpetually engaged in violence and mischief, a leader among thugs. Achievements? What significance do they hold? Can they serve as a weapon? Her father, a staunch advocate of scholarship, harbored an unparalleled disdain for this illegitimate son. Her younger brother, however, was a full sibling, quite intelligent yet frail due to poor health, and most crucially, he was merely 10 years old. A preterm birth had claimed their mother's life, leading their father to regard this legitimate second son with a sense of foreboding, thereby fostering his dislike. Following their mother's death for years prior, their father remarried the shrewd Yao, a woman whose cunning had utterly captivated him. After the birth of a pair of twins, her father became increasingly subservient to her whims, transforming from a biological father to a stepfather. Yet, why dwell on such chaotic thoughts? The family offered little hope. Thus, she deduced 2 survival strategies for navigating the imperial harem. First, avoid excessive favoritism. Second, find a way to align herself with the emperor. With humble origins and a lowly status, being overly favored equated to self-destruction. She needed to devise a plan to temper this fervor and secure her life, all while contemplating a means to connect with the emperor. After all, the road ahead was long and the future remained uncertain. As long as the emperor offered her protection, she need not endure daily struggles or live in fear of persecution. With a clear path in mind, Xia Ruqing felt a sense of calmness. She enjoyed a dinner of mutton soup and delectable dishes, contently washed up and retired for the night. Meanwhile, concubine Sure found herself in a state of perplexity. When the emperor came for dinner, she welcomed him as usual, engaging in light banter and personally attending to his needs. Yet, she sensed an inexplicable chill emanating from him. Tentatively, she inquired, "Cousin, are these dishes not to your liking?" In private, she always referred to him this way, and he tacitly accepted it as a sign of intimacy, a privilege not afforded to others. Zhao Junyao smiled as always. The culinary skills of my beloved consort remain as exceptional as ever. His dark eyes revealed no emotion, betraying not a hint of turbulence. How reassuring. Concubine Sure sighed in relief, thinking perhaps she was merely overthinking the situation. That night, as concubine Sure shed her garments, a rosy blush adorned her cheeks. However, Zhao Junyao merely smiled faintly. "I am rather fatigued today." With that, he turned away and fell asleep without further ado. Concubine Sure, blushing deeply. Felt a sense of despondency as she pondered, why does he not touch me? Have I erred in some way? She ruminated exhaustively. She had not opposed the empress, nor had she acted arrogantly or humiliated those of lower status. She had adhered to her cousin's counsel and maintained propriety. Why then? Sleepless and reluctant to move, she lay rigid, scarcely resting through the night. At dawn, she rose to serve the emperor as he prepared for court, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. Zhao Junyao merely smiled faintly and said nothing before departing. In the harem, when a consort erred, it was the empress who would administer reprimands and punishments. It was not the place of a mere concubine to intervene. Furthermore, scrutinizing the emperor was a grave taboo. The Xia family has never erred. It is she who ought to have transcribed the teachings for women. As the ancients said, too much indulgence leads to excess. I had previously pampered her excessively. The culinary skills remain unchanged, yet the person has transformed. Master, the emperor spent the night at Zifyagong yesterday. Zus spoke softly while arranging the dishes, adding, the imperial concubine is indeed favored. The bond of childhood friends is truly unparalleled. Though cautious in public discourse, Ziyue could still share a few words in private. Indeed, the imperial concubine enjoys such favor, yet. Little Shizi approached as well. With a scarcity of palace maids, the eunuchs filled in. Xiaodong and Qiuhong were relegated to the courtyard to attend, as they were the only two typically by her side. Before little Shizi could finish speaking, Xia Ruqing interrupted him. Chapter 12. Avoiding conflict, yet not to be provoked. The empress, a descendant of a distinguished family, boasts a father, General Fan, who was a first-rank general appointed by the late emperor, commanding a significant military presence at the borders. The prestige and influence of the Fan family within the court are unparalleled, with her father securing the frontiers and his daughter assuming the role of empress. The late emperor's strategy was indeed astute. With his daughter in the palace, who would dare to act against him? As for concubine, sure. In the political arena, it is most undesirable for one family to dominate, and thus the emperor must cultivate another family to rival it. Only through mutual checks and balances can he reap the rewards of their rivalry. Concubine Shi's father, Chancellor Shi, is the younger brother of the Empress Dowager, and having shared a childhood bond with the emperor, her ascendance to the empress position seemed inevitable. However, the late emperor arranged for a marriage, and a daughter of the Fan family became the crown princess. The opportunity that seemed assured was now lost, igniting resentment within the Shi family. With a decisive wave of his hand, Zhao Junyao conferred the title of concubine upon the Shi family daughter, showering her with affection and favor, which quelled their discontent and reignited their ambition. One is the head of the military officials, and the other the head of the civil officials. Their mutual disdain for one another creates a perfect balance, aligning with the emperor's intentions. Such deft maneuvering and profound insight truly earn the admiration of Xia Ruqing. Ziyue, have the Ministry of Ceremonies remove my nameplate tomorrow, citing illness, and let it remain absent for half a month. After issuing her command, Xia Ruqing delicately savored a piece of exquisite pastry. Whether it be the empress or the concubine, the emperor would not act hastily if she cannot provoke them. She can certainly avoid them. Your Highness? Is something amiss? Ziyue and Xiaoxi exchanged concerned glances. Nothing is wrong, Xia Ruqing replied calmly. The two were momentarily taken aback but wisely chose not to inquire further. In Zifyagong Palace, concubine Shi awoke to a vexing mood. The emperor's reluctance to engage with her had to stem from a reason. And it was not until a little eunuch from Li Xing'an's retinue delivered a stack of written characters that she realized her predicament. So it is Xia's underhanded schemes that have ensnared me. That wretched woman. Enraged, concubine Shi felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Your Highness, please have some tea to calm yourself. Ingwei hurriedly offered her a cup. Concubine Shi took it with a scowl, only to let the cup shatter upon the floor, splintering into pieces. How dare she report me to the emperor? She fumed, her chest heaving with anger. Her gaze fell upon the top pages, where the strong strokes of the emperor's handwriting resided. Having studied alongside him since childhood, she recognized it instantly. Imagining the scene of the emperor and concubine Xia nestled together, pen in hand, a dull ache pierced her heart. How could someone so lacking in virtue and talent dare to ride alongside the emperor? The audacity is appalling. Your Highness, please calm down, Ingwei urged urgently. Calm down? How is it that I, a dignified concubine, cannot handle a mere noblewoman? Concubine Shi narrowed her eyes. Your Highness, why should we let a trivial noblewoman disturb the emperor's peace? Ingwei's words struck a chord, leaving concubine Shi momentarily speechless. Seeing her mistress wavering, Ingwei continued. The emperor is still enchanted by her. Let us bide our time. Once the emperor tires of her, You could even command her demise without difficulty. With narrowed eyes, Lady Shigefei remained silent for quite some time, her teeth clenched in cold resolve. While she could refrain from eliminating her opponent, she found this indignation intolerable. Fear not. I shall refrain from taking matters into my own hands. The wise empress. Yinwei let out a small sigh of relief. The following morning, Xia Ruqing fell ill and was unable to rise. The empress, in her magnanimity, excused her from the morning greeting and generously bestowed medicinal herbs for her recovery. It was only in the afternoon, while preparing to draw lots, that Zhao Junyao discovered the absence of Xia's token. He found himself somewhat nostalgic for that little enchantress. Other women, when summoned to his side, would obediently comply without question. But not that little sprite. If she felt discomfort, she would bite him, gazing at him with her large, glistening eyes. When excited, she would squint her apricot-shaped eyes, wearing an expression of sheer delight, her lips whispering soft sighs. Your Majesty, Xia has fallen ill. The attendants reported that, according to protocol, her token had been removed. Ill? Dao Junyao frowned. Summon a physician at once. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall do so immediately. After finishing her evening meal, Xia Ruqing clutched a tome titled Chronicles of the Chu Dynasty, laboriously perusing its contents. Suddenly, Ziyue rushed in. My lady, eunuch Xiaozhu has brought the physician. He wishes to check your pulse. Xiaozhu, a disciple of Li Shengyan, primarily managed daily errands. Let him in. Xia Ruqing set her book aside. Ziyue hesitated. My lady, do you wish to pretend? This is the imperial physician summoned by the emperor. You appear quite well, not at all like one who is ill. If discovered, it could be seen as deceiving the throne. Unnecessary. Xia Ruqing replied curtly. To play tricks on the emperor? That would be courting disaster. It is better to candidly let him know that I feign illness. For I cannot withstand excessive favor at present. The emperor, a sovereign of unmatched stature, possesses a heart that embraces the world. He would not stoop to quarreling with a mere woman, especially one who seeks his aid and displays vulnerability. If he is willing to offer me even a modicum of protection, should I not worry about the future? Only through bold strategies can one achieve unexpected victories. Xia Ruqing cast Ziyue a reassuring glance. Your servant pays respects to the esteemed lady. Physician Qin greeted respectfully. Xia Ruqing, with a rosy complexion, was well-dressed and cheerful. Physician Qin examined her pulse meticulously, withdrawing his hand after a quarter of an hour. The esteemed lady has suffered a slight chill, but it is nothing severe. I shall prescribe a remedy. You may use 2 doses if you wish, or none at all. Just ensure you keep warm and maintain a proper diet. Physician Qin spoke with great courtesy. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed physician. Xia Ruqing responded with a smile. Your ladyship is too kind. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ziyue, see Physician Qin and eunuch Xiaozhu out. Xia Ruqing instructed with a smile. Ziyue complied, presenting them with 2 heavy pouches as a generous farewell. Xiaozhu accepted the weighty pouches, momentarily puzzled. Ziyue smiled knowingly. Naturally, one speaks of what one sees. Zhao Junyao, upon hearing the reports from Li Shengyan and Physician Qin, maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no discernible emotion. Li Shengyan, filled with trepidation, dared not exhale, pondering how audacious Lady Xia was, feigning illness to evade the emperor's summons. I had once believed myself to be fortunate, yet I find myself in such a muddle. Unexpectedly. After a brief moment, the emperor suddenly commanded that these volumes of calligraphy be delivered to her, along with additional nourishing supplements, instructing the kitchen to attend to her needs with utmost care. Ah, what? Li Shengyan was taken aback, astonished. Zhao Junyao tossed aside his brush, exclaiming with impatience. What are you astonished about? Hurry and go. Chapter 13. A triumphant first battle, yes. I shall attend to it at once. Li Shengyan hurriedly exited. If this matter were to leak, I shall hold you accountable. Zhao Junyao remarked with a tone that was neither severe nor lenient. Li Shengyan was struck with alarm. Yes. This servant understands. I take my leave. Upon stepping out, he wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that he was increasingly perplexed by the emperor's demeanor. The crime of deceiving the sovereign seemed to be shielded by the emperor's willingness to protect. It appeared that this Lady Xia was indeed extraordinary. With this thought, Li Shengyan promptly summoned his young apprentice. Lady Xia has been unwell lately. Please convey a message to the imperial kitchen to ensure she is well taken care of. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Li Shengyan's expression was grave, causing his young apprentice to turn pale with fear. The young lad acknowledged with a nod and dashed off to the imperial kitchen, anxious not to delay. Li Shengyan personally selected some nourishing supplements from the storeroom, along with the calligraphy scrolls bestowed by the emperor, and delivered them to Zhaohua Pavilion himself. Xia Ruqing gazed at the pile of precious supplements and exquisite calligraphy scrolls before her, her eyes glistening with tears. This servant is deeply grateful for the emperor's kindness. She knelt and bowed deeply. A triumphant first battle. The emperor's willingness to protect her, even slightly, was far more effective than currying favor with the empress or the consort. After enduring in this realm for so long, subservient and fearful, she had finally managed to temporarily escape the clutches of death, no longer easily trampled upon. This was, indeed, a breakthrough. At the very least, she was free from the threat of losing her life, was she not? As long as the emperor chose to safeguard her, her existence would not be so easily extinguished. After all, the true master of the harem remained the emperor. With this in mind, she felt tears welling up. Lady Xia, please rise. Li Xing'an exclaimed, startled. He, of course, did not comprehend the complexities of the situation and merely assumed that Lady Xia was expressing gratitude towards the emperor. Take care of your health, esteemed one. This servant will take his leave. Li Xing'an added with heightened courtesy. Truly, she was one who understood gratitude. No wonder the emperor favored her so. Farewell, eunuchly. Xia Ruqing rose and personally presented a pouch, seeing him off at the door. Upon discovering the circumstances, Xiaoxizi and Ziyue were nearly overwhelmed with joy, on the verge of tears. Xia Ruqing wiped her tears and produced a sizable sum of silver. Send this to the imperial kitchen. Let us enjoy a sumptuous meal tonight. Yes, my lady. Xiaoxizi replied, visibly excited. How wonderful. I wonder what customs there are. What delicacies await. Xia Ruqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Oh, there aren't many traditions. My mother passed away early, and my father is often busy. So, Xia Ruqing stammered, piecing her words together. Ziyue's expression shifted suddenly, filled with guilt. This servant is at fault for mentioning my lady's sorrowful history. For a woman, nothing is more heart-wrenching than the early demise of a mother. How could her careless tongue have brought it up? It's of no consequence. You meant no harm. Xia Ruqing reassured her, feeling somewhat guilty. Fortunately, the former lady had not brought her personal maid into the palace. Otherwise, she would have surely been exposed. Her handwriting alone would have betrayed her. It seemed that fate had been kind to her. In the Pepper Room Palace, the empress had arranged the Chongyang festival banquet well in advance, with food, drink, and performances from troops, all meticulously prepared. The banquet shall be held in the imperial garden, which is quite spacious. The weather has also been delightful these past few days. Truly, the empress has thought this through. Yulan remarked with a smile. The empress nodded in agreement, then inquired, how is Lady Xia's health? It is rather peculiar for her to fall ill so suddenly. After all this time, we finally found someone to vex the concubine, yet before we could make use of her, she falls ill. What bad luck. I hear the Department of Ceremonies has even removed her nameplate. It seems her condition is quite severe. Yulan frowned. While she was virtuous, she was no saint. Their suffering was her suffering too. She could scarcely attend to her own needs, let alone those of others. Indeed, Yulan maintained her composure. After years in the palace, she had learned a vital lesson: discard what is useless, and disregard those who are of no consequence to her existence. Otherwise, one would be burdened by a host of encumbrances, unable to soar high. On the 7th day of September, in the Zicheng Hall, the head of the Department of Ceremonies, Feng Anfu, carefully approached the emperor with a silver tray. Your Majesty, it is time to draw the lots. Zhao Jiao perused the names. In the section for noble consorts, there was an utter vacancy. Noble consort who was under house arrest. Lady Xia was ill. Lady Xia. Xia sure. And it stirred within his heart. No more. Zhao Jiao waved his hand dismissively, and Feng Anfu retreated in response. That night, Zhao Jiao found himself restless, thoughts of Xia Shi swirling in his mind. A faint smile gracing his lips. This little enchantress was indeed clever and audacious. In the harem, where the empress and the concubine held dominant sway, she found herself caught in the middle. Any hint of prominence would surely make her days difficult. Relying on the empress would only lead to disdain from the concubine, while the empress would retaliate with even greater ferocity. In such a precarious situation, she managed to discern the dynamics and assert herself. Astute, intelligent. Zhao Jiao felt a surge of pleasure. Men, regardless of their station, relished the role of the hero rescuing the damsel in distress, and he was no exception. The feeling of being depended upon from the depths of one's heart is the highest accolade and affirmation a man can receive. He had little interest in meddling with harem affairs, but since this little enchantress had chosen him as her sturdy tree, how could he bear to let her down? Though the inner palace was fraught with peril, he was more than capable of protecting one dear to him. The imperial kitchen. Having received the emperor's instructions and with Lady Xiao providing silver, prepared an extravagant dinner consisting of 6 dishes and 2 soups, all of excellent quality. In addition to the dishes allocated for noble consorts, several more were included. This did not sit well with some, a senior maid by the name of Kaidai. Serving the concubine, remarked in a sarcastic tone, just a noble consort, yet she receives so many dishes? Xiaoxi, while packing the food box, smiled apologetically. Our noble consort is unwell and has provided silver for this. The physician has advised her to nourish herself, and some dishes are medicinal. Upon hearing this, Kaidai ceased her comments, snorted lightly through her nose, and turned to leave. Where is our mistress's meal? Ah, it is on its way. Xiaoxi cast an apologetic glance at Xiaoxi, hurriedly departing. All are esteemed individuals. He could not afford to offend any of them. The concubine's father held a position in the Ministry of Revenue, serving under the esteemed Minister Shi. Thus the concubine must also share her disdain for those whom the concubine detested. If the palace's masters were to be divided into factions, the concubine would undoubtedly be a staunch supporter of concubine Shi. On the very night that the esteemed consort Shi received that stack of women's instruction, she summoned consort Yun, and the two engaged in a lengthy, clandestine discussion. From that day forward, consort Yun's entourage began to seek out faults at every turn. Chapter 14. The double ninth festival. Early in the morning, the master had instructed not to be concerned, yet concubine Shi was brimming with pent-up frustration, seeking an outlet for her emotions. Swiftly, Xiaoxi packed the meal box and hurried off, carrying with him the rich chicken soup with tofu and meatballs, vibrant stir-fried greens, spiced lamb chops, clear stewed venison, braised pork belly, and tender braised cabbage with spare ribs, all dishes she adored. Her fondness for meat was profound, particularly at the age of 16, when one ought to indulge in nourishment. Do not merely stand there, come, sit and eat, commanded Xia Ruqing. Xiaoxi and Ziyue hesitated momentarily. Oh, do not hesitate. This place is secluded, devoid of others. Today, on this joyous occasion, let us not be overly particular. Xia Ruqing declared cheerfully. Having found a reliable ally, how could she not feel elated? Eating alone is far less enjoyable. Sharing a meal in good company is far more delightful. Furthermore, trust must be nurtured. One must employ both kindness and authority to win the hearts of those around her. She wished for her subordinates to understand that their master valued them, that camaraderie existed, and that diligent work would not go unrewarded. Indeed, Xiaoxi and Ziyue knelt gratefully, exclaiming, "We are most thankful for your grace, my lady. Rise, please. No need for such formalities." Xia Ruqing laughed. "Yes, my lady." Her kindness, coupled with occasional admonitions, fostered both affection and respect from them, an ideal state of affairs. That evening, the trio exceptionally shared a table. Xia Ruqing dined with great pleasure. The imperial chef's skills were truly remarkable, and each dish was delectable, especially the venison, which was tender and succulent. She ladled several spoonfuls of soup over the glistening rice, adding pieces of venison, while the exquisite Ruqing tricolor bowl overflowed with an array of culinary delights. Merely gazing at the feast was enough to make one salivate. Ah, in modern times, consuming venison would be considered a crime. Perhaps the heavens are not conspiring against me after all. After all, in ancient times, one could indulge in any cuisine without fear of repercussion. Having satisfied her hunger, Xia Ruqing rested her hand on her round belly, letting out a contented sigh. Ziyue held a question in her heart. "My lady, how can you be so certain that the emperor will not be angered? You feigned illness, which is a blatant act of deceiving the sovereign." "I did not deceive him. I was entirely forthright." Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment before responding. The political machinations and power struggles within the court were already burdensome for the emperor. Naturally, he preferred simplicity and directness within the inner court. Xia Ruqing reflected, this is merely aligning with his expectations. First feigning illness to decline his affections, then candidly revealing my ruse to the emperor, clarifying that it was not an intentional rebuff but rather a means of self-preservation. Upon seeing my open admission, he would not be overly harsh with me. Though this strategy was perilous, it proved immensely fruitful, leaving Xia Ruqing quite satisfied. Indeed, our master is most astute. Ziyue and Xiaoxi expressed their admiration fervently. To thrive within the imperial harem, one must earn the emperor's recognition. Otherwise, a mere word could lead to one's swift demise. In the imperial garden, the empress dowager, the emperor, the empress, and numerous concubines gathered, a scene of joyous camaraderie and harmonious laughter. Today, the empress dowager donned a deep crimson palace garment intricately embroidered with phoenixes, complemented by her customary purple gold crown, which exuded both elegance and nobility. Despite being in her 40s, her well-maintained appearance rendered her akin to a woman in her 30s. The emperor and empress supported her on either side as they led the assembly to ascend the heights for the traditional mugwort and dogwood ceremony. As they climbed the stone steps to the highest vantage point of the imperial garden, from which one could behold a significant portion of the capital, the dowager remarked, "I have grown old and am no longer of use. I tire easily after only a few steps." She held the emperor's hand, her face radiating warmth and affection. However, the empress appeared somewhat uncomfortable, having spent the entire morning gazing at the back of the dowager's head. Before the empress could voice her thoughts, the favored concubine interjected. "Your Majesty, you jest. You appear no older than your 30s, indeed youthful." Zhao Jiao joined in with a smile, affirming, "The concubine speaks truth, Your Majesty. You are indeed youthful." The dowager chuckled heartily in response, turning to concubine and teasing, "Your tongue is sweet today, as if coated in honey. You both know how to amuse me." Subtly, she released the empress's support and patted the emperor's shoulder. "How could my son dare?" Zhao Junyao quickly steadied her. "Mother, I speak only sincere words." Concubine added, half playfully, half reproachfully. "Chrysanthemum wine?" Zhao Junyao inquired with interest. "Indeed, it is the handiwork of Nurse Qing. It has been ages since I last tasted it. I wonder if it still holds the same flavor as in my youth." Zhao Junyao nodded, recalling the long absence of the drink. As the trio continued their ascent, exchanging laughter and conversation, concubine had already supplanted the empress's position, assisting the dowager alongside the emperor, while the empress was left behind, unable to assert herself, silently seething in the shadows. The sounds of merriment drifting from ahead struck her heart like daggers. Was it not the concubine who referred to the dowager as mother? With such familiarity, she seemed to assume the role of the primary wife. The ambition of Sima Zhao is evident to all. The empress lowered her eyes, concealing the icy disdain within. Her empty hands caressed her abdomen, longing for a child. If only she could bear a child, everything would be different. "Your Majesty?" Huipin stepped forward to offer her support. "Do not take it to heart. Even if she flaunts herself, she is but a concubine like us." Ningfei quickly added her encouragement. The two women, aligned with the empress, guided her forward. Having endured much humiliation from concubine during their time in the Eastern Palace, both Ningfei, who had given birth to the eldest princess, and Huipin, who had welcomed the second princess, found themselves in a position of favor, as the emperor had only these two princesses. Thus, they were often visited by him, and the empress managed the princesses' marriages, prompting both women to earnestly gravitate towards the empress's side. "You two are most considerate," the empress said with a weary smile. "Let us proceed." "Yes," they affirmed, hastening forward to assist her. As the aged dowager climbed, the group paused frequently, taking a full hour to reach the summit, each person adorned with dogwood. They reveled in the scenery and shared light-hearted banter. "Your Majesty, that must be the Dongbing Pavilion study, where we read together in our youth. Zhao Junqi, that rascal, always delighted in bullying me, and I would often burst into tears. It was always you who shielded me." The golden hairpin adorned with crimson rubies swayed gently with her movements, while her danfeng eyes sparkled with childlike excitement. Zhao Junqi is the legitimate son of the ninth uncle, the Prince of Yin, and his cousin. In our childhood, they frequently studied together, but now they have long since departed to their fief, separated by 1,000 miles. Chapter 15. The double ninth festival of fleeting complexity flickered in the Empress Dowager's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, and she remained silent. The Empress stepped forward with a delicate smile. "Sister how vividly you recall those childhood memories. With each mention of when I was young by the favored concubine." The implications were clear. The past is but a memory. In the present and future, she is the emperor's wife, the only one who can stand alongside him. "Humph. It is merely nostalgia that I indulge in." The favored concubine smiled wistfully. "Some may wish to reminisce, yet what is there truly to remember?" The bond of childhood friends is something the empress could never comprehend. Descending from the viewing hill, it was already time for lunch, and the guests were feeling peckish. "I have prepared a feast in the imperial garden. I invite your Majesty and the Empress Dowager to join us." The empress stepped forward graciously to assist. Despite the Empress Dowager's disdain for her, she could not overtly display it, and thus helped the emperor and empress to the garden. With the banquet laid out, and the performers commencing their songs, the imperial garden buzzed with liveliness. After several rounds of toasting, the favored concubine suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty, why has Lady Xiao not come?" The empress's expression darkened, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. The favored concubine was indeed relentless in her attempts to provoke discomfort. It was a hard-won opportunity to divert some of the emperor's affections, yet Lady Xiao was a frail creature, frequently beset by illness. What a disappointment! Maintaining her composure, The empress responded with a serene smile. Lady Xiao has fallen ill, and I have granted her leave to recuperate. Oh, so that is the case. I wondered why the attendance room had removed her nameplate. The favored concubine beamed with delight. After a brief sigh, she continued, Alas, such a pity. A gentle and lovely sister whom the emperor quite favors, yet she is indeed unfortunate. The empress gripped her wine cup tightly, barely restraining the urge to douse the favored concubine in her drink. This chrysanthemum wine is delightful. I would like to propose a toast to the emperor. The empress skillfully shifted the topic, stepping forward to offer her cup. Zhao Junyao raised his glass and took a sip. He was currently enjoying a performance with the empress dowager, and to him, everything around, both the stage and the company, was mere theater. The imperial garden was abuzz with excitement, and Zhaohua Pavilion was not to be outdone. Chrysanthemum wine, double ninth cakes, and the fragrant cornel were all in abundance. And the table was adorned with plump crabs sent from the imperial kitchen. Master, this chrysanthemum wine was sent by the talented chef Wei from the imperial kitchen. You must try it. This pomegranate is delightful. Summer Ruqing gazed at the vibrant crimson seeds peeled by Ziyue. Please, sit and enjoy. There are no outsiders here. Ah, thank you, master. Since receiving a secret edict from the emperor, the imperial kitchen no longer dared to slight this favored one. The higher-ranked ladies demanded much, so the kitchen selected the finest delicacies to send several dishes to Summer Ruqing. The table was laden with a bounty, and as a true gourmand, Summer Ruqing savored every moment. This steamed perch is exquisite. The flesh is tender and firm. Delicious. The 8 treasure-drunken duck is also delightful. The meat is marinated to perfection. Tender and juicy, devoid of the usual gamey taste. Master, do try this. Ziyue offered her the freshly peeled crab roe. The crabs were large and plump, brimming with golden roe, accompanied by a generous portion of crab meat. This particular crab must weigh over a pound. Xia Ruqing eagerly picked up a sizable chunk of crab roe, dipped it in a special sauce, and savored it. Quite delightful. She nodded in excitement. The rich and tender flavor of the crab roe burst on her palate, leaving her almost drooling with pleasure. Xia Ruqing felt that the gluttonous cravings in her belly had finally been appeased. It had been 2 months since her arrival in this world. Initially, with no standing and no affection, her existence was as inconsequential as that of an ant. Her situation was utterly dismal. However, 2 months later, having evaded the queen's clutches and the consort's schemes, and having garnered the emperor's favor, her life had finally begun to improve. From now on, it would only get better. Since being relegated to the courtyard for service, Qiuhong and Qiudong had been utterly oblivious to the happenings inside. Typically, Ziyue served by the noble lady's side while Xiao Shizi stood watch outside. Whenever the two approached, they were promptly shooed away. It seemed that their tasks were still rather scarce. Xiao Shizi smirked coldly. Oh, no. What do you mean, Xiao Shizi? The two forced a laugh in an attempt to ingratiate themselves. Xiao Shizi, we've served the master for a year. Surely you can plead our case. Indeed, Xiao Shizi. Considering our past, please speak to the master on our behalf, so we may serve closer. As winter approached, the harsh conditions outside made their duties quite unbearable. Upon hearing their pleas, Xiao Shizi sneered, You still harbor such hopes? To be frank, had it not been for the master's fondness for old ties, you would have been dispatched to the laundry by now. There would be no place for you here. Qiuhong and Qiutong exchanged glances, their hearts growing heavy. Enough. I shall no longer converse with you. Remember to work diligently, lest the master forget even this little old bond. With that, Xiao Shizi departed. If I catch you two lingering again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, she warned before finally leaving. Yes, they responded despondently. After a hearty meal, Xia Ruqing indulged in a refreshing nap, awakening only when the hour was late. After freshening up, Xiao Shizi entered and recounted the situation regarding Qiuhong and Qiutong. Hearing this, Xia Ruqing let out a cold laugh. They were simply too idle. After contemplating for a moment, she commanded, from now on, all menial tasks in Zhaohua Pavilion, including laundry and cleaning, shall fall to them. Ideally, they should take the initiative to leave. Humph. Do they not boast of their connections? Do they not think they can pass along information? If they dare to know anything about Zhaohua Pavilion from now on, it will be proof of my incompetence. Yes. Following the incident of her illness, Xiao Shizi and Ziyue had grown increasingly devoted to their mistress, following her orders without a hint of doubt. In the Zhaochun Palace, meticulously organized by Li Shingen, Zhao Junyao had no concerns about any information leaking out. In the emperor's chamber, Xia Ruqing gracefully curtsied. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. Please, take a seat. Zhao Junyao had already bathed, clad in a bright yellow undergarment, leisurely seated as he perused a book. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Ruqing had also taken her bath, donning an azure silk cloak over her undergarment. The palace attendants, discerning the atmosphere, discreetly withdrew, allowing Xia Ruqing the courage to take a seat. "Xia, you are quite astute," Zhao Junyao expressed, eschewing any circumlocution and addressing the matter directly. Chapter 16. Finding solace beneath a great tree. "Your Majesty, you are a wise ruler. It is only because of that I dare speak," Xia Ruqing murmured softly. Yet her words were refreshingly candid. The flattery she bestowed was, quite frankly, exceedingly effective. Zhao Junyao found himself amused. "How do you know that I will surely protect you?" In his imperial harem, few dared to express themselves so boldly. Growing up within the palace, he had witnessed countless intrigues over the years. Women, when idle, often engaged in petty rivalries. He had long since grown accustomed to such behavior. Yet, he preferred to remain uninvolved, turning a blind eye as long as it did not encroach upon state affairs. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ruqing spoke earnestly. "Your Majesty, you safeguard a vast empire. Protecting one more individual should not be too burdensome, should it?" She tentatively probed. Were these words uttered by another woman, Zhao Junyao might have dismissed them as mere flattery. However, Xia Ruqing's earnest expression conveyed her sincerity, and he felt she truly believed what she said. Her small face bore the unmistakable mark of seriousness. She had always been forthright in his presence, had she not? Ha ha. Zhao Junyao laughed heartily. If her previous compliments had merely amused him, this particular statement invigorated him, causing every pore to relax with delight. "Little girl, with this utterance alone, I shall grant you a favor. What is it that you desire? Think carefully and tell me." "Really?" Xia Ruqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You speak not in jest." Zhao Junyao chuckled at her eager demeanor. She was indeed a delightful presence, perfectly in tune with his tastes. Burdened with the weight of state affairs, he sought amusement within the palace. And he was more than willing to bestow favors upon those who could bring him joy. "Your Majesty, may I request anything?" Xia Ruqing inquired, her urgency palpable. Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment. "Aside from matters of state, and those that would harm the innocent, I shall grant you anything within my power. Have you decided?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Ruqing nodded, a hint of shyness gracing her features. "Your Majesty, I wish to send some silver to my younger brother and arrange for a good tutor for him." In the palace, regulations prohibited the transmission of messages or items to the outside world to prevent entanglements between the harem and the court, hence her request. "Oh?" Zhao Junyao raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. "Is that all? Do women not typically seek elevation or favor?" This was not what he had anticipated. "Indeed," Xia Ruqing affirmed with a firm nod. "My mother passed away after giving birth to my brother, and my father has always regarded him as a source of misfortune, treating him poorly. After marrying my stepmother, his treatment worsened. He is 10 years old now and has yet to receive a proper education." A touch of melancholy crossed Xia Ruqing's face as she recounted her brother's plight. The previous life she inhabited had been fraught with hardship, evoking sympathy for both her and her brother. "Very well, I shall grant your request." Zhao Junyao felt a sudden surge of compassion, mingled with a sense of awkwardness as he realized he had misjudged her intentions. How could he impose the thoughts of other women upon her? Such a notion felt almost sacrilegious. With this revelation, he found himself regarding her with newfound respect. This young girl was unlike any other. "Your Majesty, you are truly kind." Xia Ruqing nearly leaped forward in delight to plant a kiss upon him. "It is commendable that even after entering the palace, you still think of your family. It is of little consequence." Upon witnessing her exuberant demeanor, Zhao Junyao felt a swell of accomplishment. "How much silver do you possess?" "I shall send someone to deliver it to you." Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment, counting on her fingers. Hiring a tutor should suffice, right? Zhao Junyao's expression darkened. 300 taels of silver barely covers their transport fees. He was exasperated. "I shall provide you with additional funds to ensure a suitable tutor is found for you, sufficient for several years of expenses." "Your Majesty, how can I ever repay such kindness?" Xia Ruqing knelt, her eyes brimming with tears. To ascend further, she needed the support of her family. Her father was unreliable, and she had to rely on her brothers to establish their household. As for her half-brother, she felt powerless for the time being, but her younger brother, with his keen intellect, ought to focus on his studies first. Zhao Junyao, however, did not dwell on such matters. Education was indeed a noble pursuit, and a 10-year-old child should devote himself to learning. Noticing the young girl's tearful eyes, he felt compelled to refrain from teasing her further. "Rise now." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Ruqing wiped her tears and stood, her sorrow transformed into a smile. Zhao Junyao, witnessing her alternating between laughter and tears, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It is getting late. You should retire early. He stepped forward to embrace her. Indeed, Xia Ruqing knelt, approaching to assist the emperor with his attire. A task she found quite unfamiliar. With her head bowed and movements awkward, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Junyao looked down at her. Her shyness was palpable, her eyelashes resembling delicate fans fluttering over her almond-shaped eyes. An inexplicable stirring arose within him, his throat dry and constricted. Noble, your majesty, I am clumsy. Xia Ruqing's face turned crimson, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Not at all, I do not mind. Zhao Junyao exerted a sudden force, and the intricately woven golden dragon belt was effortlessly torn apart, flung aside with ease. Xia Ruqing was taken aback. The silk belt, adorned with golden threads and embroidered with meticulous detail, had been effortlessly severed. What immense strength he possessed! Before she could contemplate further, a sudden dizziness overcame her, and with a startled cry, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. In the next moment, she found herself nestled upon the plush, soft dragon bed. Then, Zhao Junyao consumed her, inside and out, over and over, ascending and descending. Afterward, her face flushed, she curled up in his embrace, toying with his dark hair. Such beauty is indeed delectable. This saying holds true. Truly a delightful experience. Someone's eyelids were rather heavy. Leaning against a sturdy tree made for a comfortable respite, there was no other choice. Ha. Exhausted to the utmost, the two soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day, at the 5th watch, Zhao Junyao rose to attend court. Noticing her still deeply asleep, he commanded, "Yes, your majesty." Li Shengyan bowed his head, feeling an added respect for the noble Xia. Since the emperor ascended to the throne, no noble consort has been able to awaken naturally in the Zhaoqing palace and share breakfast with his majesty. Lady Xia is the first. It seems one must be more courteous in the future, as it is evident she is a woman of great fortune. After Zhao Junyao completed his morning rituals, he strode out with his attendants. Xia Ruqing turned over, continuing her game of chess with the Duke of Shou. For there was no need to pay respects to the empress, and neither Ziyuan nor Xiaoxi had arrived. No one knew of her presence here. With no pressure, she slept soundly. Chapter 17. The imperial feast lacked flavor initially. She was subjected to incessant ridicule alongside the Empress Dowager, who incessantly recounted tales of her childhood, seemingly eager to let the world know of every trivial detail from her and the emperor's youth. Eventually, during a banquet, she was mocked for favoring the incompetent and ailing Lady Xia, which nearly caused the empress to suffer internal distress. Enraged, she retired to her chambers without partaking in supper, impervious to the attempts of others to console her. From that moment forth, no one dared to mention Lady Xia in her presence. She is but a minor concubine. Her origins are evident, and her favor is limited, especially being an invalid. Let her be. As long as she does not bring about her own demise, she is unlikely to cause any significant disturbance, and thus is not worth our attention. Consequently, Xia Ruqing was entirely cast aside by the empress. As for Consort Shi, she summoned Ingwei to the kitchen to procure a lavish feast, which she chose not to partake in, instead bestowing it upon Ingwei and her companions. After enjoying a hearty meal, Consort Shi delightedly sipped on bird's nest soup as she mused, "Your Highness, does this not constitute a self-inflicted wound?" Ingwei chuckled, "Indeed. I have yet to intervene, and she has already toppled herself. Even her insignia has been withdrawn. This is not my concern." Consort Shi beamed with satisfaction. Fortuitously, "Your Highness did not take action. Otherwise, the filth from that side would surely have splashed over here." Ingwei glanced towards the direction of the Jiaofeng Palace and expressed her relief. Consort Shi inwardly concurred. The two shared light-hearted banter for a while, after which Consort Shi declared, "Enough of this. I doubt that a frail creature like her can stir any notable waves. Let her be. Your wisdom is unparalleled. The emperor's interest is merely a fleeting whim. He is not worth our investment." Ingwei smiled. "Indeed, what is paramount now is to swiftly bear a young prince. When that time comes, even they shall have to yield a portion to us. You speak truthfully. I must prioritize my health. I shall strive to bear a son and produce the crown prince." Consort Shi hurriedly took another sip of the bird's nest porridge. Half a month passed before Xia Ruqing's illness finally showed signs of improvement, her green insignia reappearing, yet it was never again acknowledged, as the emperor seemed to have forgotten her existence. She spent 2 nights at the empress's residence, 2 at Consort Shi's, and visited noble consort Ning to see the grand princess, In the following days, she was summoned to see the second princess at Hui Pin's abode. Time swiftly elapsed, and after a fortnight, there was still no sign from Lady Xia, an all too familiar situation for the women of the palace. This was a clear sign of disfavor. After a round of mockery from the palace women, Lady Xia's name was seldom mentioned thereafter, and consort sure ceased to seek fault with her. As for the empress, she expressed, "Who is Xia?" Of course, these matters are but tales of the past, and shall be set aside for the moment. One day, she spent the night in Zhaoqin Palace, waking naturally the next morning to share breakfast with the emperor. In the morning, the emperor reviewed memorials, met with officials, and deliberated upon state affairs. The emperor's desk was laden with documents, yet she found the reading rather challenging. After perusing for a while, and unable to comprehend, she obediently embraced the chronicles of the Chu dynasty and continued her efforts. After all, if she must exert herself, it would be wiser to engage with something beneficial. At noon, she accompanied the emperor for lunch. Previously, during her service at night, she only attended to the simpler evening meals. Now, it was lunch, the emperor's feast, which was far from trivial. Though it lacked the grandeur of a full Manchu Han banquet, it was sufficient to leave her, a humble soul from 2 generations, utterly astounded. The table in the center of the room was laden with an abundance of sumptuous dishes. Zhao Junyao glanced at her, and she remained transfixed by the spread before her. After a moment, she looked again, still in a daze. Zhao Junyao thought, "This girl is so straightforward. She cannot conceal her thoughts at all. Can't she aspire to be a bit more refined? Must she be so unabashed?" It made him seem as if he couldn't even afford to feed a little concubine, as if she had never dined well before. Clearing his throat deliberately, Zhao Junyao said, "Your Majesty, may I serve you your meal?" "No need, let us dine together," he replied. "Serving? Forget it," with her gluttonous demeanor. She might very well drool into his bowl. Xia Ruqing laughed heartily. "Thank you, Your Majesty," without a hint of reluctance. She promptly settled onto a small stool beside Zhao Junyao. "Though it is a bit low, it does not hinder my enjoyment of the meal. With such delicacies, I can make do." Dinner commenced. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the larger the disappointment. After sampling a few dishes, Xia Ruqing frowned. The emperor's feast, while visually appealing, tasted rather mediocre. For instance, the bok choy, preserved in its shape for aesthetic appeal, was raw, and the vibrant shrimp, merely blanched in water to retain its bright hue, was utterly lacking in flavor. These extravagant dishes were mere showpieces, splendid to behold but lacking in taste. The only items that reflected the true standards of the imperial kitchen were a few side dishes. The emperor, however, could not subsist on mere accompaniments as a sovereign. His upbringing demanded that his every gesture be graceful and impeccable. Would it not be unbecoming for a ruler to devour his food like a gluttonous cat? Clearly, it could not be. Xia Ruqing lamented, "Being an emperor is truly arduous. The food is disappointingly bland." Zhao Junyao did not find this inappropriate. His expression remained unchanged, his movements elegant. He set down his chopsticks after eating until he was 8/10 full, rinsed his mouth, and washed his hands. The entire process was seamless and fluid. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing, pitifully, had not eaten her fill. "Why not eat? Is it unappetizing?" she asked, looking forlorn. "Your Majesty, these dishes could surely be better." "Oh, I find it inconsequential and lack the leisure to dwell on such matters," Zhao Junyao replied lightly. A dignified emperor could not spend his days pondering the intricacies of his meals. He simply did not have the time. The imperial cuisine was prepared according to established protocols, leaving little room for complaint or dissatisfaction. "If you haven't had enough, shall I call for some pastries?" he asked. After all, she was his woman. It wouldn't do for her to appear as if she were starving. Outside, it began to rain, and she longed for noodles. Add some pickled green beans and spicy sauce, and don't forget the rice vinegar. Xia Ruqing was unreserved. Zhao Junyao was momentarily taken aback. Pondering seriously, is there a connection between rainy days and eating noodles? He then shook his head in resignation, reflecting that women are perhaps inherently difficult to comprehend. Chapter 18. My first kiss. The imperial kitchen, though bewildered by the emperor's sudden request, promptly complied and prepared the dish with utmost speed. A bowl of glistening noodles was presented, adorned with shredded meat, chili sauce, and pickled mustard greens, the tangy scent of rice vinegar wafting enticingly through the air. The broth was savory, the noodles delightfully chewy, and Xia Ruqing could hardly contain her excitement as she salivated at the sight. "Your Majesty, this is truly delectable. Why not give it a try?" she suggested with a hint of trepidation, like a child presenting a treasure. Zhao Junyao furrowed his brow. Lady Zhao had taught him at the tender age of 10 that one must not indulge in base desires, nor partake in such strongly flavored dishes, for they would leave an unwelcome scent lingering. A gentleman values decorum, grooming, and elegant demeanor. The image of a refined and handsome man exuding the aroma of spicy hot pot was simply unfathomable. Zhao Junyao chuckled lightly. I shall pass. You enjoy it. Yes. Xia Ruqing replied, sheepishly. She felt a tad embarrassed. He was so graceful, she wouldn't want to lead him astray. It was best to let him abstain. After Zhao Junyao retired for his afternoon rest, Xia Ruqing relished her noodles, attended to by the palace maids as she bathed and changed. Subsequently, she sprawled on the couch in her small chamber, cocooned in her quilt, drifting into a sweet slumber. Outside the window, the autumn rain pattered softly, gradually intensifying into a downpour by nightfall, yet she remained undisturbed in her dreams. Residing in Zhaoqing Palace, this girl seemed utterly carefree, indulging in sleep and sustenance. Zhao Junyao mused, if Consort Ning and Consort Yin were to spend a day in Zhaoqing Palace, how pretentious would they become? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Perhaps being able to eat and sleep without a care was not so bad. When hungry, one eats. When joyous, one laughs. Such simplicity was indeed commendable. Removing his outer garments, Zhao Junyao settled on the edge of the couch, casually picking up a book. Meanwhile, someone was deeply lost in slumber. She turned over with a soft murmur, then instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhao Junyao's sturdy waist, nuzzling against him like a kitten. With a contented sigh, she resumed her tranquil sleep. Zhao Junyao froze, momentarily stunned, as if turned to stone. A soft feather seemed to brush against his heart, tantalizingly, yet achingly so. An indescribable pleasure coursed through him, as if his heart might dissolve from the sensation. Li Shengyan stood nearby, wishing he could bury his head in his chest, resolutely avoiding the scene before him. He saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Having lived so long and served the emperor, he thought himself worldly, yet had never witnessed such a spectacle. It was enough to blind his titanium alloy eyes. Zhao Junyao, abandoning the book, gently cradled her back and leaned in to kiss her softly. Just as his lips were about to meet hers, he abruptly halted. Wait, what am I doing? He had always found the idea of such intimate exchanges distasteful and baffling. If his concubines wished to kiss him, he would have simply turned away. Yet, how had he suddenly found himself inclined to pursue this act? Confusion washed over him. Her eyelashes were so long, so enchanting. Waking up to the sight of a handsome man was indeed a delightful fortune. Li Shengyan ran faster than a rabbit. How could he not? It was a matter of life and death. Standing on the porch, he gazed at the torrential rain, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Little Juzi hurriedly offered him a handkerchief and leaned closer to inquire, Master, has the emperor summoned for a meal? Summon your head, Li Shengyan scolded, tapping him on the head. Can't you see how busy it is inside? Busy? Little Juzi scratched his head. Go. Hurry and leave. Come back later, Li Shengyan commanded. But master, if the emperor summons for a meal, no one will be nearby. Stop your chatter. When I say leave, you leave. Li Shengyan lamented his foolish apprentice, exasperated by his ignorance. However, he soon realized that if he hadn't witnessed it himself, who would dare to even contemplate such matters? Li Shengyan understood an important truth. Lady Xia was a unique presence, and he must treat her with utmost courtesy from now on, never to cause her any distress. With that thought, he departed, ensuring that all palace attendants kept their distance of 3 zhang. The emperor, having worked tirelessly all day, deserved to unwind. And as the chief steward, it was his duty to facilitate that. That evening, the emperor's dinner was delayed by a full 2 hours. The rain poured relentlessly throughout the night, and thus, Xia Ruqing remained in Zhaoqing Palace for yet another day. From that point onward, the kitchen staff in the Ministry of Internal Affairs treated Shui Pavilion with greater respect. Not only did no one dare to cut her monthly allowance, but she also received even more than before. Xia Ruqing hesitated to accept the extra offerings, but the attendants whispered reassuringly, Rest assured, esteemed lady. These items will not be recorded. Nodding in agreement, she finally accepted the gifts. After all, one must play their role thoroughly. She was, after all, merely a once-favored noblewoman. In mid-September, a swift horse carried a letter from home, along with silver notes and some jewelry, racing from the capital to a certain location in Jiangnan. Zhaoshui County, a small county in Jiangnan, was neither too big nor too small, neither poor nor rich. There were no natural disasters, yet the common folk found it difficult to prosper. Lord Xiaoyu had served as the county magistrate here for over a decade, and his political achievements had essentially stagnated, with neither merits nor faults. He could not be demoted, but promotion? That was out of the question. As the years swiftly passed, upon learning of an impending visit from an inspector, the old man was overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down his cheeks as he set out early to greet them outside the city. Zhaoxie County's 7th-rank magistrate, Xiaoyu. pays his respects to the esteemed inspector. He believed he had committed no errors, so it surely could not be a dismissal order. Thus, it must be a promotion. Lord Xia, please rise. Inspector Zhou spoke politely, yet his expression remained stoic. Now in middle age, Lord Xia had gained some weight as he got up from the ground. A smile spread across his face. The esteemed inspector has traveled a long way. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you. No need. I have come directly from the capital, and time is of the essence, so there is no need for such formalities. Without waiting for Lord Xia to say anything further, he mounted his horse and swiftly rode away. Chapter 19, Jishui County, my lord. What troubles you? Is there something you cannot share with me? Yao inquired, edging closer. Yao was the concubine wed to Master Xia, possessing little beauty but leveraging her youth and fertility. In her first year within the household, she bore him a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, who were now merely 3 years old, a blessing in his later years. Master Xia doted on them like precious gems, while the other children seemed as though they were mere waifs, neglected and forgotten. Why on earth would the capital send an inspector? Master Xia pondered anxiously, his mind wandering. This inspector was not from the Ministry of Personnel. What could the matter possibly entail? An unsettling dread gripped him. Look at your lack of ambition. Yao scolded, prodding his forehead with a finger. You haven't embezzled or accepted bribes. What do you have to fear? Her teeth clenched with frustration. Had he been a tad more astute, she would not have to endure such a meager existence, unable even to afford fine jewelry. Indeed, Master Xia's murky eyes brightened momentarily. I have neither embezzled nor oppressed the people. What I have to fear? It was not a lack of desire for corruption, but rather a cowardice born from witnessing the fate of the previous magistrate. Executed for embezzlement, a crime of great magnitude that had drawn the emperor's ire. Since that day, the mere thought of corruption haunted him, leading to nightmares each night. Master Xia's spirits lifted once more. Truly, you are a wonderful wife. Your foresight is commendable. He leaned closer, becoming more physically affectionate. You old lecher. Yao spat, though unable to suppress a smile. Who said you could treat me as your wife? With that, she pressed herself against him. Soon, the room resonated with sounds of discord, causing the young maidens guarding the door to blush and shy away. The following morning, Inspector Zhou arrived for a visit, clearly stating his purpose. These silver coins and jewels are a generous gift from noble Lady Xia to support the education of young Master Xia Jingfeng. Inspector Zhou opened the box revealing silver notes, coins, and jewelry, everything clear and in abundance. 5 notes of 1,000 taels each, 10 ingots of 50 taels, and half a box of exquisite gold and jade jewelry, amounting to a staggering total of 6 or 7,000 taels. Master Xia stood in astonishment, having forgotten that the palace had a daughter. Meanwhile, Yao fixed her gaze on the contents of the package, her eyes gleaming with desire. She smiled radiantly, wishing to seize the box and hold it close. Several thousand taels, more than her husband's lifetime salary. She was about to strike it rich. Inspector Zhou's expression darkened slightly as he twitched his lips. Master Xia soon recollected himself. Xia Jingfeng? Oh, that is my legitimate second son. Thank you, Inspector, he stammered, feeling a bit flustered. Your gratitude should be directed to noble Lady Xia. I am merely here on orders, Inspector Zhou replied, his face remaining impassive. Many thanks to noble Lady Xia. Truly, she is a devoted matron. Master Xia finally managed to respond with a smile, his heart relieved. This was indeed good news. Yao grew even more attentive, attempting to secure the box while ingratiating herself further. Rest assured, Inspector, we shall not disappoint noble Lady Xia's kind intentions. Since you have traveled such a distance, why not stay a few more days? 7,000 taels. One could indulge in a prosperous year and craft several exquisite garments. Adorning oneself with such jewelry would surely evoke envy among the ladies, silencing any mockery directed towards her. Upon witnessing the countenance of Madame Yao, Lord Zhou's expression darkened instantly. He swiftly extended his hand to intercept the box. The lady seemed to have made an error. These items were intended for young Master Xia Jingfeng, not for the master and mistress. I implore Lord Xia to summon his second son, so that I may present these gifts personally. I have been rash. I shall fetch the second son at once. Do await, my lord. With that, she scurried away, her heart murmuring, what nonsense. The second son, that frail wretch, is hardly worth a few thousand taels. That lowly woman gave birth to a wretched offspring, always finding ways to prick at her eyes from afar. She is now the legitimate mother, a noble woman, indeed. How absurd. Even if they meet, she must still address her as mother. Competing with her? Absolutely out of the question. Those few thousand taels of silver? That weakling shall not lay claim to a single coin. Emerging weakly, Xia Jingfeng drew the ire of Lord Zhou even further. Was he not 10 years of age? The child appeared no older than 6 or 7. Emaciated, he resembled nothing more than a mere skeleton. His hair as parched as dried grass. Before departing, a little servant named Xiaoxi had approached him to relay certain matters. Could it be that he had misremembered? Observing this, Madame Yu quickly forced a smile and explained, drawing the child closer. Come, Jingfeng, greet Lord Zhou. Xia Jingfeng shivered slightly, instinctively recoiling, as if terrified of Madame Yao. Do not be afraid. Lord Zhou has been sent by your elder sister to deliver gifts. Madame Yao's voice was gentle, her smile radiant. As she leaned closer to the child. Yet, Xia Jingfeng shrank back even more, shaking his head in fear, his face turning pale, suppressing her venomous anger. Madame Yao was about to coax him further when Lord Zhou interrupted. Do not be afraid. Your sister has sent silver for you to hire a good tutor and study diligently. His tone softened considerably. Would you like to take a look? He was unsure of what several thousand taels of silver entailed. All he knew was that he had not seen his elder sister in quite some time. Lord Zhou was taken aback, having served the emperor for many years with an unwavering demeanor and shrewdness. He found himself at a loss for words when confronted by a child, a pang of sorrow swelling within him, unsure of how to respond. Really? A glimmer of light sparkled in Xia Jingfeng's vacant eyes for the first time. It is indeed true, but you must study diligently. Lord Zhou smiled. Yes. Xia Jingfeng nodded vigorously, his spirit visibly lifted. I have memorized the 3-character classic, the 1,000-character classic, and the analects. I recognize many characters. I must study hard and seek out my sister. His frail fist clenched tightly, at that moment infused with boundless strength. Very well. Shall I take you to find a tutor? Yes. Lord Zhou held the box in one hand while grasping his hand with the other as they made their way outside. Madame Yao, seeing the substantial sum of silver slipping away, hastily kicked Master Xia and stepped forward to obstruct them. My lord, this cannot be. Such a trivial matter should not trouble you, my lord. Master Xia felt a sharp pang of pain and quickly stepped forward to intervene. My lord, this child is in poor health, having long suffered from ailments. We have not yet summoned a physician, but rest assured, we shall fetch the finest doctor from Jiashu County at once. Indeed, my lord. Regarding the child's welfare, we shall not trouble you further. Yao's forced smile faltered. Engaging a tutor for academic pursuits? How fanciful. If Xia Jingfeng were to succeed, would this estate then fall to her son? After all, he is the legitimate offspring of the primary wife. It was a mercy that he had not been utterly crushed by his circumstances. The couple's banter effectively blocked the path. The frail little hand tightened in anxiousness, perspiring under pressure. Inspector Zhou's countenance darkened. He set down the box and withdrew his sword, pressing it directly against Master Xia's throat. In the execution of my duties, abhor any obstruction. Master Xia was nearly paralyzed with fear, while Yao's awkward grin became fixed upon her face, nearly causing her to faint. Such a family, such a child, even without the emperor's decree, would receive aid in their hour of need. Inspector Zhou worked with remarkable efficiency, securing a modest residence in Jiashu County within a fortnight. In the absence of esteemed scholars in such a small locale, he engaged a reputable failed scholar to instruct the boy in his studies. With no one to oversee daily life, he enlisted a few honest and diligent assistants to ensure Xia Jingfeng was well cared for. Before departing, Xia Jingfeng felt a pang of reluctance. Thank you, Uncle Inspector, for allowing me to escape this hell. His frail form executed a bow with utmost sincerity. You must remember, Uncle Inspector, the letter I wrote to my elder sister. Please do not misplace it. Anxiety was etched upon Xia Jingfeng's sallow visage. Indeed, came the affirmative nod. As Inspector Zhou mounted his horse, he waved goodbye and galloped away. As the horse sped off, the smile on his face gradually faded. The locale was too small. No matter how secluded the residence, it would not remain undiscovered for long. He had done all within his power. Now, the child's fate rested in the hands of Providence. Meanwhile, after sending off the esteemed inspector, Xia Jingfeng hurried to the small study to diligently practice his calligraphy. After a while, he pulled out a crumpled piece of letter paper from his bosom and read it once more. It was a letter from his elder sister. Upon opening the box, he ignored the gold and silver treasures, focusing solely on the envelope. How foolish my sister is, unable to even write. Xia Jingfeng chuckled at the letter. 1,000 miles away, not long after rising, Xia Ruqing suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking of me? In the Xia family's old residence. Ye was unwilling to accept her fate, leaning against Master Xia's corpulent form, desperately trying to sway him. My lord, our second son is a young master of the family. To be reduced to such a state, he will become a source of ridicule. The thought of thousands of taels of silver squandered left her agitated, akin to a cat scratching at her insides. Master Xiao, with his eyes closed in indifference, caressed Yao's youthful figure. Is this not the noble scheme? Let her create her own turmoil. Out of sight, out of mind. Our second son is in such dire straits. Who knows if he can even survive? Master Xiao pondered, feeling a tinge of despondency. Yet, alas, do not fret. Are you not also indifferent towards that young lad? His elder sister is willing to support him. Is that not fortuitous? Pursuing education is not a vice. Who would deride such an endeavor? Lord Xiao perceives it as inconsequential. After all, he is still a son. And acquiring knowledge is undoubtedly beneficial. Should he indeed attain scholarly distinction, it would be his own fortune. You, with your lack of ambition, look at your timid demeanor. Are you not merely a noble in name? Lady Yao raised an eyebrow. You are but a 7th-rank county magistrate. Do you truly believe your daughter could ascend to greatness as a phoenix? How absurd. Humph. Just wait and see. As September drew to a close and winter set in, several rains fell, and the weather grew increasingly frigid. Nevertheless, the internal affairs court and the imperial kitchen showed no sign of negligence. They diligently prepared exquisite meals, ensuring that outsiders remained oblivious, for it was, after all, a directive from the emperor. A bowl of fresh chicken broth with shrimp, a steamer filled with translucent dumplings, several pan-fried dumplings, and a bowl of delicately steamed egg custard, topped with scallions and drizzled with sesame sauce and soy sauce. The sight was utterly tantalizing. Though the food was commonplace, it arrived steaming hot on this chilly day, a testament to the kitchen's attentiveness. Had they fallen out of favor? It would likely have been served cold long ago. Xiao Ruqing savored the warm soup and steamed egg when suddenly, Xiao Zhuzu entered with a message. Xiao Zhuzi has arrived. Please, invite him in. Upon entering, Xiao Zhuzi performed a respectful bow and produced a letter from his bosom. This is a missive from His Majesty, instructing me to deliver it, stating it is a letter from the noble lady's family. Xiao Ruqing took the letter, noticing it was still sealed, and smiled, inquiring further. What else did His Majesty say? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, reminiscent of a young wife awaiting her husband's concern. Xiao Zhuzi chuckled. His Majesty also mentioned that as the weather grows colder, the noble lady should consider adding more clothing, should there be anything lacking. Do not hesitate to request it from the Internal Affairs Court. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruqing was elated, rising promptly to bow in the direction of Zhaoqin Palace. Yes, I shall remember. She instructed Ziyue to prepare a large purse for Xiao Zhuzi, sending him off with care. An auspicious morning, encountering 2 joyous events. In her elation, she devoured the delectable breakfast, one hand resting on her round belly while the other clutched the family letter, grinning foolishly. My lady, what are the 2 joyous events? Is it not but one? Only the letter from home? Ziyue queried, puzzled. Chapter 21. Tea and reminiscence, but what are the other joyful tidings? Ruqing ceased her foolish grin, straightening her posture as she inquired. Matters within the harem have traditionally been overseen by the empress. If I were to require something, I would naturally seek her assistance. Yet the emperor has instructed me to request directly from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Do you comprehend? Ziyue, astute and perceptive, grasped the situation immediately. Upon hearing this, she was filled with uncontainable joy. Indeed, the emperor seems to be subtly protecting his consort. The head of the ministry, Chief Steward Hai, is undoubtedly a loyal servant to the emperor. Ultimately, the sovereign remains the true master of the harem. The distinction between if you require something, come to me, and if you require something, approach my wife is entirely different. Thus, can we not consider this a piece of delightful news? Ruqing smiled and remarked, This winter's expenses shall not trouble us. My lady, we need not worry at all. The charcoal delivered from the ministry yesterday is of excellent quality. Ruqing chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The letter before her was filled with familiar handwriting, spanning 2 pages. It detailed the circumstances at home, her fondness for reading, and expressed a desire to come to the capital to reunite with her elder sister once she had the means. It also mentioned that the inspector uncle had secured a commendable tutor for him, and he promised to study diligently. Upon finishing the letter, Ruqing felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She recalled Xia Jingfeng, frail as a wisp of paper, with a waxen complexion, yet possessing a sharp intellect and a love for learning. Alas, due to his frail health, the Yo family had consistently refused to hire a tutor for him. Oh, what a fine child. Enduring relentless mistreatment, he never uttered a word of complaint, solely focused on his own efforts. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that made Ruqing's heart ache with a dull pain. She placed her hand over her heart and whispered, Rest assured, Having taken possession of your body, your brother shall henceforth be my brother as well. I shall protect him with all my might. After carefully folding the letter, she entrusted it to Ziyue, who placed it in a box for safekeeping. Reluctant to venture outside into the cold, Ruqing leaned over her desk to practice her calligraphy. She was copying the elegant characters from the emperor's invitation. As noon approached and the meal was set, Zizi entered, holding another invitation. My lady, it is an invitation from consorts Zhang and Zhu of Shiwai Palace, requesting your company for tea and reminiscing. Zizi presented the invitation with enthusiasm. Reminiscing? Ruqing frowned. What do Zhang and Zhu have to reminisce about? Are we even acquainted? Ziyue interjected. My lady, these two consorts entered the palace alongside you. Ruqing squinted in contemplation. And suddenly, realization dawned upon her. I do have a vague memory of Zhang and Zhu, but the impression is rather faint. This signified that their relationship was hardly significant. My lady, allow me to decline the invitation, Ziyue suggested. After which, she turned to Zizi. And you? Why do you accept every invitation? The lady's health is delicate. It has only been a few days since her recovery, and with the cold so intense, how could she possibly venture out? Wait, Ruqing suddenly exclaimed. The primary consort of Shiwai Palace is Zhang Pin, who resides close to the moonlit pavilion of Consort Yun. This indicates that they may indeed be affiliated with the favored concubine, sure. Zizi's face reflected concern. One must not provoke that esteemed individual. Even if the master enjoys some favor, it is still akin to a fragile egg striking against a stone. Ruqing cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled softly. It may not be a bad thing. Fear not for now. Could it be that little Juzi paid a visit and was seen by someone from Consort Shi's entourage? Ziyue began to fret as well. Even if they did see him, they would not be so brazen as to cause trouble. Is it possible that the consort wishes to win over our master? Little Shizi inquired further. Ruqing was at a loss for words. Do you truly believe it is that simple? With that, she glanced toward the direction of the Jiaofeng Hall. Consort Shi possesses both favor and status, not to mention the Empress Dowager as her backing. She has no need to court anyone. Besides, I am merely a once-favored noblewoman. What could she possibly want from me? Then, little Shizi and Ziyue grew even more anxious. Well, let us proceed. We cannot continue to hide. Ruqing sighed. Hide? Until when shall we do so? Once we enter the palace, such matters are inevitable. I am feeling much better now, and my plaque has been hung. Furthermore, with my health not permitting me to venture outside, it would seem rather contrived. It is far better to approach it with grace. She had committed no offense and had not provoked anyone. What could even Consort Jing do to her? 3 days later, the weather cleared, and the sun cast a warm glow over the imperial garden. In a pavilion within the garden, Xia Guiran, Zhang Qiren, and Zhu Qiren sat together, admiring the flowers and sipping tea. Zhang Qiren was adorned in a pale green palace dress, her hair adorned with a few semi-new hairpins. Zhu Qiren's attire was similar, looking somewhat resplendent, yet still half-worn. It was evident that both women were not favored and their days were rather difficult. In contrast, Ruqing wore a new ensemble, modest in hue, entirely in creamy white, embroidered with delicate osmanthus flowers, exuding a fresh and charming elegance. Adorning her head were 2 floral ornaments embellished with small beads and a white jade double fish hairpin, from which 2 thumb-sized fish carved from white jade dangled. Quite unique and endearing. Sister Xia truly knows how to dress. You appear quite like a refined young lady, Zhu Qiren remarked with a smile. After all, one who has been favored by the emperor naturally possesses such grace, unlike us, who have yet to catch his majesty's eye since our entrance into the palace. As Zhang Qiren spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, and she took up a handkerchief to dab at her eyes. Ruqing raised her teacup to moisten her lips, silently observing the performance of the two. She thought to herself, what sort of jest is this? Are they trying to curry favor with me? Yet the compliments seemed misaligned. Who refers to someone as a refined young lady in such terms? Though her background was humble, it was not expressed in this manner, if not for flattery. What then was Zhang Qiren's intent? Was she mocking her fall from grace with her remark about being favored by the emperor? Initially taken aback, Ruqing forced a smile, her countenance soon shifting to one of concern. What has happened to you, Sister Zhang? Have you encountered some difficulties? As she spoke, Ruqing reached for her tea again. But Ziyue hastily intervened. My lady, you have only just recovered. The physician has advised against tea. It would be best to enjoy some sweet soup instead. Saying this, she produced a bowl of warm lily and white fungus soup from a cloth-wrapped food container, steam wafting up as the lid was lifted. This girl. I merely indulged in a couple of bites of tea, and she has become so loquacious. Xia Ruqing expressed her mild grievances. Chapter 22. Witnessing your performance, she is indeed concerned for her elder sister's well-being. Zhu Kaijin hastily remarked. If only the water red beside me possessed half her qualities, my worries would dissipate. Zhang Kaijin lamented with a furrowed brow. The palace maid behind them lowered her head further. Xia Ruqing sipped the sweet soup, her gaze drifting toward the splendid scenery outside, captivated by the blooming hibiscus flowers. She remained silent, quietly observing their performance. She believed that their invitation to her was surely not for idle chatter. Zhang Kaijin began to weep again, while Zhu Kaijin, though not crying, continuously expressed her grievances. Sister Xia, we once shared the same chamber. What a profound connection it is. Now, you are the second among our group of talented maidens to ascend to the rank of noble consort. The first is Consort Hu, who was recently confined due to issues regarding tribute rouge. Sister Xia, what method have you employed to maintain the emperor's favor for such an extended period? We implore you to assist us. Zhu Kaijin's face flushed crimson. Indeed, Sister Xia, should we gain favor, we shall certainly support you. Zhang Kaijin wiped her tears, her expression filled with hope. Yes, at that time, we will undoubtedly lend our assistance to you, Sister Xia. Zhu Kaijin blushed. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers surpass Zhuge Liang. United, we shall fare far better than when acting alone. Zhang Kaijin interjected eagerly. Before Xia Ruqing could fully absorb this, she nearly choked on her soup, internally scoffing at the absurdity of it all. A profound connection? Surely not. In her recollection, she was the least esteemed among the 3, having always been the target of their ridicule. As for offering assistance, their audacity was staggering. On what grounds did they presume to expect her support? Their misplaced confidence was laughable. These 2 fools, who would wish to unite with them? How amusing, gazing at the 2 before her, whose faces radiated smiles yet whose eyes glimmered with ambition and greed. Xia Ruqing forced a smile. Dear sisters, do you find yourselves lacking in something? Fear not, for we once shared the same chamber, and indeed, there is a bond between us. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. Just as Zhang Kaijin and Zhu Kaijin were about to continue their conversation, Xia Ruqing suddenly pressed her temples, her complexion gradually paling. My lady, what ails you? Ziyue exclaimed in alarm. Xiaoxizi, who stood not far away, promptly stepped forward to take hold of Xia Ruqing's other arm. Ladies, our mistress has only just recovered. She cannot withstand the wind. We humbly ask for your understanding. After saying this, they hurriedly supported Xia Ruqing away, leaving Zhang Kaijin and Zhu Kaijin exchanging bewildered glances. What does this mean? Zhang Kaijin's face flushed with anger. It signifies her unwillingness to assist us. Zhu Kaijin dismissed her pitiful demeanor, tossing aside her handkerchief with contempt as she departed. Hey, wait for me. Zhang Kaijin pursued her. Humph, what is there to be smug about? She is merely a once-favored consort. The emperor has not summoned her for over half a month. Zhu Kaijin sneered. Indeed. Her humble origins and perpetual ill health render her aspirations of rising in status as challenging as climbing to the heavens. Zhang Kairan contemplated for a moment before speaking. Zhu Kairan gritted her teeth and plucked a flower. After a year, she could still bask in favor. Could it truly be mere luck? If not, what methods had she employed? A fallen noble is still a noble. Those who ascend to nobility become the proper mistresses of the harem. They are far superior to those like them, who are caught in the limbo of servitude and authority. What do the Karens possess? Nothing at all, enduring a bitter fate. As she released her grip, the vibrant petals disintegrated into remnants. Taking a silk handkerchief from the maid, she wiped her hands and gradually walked away. At Xiaohua Pavilion, she was uncertain how long she had slept, but upon awakening, she overheard Ziyue and the others murmuring in the adjoining room. Zhang Kairan and Zhu Kairan are utterly shameless, Xiaoxizi whispered. They speak of supporting one another, yet when they were favored. Did they ever lend a hand to our mistress? Ziyue responded indignantly. Indeed, those Karens received their favors, leaving our mistress unsupported. It is no secret that our mistress has not been summoned in a year. Although Ziyue is new, she too feels a surge of anger for our mistress. Xia Ruqing herself felt indifferent. Who would wish to dwell on such repulsive matters? Rubbing her eyes, still somewhat drowsy, she turned over and fell asleep once more. When she woke again, it was Ziyue who roused her. Mistress, the emperor has summoned you. Quickly, prepare yourself. Xia Ruqing, still in a haze, was pulled up by Ziyue. Xiaoxizi had already heated water, and Ziyue assisted her to the washing room. Soaking in the warm water, Xia Ruqing finally felt more awake, thinking of the night ahead. And instantly, all drowsiness vanished. I dread the pain. The emperor can be quite heavy-handed, she remarked. Ziyue, ask Xiaoxizi to bring some snacks. I must have something to fill my stomach. Engaging in physical exertion necessitates a hearty meal. The emperor's royal cuisine, while visually appealing, lacks flavor, and she cannot consume much of it. What would the mistress like to eat? I would like a steamed bun, a plate of spicy peanuts, a dish of meat-filled pastries, and 2 desserts, either yam cake or date paste cake will suffice. This servant shall fetch it immediately. Everything is light and not overly seasoned, so a little would do her no harm. After bathing, feeling slightly hungry, she paired peanuts with half a steamed bun, followed by a piece of pastry and a slice of mung bean cake, nearly satiating her hunger. Which outfit shall the mistress wear today? Ziyue displayed a selection of garments. The winter attire was not yet ready, leaving only a few newly made autumn pieces. The jasmine-colored one will do, a gentle green, refreshing. Ziyue too believes that the mistress looks lovely in lighter hues. Xia Ruqing chose an emerald hairpin and a jade hairpiece, both adorned with a silver pin, the latter featuring a magpie carved from white jade. Its eyes, crafted from black onyx, sparkled vividly, as though it were singing upon a branch. This set of hair ornaments consisted of 6 pieces, all depicting charming little animals, which Xia Ruqing found delightful. Though these trinkets may lack monetary value, their unique and endearing designs made them precious to her. The white jade was exquisite, and the silver pins were intricately engraved, embodying sheer elegance. Chapter 23. In the kitchen, how could a mere servant wear such an exquisite hairpin? It is far more befitting for the master. Ziyue chuckled. You are quite the flatterer. Xia Ruqing teased her. Having spent merely 2 months together, the bond between the master and servant had already deepened, filled with laughter and camaraderie. When the royal carriage arrived, a lady-in-waiting could not accompany the noble during her evening audience. Thus, Ziyue could only escort her to the carriage. Upon arriving at Zhaochen Palace, they found themselves in the same chamber where the emperor dined in the evenings. A junior attendant served her a cup of tea and smiled. How long do you think it will be? Xia Ruqing accepted the tea and inquired with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Stay here, Xiaoshuzi. I shall head to the small kitchen to prepare a few dishes for the emperor. Zhaochen Palace was equipped with its own small kitchen, initially intended only for late-night snacks and desserts. However, Zhao Jiao found it exceedingly convenient, opting to serve all 3 meals from there. Now, the imperial kitchen was solely responsible for the meals of the palace ladies. Xiaoshuzi, puzzled, scratched his head and mused. Unlike other noble ladies who delight in applying makeup and powder, why does Lady Xia not care for such frivolities and instead choose to cook for the emperor? Surely she is not worried about smelling of oil and smoke? In truth, Xia Ruqing had not given it much thought. The mere idea of food consumed her attention, perhaps a natural instinct of a true gourmand. Upon entering the small kitchen, she found all the ingredients readily available, and with the assistance of 2 imperial chefs, she hardly needed to lift a finger. Xia Ruqing contemplated her orders: a beef stew with tomatoes, a chicken dish with mushrooms, a sour bamboo shoot and shrimp soup, and 2 stir-fried vegetables, all to be light and delicate. After assigning her tasks, the chefs busily set to work. Xia Ruqing wrapped her hair in a cloth, rolled up her sleeves, and joined the fray. With swift and precise movements, she diced a large piece of beef into small cubes, prepared mushrooms and carrots, and arranged an assortment of nuts and spices for later use. Her actions flowed seamlessly, a sight to behold. The young eunuch tending to the fire stood agape, marveling inwardly. Other noble ladies claimed to cook but merely issue commands and depart, yet this one truly cooks with her own hands. Her skill rivals that of a half-trained chef. The imperial chefs, witnessing her expertise, nodded in approval, thinking, at last, we have a lady who does not meddle unnecessarily. Previously, some noble ladies feigned knowledge of cooking while lacking any skill, directing chaos instead of culinary creations. With this realization, the chefs found Xia Ruqing exceedingly agreeable. What are you preparing? Fried mushroom and beef cubes. They are particularly fragrant when served over rice. Xia Ruqing replied, her hands never ceasing in motion. As she spoke, the oil in the pan heated up, and various spices were briefly fried before being set aside. The beef and mushrooms were then fried until golden, followed by the nuts, which were fried to 80 doneness. Finally, the beef and mushrooms were added, along with the seasonings and carrots, before being plated. The chefs observed the golden beef and mushroom cubes, giving her a thumbs up. Lady, your culinary skills are commendable. You flatter me. Xia Ruqing replied modestly with a smile. It has been a while since I last cooked, so I am a bit out of practice, but overall, it is satisfactory. What is it that you are? He asked. Curiosity piqued. Her attire was quite peculiar, with cotton wrapped around her hair and sleeves rolled up. I have seen the emperor, she exclaimed. Please rise. He strode confidently into the room. Xia Ruqing followed Zhao Zhunyao, taking small steps as she entered. After assisting him with his outer robe and pouring tea, she timidly remarked, "I have prepared a few simple dishes for your majesty. Please do indulge." Zhao Zhunyao took a few sips of tea without lifting his gaze, responding coolly, "Is it you who wishes to indulge?" Xia Ruqing felt a rush of embarrassment, her mind racing. "Please don't be so transparent. It's rather awkward." "There is nothing to be embarrassed about. I am more than capable of providing for you." Zhao Zhunyao continued to peruse his book, still not looking up. Xia Ruqing felt increasingly flustered. Her cheeks flushed as she buried her head, pondering whether he possessed the ability to read minds. Why did it feel as though she was laid bare before him, unable to conceal even the slightest thought? With such trivial thoughts, do you really think I am unaware? Zhao Zhunyao chuckled softly upon observing her reaction. "Your Majesty, how is it that you know everything?" Xia Ruqing pouted, muttering under her breath, not wishing to prolong the jest. He stifled his laughter and ordered the meal to be served. "I shall indeed sample your culinary skills." "Yes." Xia Ruqing brightened at this, recalling the adage that to capture a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. The emperor's royal meals were often lacking. This was a splendid opportunity. She aimed for delicacy, lightness, and subtle flavor. This she was confident in. After all, in terms of virtues and skills, her culinary prowess was commendable. This was a classic case of using one's strengths to exploit another's weaknesses. The dinner was promptly presented, featuring the dishes Xia Ruqing had requested. Though lacking in grandeur, they were sufficiently exquisite and appetizing. "Your Majesty, this is the tomato braised beef. Would you care to try?" she offered as she served him. Zhao Zhunyao, unfamiliar with such a dish, accepted the bowl with a puzzled expression. The method of preparation was rather unconventional. He pondered as he lifted the jade soup spoon to taste it. "How is it?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhao Zhunyao remained silent, taking another sip, this time a hearty mouthful. Xia Ruqing's expression was one of bewilderment. He continued in silence, finishing the bowl. "Not bad. The soup is quite delightful," he praised repeatedly. Xia Ruqing finally exhaled in relief and added, "Your Majesty, this is the old rice I had them simmer on low heat, complete with a crispy golden crust. It's utterly fragrant." As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with eagerness. "Please, sit down and dine with me." With her endearing, eager demeanor, Zhao Zhunyao felt a pang of guilt, as if he were imposing on a young girl. "Yes." Xia Ruqing grinned widely, her joy evident. After an hour of preparation, how could she possibly endure working without tasting her creations? Li Shengyan maintained an impassive expression. He had grown accustomed to such antics. What outrageous behavior could this master possibly exhibit? If the emperor turned a blind eye, what business was it of his? He saw nothing, indeed. Xia Ruqing savored a bowl of sour bamboo shoots and shrimp soup while serving herself a bowl of old rice. "Your Majesty, these beef morsels are sawed with shiitake mushrooms. They pair perfectly with the rice." Chapter 24. Overindulgence and sleeplessness. As she spoke, Xia Ruqing scooped a spoonful of fragrant, golden fried mushroom and beef morsels, mixing them with rice. "Would you care to try?" she asked confidently, convinced that the aroma would be irresistible to anyone, even the emperor. Zhao Zhunyao expression grew more peculiar. This was the first time he had encountered such a way of eating, yet he graciously took a bite. He savored it slowly. Xia Ruqing admired his poise, such exquisite cuisine, and he remained so refined, truly a gentleman. However, she soon found herself dumbfounded. "Your Majesty, that is your third bowl." Reluctantly, Zhao Zhunyao set down his bowl, suddenly contemplating that this manner of dining was not so bad after all. At least it was more pleasing than watching women who delicately took only a few bites. That night, the emperor overindulged. When one eats too much, sleep eludes them. And when sleep is elusive, one seeks distraction. Xia Ruqing deeply comprehended the meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. At the third watch of the night, "Your Majesty, I truly cannot." She whimpered, her voice tinged with desperation, while inwardly cursing, "Is this fellow even human?" By the fourth watch, she uttered, "Your Majesty, I cannot." But before she could finish, she succumbed to slumber. Zhao Zhunyao felt a twinge of guilt. Had he been a bit too forceful? If Xia Ruqing had heard him, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes in disbelief. A bit too much? It was exceedingly heavy, indeed. Cradling her delicate, boneless form in his embrace, he instinctively adjusted the blanket, enveloping them both snugly, preparing himself for sleep. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. When had he developed the habit of sleeping with a woman in his arms? Upon reflection, he realized it had never been the case before. He sighed in relief, shifting a little distance between them before drifting into a light slumber. Xia Ruqing was restless in her sleep, nuzzling against his arm and occasionally giggling in her dreams. Zhao Junyao instinctively frowned, but found he did not mind it so much. Remembering the night when Consort Shi had lain rigid and sleepless, he deemed this behavior far more endearing. The following morning, Xia Ruqing, pale-faced, went to pay her respects to the Empress. The Empress, with her usual indifference, rewarded her with a few trifles. Consort Shi, too weary to spare her a glance, dismissed her as merely a sickly wretch, unworthy of concern. However, Consort Yun shot her several disapproving looks, making her feel uneasy. After performing her curtsy and sitting at the back, she felt a blend of exhaustion, thirst, hunger, and fatigue, her face growing increasingly pallid, her entire being in a daze. The Empress engaged in lively conversation with Consort Ning, laughing and chatting, never once glancing her way. Alas, the Empress seemed to be doing it on purpose. Finishing her discussion with Consort Ning before moving on to Consort Hui, her spirits high. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as Xia Ruqing felt herself teetering on the brink of faintness, Ziyue softly reminded her, "Your Highness, it is time to kneel and pay your respects." Xia Ruqing was momentarily jolted awake, rising a beat late to join the others in kneeling. After the Empress concluded her remarks, she took the hand of Yulan, departing with satisfaction. On the Empress's side, Yulan brought over a tonic. "Your Highness, please drink it while it's warm." The Empress furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment before pinching her nose and gulping it down. Her brow was furrowed in distress. Yulan quickly brought her a cup of tea to rinse her mouth, followed by a plate of candied fruits. After the Empress consumed one, she felt somewhat relieved. Yet, after such a prolonged course of medicine, there seemed to be no improvement. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. "Your Highness, you are still young, and the Emperor will come. There is no need to rush." Yulan encouraged with a smile. "Mainly, there is no use in being anxious. Ning Fei and Hui Pin are indeed fortunate." A tinge of bitterness arose in the Empress's heart. The Emperor's offspring were too few, and the princesses were precious, had she even one son or daughter. She would not have to endure the constant suppression from Consort Shi. After all, a princess is merely that. In the future, the dowry would be trivial. Just shower them with affection. The Emperor is aware. The Emperor despises rivalry and jealousy among the harem and cannot tolerate the consorts scheming over children. Thus, all she could do was be magnanimous. With this thought, her smile held a hint of bitterness. "They even call me mother. How could I not care for them? One was 3 years old, and the other was just one, both delightful little ones at the most endearing age." Ning Fei was taciturn, and Hui Pin led a secluded life, both being easy to manage. The Empress picked up another candied fruit. Observing, Yulan thought that Consort Xia was indeed fortunate. It had been over half a month, and the Emperor still remembered her. The Empress frowned slightly, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. What does it matter if she is fortunate? Just look at her frail body. Her face is alarmingly pale, and she appears incapable of bearing children. I shall not concern myself with it. After all, she is merely a consort. No matter how favored she becomes, it changes nothing. I cannot let others mock me. Whoever is favored must be courted. Your Highness is wise." Among the several ladies in the harem, the Empress and Consort Shi were well established, one being the primary consort, the other enjoying enduring favor. Following them were Ning Fei and Yun Fei. Ning Fei was a reticent one, her temperament unappealing, yet she had given birth to the Grand Princess, and the Emperor visited her from time to time. Yun Fei, lively and beautiful, garnered continuous affection, leading a rather pleasant life. Next were Hui Pin and Zheng Pin. Upon reflection, it seemed that Zheng Pin had the most difficult days among the esteemed ladies. There appeared to be no glimmer of hope in her life. What good is Consort Xia, sickly and as thin as a sheet of paper? Yet the Emperor favors her. Zheng Pin said, somewhat indignant. The head maid, Hong Yun, stood by, not daring to interject. The days were tough for her. Her heart was heavy. And with the onset of winter, it had been over half a month without the delivery of charcoal. She had urged the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who claimed it was on the way, yet still, no sign had appeared. These blind, incompetent servants dared to treat me with such disdain. Zhang Pin fumed. Your Highness, have a cup of tea to calm your spirits. Hong Yun hurriedly offered tea. Zhang Pin suppressed her irritation and forced a bitter smile. When it comes to the former residents of the Eastern Palace, I am the one who struggles the most. Ning Fei and Hui Pin both have daughters. The Emperor thinks of them, and even the princesses are on his mind. Consort Shi and Yun Fei are both favored. And what of me? I am neither favored nor do I have children. At present, I am even less than a mere consort. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. At least Consort Xia still enjoys favor. What do I have? Your Highness, perhaps we should frequent the Empress's quarters more? Hong Yun suggested tentatively. The Queen presides over the 6 palaces. If one draws closer, life will surely not be too arduous. In the forefront resides Consort Shi, and beside her is consort Yun. You urge me to befriend the queen? Although consort Zheng may lack in wisdom, she is by no means foolish. To stir up trouble beneath the watchful gaze of consort Shi is akin to courting one's own demise. Chapter 25. Disfavor. Zhang Pin found herself in an awkward position. Unable to curry favor with the empress while being looked down upon by consort Shi. Despite her high rank, life was rather challenging for her. This led to a sense of resentment towards Xia Ruqing. Why does she enjoy such fortune when none of us do? In the palace. The bloom of flowers does not last 100 days. It is best not to overthink, as Hong Yun advised, setting the meal. The night is cold. It would be wise for you to dine early and rest. This remark darkened Zhang Pin's expression further. The Zifyagong Palace had already begun using charcoal, yet here there was no sign of warmth. I shall urge them again tomorrow, Your Highness. Please eat first, Hong Yun urged. Despite her master's discontent, as a servant, she felt powerless to offer comfort. Such was the nature of the palace. In truth, Xia Guiran was not as favored as one might believe. Thus, Zhang Pin's unease was somewhat unfounded. After all, life must go on, so why worry? This winter arrived early, with 2 snowfalls by early November, and the skies remained overcast for more than half a month. As the year drew to a close, national affairs kept Zhao Juyao preoccupied, leaving little thought for the harem. In essence, both overt and covert affections were lacking. Ziyu felt a twinge of anxiety, yet Xia Ruqing appeared unaffected, engrossed in her books, writing, and feasting, seemingly indifferent to the world around her. One day, Ziyu could no longer contain her concern. Your Highness, are you not worried? Xia Ruqing looked puzzled. Worried about what? Well, with Lady Hu's confinement lifted, should you not be concerned that she may surpass us? The term disfavor was something Ziyu wished to avoid uttering. Oh. Xia Ruqing set down her brush, contemplating. We are all on equal footing. What is there to fear? Ziyu grew more anxious. But enough with the buts. Xia Ruqing exclaimed, bemused. I know what you wish to express. You fear for my fall from grace? Ziyu lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. I am but a mere consort, yet you speak of us being the most favored in the 6 palaces. Being less favored can be advantageous. The tallest trees catch the most wind. Indeed, a small boat that bears too much is more prone to capsizing. I am merely impatient, Ziyu conceded after some thought. Nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us speak no more of this. For lunch, I crave stir-fried pork with Whittier mushrooms. The sweet osmanthus stuffed lotus root from last time was delightful. Let us have that once more. Xia Ruqing commanded with joy. Why dwell on troubles when we can enjoy good days ahead? Life stretches far before us, does it not? Xia Ruqing had just steeled herself for the prospect of disfavor when, unexpectedly, a young attendant arrived that evening. The Emperor requests your presence, esteemed consort. The warm sedan chair awaits outside. At this hour, it is already late. Xia Ruqing murmured, still groggy, as Ziyu roused her. The servant is unaware. But it appears the Emperor has indulged in drink tonight. You must prepare quickly. Indulged in drink? Xia Ruqing, not daring to delay, donned her attire and descended into the warm sedan chair. The palace gates had long since been locked, ensuring no one would witness her passage. And the sedan chair made its way smoothly through the corridors, finally entering the Zhaochun Palace. Zhao Juyao was engrossed in a game of chess, his complexion slightly flushed, a faint aroma of alcohol lingering around him. As Xia Ruqing entered, she knelt and greeted. I have seen His Majesty. Come here, he commanded, discarding a chess piece and beckoning her with his hand. Do you know how to play chess? Zhao Juanyao's gaze was somewhat dazed. Xia Ruqing, sitting beside him, quickly glanced at the board upon hearing the question. Go? The squares are so small, and the pieces, black and white, are piled densely. It makes one dizzy. I do not know how to play, she replied decisively. Zhao Juyao responded, no matter, then we shall not play chess. Let us engage in something more entertaining. Outside, the wind howled while the warmth of the heated floor enveloped them, a delightful spring atmosphere permeating the air. Zhao Juyu was not inclined to indulge in idle chatter, preferring to get straight to business. After an extended period, Xia Ruqing found herself utterly exhausted. Yet, Zhao Juyao remained invigorated. Nestled in his embrace, she pondered and asked, Your Majesty, have you encountered some joyful news? Indeed, this heavy snowfall has arrived just in time. There is a high probability that next year will yield an abundant harvest. The northern regions have suffered drought for years, and this year they have finally received auspicious snow, which brings me great joy. Oh, congratulations, Your Majesty. Xia Ruqing responded with a charming demeanor. In her heart, she held a singular belief, to cling tightly to this formidable figure, ensuring her own safety and relishing a delightful life. Zhao Juyao felt immense satisfaction both physically and mentally. He affectionately patted her, Hmm. Xia Ruqing obediently closed her eyes. As an emperor, Zhao Junyao had adhered strictly to rules since childhood, and even more so in adulthood. Now, with the sudden appearance of a playful kitten, he found it both refreshing and exhilarating. To borrow Xia Ruqing's words, men are inherently this way. Women, when formally undressed, waiting in bed, might not even catch his eye. Conversely, they seem to prefer this clandestine approach. One word, shameless. Zhao Junyao had ample justification for this view. He secretly contemplated the little enchantress. Being of low status and overly favored might attract envy. Thus, it was better to keep things discreet, ensuring mutual happiness. The following day, during the morning audience, Xia Ruqing's complexion was far from rosy. After being stirred for most of the night, it was a wonder she looked as she did. The empress, as usual, led the conversation. Noticing Xia Ruqing's pallor, Jinping inquired, "Sister Xia, why do you look so unwell? Are you ill again?" Her words drew everyone's attention. Indeed, if Sister Xia were unwell, she should summon the royal physician. Hu Gairen's eyes gleamed with a hint of schadenfreude. Having been confined herself, how could she suppress her glee? Although Xia Ruqing felt a headache coming on, she mustered her spirits. "Thank you, my two sisters, for your concern. It was merely the strong wind last night that disrupted my sleep. There is no need to trouble the physician. Your complexion is truly concerning. It would be wise to summon the physician for a checkup," the empress said with a smile. "If you are not ill, it is still prudent to have a peace pulse taken. The weather is growing colder. Everyone should be cautious to avoid falling ill. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern." The crowd rose in unison to express their gratitude. Only the favored consort sure appeared reluctant. The queen, perpetually adopting the demeanor of a matriarch, was the very sight that irked her the most. On the return journey, Lady Hu sought to provoke once more. "Sister, you are indeed delicate and precious. No wonder the emperor dotes on you. Unlike myself, alas." Lady Hu's thoughts turned to the matter of rouge, stirring her discontent. She then turned her head. Speaking with feigned nonchalance, "Indeed, the emperor favors me. This rouge from the kingdom of Goryeo is truly deserving of its reputation." Chapter 26. Merlin brewed tea. She smeared it on her face, exclaiming how it nourished her skin, while gently caressing her cheeks. "You." Lady Hu glared furiously. "That wretched Xia is doing this on purpose." Suddenly, her ire transformed into delight. "I wonder if the emperor still favors you. I have no need for hearsay. I am doing splendidly well, so Lady Hu needn't concern herself with my affairs." Though her heart longed to tear into her opponent, she maintained a facade of sisterly affection, a rather nauseating display. "You dare to defy me?" Lady Hu seethed with rage. "Why should I not? We are all nobles here, on equal footing. I had a restless night and must catch up on my sleep. I shall take my leave now." With that, Xia Ruqing departed with Ziyue in tow. Lady Hu was left fuming, her indignation palpable. "You," she shouted at Xia Ruqing's retreating figure. But her words fell flat. Finally, she could only utter a curse, "You wait for me," before storming away with her maidservants. In early December, the snow fell several more times. The imperial garden appeared desolate and withered, save for a grove of red plums, which bloomed defiantly against the snow, their vibrant hue reminiscent of rosy clouds. Upon hearing of the plum blossoms, Xia Ruqing felt a surge of joy. "Ziyue, bring the tea kettle. Let us venture to the plum grove to admire the snow and flowers. Oh, and don't forget the ink and brush. I wish to compose a poem. After practicing my calligraphy for so long, it's time to show off a little." Imagining a scene where a beautiful maiden, with delicate hands, brews tea and pens poetry amidst the red plum trees, Xia Ruqing began to indulge in her daydreams. Alas, the heavens had bestowed upon her a lovely visage, compelling her to play the role of a serene beauty. Ziyue's lips twitched slightly. "My lady, your handwriting. It might detract from the scenery, you know?" With a swift glance from Xia Ruqing, Ziyue promptly set aside her tasks. "I shall arrange it at once," she declared, darting off like a rabbit. To admire the red plums, one ought to wear white. Xia Ruqing donned a cream-colored palace outfit with subtle embroidery, complemented by a simple white cloak trimmed with a circle of goose down. As the wind blew, the down gently caressed her cheeks, lending her an ethereal charm that was not devoid of sweetness. "What shall I wear on my feet?" she pondered, for ordinary shoes would become soaked after a few steps, leaving Ziyue in a quandary. Would wooden clogs suffice? What do others wear? The noble ladies all have sheepskin or deerskin boots, while we only possess cloth boots. They too are prone to dampness. Oh, Xia Ruqing contemplated. Cloth boots are slippery. Perhaps wooden clogs would be better. They won't get wet and are non-slip, though they may not be warm. Still, that is preferable to falling. Find me a pair of thick shoes. I shall wear wooden clogs. Xia Ruqing decisively concluded. Sighing, Ziyue nodded and set off. Once everything was in order, Xia Ruqing, along with Ziyue and Xiaoxi, stepped outside. They beheld the pavilion surrounded by silk curtains. And Ziyue hesitated. Could there be someone inside? Why is the pavilion enclosed? Furrowing her brows, Ziyue observed. Xia Ruqing noticed as well. Upon entering, they found charcoal basins placed around, warming the pavilion. It seemed someone had arrived before them. Perhaps another lady is joining us? Xiaoxi inquired. At times, the master departs, leaving the place in disarray. With a prompt, she instructed, let us set the items aside for now. Let us first admire the plum blossoms. Indeed, exclaimed Ziyue with enthusiasm. Xiaoxi, did you not bring your scissors? Let us first gather a few plum blossoms for our vase. Ah, Xiaoxi replied joyfully. Not only did he bring scissors, but he also carried a vase. Otherwise, it would be quite unsightly to pluck the blossoms by hand. The three companions set off in high spirits. The plum grove in the imperial garden was tended by dedicated eunuchs who pruned and nurtured the trees with great care, resulting in an abundant bloom. In the deep snow, clusters and individual branches flourished vibrantly, each blossom adorned with a delicate layer of snow, creating a stunning spectacle. Here, the snow required no sweeping, serving primarily as a backdrop for the enjoyment of the masters. The red plums bloomed beautifully. Xia Ruqing, clad in wooden clogs, stepped rhythmically upon the thick snow. Ziyue supported her, while Xiaoxi followed closely, cradling the vase. They strolled for an entire hour before filling the vase to the brim. It was a challenging task, as each branch was perfectly formed. Holding the vase, Xia Ruqing was captivated by the sight. In modern times, she had encountered plum blossoms in parks. But as soon as they bloomed, throngs of people would gather, jostling for space to capture the moment on their phones. The essence was entirely lost. What could compare to this magnificent scene of white snow and red plums, juxtaposed against red walls and azure tiles? Looking down, the sight of scattered red blossoms amidst the snow was simply breathtaking. Xia Ruqing realized she had developed an affliction. Upon witnessing beauty, her eyes would wander uncontrollably. After indulging for over an hour, she still yearned for more. Master, did you not wish to compose poetry? Ziyue inquired with a smile. Xia Ruqing slapped her forehead in realization. Oh dear, I had completely forgotten about my vow to be a serene lady. I must not forget. Sighing, Xia Ruqing cradled the vase brimming with plum blossoms and made her way to the hexagonal plum pavilion. Inside, it remained empty, save for the curtains gently swaying in the breeze. If there were any changes, it was that the brazier had warmed the pavilion considerably. Ziyue glanced around, noting the absence of others, and murmured, which master could this be? Perhaps they are not coming. It is possible. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. Xia Ruqing pondered. Why don't we enter first? If someone arrives, we shall step aside. That sounds well. With that, the three entered the pavilion. Indeed, it was warm. Xia Ruqing warmed her reddened hands by the charcoal brazier. Xiaoxi prepared the ink and laid out the plum vase on the stone table. Ziyue spread a cotton mat on the stone bench and took out a small tea stove from the basket. Once everything was arranged, they had all they needed. Come, warm your hands as well. Xia Ruqing invited them. If only we had some wine, she mused. It was hard not to encourage her, after all. Her master was quite spontaneous. Xia Ruqing shrugged. I merely jest. As the water boiled and the rice paper was laid out, Xia Ruqing savored a bowl of hot tea and began to compose poetry. As the purple moon grinded the ink, Xiaoxi sat beside, gazing at his master with an expression of adoration. Although I am uncertain when my master will compose poetry, I am certain it will be remarkable. Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment, retrieving several verses of plum blossom poetry she had memorized in her previous life. Grasping the brush, she emulated Xiao Junyao, fully saturating it with rich ink. Just as she was about to set it to paper, a sudden furious shout erupted from outside. Chapter 27. The Provocation of Lady Yun boldly. Which palace do you hail from? How dare you seize Lady Yun's pavilion? This is utterly unacceptable. A harsh voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, pierced the air. Xia Ruqing was startled, her brush trembling, causing ink to splatter onto the pristine paper, ruining it in an instant. Ziyue felt a surge of anger. After all, he was merely a eunuch. No matter how powerful he had become, he should not act so recklessly before his superiors. Xiaoxi attempted to rise and reprimand him, but Xia Ruqing swiftly restrained him, setting down her brush and stepping out of the pavilion. Indeed, Lady Yun was standing not far away. Xia Ruqing approached slowly, adhering to the customs, and bowed respectfully. This servant greets Lady Yun. Lady Yun was extraordinarily beautiful. With a slender figure akin to a delicate willow, bright eyes and pearly teeth, her gaze enchanting and captivating. She donned a pink palace gown, her feet adorned with white sheepskin boots, and draped in a cloak of white fox fur, which accentuated her snow-like complexion, adding an air of preciousness to her presence. Xia Ruqing could not help but exclaim inwardly, Zhao Juanya's woman is indeed stunning. Oh, it is Lady Xia. A hint of amusement graced Lady Yun's lips. Her voice soft and melodious, albeit lacking warmth. My lady, I arrived early and found the pavilion empty. After waiting for a while without a soul in sight, I took the liberty to. Xia Ruqing hurried to explain, feeling a twinge of guilt, for after all, she had arrived second. Humph. Lady Yun did not urge her to rise, but instead strode directly into the pavilion. Xia Ruqing's heart sank, even if she were to be punished. One ought to stand tall. Squatting like this made her legs ache. My lady, I meant no offense. I shall have someone tidy up and return the pavilion to you at once. Xia Ruqing felt a pang of anxiety. It was freezing outside, and she did not wish to be punished by standing in the cold. Just a noblewoman, how dare she confront her? Yet here she was, trembling in fear. Humph. Alas. We are all sisters here. Since we have come to admire the plum blossoms, if Lady Xia does not mind, why not enjoy them together? Her tone was casual. And with that, she entered the pavilion. Xia Ruqing clenched her fists, compelled to follow suit. Lady Yun surveyed the surroundings. Her gaze landing on the stone table cluttered with Xia Ruqing's belongings, her expression filled with disdain. Kaidai. The palace maid promptly stepped forward, her hands deftly gathering all the items. The tea kettle, rice paper, brushes, and ink were about to be piled together. Xiao Shizi hurriedly approached, smiling. Sister, these items belong to our noble lady. It would be a pity to discard them. Why not grant them to us? In the spirit of not striking someone who smiles, Kaidai offered a few sarcastic remarks but ultimately returned the items. Soon, only the vase filled with plum blossoms remained on the table. Just as Kaidai was about to discard it, Lady Yun suddenly interjected. These plum blossoms are lovely. Let us keep them. Yes. Once everything was tidied up, the palace maids withdrew to the side. Lady Yun seated herself and gazed leisurely at the vase, saying, This red plum blossoms beautifully. Xia Ruqing remained silent, unsure of Lady Yun's intentions, deeming it wiser to refrain from engaging further. The pruning of these plum blossoms is commendable. The florists have done well. Lady Yun continued. As she spoke, she extended her delicate fingers, plucking the finest blossoms of plum from their stems and bringing them to her nose for a gentle sniff. Is this the vase you arranged? She suddenly inquired. I am but a foolish servant, and I must beg your pardon, my lady, replied Xia Ruqing, lowering her gaze. Though unsure of her intentions, she harbored a lingering suspicion that the concubine Yun harbored ill will. Concubine Yun scrutinized Xia Ruqing from head to toe before breaking into a sudden smile. You, esteemed one, truly know how to adorn yourself. This attire is remarkably fitting and accentuates your beauty splendidly. To admire the plum blossoms, one must wear colors that complement, and this pure white is indeed the most suitable. Xia Ruqing hurriedly replied, I am but a humble servant, lacking in grace, and cannot compare to your heavenly beauty. In truth, her words bore a semblance of honesty. Although her features were striking, years of mistreatment by her stepmother had rendered her frail, and her complexion was often unappealing. Without a vibrant hue, even the most exquisite features could not radiate beauty. Thus, Xia Ruqing's appearance could only be deemed above average. Concubine Yun smiled coolly, choosing not to respond, and abruptly beckoned her. Come here. Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of discomfort. Her tone was reminiscent of summoning a mere pet. Silently grumbling, she reluctantly stepped forward. Concubine Yun rose and adorned Xia Ruqing's hair with several blossoms of plum. The pure white gown paired with the crimson blooms was indeed a match made in heaven. How delightful! Concubine Yun exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she shook her head. What a pity! The delicate beauty of Xia Guiran is overshadowed by these red blossoms. I believe it is best not to wear them. With that, she removed the blossoms and carelessly tossed them aside, as if dismissing their worth. Xia Ruqing felt a surge of anger. This was a blatant insult to her appearance. How could one demean another so openly, especially with so many palace attendants witnessing? How would she show her face in the future? Yet, she could not confront Concubine Yun directly. After a moment of contemplation, she managed a smile. You speak truly. My lady, if my appearance is lacking, why waste such exquisite plum blossoms? This remark seemed laden with self-deprecation at first, but upon closer examination, its meaning was far more intricate. Who, indeed, was the one truly wasting the red blossoms. The understanding was mutual among all present. Concubine Yun, not one to be easily outwitted, quickly grasped the implication, and her expression darkened. Who are you saying is wasting the plum blossoms? I was speaking of myself, Xia Ruqing replied, her tone laced with a hint of mockery and pride. These blossoms are so splendid. How could they end up adorning my hair? What a waste. The confrontation escalated. You have quite the audacity. You dare. Concubine Yun stammered, pointing an accusatory finger at Xia Ruqing, her rage rendering her momentarily speechless. Finally, in a fit of fury, she swept her sleeve, sending the vase crashing to the ground, scattering the beautiful plum blossoms and shards across the floor in disarray. Have you learned nothing of decorum? Xia Ruqing watched in dismay as the vase she had so carefully arranged was utterly destroyed. Her heart bleeds profusely. The overturned vase is trivial. Yet what fault lies with those flowers, that they should be so mistreated? At this moment, she spoke with neither servility nor arrogance. The protocols of a maidservant are imparted by Her Majesty the Empress, so there is no need for Consort Yun to concern herself. Does she truly believe herself to be of such importance? She has yet to contend for the rank of a favored concubine and already covets the Empress's position. How ludicrous. Since her entry into the palace, Consort Yun has shared the same breath as Consort Shi. She is beautiful, spirited, holds a high rank, and enjoys a measure of favor. Within the palace, few dare to cross her. Yet now, you have also somewhat diminished in your stature. Chapter 28. The grievance of Consort Yun, seething with anger, stormed off. Ziyue expressed her concerns. My lady, have we truly angered Consort Yun? What if? I have never provoked her. Xia Ruqing pouted, feeling quite aggrieved herself. What wrong had she committed? A beautiful vase of flowers had been shattered. Do not speak of retreating for a broader horizon. Such nonsense. In the palace, a step back is akin to a precipice. Others have already mounted their thrones. Yet you suggest retreat. How long must we endure this? Though her words held weight, ultimately, they were indeed at a disadvantage. Even if Consort Yun could not retaliate immediately, she would not let the matter rest easily. However, Xia Ruqing was not overly concerned. The emperor was not foolish, and the management of the inner palace fell under the queen's purview. There was no reason for a mere consort to wield unchecked power. After a moment's contemplation, she waved her hand dismissively. Enough. No more pondering. Overthinking serves no purpose. At most, we might face some minor inconveniences. It cannot be that severe. I wish to savor mutton soup at noon, having already accumulated enough vexation to warm my stomach. Ziyue and Xiaoxi exchanged glances, noting the remarkable ability of their lady to eat even under such circumstances. With no further advice to offer, they returned to their respective duties. When lunch was served, it included scallion pancakes, mutton soup, steamed base, charcoal-grilled pig trotters, and 2 vegetable dishes, an appropriate balance of meat and greens. However, Xia Ruqing, who reveled in meat, showed indifference toward the vegetables, justifying, I am far too slender. I must gain some weight to appear more attractive. To gain weight, one must indulge in meat. And Ziyue wholeheartedly concurred, acknowledging that being too thin was indeed unattractive. But my lady, Ziyue interjected, do consume some greens. Excessive meat may lead to discomfort. In truth, Xia Ruqing understood the merit of a balanced diet, recognizing the importance of vitamins. Thus, albeit reluctantly, she indulged in a few vegetables. As afternoon descended, the sky darkened once more, signaling a potential snowfall for the evening, remarked Ziyue. In such weather, the best course of action is to sleep. Xia Ruqing stretched lazily. Having dined well, drowsiness soon enveloped her. She instructed Ziyue to prepare the bed and nestled under the covers for a nap, free from worries about rent, dismissal from work, or tardiness. This life was simply exquisite. Meanwhile, within the palace, shattered teacups and saucers lay strewn about. Since my arrival in the palace, I have never endured such humiliation, Consort Yun exclaimed, fuming. My lady, a mere low-ranking consort. Why such fury? Kaidai hastily implored. A lowly consort, who disregards even myself and the noble consort. Is there no law in this land? Kaidai, feeling helpless, thought to herself, yet she has done no wrong. You were the one who first insulted her. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. For the moment, she could only advise, my lady, look at Consort Xia. She appears so frail that one gust of wind might blow her away. As the new year approaches, it would be prudent for us to steer clear of any ill fortune. That is simply unacceptable. She cannot endure the humiliation of being silent any longer. If she does not deal with that wretched Xia, how can she establish her authority before the servants in the future? However, My lady, what can we truly do? Kaidai expressed her concerns, urging the lady not to act rashly. Is not the lesson learned from the concubine Gue sufficient? Yunzi was momentarily at a loss. Punishing a palace concubine is a privilege reserved for the empress, and surely the empress would not advocate for our cause. Suddenly, Yunzi had a thought and hastily instructed Kaidai to summon the imperial kitchen to prepare a bowl of ginseng chicken soup. Ginseng chicken soup? What does the lady intend to do with that? Hurry, go. Yes. Kaidai, not daring to ask further questions, complied and left. Zhao Junyao had just finished his lunch and was preparing to review documents when he heard a commotion outside. It was Yunzi. She had changed into a stunning powder blue embroidered palace gown, adorned with 2 exquisite cloys and hairpins and a pair of ice blue cat's eye stone earrings. Her makeup was meticulously redone, appearing exceptionally refined. At this moment, she stood outside the study with her maid. The weather is cold, and I personally prepared a bowl of ginseng soup for His Majesty. Please, inform him through Masterly. Li Xingyan stood at the door, bent slightly, looking quite troubled. Your Highness, the Emperor is currently reviewing documents. Perhaps you might allow me to take the soup for you? I shall certainly convey your intentions. Yunzi felt a flicker of annoyance, but, recognizing the decorum of the study, restrained herself, responding with patience. This chicken soup was brewed by my own hands. It contains nourishing herbs that are most beneficial for the body. I must deliver it to His Majesty personally. Once she sees the Emperor, a few tears, a little fuss, and some playful charm would surely win his favor. How dare a mere concubine defy her? She would ensure that the girl understands the gravity of the situation and learns her lesson well. Li Xingyan was even more troubled. Outwardly respectful while inwardly holding some disdain. What is a proper lady doing here? The study is no place for women. Even the Empress would not dare enter without summons. Surely, Yunzi was being rather presumptuous. Masterly, I implore you to announce my presence. Yunzi's impatience was growing. The eunuchs in the Emperor's presence are still eunuchs. Just as Li Xingyan was at a loss for how to dissuade her, Zhao Juanyao's voice rang out from within. Let her in. Yunzi shot a triumphant glance at Li Xingyan and entered with her maid. I pay my respects to your majesty. Yunzi curtsied delicately. Rise. Zhao Juanyao's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion, his eyes fixed on the documents in hand. Your majesty, I have prepared a bowl of ginseng chicken soup for you. With the chill in the air, it is time for you to nourish your health. As she spoke, Yunzi eagerly gestured for Kaidai to bring forth the food box. From within, she presented an exquisite white porcelain bowl, placing it before Zhao Junyao. Your Majesty, this is a concoction I personally brewed. Would you care to try it? Zhao Juanyao's lips curled slightly as he lifted his gaze. Oh, when did my beloved consort take to the kitchen? It is still fresh in my memory how she nearly set the small kitchen of Zhaochen Palace ablaze. Yunfei felt a tinge of embarrassment and replied bashfully, naturally. It was the master chef from the imperial kitchen who taught me. If my cooking is lacking, you must not mock me. Most women in the palace hailed from noble families, their hands untouched by the toil of domestic chores. How could they possibly know how to cook? Thus, they relied on the imperial kitchen. However, admitting this would sound unbecoming. Hence, they reached a consensus, as long as it was a request made by themselves. It would be considered as having been prepared by their own hands. They could weave their little lies with unflinching faces and steady hearts. My beloved consort, you have worked hard. To serve His Majesty, I feel truly fortunate. Yunfei gazed at him with profound affection. Zhao Junyao couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. It must be said, Yunfei was indeed strikingly beautiful. As the emperor, he was also a man. Burdened with state affairs, he naturally sought moments of relaxation. If there were a woman who could bring him comfort, he would willingly indulge her. Yunfei fit the bill perfectly, gentle and lovely, her voice melodious, her demeanor lively and unrestrained. However, Zhao Junyao lifted a bowl of ginseng soup, took a sip, squinted his eyes, and spoke gently. He was not a foolish ruler. The imperial study was a place for addressing matters of state, not for the presence of women. Yet, Yunfei had not considered this deeply. Seeing the emperor's gentle demeanor, she grew bolder. She stepped closer, her delicate frame lightly pressing against Zhao Junyao, her large eyes misty and gazing up at him with a glistening sheen. Your Majesty, you must advocate for me. Before she could finish, she took out a handkerchief and began to dab her tears, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Were they in a more intimate setting, Zhao Junyao might have felt compelled to comfort her. However, this was the imperial study, and as the sovereign of the nation, he would not, nor could he, act inappropriately. Zhao Junyao maintained his composure, though a flicker of impatience stirred within him. Upon hearing this, Yunfei's heart soared with delight. and she hastily recounted the incident involving Xia Ruqing's insubordination, embellishing it as she went along. Your Majesty, that noble lady shows no respect for rank. You must teach her a proper lesson. Zhao Juanyao's expression darkened. Such trivial matters warranted a commotion in the imperial study? Moreover, how could a noble lady dare to confront the primary consort without cause? Was she courting disaster? He added, this is the imperial study. Not a place for you to be. Your Majesty. Yunfei was taken aback. His tone sounded so foreign. Could it be that she was in the wrong? Your Majesty. I. Her heart raced, rendering her speechless, yet she felt a lingering unwillingness to accept this fate. Stammering and frozen in place, Zhao Juanyao's patience had worn thin. His gaze turned icy as he spoke coolly, you may leave. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistake. Yunfei fell to her knees with a thud, tears brimming in her eyes as she spoke. Regardless, she could not fathom the consequences of incurring the Emperor's wrath. Zhao Junyao gazed at her, his eyes as cold as ice. It seems I have been far too lenient with you in the past. The news of Lady Xia's confrontation with the noble consort Yun spread throughout the palace in the span of a single afternoon nap. Zhang Pin, residing next to Consort Yun, received the tidings promptly. Leaning against the bedside, she was about to indulge in her midday rest when she heard the news. A smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing her lips. Lady Xia certainly possesses remarkable audacity. Who is Consort Yun? Even she would not dare to offend her. Indeed, it is said that Consort Yun has already made her way to Zhaoqin Palace. The chief maid, Hong Yun, adjusted the charcoal brazier for her, remarking that when someone else suffers more, one tends to overlook their own tribulations. Lady Hu, upon receiving the news, could barely contain her delight. She is utterly oblivious to the repercussions. As for the others, the Empress has essentially disregarded any news regarding Xia Ruqing, feigning ignorance. Ningfei and Hui Pin, preoccupied with nurturing their daughters, are entirely unconcerned. And the Empress's indifference only emboldens their detachment. They adopt a stance of deliberate ignorance. The only one left is Consort Shi. Upon receiving the news, she smiled gracefully. Do you suppose I will come to Lady Xia's aid? In summary, the entire palace is either waiting to witness her misfortune or pretending to be deaf and mute, feigning ignorance. Xia Ruqing sighed deeply. Placing her hand on her forehead, my situation is indeed precarious. She slept soundly until the hour of Shin, calculating the time. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Ziyue, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, My lady, you truly possess an extraordinary capacity for slumber. Xia Ruqing, still groggy, noticed Ziyue's anxious demeanor and inquired, What has transpired? Consort Yun has gone to Zhaoqin Palace. The palace is abuzz with rumors that misfortune is about to befall you. Xia Ruqing was somewhat taken aback, yet she could not comprehend the inevitable connection between Consort Yun's visit to Zhaoqin Palace and her impending misfortune. Ziyue and Xiaoxizi immediately embarked on a fervent lecture, analyzing the consequences of offending the Emperor's favored consort in a manner both thorough and accessible. Finally, she nodded, half comprehending. I have provoked his favored consort. Surely he will not punish me. Ziyue and Xiaoxizi were moved to tears of joy. At last, my lady has awakened to reality. Xia Ruqing began to feel anxious, the remnants of her drowsiness dissipating entirely. She was now trembling with trepidation. No, it cannot be. Please, let it not be so. I have yet to begin enjoying life. She does not wish to meet her end. She contemplated. If death is inevitable, let it be swift, but may I be spared from torment. Lost in her thoughts, a sudden voice broke through. My lady, Eunuch Feng is bringing people this way. Xiaoxizi rushed in, a gust of cold air accompanying him. Xia Ruqing shivered unexpectedly. Ziyue scolded him. When will you learn to be more composed? You rush in like a whirlwind, startling the lady. Xiaoxizi looked contrite. I am at fault. Eunuch Feng Anfu entered the room. After paying his respects, he greeted her with a respectful smile. Congratulations to Lady Xia. For today the Emperor has summoned you. Please prepare yourself, as a carriage of grace will arrive shortly to escort you. Thank you, Eunuch Feng. Xia Ruqing endeavored to maintain her composure. The notice has been delivered. If there is nothing further, this old servant shall take my leave. Safe travels, Eunuch Feng. Upon finishing her words, Xia Ruqing instructed Ziyue to take the purse and properly see Eunuch Feng off. Once he departed, Xia Ruqing felt a wave of unease wash over her. This is it. The Emperor intends to punish me. My lady, what shall we do? Ziyue also appeared a bit anxious. Xiaoxizi, scratching his head, pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, My lady, do not be hasty. The outcome remains uncertain. In an instant, it was as if a light had dawned upon her. Indeed, The outcome is still undecided. She had already embarked on the Emperor's ship, surely. She would not be cast off. Yes, she likely would not. Setting aside her worries, and as was her custom, Xia Ruqing adorned herself with care before stepping into the spring grace carriage. Chapter 30. I shall punish you severely upon seeing the Emperor. Xia Ruqing approached and bowed. Behaving as docile as a little lamb, Zhao Junyao had just concluded his state affairs and was now clad in casual attire. Reclining on a couch while perusing some leisurely reading. Rise, he said, setting aside his book and gesturing for her to come closer. Trembling, Xia Ruqing stepped forward. Acutely aware that concubine Yun had lodged a complaint, yet uncertain of how the Emperor would address her punishment. Why was he still so gentle with himself? Could this be the calm before the storm? Fear gripped her, and her slender frame quivered slightly. Zhao Junyao observed her with some confusion. Are you cold? The room is heated. It is not cold at all. And no, I am not cold. She stammered, though the truth was that she was frightened. Xia Ruqing had yet to decipher the Emperor's thoughts and thus refrained from speaking freely. Zhao Junyao smiled softly, pulling her into his embrace. Are you afraid? Xia Ruqing internally lamented. How does he know everything? She bowed her head, fidgeting with her fingers, rendered speechless. Seeing her in such a state, Zhao Junyao felt a surge of compassion. He reached out, holding her close, and, with a smile, inquired, Why are you only now aware of your fear? Did you not feel it when you confronted concubine Yun? Your Majesty. Xia Ruqing raised her gaze, her eyes wide with alarm. Was the storm truly upon them? I did not intend to offend concubine Yun. She knelt, biting her lip, and continued, If you must punish me, might you be lenient? Please do not subject me to severe torture. She had heard from Shaoxi that there were indeed torturous methods employed in the Ministry of Punishments. As a young sovereign, Zhao Junyao was at an age where he might easily act out of fury for the sake of his favored concubine. It was entirely conceivable that he could order the execution of a noble. Zhao Junyao was taken aback, and after a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. With your frail physique, let alone torture, you would be bedridden for days from even the slightest punishment. Ha ha, how amusing. His laughter was hearty, leaving Xia Ruqing bewildered. What is happening? She thought. Your Majesty, what brings you such mirth? Her fear dissipated as she perceived his amusement. Perhaps the outcome would not be so dire after all. Once his laughter subsided, Zhao Junyao composed himself and cleared his throat. The little girl was quite amusing. He wished to tease her further. Xia Ruqing dared not meet his gaze, kneeling on the ground while silently lamenting her sore knees for a brief moment. Finally, with a sense of grievance, she recounted the incident in detail once more, adding, It was concubine Yun who first insulted my appearance and even smashed the flowers I had plucked. She has bullied me so. I could not simply stand by and accept it. After all, I'm not someone to be trampled upon. I owe no one anything. Thus, it could be argued that concubine Yun had indeed acted improperly. Yet, given her esteemed position, to confront her was to disregard the hierarchy. Upon finishing, she glowered and said in a serious tone, According to the rules, I must impose a severe punishment upon you. Xia Ruqing's heart sank. And with a sigh of despair, she thought, This is it. A severe punishment? Tears threatened to spill. And she could only silently pray that she would be spared from the torturous fate she so feared. Your Majesty, how will you impose a severe punishment? Xia Ruqing asked tremulously. She felt as though she was precariously balanced on a tightrope over an abyss, with a single misstep threatening her very existence. Zhao Junyao, noticing her eyes brimming with tears and her petite frame huddled in despair, felt his heart soften. I am merely jesting with you, he declared, pulling her up with a gentle hand. He shifted back slightly, the two of them sitting side by side on the couch, with him enveloping her in his embrace. The familiar scent of dragon saliva filled the air, evoking a mix of surprise and joy within her. The stark contrast of emotions, compounded by the grievances she had previously endured, overwhelmed Xia Ruqing, who suddenly burst into tears. Zhao Junyao was momentarily taken aback, then flustered. He had grown accustomed to the weeping of women, having developed an immunity to their tears, which usually failed to evoke any compassion in him, only irritation. But now, please, don't cry, he stammered, feeling uncharacteristically helpless. It was my fault. I shan't tease you any longer. Yet, Xia Ruqing continued to sob, her tears streaming profusely. She felt utterly wronged. Why was her fate so harsh? In her previous life, she had barely experienced a few days of happiness, and now, in this life, it was even worse. She was bullied and constantly worried for her own safety. She merely wished to live a peaceful life, yet it seemed so unattainable. Overcome with sorrow, she lamented, Wah. Zhao Junyao was thoroughly flustered, regretting his earlier actions. Why frighten a timid young girl? As a ruler, how could he bring himself to intimidate someone so vulnerable? How about you hit me instead? He suggested, awkwardly grasping her hand and pressing it against his chest. Xia Ruqing, lost in her emotional turmoil, paid little heed to his words. In a fit of catharsis, she began to pound her fist against his chest. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would not have ended up in this wretched place. It's all you're doing. Her cries intensified as she vented her frustration. Zhao Junyao remained unfazed, simply holding her close, his tone earnest as he reassured her. It is all my fault. I should not have frightened you. After a while, once Xia Ruqing's tears subsided and her emotions were spent, she nestled against his chest, unwilling to lift her head. Your Majesty, I have soiled your clothing, she mumbled. Her tears and sniffles leaving traces on his robe. Her makeup was a mess, her face a canvas of disarray, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. Zhao Juanyao's throat moved slightly, his voice tinged with an inexplicable hoarseness. It's of no consequence. Are you feeling any better? I am much improved, Your Majesty. Did I hurt you? She asked, her hand instinctively reaching to soothe his chest. The moment her soft touch grazed his skin, Zhao Junyao shivered, tightening his embrace around her. Your Majesty? She questioned, puzzled. Did I cause you pain? And no, not at all. His voice grew increasingly hoarse, and his Adam's apple rolled once more. His breathing becoming noticeably heavier. Trained in martial arts from a young age, he was adept in archery and horsemanship, his muscles honed to perfection. Rather than saying that Xia Ruqing was striking him, it would be more accurate to describe it as a gentle tickling. No woman had ever dared to do such a thing before. Xia Ruqing was the first. The sensation was simply, indescribably delightful. At last, when her slender fingers brushed against his chest, the thrill was akin to a spark igniting a vast prairie fire, spiraling out of control. Your Majesty. Xia Ruqing called out weakly once more. Xia Ruqing, I must impose a fitting punishment upon you. He suddenly lifted her in his arms and strode toward the inner chamber. Chapter 31. A resounding slap. She gasped. Your Majesty, you have yet to dine. No more. Li Shingen stood outside, gazing at the sky and lamenting. What splendid sunshine today. Little Zhuzi, master, it is evening. Li Shingen turned his head and lightly tapped the top of his head. You little rascal, I distinctly mentioned the moon. Little Zhuzi covered his head, wearing a pained expression. Master, there is no moon either. It is overcast today. Thus, the little one's head received another swift tap. Xia Ruqing was oblivious to when she had succumbed to slumber. When she awoke, she found herself alone. Drowsily, as was her habit, she clutched the blanket. Ziyue did not come. Several palace maids entered. Lady Xia, are you not rising? His Majesty instructed you to sleep a little longer. He has sent word to the Empress that you need not pay your respects today. Oh, just as Xia Ruqing was about to drift back to sleep, her mind suddenly sharpened. Here, this is Jiaochen Palace. Memories of the previous night flooded back, and Xia Ruqing felt utterly mortified, wishing for a crack in the ground to hide in. Last night, he had kept her engaged until nearly the third watch. She had been so exhausted that she had fallen into a deep sleep. Such a strong preference from the Emperor? She had wept like a painted cat. Yet he had still been in the mood. They say a woman's thoughts are inscrutable, but it appears that a man's tastes are even more elusive. Or perhaps, when she retaliated with punches and kicks, it particularly stimulated and excited him. Could it be that the Emperor harbors a penchant for masochism? Lady Xia, what troubles you? One of the maids, noticing her daze, could not help but call out. Xia Ruqing tossed aside the blanket and rose. No more sleep. Please assist me with my hair, sisters. One must not neglect decorum. It is essential to pay respects at the Jiaofeng Hall, after all. Even if I am not on the Empress's ship, I must still show proper reverence. In the palace, one cannot hope to thrive without navigating the Empress's whims. The Empress's demeanor towards Xia Ruqing was notably amiable. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lady Xiao's ability to irk concubine sure brought her much delight. It was said that yesterday Lady Xiao had clashed with concubine Yun in the imperial garden. You truly lack understanding of the rules. In the Jiaofeng Hall, before all the concubines, the Empress chastised Lady Xia. This was hardly a reprimand. The Empress was merely putting on a show. Beside her, concubine Yun murmured in dissatisfaction. The Empress's lesson is noted. I shall never dare again. Xia Ruqing replied respectfully. The Empress smiled with serene grace. Since His Majesty was not perturbed, she certainly would not be either. If that is the case, you should offer an apology to concubine Yun. We are all sisters, and concubine Yun should not take things too harshly. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruqing beamed. The Empress's favoritism was delightfully apparent. How splendid it felt to be favored. Concubine Yun was infuriated to the point of nearly spewing blood. Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly recalled the emperor's demeanor and dared not. Suppressing her simmering rage, she acquiesced. Isn't it a pity for Xia Ruqing? The empress chuckled again. We are all subjects of the emperor, living in the palace. We must maintain harmony. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a source of ridicule if word got out? This humble servant will heed your majesty's teachings. The women chimed in unison. As they exited the peony chamber, Concubine Yun shot a fierce glare at Xia Ruqing before sweeping her sleeves and departing. Concubine Zheng glanced at Xia Ruqing with a complex expression, then followed suit. All the while, she found herself perplexed. Han Yun, tell me, how could it be that Xia has offended Concubine Yun? Yet it seems as though Concubine Yun has suffered a setback? Your Highness, such words must not be spoken lightly. Who can truly know the affairs of Zhaochen Palace? Han Yun replied, leaning closer to whisper. I heard from someone in the palace that Concubine Yun emerged from Zhaochen Palace with red eyes, as if she had been weeping. Is that so? Concubine Zheng was initially skeptical, but now it seemed plausible. If Concubine Yun were to report this, why would the emperor have summoned Xia last night? She realized her earlier confusion. I underestimated Xia. She has managed to put Concubine Yun in a difficult position. Xia Ruqing's Zhaohua Pavilion was in close proximity to Hu Guiran's Lijiang Pavilion. Along the way, Hu Guiran turned on her mocking tone. Xia Guiran truly possesses remarkable skills. Not only has she offended Concubine Yun, but she also managed to charm the emperor into defending her. Just yesterday, I eagerly anticipated the emperor punishing Xia, yet instead, I witnessed him granting her favor. Granting favor? How infuriating. What trickery has Xia employed to disregard even Concubine Yun? With the new year approaching in a month, I wonder if Hu Guiran seeks solitude? Xia Ruqing remarked with a smile that was neither here nor there. You, Xia, do not grow too proud. Do not presume that a fleeting favor allows you to act without restraint. Act without restraint? I find myself perplexed. Xia Ruqing retorted. Who is it that seeks trouble daily? Why not enjoy a peaceful existence? Hu Guiran, perhaps intimidated, feigned bravado for a moment before hastily departing with her attendants. In matters of favor, it was clear that Consort Shi remained significantly ahead. Xia Ruqing merely surfaced briefly, then sank back into the depths, becoming like most others, neither favored nor neglected within the palace. She found great satisfaction in this arrangement. Such a state of being was ideal. Those like her thrived in the palace's tranquility. Ziyue adjusted the charcoal basin for her mistress, seated on the couch stitching. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but smile. Initially, she did not comprehend her mistress's sentiments, but now it was clear. Xia Ruqing, cradling a small stove, warmed her feet beneath the covers while enjoying a hot roasted sweet potato. It was utterly delectable. Your time in the palace is still brief. With time, you will understand more. Xia Ruqing remarked, taking another bite of the sweet potato. The translucent, reddish flesh oozed with sugary oil from the charcoal heat. By the way, mistress, how is it that among so many brought in by Steward Hai, you chose only me? I still ponder that those elder sisters who have served within the palace must be quite adept and nimble, leaving little room for someone as new as myself. And now? Xia Ruqing inquired. Presently, I believe, it is better to do without those individuals. Ziyue reflected for a moment before responding. The underlying implication was understood by both the master and the servant. Who knows to whom they might be loyal? Xia Ruqing chuckled, saying, You, my dear girl, have made quite the progress. Chapter 32, Delectable Lamb, only you and Xiaox Zizi are by my side. If I have a morsel to eat, I shall ensure that neither of you goes hungry. However, you must be of one heart with me. Ziyue set down her sewing basket and knelt. My lord, should there come a day when I have wronged you, there shall be no need for your hand. I shall end my own life. Having just entered the depths of the palace, her master had treated her like a sister. To betray such kindness would render her lower than beasts. Ziyue, please rise. Xia Ruqing exclaimed, pulling her up. I merely spoke in jest. Look at you. One must trust those they employ if I have chosen you. It is because I believe in you. Thank you, my lord. Ziyue replied with a smile. Xia Ruqing tugged her towards the bed. Hurry, Sister Ziyue. I am still waiting to don my socks. My lord, please do not mock me. Ziyue blushed under her relentless teasing. My sewing skills are lacking, and I do not wish to burden the seamstresses. I must rely on you. But my lord, sewing is quite simple. Shall I teach you? Ziyue offered. Well, perhaps not. The embroidery needle is far too tiny. I fear I cannot grasp it. In truth, she had made an effort. But aside from her fingers being pricked into a honeycomb of pain, she had achieved nothing. Thus, she resolved to abandon her attempts. The two exchanged light banter when Xiaox Zizi entered, lifting the curtain. In his hands, he cradled a small basket, topped with vibrant green leaves. What is it? Xia Ruqing's eye sparkled, suspecting it might be fruit. It is a tribute from the southern regions, honey tangerines and grapes, Xiaoxizi announced, placing the basket down and peeling back the leaves. This is a rare gift from the little pillar of Zhaoqing Palace, stating that it is exceptionally precious. Apart from Zhaoqing Palace, only the Jiaofeng Hall received a small basket, and perhaps not of such quality. Even the esteemed concubine does not possess any such large honey tangerines. And these grapes are uniformly plump, Ziyue exclaimed in wonder. Xia Ruqing was equally delighted. She had thought winter would bring a dearth of fruit. Yet here was a taste of the south. Ah, by the way, did the little pillar mention anything else? She inquired once more. Xiaoxizi, having set the basket down, replied with a smile, not much, merely that the Zhaoqing Palace is busy at year's end, and in a few days, they will venture outside the city to perform a sacrifice to the heavens. The emperor truly has no leisure. Xia Ruqing nodded, I understand. Busy is no issue, and their absence is of no concern. Is it not enough that they still think of me? Quietly cherishing me is sufficient. Peeling open a honey tangerine. Xia Ruqing savored the sweet and tangy flavor. Truly, it deserved its title as a tribute. In all her years, she had never tasted such exquisite honey tangerines, which even surpassed the fragrance of oranges. My lord, do eat sparingly. It is rather cooling. One is sufficient, Xiaoxizi advised. Dinner time is approaching. If my lord desires anything else, I shall fetch it promptly. What shall we have? Xia Ruqing mused, glancing at the glowing silver charcoal beside the bed. Her mind sparked with inspiration. In addition to the lamb soup, I would like several golden brown sesame cakes, a bowl of rock sugar pear soup, a tender piece of fatty lamb, and a few packets of spicy salt. Also a bottle of sesame oil. Remember, the fatty lamb must be raw. Raw? My lord, why do you want raw meat? Ziyue was taken aback. To eat? Ah? At this moment, Xiaoxizi was equally startled, as the two stared at each other in disbelief. Xia Ruqing felt a sense of helplessness. Oh, Xiaoxizi, burdened with the most complex emotions he had ever felt, made his way to the imperial kitchen. Upon entering, he was greeted by Xiaoweizi. What does the noble one wish to eat today? Xiaoxizi felt a bit awkward, but recounted the lord's requests one by one. Raw lamb. Xiaoweizi was left speechless. The other items were acceptable, but what does Lady Xiao want with raw lamb? Our lord wishes to eat it. Xiaoxizi replied helplessly. Xiaoweizi confirmed the details multiple times before he too departed with a similarly complicated sentiment to fetch the lamb. He pondered to himself, Lady Xia has a penchant for peculiar dishes. The kitchen staff were all aware that the emperor had instructed to serve her well. Yet, this palate is exceedingly unique. The Zhaohua Pavilion lacks a small kitchen, and open flames are strictly forbidden in the palace. Could it be that she truly desires to eat it raw? Xiaoxizi acquired the lamb and hastily exited, only to collide headlong with Xiaozhuzi entering. Ouch! The two exclaimed in unison, clutching their heads. Xiaoxizi, why are you so flustered today? With that, he grabbed his basket and dashed off faster than a rabbit. Xiaozhuzi, rubbing his still painful head, was puzzled. What could he be carrying that was so sensitive? He walked in and summoned Xiaoweizi for an explanation. Xiaoweizi had no choice but to quietly recount the situation in detail. Xiaozhuzi was equally astonished. Lady Xiao wants to eat raw meat. Within the hour, this news reached Zhao Zhiyao. It turned out that Li Shengyan had observed that the emperor had been unable to eat or sleep well for several days due to his busy schedule. He then sent Xiaozhuzi to the imperial kitchen to see if there were any fresher dishes available. It was not feasible for the emperor to continue in such a state of fatigue. One must find a way to entice him to eat more. However, the emperor's meals had always been the responsibility of the small kitchen in Zhaoqing Palace. Though the grand kitchen also prepared dishes, they could not whip something up in such a short time. After all, fine dishes require time to cook, don't they? A good soup takes several hours to prepare. The emperor has been working hard lately. He should eat more. Seeing that the evening meal was about to be cleared away after only a few bites, Li Shengyan had to muster his courage to advise. Zhao Zhiyao glanced at the table full of dishes and felt a twinge of annoyance, waving his hand dismissively. I want to eat. He had been consuming these same dishes since childhood, repeatedly for over a decade, and had long lost his appetite. Normally it was tolerable. But with so many recent troubles weighing on his mind, after a full day's work, the sight of it was just vexing. Anyone who has worked hard all day knows that after such fatigue, one craves something indulgent, something that stimulates the appetite. Those bland, half-cooked dishes were hardly worth a glance. Let us go. Let us see what Lady Xia is preparing. Zhao Junyao rose abruptly, a twinge of envy stirring within him for the Xia family. They could indulge in feasting, drinking, and slumber, and merely gazing upon her brought him a sense of tranquility. In stark contrast, the other women in the palace mirrored his every morsel, their dining behavior fraught with hesitation. They seemed to wish to limit themselves to a single grain of rice, painstakingly selecting their vegetables, a display that was far from satisfying. Chapter 33, Grilled Lamb Skewers. Lost in thought, Li Shengyan exited the Zhaoqing palace, wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurried after the others. At the Zhaohua pavilion, the lamb had been sliced and marinated, while Xiao Shizi busily prepared bamboo skewers. Following her master's instructions, Ziyue was setting up a new charcoal stove, as the previous one was deemed unsanitary for food preparation. Just as she finished speaking, a loud announcement echoed from outside. The emperor has arrived. Before Xiao Ruqing could react, Zhao Juyao had already entered. After exchanging formalities and greetings, Zhao Juyao took his seat. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Xiao Ruqing asked, feeling a bit uneasy as she stepped forward to present tea. Zhao Juyao accepted the tea in silence, his gaze sweeping over the bustling scene in the room, where both master and servant were engrossed in their tasks. A hint of awkwardness flickered across his face. I happened to pass by. The atmosphere suddenly thickened with awkwardness. Xiao Ruqing's inner thoughts swirled. Why has the emperor come? Even if he wanted to indulge in activities, he should have made prior arrangements. So, it must not be for that purpose. What could it be? Meanwhile, Zhao Juyao pondered. I'm quite hungry. I heard she intends to serve raw meat. I doubt she is foolish enough to do so without some creative twist. Now, it seems my assumptions were correct. However, lamb carries a distinct odor. In the past, I found it off-putting and the kitchen dared not prepare it. That young girl may not be bold enough to offer it to me. Oh, how I long to taste her creations. They are delectable. Their inner worlds were indeed rich. Yet in the realm of reality, Zhao Juyao leisurely sipped his tea, while Xiao Ruqing stood by, hesitant to speak. She was puzzled by the emperor's presence. Yet another thought crossed her mind. Lamb has a strong flavor. Would she still proceed with the grilled lamb skewers? Everything was prepared, and the emperor had seen it all. What should she do? Your Majesty, have you dined? She inquired cautiously. Intending to express concern, Xiao Ruqing immediately regretted her words, realizing how trivial they sounded given the hour. In this world, who would go hungry if not the emperor? Yet, Zhao Juanyo's inner voice echoed, I am indeed quite hungry. Li Shengyan, standing nearby, began to decipher the emperor's intent, though he dared not speak, subtly exchanging glances with Xiao Ruqing. She caught his eye, and Zhao Juyao noticed as well. Xiao Ruqing glanced at Li Shengyan and then stole a look at Zhao Juyao. What was that smile at the corner of his mouth? In an instant, clarity dawned upon her. She approached and half knelt before him. Your Majesty, this servant has yet to dine and has been hungry all day. Everything is prepared, she said, casting a pitiful glance in his direction. Zhao Juyao finally set down the nearly empty teacup, clearing his throat and waving his hand. Go on. As if granted a reprieve, she exclaimed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Just as she was about to leave, Xiao Ruqing hesitated and added, I shall prepare some grilled lamb skewers for you to taste as well, Your Majesty. Zhao Juyao hesitated for a moment. Your Majesty, you should wash up and relax after your meal. Even the gamey flavor can be washed away, and no outsider will ever know. It is truly delectable. Do give it a try. With Li Shengyan's subtle encouragement, she boldly persisted in her persuasion. Ultimately, Zhao Juyao neither affirmed nor denied. Xiao Ruqing made the decision for him. So it shall be settled. Little Shizi, please invite Lord Li to the side room for tea and delicacies. Li Shengyan smiled, bowed, and withdrew, silently praising. Indeed, Lady Xia is remarkably perceptive. No wonder she occupies a place in the emperor's thoughts. Within this palace, if the emperor harbors even a fraction of affection, her days shall not be burdensome. Xiao Ruqing instructed Ziyue to move the charcoal stove closer to the Kong. On the small Kong table lay a bowl of simmered lamb soup, along with well-cut and skewered lamb, snow pear soup, sesame cakes, and several exquisite side dishes. The fruits delivered by Xiao Zhu were also washed and arranged in delicate white porcelain bowls, creating a beautiful display on the small table. Zhao Juanyao's stomach began to protest uncontrollably. On the surface, he appeared to be indulging in lavish feasts, yet in truth, he had not savored many delightful culinary experiences. Thus, when Xiao Ruqing presented the sizzling, oil-dripping lamb skewers before him, he instinctively accepted them, despite his inclination to refuse. Zhao Junyao found himself at a loss. How should he eat this? Biting directly seemed rather uncouth. Ziyue wisely withdrew, leaving only the emperor and the noblewoman in the warm chamber. With the absence of others, Xia Ruqing relaxed a bit, laughing. Your Majesty, you must eat it this way. Saying this, she took a bite of the meat skewer, chewing heartily. Though it may indeed have appeared somewhat unrefined, the sight of it was utterly gratifying, and Zhao Junyao, without further thought, took a bite as well. While not devouring it ravenously, he did loosen up considerably. Your Majesty, what do you think? Is it not delicious? Xia Ruqing inquired with eager anticipation. Zhao Junyao savored the flavors. The lamb was roasted to a perfect crispness outside, while remaining tender within, rich yet not greasy, and infused with just the right amount of spice, leaving a pleasant tingling on his tongue. This exquisite taste tantalizingly awakened his appetite. Xia Ruqing relished the skewers with abandon. In her previous life, such flavors offered her respite from a weary day, making the day's busyness worthwhile. She thought, the emperor must surely enjoy this after a long day. Who, after a day of toil, wouldn't he crave something delightful? The emperor is human too. Xia Ruqing did not mock him. Instead, she gently guided him. And Zhao Junyao gradually began to relax. In this space, there were no ministers of civil and military affairs, no convoluted rules, only delectable food. Outside, the cold wind howled. While inside, the two of them shared the warmth of the small charcoal stove, feasting on roasted meat. Zhao Junyao grew increasingly spirited, even taking the initiative to skewer and roast the meat himself in the end. Is it done? He held up the skewer, his movements stiff and hesitant. Xia Ruqing, seated barefoot on the Kong, glanced over and declared, not yet. Keep roasting. She commanded with a carefree demeanor, unafraid of the emperor's presence. Oh. Zhao Junyao maintained his pose, his expression serious. In that moment, Xia Ruqing felt that the emperor was merely an ordinary young man at heart. Although he has a few more concubines than one might prefer, he is not an unpleasant person. Spending time with him brings a certain joy, and that is sufficient. There is no need to dwell on other matters, for it would be futile. One skewer of meat is charred on one side while the other remains uncooked. Zhao Junyao holds it up, hesitant to move, rendering the scene both absurd and comical. Ha! Your Majesty, you. Zhao Junyao felt quite embarrassed. Initially trying to suppress a laugh in an attempt to appear serious. Eventually, he could no longer contain his laughter. Your Majesty, you are responsible for the affairs of state. These minor matters can be managed by me. Do indulge yourself in more food. Chapter 34, The Heavenly Sacrifice Ceremony. After a moment of laughter, Xia Ruqing tactfully ceased her merriment. While flattering, she stepped forward to personally grill the skewers. The two resumed their feast. In this instance, Zhao Junyao felt remarkably at ease. Casting aside the constraints of etiquette, he laughed freely when pleased and indulged when hungry. The sensation was nothing short of delightful. Once satiated, they sipped on some refreshing snow pear soup before summoning someone to tidy the room. Li Shengyan felt a twinge of anxiety. Observing that the emperor showed no inclination to depart, he wondered if His Majesty intended to stay here. Although a master of the 6th rank could host the imperial presence, Zhaohua Pavilion was both humble and remote. How splendid could the quarters of the nobility truly be? Thus, for the esteemed guests, the emperor summoned them to his side. As for now, prepare the water for bathing. Zhao Junyao suddenly commanded. Yes. Li Shengyan promptly acquiesced. This clearly indicated a desire to remain overnight, leading him to ponder. It appears that noble Lady Xia truly holds a special place in the emperor's heart. While the masters bathed, Ziyue led several palace maidens from Zhaoqing Palace to tidy the quarters. The bedding was changed, the small table was scrubbed clean, and the floors were mopped thoroughly. Finally, they opened the windows. As fresh air swept through, the last vestiges of odor dissipated. One downside, however, was that the interior felt rather chilly after the air change. Emerging from the restroom, Xia Ruqing instinctively curled up tightly. So cold. A hot water bottle rested on the bed, and the quilt had warmed up. Ziyue, holding a dry cloth, tended to her hair. Yet, she hesitated to suggest that Xia enter first, for the emperor was still present. I must remain with His Majesty. Xia Ruqing, wrapped in a blanket, shrank further. The servant awaits to assist His Majesty with changing clothes. She shivered as she stepped forward. Zhao Junyao, clad only in his inner garments, bared his chest. His physique, honed from years of martial training, rendered him impervious to the cold. At that moment, noticing Xia Ruqing's face turn pale from the chill, he acted without a second thought. Tossing her into the warm bedding. Do not emerge, he declared sternly. As he bent down, the muscles of his chest revealed themselves, glistening with a healthy sheen. A certain lady swallowed hard, obediently burrowing into the quilt. That night, Zhao Junyao labored until the early hours. There was no option. After feasting and drinking, He found it impossible to sleep without engaging his muscles. The following day, Xia Ruqing promptly visited the empress to pay her respects. Although the onlookers regarded her with some disdain, they could not find fault with her, and their sour remarks quickly passed. On the 20th day of the 12th month, we would accompany the emperor outside the city for the heavenly sacrifice, so everyone should prepare well. The empress, poised and gracious, sat in her high seat. If anything was lacking, remember to request it from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. The empress nodded in satisfaction, conversing with them for a while before dismissing them. She had suffered from a severe lack of sleep the previous night. This is a freshly made milk and bird's nest soup. Your Majesty, please have a taste. Yulan served her the dish. The empress lifted the bowl, took a sip, squinted her eyes, and suddenly remarked, Xia truly is a fortunate one. Despite her frail health, she still occupies the emperor's thoughts. Yet, she is so astute, seldom venturing out. And one cannot find a single flaw. Perhaps, one should not be too careless. She certainly does not wish for another consort sure to emerge within the palace. Having lost her mother at a young age and suffering abuse from her stepmother, her health is rather frail. In my humble opinion, it matters little. Her origins are evident. The emperor places great importance on propriety. Yulan refrained from elaborating, for the empress had already grasped the implication. Indeed, the daughter of a county magistrate receiving favor is far preferable to that of a grand tutor. Regardless, let her be. The emperor's temporary affection, indulging her a little more, is hardly a significant concern. This is the case. Your Highness should partake more, as it is said to be most nourishing. Yulan smiled as she encouraged her. The empress once again lifted her cup and began to drink slowly. How's the heavenly sacrifice on the 20th day of the 12th month arranged, Your Highness? The empress chuckled. What arrangements can be made? The vehicles and horses are prepared by the imperial household, and the rest is managed by each palace. The empress nodded. According to the customs of the Chu dynasty, at year's end, the Son of Heaven must personally offer sacrifices to heaven, to express gratitude for divine mercy that benefits the populace, and to pray for favorable weather in the coming year. All members of the royal family, and those within the inner palace, must accompany him. In short, if one is of royal blood, of the 6th rank or higher, attendance is mandatory. At Xia Ruqing's residence, Ziyue had long since made preparations, ensuring everything for the outing was in order. On the 20th day of the 12th month, over 100 carriages were prepared well before the 3rd watch, waiting patiently at the palace gates. At the 4th watch, Xia Ruqing, in a state between slumber and wakefulness, was attended to and adorned by Ziyue, who escorted her to the warm palanquin at the palace entrance. A noble may only bring one attendant. Thus Ziyue accompanied her while Xiao Shizi remained to guard the gate. At the palace gates, many of the masters had already arrived, each locating their respective carriages. Xia Ruqing's warm palanquin halted beside the last of the small carriages in the procession. Supporting her up into the carriage, Ziyue followed suit. Xia Ruqing was successfully roused from her stupor. It was indeed frigid within the carriage. I have brought a cloak, Your Highness. Please drape it over yourself. The carriage is merely a layer of cloth. It is no wonder it is so cold. Why is this carriage so small? Xia Ruqing queried as she became fully alert. In television dramas, are not carriages large and spacious? Why is mine so diminutive? There is barely room for one's feet alongside the tea table. Ziyue chuckled awkwardly. Your Highness, not only is your carriage small, but it is also at the very end of the line. Xia Ruqing, it seems that without striving, one cannot advance. One cannot remain perpetually at the bottom. Let us take our time. Life stretches ahead, and haste will not yield results. Will it? The caravan set forth at the hour of the tiger, with the Emperor's imperial carriage leading the way. 2 battalions of imperial guards flanked it, clearing the path, followed by the Empress Dowager's canopy, and then the carriages of the Empress, the imperial concubines, and the noble consorts. Each prince's carriage followed in order of rank, until at last, only Xia Ruqing and noble consort who remained. Fortunately, there was still noble consort who behind to cushion the rear. Xia Ruqing wrapped herself in a thick cloak, leaning against the carriage and closing her eyes. Take a moment to rest, for once the time arrives, slumber may elude you. The sacrificial ceremony is of great significance. Even if you are deemed unworthy to witness it, you must dutifully kneel outside. Alas, I have brought some sustenance. If you find yourself famished, do partake. Chapter 35. The grand ceremony of sacrifice to heaven at the 2nd hour of the day. The procession arrived at the altar for the heavenly sacrifice. Prior to the auspicious moment, All present knelt in their designated positions. Xia Ruqing found herself once again in the far corner, adjacent to Lady Hu. The ground was frigid, making the act of kneeling quite unappealing. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Ruqing complied and knelt down obediently. Fortunately, her cloak was sufficiently thick, providing some comfort against the cold. Otherwise, after several hours, her knees would have surely suffered. "My lady, there are still pastries. Would you like to eat?" Ziyue, kneeling beside Xia Ruqing, whispered quietly. Xia Ruqing's expression darkened. "I feel as if my stomach might burst. I wouldn't be hungry even if I went a day without food." Earlier in the carriage, she had indulged in numerous steamed buns and shrimp dumplings. Though satiated, she had refrained from drinking water for fear of needing to relieve herself. At this moment, however, she felt no thirst and resolved to endure her kneeling. With her head bowed and eyelashes lowered, Xia Ruqing began to drift into a reverie. In contrast, Lady Hu was far from comfortable, as she was graced with the opportunity to see the emperor today. To maintain her poise, she had chosen not to wear an additional layer. With her stomach empty, she could scarcely endure kneeling for a brief period, feeling both cold and hungry, her face turning pale from the chill. Ultimately, she found herself staring enviously at Xia Ruqing's thick cloak. Xia Ruqing thought to herself, "I see nothing. I am blind to all." This kneeling lasted a full 3 hours. When the sacrificial rites concluded, the sound of ceremonial cannons echoed. And as the officials began to call out, Xia Ruqing's complexion had also turned pale. The icy winter of the 12th month had proven unbearable after more than 6 hours of kneeling. The Empress Dowager, having advanced in years, rose after a brief period, while the Empress and Emperor moved in unison, not required to kneel excessively. The concubines had all completed their time of kneeling, though several had fainted. Fortunately, the distance to the southern garden was short, and they arrived in less than half an hour. Preparations had already been made, allowing everyone to rest comfortably upon arrival. Enjoying warm meals or indulging in a hot bath without any constraints, Xia Ruqing and Lady Hu were assigned to a small courtyard, rather secluded. The carriages had arrived earlier, and Xia Ruqing and Lady Hu were the last to disembark. Once they alighted, Lady Hu hurried ahead, eager to advance. Ziyue let out a soft huff, thinking, what does she think she is doing? Does she believe she can catch up to the emperor? Alas, her status is too low for that. She ought to know her place. Xia Ruqing smiled lightly, dismissing it with indifference. Upon entering the courtyard, Lady Hu had already claimed the main hall, leaving only 2 side chambers available. Ziyue was incensed. What does this mean? No wonder she rushed. It was to secure this spot. Shu, do not speak carelessly. Having visited last year, she had some experience and reminded herself to endure. It was no great matter. Such behavior during the sacrificial rites would be tantamount to courting disaster. The side chambers, though small, were newly constructed and had been cleaned, thus not lacking in decency. Although the day was still not entirely dark, Xia Ruqing, chilled to the bone, ate a bit of the food sent from the kitchen before retiring to rest. Meanwhile, Lady Hu, having taken possession of the main hall, felt exceedingly pleased but found herself waiting impatiently for any sign of Xia Ruqing. Gradually, her interest waned. After uttering a few harsh words, she cast it aside. After partaking in some food and resting for a brief moment, Lady Hu began to experience a high fever. The palace maid, Ruqing, was so frightened that she nearly lost her senses and stumbled forward to report the matter. To her dismay, she found a commotion ahead, where the palace attendants knelt in disarray. Upon inquiring, she learned the dire news. Consort Yun had suffered a miscarriage. A miscarriage? What of the imperial physician? Ruqing asked anxiously. Alas, my lady, have you lost your wits? Where could the physician be at this hour? The young eunuch replied with impatience. Given the sovereign's high fever, she dared not enter to summon the physician. In the courtyard, Consort Yun wept inconsolably, while several court physicians knelt silently on the ground. The Empress Dowager sat nearby, sighing heavily, while the Empress and other consorts wore expressions of complex emotions, rendered mute by the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, I have failed to protect our child. I am guilty. Zhao Junyao sat on a stool by the bed, his countenance grim. The sound of Consort Yun's weeping troubled him. Yet he maintained his composure. It seems I am fated to be separated from that child. My beloved consort need not grieve excessively. The Empress Dowager also spoke up, lamenting how long it had been since the physicians had checked the pulse for peace. Such a significant matter. And yet no one was aware. Indeed, Consort Yun had been entirely unaware of her pregnancy. Kneeling for so long in the biting cold, it was only natural that this circumstance could hardly be blamed on anyone else. Zhao Juanyao's expression darkened. The entire imperial medical department shall face a 6-month salary penalty. Let this serve as a warning. The royal lineage is of paramount importance, leaving no room for error. The presence of women may vary, but a child is irreplaceable. To safeguard the Zhao family's legacy, he could not manage alone. He required many exceptional heirs. The physicians, seeing that the emperor would not pursue the matter further, wept with gratitude before hastily departing to prepare remedies. The empress approached, her demeanor radiating virtue. Sister, do not be overly sorrowful. You are still young, and children will come in due time. Take care not to harm yourself. Consort sure cast a cold glance in their direction but offered no words. Consort Yun, seething with anger, dared not voice her thoughts in the emperor's presence and could only grit her teeth. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I shall bear it in mind. Zhao Junyao regarded the empress with satisfaction, instructing, the weather is cold, and Consort Yun is in a delicate state. I entrust her care to you, empress. The empress quickly knelt. Your majesty, rest assured, I shall tend to Sister Yun with utmost diligence. Zhao Junyao nodded, offering a few more instructions before taking his leave. The child was already lost. What more could he do? The empress sat by the bed, feigning comfort for a time before gracefully departing with her entourage. Consort sure smiled coldly. She seems to revel in this. The weasel is paying a New Year's visit to the hen, with ill intentions. Consort Yun said through tears, seething with resentment. Cease your weeping. It is no one's fault that you were unaware of your own pregnancy. Consort sure frowned, though she felt a twinge of regret. There was also a hidden sense of relief. Better a miscarriage than the alternative. Consort Yun could have borne a son. Had a son been born, he would not have been given to her. With the crown prince in existence, who could predict the future? Perhaps it was best not to conceive at all. Ingwei entered from outside, kneeling to pay her respects. Your Majesty, the Emperor has gone to the Rainflower Pavilion. The Rainflower Pavilion is the residence of the imperial concubine. Grand and magnificent, second only to that of the Empress. I am aware of this. You may leave now. Yes. Concubine sure glanced at Concubine Yun and sighed. Very well. Take care of yourself. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon Kaidai. Although she held a certain disdain for Concubine Yun's foolishness, she recognized their shared bond. She understood the principle that one's lips cannot survive without their teeth. In this imperial harem, it cannot be solely the Empress's domain. After Concubine sure departed, Concubine Yun stared blankly at the doorway, and in the blink of an eye, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Since when had the Emperor ceased to cherish her? Chapter 36. The matter of childbearing, had it been in the past, the Emperor would have certainly accompanied her. Yet now, it is still the favored consort who holds his affection, a bond forged in childhood that remains unparalleled. My lady, it is time for your medicine. Kaidai announced as she entered, holding a bowl of concoction. Yufei glanced at it, stifling her tears, and tilted her neck back to consume it all. Her heart sank further into despair. My lady, perhaps you should rest. Kaidai took the bowl away and tucked her in. Kaidai, how long has it been since the Emperor last spent the night? Yufei squinted in contemplation before slowly uttering 3 words. Xiaoguerin. That wretched vixen has bewitched the Emperor, leaving the favored consort in her shadow. What is Xia to her? This sentiment has found its outlet at last. A miscarriage, indeed, is a blessing. It spares me the trouble. She had declared that the royal heir must emerge from her womb, and she would not hesitate to stain her hands with blood should anyone dare obstruct her path. Congratulations, my lady. Yulan smiled. The Emperor has requested you to oversee Yufei. How shall you arrange it? The Empress pondered before responding. As for arrangements, let the Imperial Medical Bureau attend to her diligently. Should any mistakes arise, I shall hold them accountable. Moreover, since Yufei has just suffered a miscarriage, she must observe a period of confinement. There is no capable caretaker by her side. Select an experienced nurse to attend to her. Remember, it is imperative for Yufei to recover swiftly. Understood. Yulan noted everything meticulously. The Empress lifted her teacup, sipping delicately, revealing a satisfied smile. Since the Emperor entrusted her with this responsibility, she would certainly fulfill it well. Her efforts would not go unnoticed by him. And who could forget that she is the Empress? It is her duty to be benevolent, magnanimous, and considerate, is it not? No matter how favored. Consort sure remains merely a noble concubine. Today, it is she, Fan Mingxian, who enters and exits with the Emperor, bowing in unison before the heavens. That suffices. Indeed, the Empress is compassionate and generous. Yulan presented a bowl of rich bird's nest soup before the Empress. She picked up a small jade spoon, stirring gently. Not in haste to taste. She smiled. The beauties of this palace, akin to the blossoms of the imperial garden, flourish through the cycles of winter and spring. season after season. Those fresh, delicate buds are pleasing even to my eyes. Whatever blossom the emperor favors, we shall tend to it with care, nurturing and pruning it faithfully. Once this season passes, new buds will inevitably bloom, while those that wither will be of no concern to anyone. This metaphor is indeed quite apartment. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lady, Yulan praised. Xia Ruqing received the news upon awakening the next morning. A miscarriage? How surprising. I was unaware she was pregnant. Indeed, Yufei herself was oblivious. I heard it was due to kneeling for an extended period yesterday, Ziyu explained. Oh. Xia Ruqing nodded, feeling no surprise. In this frigid weather, it is not uncommon for several to faint, let alone a woman newly with child. The courtyard was rather isolated, which is why no one knew about it yesterday. Today, the weather is cold, and I must dress warmly to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen, Summer Ruqing mused, dismissing the trivial gossip. Ziyue acknowledged her request and fetched the thickest cloak available, internally pondering. While other concubines engage in gossip, our mistress remains remarkably composed. Upon leaving the courtyard, the pair made their way along a narrow path to the queen's residence. Their arrival was neither too early nor too late. After performing their salutations, they took their seats. The favored consort, Shi Guifei, had not yet arrived, and Yunzi's place remained vacant. As for Hu Guiran, the queen had only just learned of her illness and had summoned the imperial physician. After a brief wait, the attendees gathered. Shi Guifei arrived last. Adorned in a resplendent rose-red palace garment, her appearance strikingly vibrant. Reluctantly, she performed her greetings before taking her seat. The queen then addressed everyone, expressing her concern and shedding a few tears, conveying her sorrow over Yunzi's lost child and urging them to bear more sons for the emperor, so that the royal lineage may flourish. Though the queen's display was somewhat contrived, there were still those who rallied to support her. Truly, Her Majesty is benevolent and magnanimous. The atmosphere was one of harmonious camaraderie among the wives and concubines. Shi Guifei offered a cold smile, bowing her head in silence. Summer Ruqing also lowered her gaze, intently studying the patterns on her garment. She held no faith in the queen's words, deeming them unworthy of her attention. Once the gathering dispersed and she exited the queen's residence, Summer Ruqing strolled toward the garden, feeling stifled and eager for a breath of fresh air. My lady, what time is it, and you still wish to wander the garden? Ziyue's internal thoughts echoed, your reasoning is impeccable. I am at a loss for words. As they walked, Ziyue remained silent, quietly accompanying her. Summer Ruqing ambled along the cobblestone path, contemplating Ziyue's concerns, fully aware of them. In truth, she had considered the matter of childbirth. A child was certainly in her plans. Otherwise, what would become of her in her old age? She had no desire for a life of luxury, only to end up in a dismal fate in her later years. However, the time was not yet ripe. Her status was low, and the queen and the favored consort were fiercely competing for the position of the crown prince. It was best for her to remain uninvolved for now. This body was still young, patience was required. As for jealousy, apologies, but such sentiments are not part of the game. As a newly favored concubine who had barely escaped the clutches of death, she had no right to feel envious. She was merely striving to preserve her life. Moreover, with the emperor marrying so many consorts, was it merely for physical pleasure? Naturally, the aim was to bear many children. It is entirely typical for royalty to seek to expand their lineage. Suddenly, Summer Ruqing realized how swiftly her perspective had shifted. Indeed, in the face of fate, everything else pales in comparison. To live well, one must adapt. The principle of survival of the fittest aptly describes this reality. That evening, Zhao Junyao was in a rather foul mood. Originally, it was a delightful affair to offer sacrifices to the heavens and take the myriad wives on a vacation. Unfortunately, it fell apart. Lady Yun, who was usually quite spoiled, could bring misfortune upon anyone who incurred her wrath. After some contemplation, he concluded that only the favored consort sure could accompany him. Thus, after attending to state affairs, he made his way to the Yuhua Pavilion. Chapter 37. The Emperor's woes, Your Majesty, may you have peace. Please rise. Zhao Junyao, looking weary, turned and sat upon the heated bed. He accepted the tea offered by the palace maid, personally presented by concubine Shi. You have labored throughout the day, please indulge in a cup of tea to soothe yourself. Zhao Junyao took a sip but soon set it down, evidently dissatisfied. His heart was troubled. What could possibly bring him solace at this moment? Concubine Shi dismissed the attendants and seated herself beside Zhao Junyao, cautiously extending her delicate hand to gently massage his temples. Cousin, have you dined? Not in the mood. Zhao Junyao replied, fatigue evident in his tone. Cousin, given the circumstances, it is imperative to care for your health, regardless of your feelings. Concubine sure urged gently, her words soft and soothing. Yet, Zhao Junyao frowned, for who does not comprehend the greater truths of life? Still, it was his child, even without having met. The sorrow lingered within. Subtly, he pushed her hand away, reclining against the grand pillow as if to feign slumber, an unmistakable sign of his impatience. Feeling somewhat awkward, Concubine sure managed a smile. Cousin, I shall prepare some food. You should rest for a while. With that, she exited, and shortly thereafter, a late-night feast was laid before him. Upon opening his eyes, his initial hunger dissipated at the sight of the spread. The table was adorned with an array of delicacies, sweet pastries such as red bean cakes, mung bean cakes, sticky rice cakes, and egg yolk puffs, alongside a plethora of savory dishes, each one exquisitely prepared. From the skies above to the earth below, and even the waters, nearly every culinary delight was represented. The soups alone numbered over 10 varieties, both sweet and savory. Yet, despite the lavish spread before him, a feast that money could scarcely procure, he felt no inclination to partake. I have no appetite. A deep concern etched itself upon Concubine Sher's finely crafted visage. Cousin, never mind. I am weary. I shall rest, Zhao Junyao declared before rising and retreating to the inner chamber. Lying upon his bed, an image of Xia Ruqing's innocent smile suddenly flashed through his mind. What would she prepare for him to eat? Concubine Sher had been raised in opulence, accustomed to splendid meals and attire, and he too had shared in such luxury without a second thought, until he encountered that whimsical spirit. With her, he felt like an ordinary man, a commoner. The memory of that small charcoal stove remained vivid in his mind, and even the not-so-cozy Jawa pavilion lingered in his thoughts. But pondering it brought no resolution. Born into royalty, the burdens upon his shoulders were immense. He could not live solely for himself. Restlessly tossing and turning, he lost track of time before finally drifting into slumber. Concubine Sher, wary of sleeping deeply, tended to him throughout the night, only allowing him to rest fully by the early hours of dawn. Upon returning to Jawa Pavilion, night had already fallen. Xia Ruqing, having endured the cold all day, was preparing to retire when she was unexpectedly visited by a small pillar. Your Excellency, the Emperor has summoned me to escort you. The warm palanquin awaits outside. Xia Ruqing thought to herself, this is disastrous. The Emperor has been in a foul mood these past few days. I hope I do not cross his path. Within the Zikan Hall, Zhao Junyao was immersed in reviewing memorials. As the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month approached, the Emperor's pen would be sealed, leading to an influx of documents these days. Xia Ruqing suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Junyao. Regardless of whether one is cold, hungry, unwell, or in a foul mood, the work must continue, and, stacked together, these documents must be over a foot high, accumulated over several days. The urgent matters had already been addressed in the South Garden. These were of lesser importance, yet they too required attention. The room was brightly lit by candles, and Xia Ruqing dared not utter a sound. Instead, she held the book Chronicles of the Chu dynasty and slowly immersed herself in it. After an unknown period, when Zhao Junyao finished reviewing the memorials and approached, he found Xia Ruqing, cradling the book, had fallen asleep. Upon seeing her tranquil, sleeping face, an unexpected calm washed over him. She was so considerate, as obedient as a kitten, yet at times, she could be quite mischievous. Give her a hint of freedom, and she would aspire to open a dye house. She seemed to have no cares in the world, feasting and resting to her heart's content. Unconsciously, his lips curled into a faint smile. Leaning down carefully, he gently lifted her onto the dragon bed. That night, he did nothing but hold her, gradually drifting into slumber. In the blink of an eye, it was the little new year. Consort Yun, nurturing her health, rarely ventured out, while the Emperor was too preoccupied to visit the inner palace. Even the most favored consort sure had not seen the Emperor for several days. The Empress was busy managing the preparations for the new year, even foregoing her morning greetings. Outside, the cold deterred everyone from venturing out, creating a serene atmosphere in the inner palace. One day, after court, Zhao Junyao visited the Ningshou Palace to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager. The Emperor, burdened with state affairs, need not always concern himself with the Empress Dowager. Upon seeing her son, the Empress Dowager smiled warmly. My dear child, there is no need for such formalities. You have much on your plate, so take care of your health first and foremost. As she spoke, the Empress Dowager pulled the Emperor to sit beside her and inquired, Have you had your breakfast? Not yet. I was just about to have a meal. Why not join me? Zhao Junyao's expression softened, and he smiled. Mother, I am fortunate to partake in the delightful dishes you have prepared." His words elicited laughter from the Empress Dowager, and Matron Chow remarked, "Look at you, having grown so much. Every time you visit, you only think of food." The Empress Dowager's old servant's culinary skills are your favorite. Zhao Junyao continued the conversation. The emperor cherishes the past and does not scorn the skills of the servants. I shall have them prepare the dishes right away. Matron Qin, beaming, departed. The few dishes the emperor loved since childhood, they had long since mastered. The Empress Dowager, having long adhered to a vegetarian diet and Buddhist practices, was not fond of the dishes from the imperial kitchen. Typically, a few skilled old matrons attended to her. Zhao Junyao also smiled. "Mother, you remember. How could I forget? Back then, you, Wan Xin, and Junkie were always together, causing delightful mischief." Wan Xin is the given name of consort Shi. Zhao Junkie is Zhao Junyao's cousin, the legitimate son of the 9th prince, the Prince of Yan, and the heir apparent of the Prince of Yan. Due to the similar ages of the three, they often played together during their childhood. Zhao Junyao's smile faded slightly as he remarked, "Every time we get into trouble, it is still the Empress Dowager who helps to shield us. Otherwise, if the emperor discovers it, we would certainly face a severe punishment." His words elicited laughter from the dowager, who then continued to chat for a while. With a sigh, she remarked, "You have all grown up. Junkie has naturally gone to his fief with his father, and as for you and Wan Xin, you are no longer as you once were." He thought to himself, the Empress Dowager is overly concerned. Everything remains the same. In this harem, when it comes to favor, no one can compare to her, is it not enough? Chapter 38. Such affectation. The Empress Dowager appeared to have received some form of validation. Immediately laughing as she remarked, "It seems I have been foolish." She continued, "Speaking of Wan Xin, I recall that you both share a fondness for similar dishes. Why not summon her as well?" Before she could finish her sentence, a palace attendant arrived to report that concubine Shi had come. The Empress Dowager was delighted and hastily called for her to enter, but Zhao Junyao felt a sense of discomfort gnawing at him. Whether it was his mother summoning someone or concubine Shi eagerly arriving on her own, he remained displeased, plagued by the unsettling sensation of being constantly monitored and calculated against. One was his biological mother, and the other, his childhood companion, yet both seemed to conspire against him. How disheartening. His heart was heavy. And yet he could not simply storm away. It became evident to him that the emperor was not the omnipotent figure of legend, capable of acting with impunity and reigning supreme. Instead, he felt as though he were shackled with countless chains, unable to break free. The Empress Dowager was her aunt, a powerful ally within the inner court, and her frequent visits were entirely reasonable. However, Zhao Junyao could not shake the feeling of being scrutinized, indifferent to her grievances. Noticing the emperor's somber expression, concubine Shi surmised that he was likely still displeased over the matter of consort Yun's miscarriage. Yet, while the emperor felt discomfort, she found satisfaction in it. "Your Majesty, these dishes are all your favorites. Do indulge." Concubine Shi placed a small portion of food onto his plate. Zhao Junyao, upon seeing her gentle smile, felt an aversion rising within him. He ignored her and refrained from tasting the food she had offered. Instead, he lifted a small bowl of rice and served himself some vegetables. Concubine Shi, feeling awkward, was met with the Empress Dowager's cheerful interjection. Do eat, Wan Xin. You should partake as well. We wouldn't want it to go cold." As a mother to her son and an aunt to her niece, the Empress Dowager was concerned for both, sincerely wishing for their well-being. "Thank you, mother." Concubine Shi managed a bright smile and, holding her bowl, took small bites, savoring each morsel with grace as her delicate lips moved. Zhao Junyao frowned at such deliberate affectation. Could one truly enjoy a meal in such a manner? The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, yet the Empress Dowager feigned ignorance, laughingly saying, "Do not be displeased if we create a ruckus. It would be you who drives us away." Concubine Shi set down her utensils, laughing in response. Her words brought genuine laughter from the Empress Dowager, and even Zhao Junyao managed a slight smile. Concubine Shi, despite her demeanor, was wholeheartedly devoted in front of the Empress Dowager. As long as she did not overstep, he was willing to extend some semblance of dignity to her, allowing her to feel at ease. "Wan Xin, why are you not eating? Do partake. These dishes are all to your liking," the Empress Dowager urged. Yet, concubine Shi had already taken out her handkerchief. "Mother, I am quite full. Let my cousin eat more, as he must surely be exhausted these past few days." Zhao Junyao thought to himself, "You've barely eaten a few bites, and already you claim to be full?" It was true that women in the inner court often cherished their beauty and refrained from overeating to maintain their figures. But to assert one was full after just a few grains of rice, that was rather excessive. Zhao Junyao suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over him, rendering him unable to continue eating. In the past, he might have tolerated it, but now he found it intolerable. Having encountered sincerity, the stark contrast of such behavior leaves one bewildered. Is it not sufficient to simply lead a good life? Why resort to such antics? I have had my fill, Zhao Junyao remarked as he set down his chopsticks. Although a sense of displeasure lingered within him, he maintained a restrained demeanor in the presence of the Empress Dowager. There are matters to attend to at Zhaoqin Palace. I shall take my leave, he concluded, bowing respectfully to the Dowager, not sparing a glance at Consort Shi, and strode out with purpose. The Dowager was momentarily taken aback, while Consort Shi found herself in a state of confusion. What could be troubling the emperor? Had Wan Xin inadvertently offended him? Reflecting on the earlier events, she found nothing amiss. The Dowager shook her head, pondering that perhaps there truly were pressing matters at hand. Despite the royal seal, he was still the emperor, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Yet, her cousin seemed to have departed in haste. Consort Shi's thoughts wandered, for she knew her cousin well. If there were indeed urgent matters, he would have addressed them promptly rather than leaving them unresolved. This line of thought only heightened her unease. The Dowager's attempts to console her went unheard as she sat there for a while before taking her leave. With a sigh, the Dowager mused, "These two are truly adversaries. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Such is the nature of youth. It is common for young ones to bicker." Qing Mama chuckled. "Let us hope so," the Dowager replied, before inquiring, "When will Prince Yin arrive in the capital?" Qing Mama paused for a moment before resuming her smile. "Today is the 23rd. In 2 or 3 days, he should surely arrive by the 25th or 26th. "Indeed," the Dowager nodded, her expression easing into one of reassurance. After consuming a bowl of soup, she reclined on a soft couch to rest her eyes. Zhou Mama had been sent by the Empress to attend to Consort Yun during her confinement. "Your Highness, it is time for your medicine," Zhou Mama announced. Entering with the medicinal bowl, her tone firm yet respectful. "Leave it," Consort Yun replied, casting her a sidelong glance. "I shall drink it later." Kai Dai, smiling, approached. "Mama has worked hard. Let us set the medicine aside for now. I shall ensure that the consort takes it when she is ready. The medicine is cool just right. It would be best for the consort to take it now. Any further delay will render it ineffective." Zhou Mama insisted with an impassive expression. Consort Yun, incensed, prepared to rise, but Kai Dai restrained her, stepping forward with a blend of authority and a smile. "The physician has advised that the consort must not become agitated. Is Mama acting with intent? If the consort's health were to falter, could Mama bear the consequences?" Zhou Mama hesitated, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. After a moment, she conceded, "Since the consort does not wish to take it now, I shall warm the medicine. Whenever the consort is ready, I will bring it back." With that, she bowed respectfully and exited the room. Consort Yun, her vision darkening with fury, exclaimed, "This insolent servant dares to overstep her bounds, believing she can trample upon my authority. I knew the Empress had ulterior motives." Kai Dai's face paled in alarm. "Your Highness, please lower your voice. One must not speak recklessly." Yunfei was acutely aware of her indiscretion, left to simmer in frustration, reluctant to voice her thoughts any further. The Emperor held steadfastly to tradition. Even the consort honored the Empress, and she dared not fall behind. Otherwise, not only would she face the Emperor's displeasure, but she would also endure a stern reprimand from the consort. Despite her struggles, she ultimately could not overcome the formidable authority before her. Under the watchful gaze of Granny Shou, she reluctantly consumed the medicine. A flicker of amusement broke through Granny Shou's otherwise impassive demeanor. "I humbly wish for your Highness's swift recovery," she declared before bowing and retreating. Inside, Yunfei felt as if she had swallowed a fly. A mix of indignation and nausea overwhelming her. Her nails dug into her flesh, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet she found no outlet for her vexation. Chapter 39. Eating noodles recently, the Emperor has been in a rather discontented mood, with the Empress Dowager keeping a watchful eye. Li Shenghan expressed that the pressure is immense. He has sealed the imperial edict, thus avoiding court sessions, resulting in a significant reduction in memorials. Even if he were to spend his days indulging in revelries with his concubines, the censors would remain silent. However, Zhao Junyao has no desire to go anywhere. After visiting the Empress Dowager yesterday, the noble consort followed closely behind, putting on an act that drained his spirits. He also wishes to avoid the Empress, who, despite being under 20, carries herself as though she were 80. She prides herself on her poise and decorum, yet exudes a palpable air of weariness. It is rumored that she has taken to transcribing Buddhist scriptures, an activity more suited to elderly ladies. Yun Fei, having just given birth, is also in low spirits. Two disheartened souls together will only amplify their woes. It is best to steer clear. Ning Fei, on the other hand, is gentle and virtuous, albeit somewhat dim-witted. He finds that whenever he speaks, she is unable to respond appropriately. Her every utterance revolves around the princess, indicating her thoughts are elsewhere. Hui Pin is astute and adept at concealing her emotions, yet her youngest daughter has just turned 1 and requires maternal care. Each time he visits, the wet nurse takes the princess away, causing the little one to wail inconsolably. Despite Hui Pin's efforts to mask her feelings, he can discern her heartache. The second princess, upon seeing him, refuses to be held, automatically categorizing him as the villain who keeps her from her mother, with a grim countenance. Zhao Junyao feels a wave of helplessness wash over him. Consequently, when he visits Hui Pin, his sole purpose is to see the princess. Following that are Zheng Pin, Hu Guiran, and Xia Guiran. Zheng Pin is not particularly attractive, ranking among the least favored in the harem, and he has never taken much notice of her. As for the Xia family, assessing his concubines one by one, he finds that only Xia Shi resonates with him. At this moment, the sovereign decisively declares, "Let Guiran Xia accompany me in the study." Now, Li Xingyan is somewhat taken aback. In the past, the emperor would summon Guiran Xia to accompany him only after dinner, when there were fewer people around. Yet, it is still before noon. "I command you to go. So go. No more chatter." "Yes, yes, yes." Li Xingyan hastily made his exit. 15 minutes later, Xia Ruqing arrived at Zhaochen Palace, elegantly carried in a warm palanquin. Hu Guiran, residing in the adjacent Li Jing Pavilion, witnessed this and felt an overwhelming urge to grind her silver teeth in frustration. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Xia Ruqing approached cautiously to bow. Having heard of the emperor's recent melancholy, she knew she must tread carefully. Earlier, Eunuch Li had informed her on the way that the emperor had not enjoyed a proper meal in 2 days. It is indeed a pity. She had always imagined the emperor's palate was refined to the highest standards. It is surprising that the imperial cuisine falls short of even homely fare. As the wealthiest man in the Great Chu dynasty, how difficult could it be to enjoy a simple meal? The challenge lies in the fact that he is the emperor. Zhao Junyao was practicing calligraphy, as it brings tranquility. His father had taught him that one must never be swayed by emotions, for if emotions prevail, one has lost. Upon careful reflection, it holds true. Xia Ruqing rolled up her sleeves, diligently grinding the ink beside him. The small silver spoon added water, and with a square ink block in hand, Zhao Junyao circled the inkstone repeatedly. In the study, the only sound was that of water and ink mingling. Picking up the wolf hairbrush, saturated with rich ink, he created each stroke with meticulous care. The fragrance of ink permeated the air. By the time he set down his brush, the hour for lunch had already passed. The emperor, having poured his heart into his writing, was not to be disturbed. Li Shangyan, leading the palace attendants, began to tidy the table and remarked, "Your Majesty, it is time for lunch." Zhao Junyao's displeasure dissipated considerably as he nodded for the meal to be prepared. He glanced at Xia Ruqing and added, "Tell them to prepare a few dishes you would like to eat." "Certainly." Xia Ruqing replied obediently, without hesitation. Seeing that the emperor's anger seemed to have subsided, Li Shangyan felt a great relief and cheerfully said to Xia Ruqing, "What would the esteemed lady like to eat? I shall order it right away." "You truly are a savior. His Majesty hasn't enjoyed his meals these past few days. I hope he can eat more today. Otherwise, prolonged fasting may harm the imperial health." Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is there a chef skilled in making noodles?" Li Shangyan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Yes, indeed. There is a chef from the West who excels at crafting willow leaf noodles. Would the esteemed lady like this?" Xia Ruqing nodded and continued, "Additionally, please request a few simple home-style dishes, nothing particular, just light and palatable." Li Shangyan, sensing the emperor's tacit approval, was filled with satisfaction and happily departed. Upon reaching the small kitchen of Zhaoqing Palace, the chefs were also in distress. The emperor had grown increasingly dissatisfied with the imperial meals, sending dishes back untouched. This was a disgrace for the top chefs gathered from various regions, who once struggled to secure a single dish. However, their skills were not the issue. It was the strict protocols surrounding the imperial cuisine that compelled them to adhere to such practices. Thus, when Chef Li from the West learned that the esteemed lady desired his willow leaf noodles, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, an opportunity to showcase our signature dish. The other chefs looked on enviously. Li Shengyan added, "The esteemed lady also requested a few home-style dishes that are flavorful yet light." The chefs exchanged glances. And after a few moments of deliberation, one said, "That won't do. It's too spicy." The esteemed lady specified she wanted something light. "Our honey-glazed tender lotus slices from Jiangnan would be most suitable." Another chef interjected, No, the emperor does not favor sweet dishes. My hometown's chicken stew with mushrooms is best. It's fresh, tender, and one can savor the broth." The chefs argued animatedly, each vying for their own dish. Li Shengyan struck the table twice, commanding, "Enough. Listen carefully. We are to prepare home-style dishes, not regional specialties. They must be light and palatable. Hurry and do not delay." The chefs replied in unison, "Yes." Meanwhile, Chef Li was already kneading the dough, which included not only white flour but also mixtures of bean flour, sweet potato flour, and whole grain flour. The dough was kneaded with vigor. As the water boiled, the knife danced expertly, transforming the dough into pieces the size of willow leaves. Once the ingredients reached the perfect doneness, they were swiftly immersed in cool water, enhancing their texture. At that moment, a young eunuch hurried over, and with minimal effort. As the materials were readily available, a plate of golden, crispy mushroom and beef morsels was soon prepared. Although slightly different, the aroma was still delightful. The midday meal was presented one by one, all items ordered by Xia Ruqing. There were stir-fried lotus root slices, sawed mixed vegetables, fried yulon slices with ginkgo, a refreshing scallion and tofu salad, and a dish of black fungus with red onions. The delicate noodles were served in a small white jade jar, accompanied by an assortment of savory sauces, along with the golden beef morsels. Chapter 40. The Empress Dowagers thought Xia Ruqing first poured a bowl of noodles into a small covered dish. She skillfully concocted a sauce using fine salt, rice vinegar, and sesame oil, mixing it into the noodles, and added some finely chopped scallions and shredded greens. Finally, she heaped a generous spoonful of fragrant beef sauce over the dish. The various ingredients emanated their pure, original aromas without overshadowing one another. Even the most unassuming willow leaf noodles desperately released the unique sweetness that comes from being properly cooked. Zhao Juanyu's stomach had begun to protest vehemently. Heaven knows how much effort he expended to suppress the cacophony of his internal organs beneath his expressionless visage. "Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal." Xia Ruqing personally presented a bowl of noodles to him. Zhao Junyao accepted it and elegantly picked up his chopsticks to begin eating. Compared to ordinary noodles, willow leaf noodles offered the advantage of not being awkward to consume. With regular long noodles, one must slurp them to enjoy. But willow leaf noodles do not require such theatrics. The delicate little noodle leaves were coated in sauce, and with each spoonful, they were a delightful surprise. They were both chewy and flavorful, elegant yet satisfying, stirring his appetite profoundly. The small covered dish, the size of a fist, saw him devour 6 or 7 bowls. He sampled fine white noodles, those mixed with beans, sweet potatoes, and whole grains, savoring each variety. In the end, with the last vestiges of self-control, he refrained from indulging further, stopping just short of being 11/10 full. Little did he know, there would be many more opportunities like this in the future. For the moment, that was not to be discussed. Li Shengyan observed the glowing satisfaction radiating from the emperor's face. A heavy weight lifted from his heart. He mused, Xia, the favored one, truly possesses exquisite skills, always managing to please the emperor's palate. The emperor disdained extravagance, and since ascending the throne, the dietary customs of the palace had been significantly simplified. This dish of noodles, pure and natural, simple and accessible, would surely delight the emperor. It seemed Xia had indeed won favor, though whether she could ascend further remained uncertain. Regardless, it was wise to serve him well, for it would never lead to misfortune. For 2 or 3 consecutive days, Xia Ruqing accompanied the emperor in the imperial study, and the news reached the inner palace. The concubines were consumed by jealousy, gnashing their teeth and tearing apart handkerchiefs in their frustration. Yet, none dared to cause displeasure for the emperor at such a time. It was merely a matter of keeping the emperor amused. A mere concubine could hardly overturn the hierarchy. With that thought, they dismissed the matter with a wave of their hand. However, consorts sure harbored deep resentment towards her. Why was it that every time she stumbled, this woman was involved? Initially, she was punished to kneel for a while, but then pretended to be ill and deliberately let the emperor witness her copying the lessons for women. Later, her frequent ailments brought disgrace upon the empress. Now, she had the audacity to encroach upon her favor. Just a few days prior in Ningshou Palace, her cousin had stormed out, only to summon her the next day. It was likely connected to Xia, this little concubine, who occasionally caused her discomfort, truly deserved a reckoning. The essence of her thought was, Your Majesty, such favoritism may invite animosity towards Xia. Zhao Junyao cast a sharp glance her way. I shall favor whomever I please. Do you think I need your counsel? Li Shengyan was utterly terrified, no longer daring to utter a single word. In truth, Zhao Junyao ostentatious demeanor stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, his genuine satisfaction with the Xia family, and secondly, a display of defiance. He was the emperor, and he would not allow anyone, be it ministers or the Empress Dowager, to influence him. The more she attempted to meddle, the more he felt repulsed. What you favor, I shall deliberately oppose. Madame Qing hurriedly advised, Your Majesty is but in his youth, a time when impulsiveness reigns. He often takes the opposite stance. You need not take it to heart. We shall simply let things unfold, and once the novelty wears off, he will naturally relinquish it. The Empress Dowager sighed. Was it not natural for her to be anxious? She had endured a lifetime in the palace for the Shi family. Once, she had been sent into the palace by her father, and now, her brother, the esteemed Minister Shi, had similarly placed his daughter within its confines. Women born into affluent families are bereft of freedom. Political marriages are a fate from which noble maidens cannot escape. Those who care for their daughters will merely ensure their interests are safeguarded while selecting a partner of good character and upbringing. As for others, their sole focus is the pursuit of profit. In certain respects, Consort Shi could be considered fortunate. Though a concubine, she held the esteemed title of first-class consort, a position of great distinction. Her mother-in-law was her own aunt, and her husband was a childhood companion, with both family support and affection. Her life in the palace would hardly be filled with sorrow. Yet, concerning the matters of the younger generation, you need not worry. Do you not know the emperor's temperament? Which emperor enjoys being instructed daily on whom to favor or whom to neglect? The Empress Dowager smiled wryly, waving her hand. Very well, very well. I shall heed your counsel and refrain from intervening. After speaking, she instructed, Inform Wanxin to refrain from any mischief. The emperor is the sovereign of a nation, the ruler of the realm, not merely her own. Patience is essential for longevity. Madame Qing acknowledged her words. The Empress Dowager quietly sipped her soup, while Madame Qing prepared to assist her with her midday rest. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager opened her eyes. What of Prince Yan? Has he arrived in the capital? Madame Qing, momentarily taken aback, concealed her smile and sighed. It is said he shall arrive today. The Empress Dowager tightly clenched her hand hidden beneath the quilt, striving to maintain a calm tone. Is my post ready? Please invite him to my palace for a visit. She used I, rather than this humble one. Madame Qing remained silent for a moment before finally acquiescing. However, she lamented inwardly, what is the purpose of this endeavor? Prince Yan was the ninth son of the ancestral patriarch, the younger brother of the late emperor, and the uncle of Zhao Junyao. The bond shared was incomparable to that of distant royal relatives. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, Prince Yan entered the capital with his family. On the morning of the 27th, he presented himself to the emperor in the palace. At noon, the emperor graciously hosted a banquet for Prince Yan and his son at Zhaoqin Palace. Meanwhile, the princess consort paid her respects at Ningshou Palace and Jiaofeng Hall. She was invited to dine with the empress, which shall remain unmentioned. At Zhaoqin Palace, Zhao Junyao was in high spirits, having consumed several cups of wine. After several rounds, he chuckled, as they were uncle and nephew, and with no outsiders present. Prince Yan felt at ease and chuckled lightly. In recent years, my old legs have become increasingly uncooperative, much to the emperor's amusement. The uncle replied, What are you saying? It is rather my nephew who has failed to consider matters thoroughly. Chapter 41. The Prince of Yin and his son the Prince of Yin chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Your Majesty need not worry. This is merely an old ailment of mine, one that cannot be cured. Why trouble them to travel such a distance? Beside him, his son, Zhao Junqi, also smiled. There is no need for concern, elder brother. We have several renowned physicians at our estate. Father has not suffered greatly. That is a relief. Zhao Junyao felt a weight lift from his heart. He held a deep regard for this uncle, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the late emperor. As laughter filled the air, a few more cups of wine were consumed, and the conversation shifted. The Prince of Yin, now in his 40s, had grown somewhat portly, although his features mirrored those of the late emperor. Years spent in his prosperous domain had dulled the commanding aura he once possessed, leaving him appearing as a complacent, affluent gentleman. In stark contrast to the late emperor, who had reigned for nearly 2 decades, the prince's demeanor was entirely different. Zhao Junqi inherited the royal family's distinguished lineage, possessing extraordinary looks. Though he carried a hint of frivolity in his demeanor, The ambition he once exhibited while studying in the Imperial Academy had long since waned. Zhao Junyao could not resist teasing him. In my youth, I was frail, often bested by you in archery and horsemanship. Yet now, if we were to compete again, I am certain you would not prevail. Yao Junki shrugged helplessly. Though I may lack diligence, I assure you, I have made efforts. At the very least, I am capable of drawing the bow with earnestness. Zhao Junyao's laughter erupted at this. After finishing their meal and savoring a cup of tea, the prince and his son took their leave from the palace. On the grand stone steps of Zhaoqing Palace, Zhao Junyao stood with hands clasped behind his back, watching the father and son retreat into the distance. The prince, leaning on a cane and limping, was supported by Zhao Junki as they descended the steps. A flicker of complexity crossed Zhao Junyao's eyes. Indeed, the Prince of Yin was a cripple. In his teenage years, he had suffered a fall from horseback, leaving him with lasting repercussions. During his youth in the capital, before he was named heir, the prince had displayed a certain spirit, wielding a broadsword even while seated. He was diligent in his studies, absorbing knowledge of the world despite his confinement. He imposed strict expectations upon his legitimate son, Zhao Junki, who, though the most unruly, was also the most industrious, consistently surpassing his father in archery and horsemanship. Later, when the late emperor ascended to the throne, the prince was granted his fiefdom in Guangnan. Now, the father relished a life of luxury while the son exhibited a touch of extravagance. Zhao Junyo sighed softly within, contemplating the passage of time. Just as he lamented the inexorable march of the years, news arrived. Noble consort, who had been poisoned. Zhao Junyao's expression shifted dramatically. Poisoned, having grown up in the palace. He was all too familiar with the jealous rivalries among the women. Typically, he turned a blind eye, but if he did not intervene now, would they not soon turn their malice upon the crown prince? Upon arriving at Lijiang Pavilion, he found the empress already present. The imperial physician was diagnosing noble consort Hu, while several attending maidservants knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Should anything happen to noble consort Hu, their own fates would be sealed. Seeing the emperor's arrival, the empress stepped forward to pay her respects. I have seen the emperor. Rise, he commanded. Zhao Junyao waved his hand and took a seat on a chair in the outer chamber. The empress, while personally serving tea, expressed her remorse, saying, "Such an incident occurring in the inner palace is truly a result of my negligence. I am guilty, and I implore your majesty to impose punishment upon me." Zhao Junyao glanced at the empress, took a sip of tea, and replied slowly, "With the multitude of affairs at year-end, the empress is undoubtedly overwhelmed. Thus, you cannot bear the entire blame. Please, take a seat." The empress expressed her gratitude, steadied her nerves, and then sat down on the opposite side of the tea table. Fortunately, the emperor understood her busy schedule and did not lay excessive blame upon her. The imperial physician emerged and announced, "May I report to your majesty that noble consort who first vomited and then lost consciousness. My colleagues and I discovered the presence of oleander flower pollen among the waste. This substance is highly toxic, and even a small amount can be lethal. Fortunately, the noble consort's poisoning was not severe, and prompt treatment has saved her life." Oleander? How could such a thing be present in the palace? The empress exclaimed in shock. Zhao Juanyao's expression darkened. Human life is no trifling matter. He then fixed his gaze upon the palace servants and asked in a deep voice. Little Zhao, who served beside noble consort Hu, crawled over in tears and reported, "Your Majesty, our noble consort has a fondness for cheese. This afternoon, when I went to fetch the meal, I saw some of the masters had received cheese. I asked the kitchen staff for a bowl as well, but they said there was none left and would need half an hour to prepare it." At that moment, little Shizi from Zhaohua Pavilion was also fetching a meal, and he had a bowl of cheese in his food box. He generously remarked that our noble consort never cared for it, and I expressed my profound gratitude. Who would have thought? After the meal, she... As he spoke, the empress's complexion changed drastically. "Are you implying that little Shizi's cheese was poisoned?" Zhao Junyao fell silent for a moment before issuing an order. The imperial physician, Li Shengyan, presented the remaining half-bowl of cheese, and after examination, the imperial physician reported, "Your Majesty, this bowl of cheese indeed contains poison." In Zhaohua Pavilion, little Shizi had confided to little Zhao about the cheese exchange. However, a mere bowl of cheese is hardly a rare commodity to warrant such desperation in seeking someone out. Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment. It was indeed suspicious. Typically, if the masters in the palace desire something, they would notify the kitchen in advance. Noble consort Hu, being a sixth-rank official, should not have been treated with such disregard by the kitchen. Therefore, Ziyue, just to be cautious, You two should search every corner of Zhaohua Pavilion to ensure nothing amiss has been overlooked. Xia Ruqing commanded. She mused, in recent days. Spending several consecutive days accompanying His Majesty in the imperial study may have drawn unwanted attention. The two immediately complied. They searched both inside and out, yet found nothing unusual. Xia Ruqing contemplated, perhaps I am overthinking this. Never mind, just remain vigilant, and such incidents must not occur again. Yes, I am fatigued. I shall rest for a while. Ziyue attended to her mistress for the afternoon nap. Even before she could lie down, little Zhuzi arrived. Noble consort Xia. Both His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress are in Liqing Pavilion, and they have summoned you. Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of confusion, an ominous premonition stirring within her heart. Without daring to inquire further, I hastily donned my attire and set out with Ziyue. Little Zhuzi added. And don't forget about little Shizi. Little Shizi, sensing the gravity of the situation, appeared somewhat pale, yet managed to maintain his composure. Throughout our journey, Xia Ruqing inquired about the matter at hand. Having received considerable favor from the esteemed Xia Guiran, little Zhuzi deliberated briefly before recounting the entire tale. A sense of foreboding gripped Xia Ruqing's heart. Indeed, she had been ensnared in a cunning plot. Chapter 42, Deceived before the Emperor and the Empress. Xia Ruqing stepped forward to pay her respects in the Liqing Hall. Rise, Zhao Junyao commanded with a wave of his hand. Xia Ruqing stood upright as the Empress recounted the events once more, finally asking with gravity, what explanation do you have for this matter, Lady Xia? Xia Ruqing composedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am innocent. Oh? The Empress narrowed her eyes. Xia Ruqing continued, cheese is not a rare delicacy. Even if Lady Hu enjoys it, she should have notified the kitchen in advance, rather than sending a servant to demand it from us. There must be something amiss here. The Empress nodded, turning to the Emperor. Zhao Junyao's expression grew even colder as he commanded, Li Shengyan, investigate the imperial kitchen first. After all, the poisoned cheese originated from there. We cannot overlook this matter. Li Shengyan promptly acknowledged and hurried off to the kitchen. The affairs of the kitchen are not trifling. Moreover, Lady Xia is astute and would likely not engage in such foolishness. Perhaps that bowl of poisoned cheese was intended specifically for her. The Emperor, having finally found someone more agreeable, would surely want to protect her. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyao evidently did not wish to linger any longer. Since Lady Hu was no longer in imminent danger, he saw no reason to waste time. I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. This matter is entrusted entirely to the Empress. The Empress felt a surge of joy. I accept the decree. I do not wish to wrong anyone. His tone was robust and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. I understand. Upon returning to the Jiaohuang Palace, the Empress let out a sigh of relief. Reclining on the couch and closing her eyes, Yulan massaged her temples. The Empress inquired softly, do you think that the poisoned cheese was intended for Lady Xia? Or was it Lady Xia who sought to harm Lady Hu? I cannot be certain. It is well known in the palace that the two ladies are at odds. However, I perceive Lady Xia to be quite clever and unlikely to commit such a foolish act. The Empress chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. If even a maid could discern this, could the Emperor truly be blind to it? Entrusting this matter to her was merely a means for the Emperor to ensure that Lady Xia's innocence was vindicated. In truth, even without the Emperor's directive, she would have pursued the truth, for she would not easily allow someone who could pose a challenge to consortship to be unjustly harmed. As she observed Lady Xia gaining favor, it was clear that some were becoming anxious. Your Highness, I have interrogated all those on duty in the imperial kitchen today and conducted a search, but found nothing unusual. No anomalies? The Empress responded, somewhat astonished. Li Gonggong is typically thorough in his duties. If he found nothing amiss, it becomes rather complicated. If the poison did not originate from the imperial kitchen, then Lady Xia would be in trouble. After all, the only individuals who handled the cheese were from the kitchen or Xia Ruqing's eunuch, Xiao Shizi. What about the distributing eunuchs? Have they all been interrogated? Li Gonggong nodded. Reporting to Your Highness, the kitchen staff mentioned that several barrels of fresh goat's milk arrived today. The cheese was all prepared in a single pot. Other masters had it as well, and there were no issues. The Queen nodded. Your Majesty, the Emperor still requires assistance. So I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Master Li. Yulan, please escort Master Li out. Yes. What a perplexing situation. Your Majesty. Why not summon Chief Steward He to inquire about the situation? Chief Steward He Changsho of the Imperial Kitchen received the news and promptly appeared at Zhaofang Palace. I have seen the Queen. Rise. Speak. What is the situation today? He Changsho was a seasoned veteran in the palace, adept in navigating the intricacies of court life. Under his stewardship, the imperial kitchen had never encountered such an incident. He felt quite frustrated. Your Majesty, I have searched thoroughly. No suspicious items were found in the imperial kitchen. From the head chef to the eunuchs serving the dishes, each was scrutinized, yet none were found. What of the cheese? Since noble consort who was so fond of it, why was it not provided to her? The queen inquired again. He Changsho was nearly in tears. Your Majesty, there are many masters who come for their meals each day. We servants can only remember the essentials. As for noble consort who would care about the preferences of an uncherished consort? Everyone in the palace knew how to adapt to the prevailing winds. The queen pondered for a moment and waved her hand. Enough, I understand. You may leave now. Yes. He Changsho bowed and withdrew. The queen felt quite troubled. It was indeed a vexing matter. One could not simply accuse the imperial kitchen of poisoning noble consort who due to their negligence in providing her cheese. The imperial kitchen had left no trace of wrongdoing. The most plausible explanation was that the eunuch named Xiao Shizi had poisoned the cheese intended for noble consort who. With this thought, the queen felt a sense of disappointment. It seemed that the Xia family would suffer a loss. Yufu then entered. Your Majesty. Several stewards from the Internal Affairs Court wish to see you. The queen rubbed her temples. Let them in. Regardless of the truth. She wished to avoid expending further effort over a mere consort. Yulan felt a twinge of concern. After a moment's hesitation, she remained silent. Yet sighed inwardly. As the year-end approached, there were countless matters to attend to, both inside and outside the palace. The queen had been working tirelessly for the past half-month. To avoid any mistakes, she often stayed up late reviewing the accounts. If this continued, how could her health withstand it? Yet the queen was strong-willed and disregarded advice, claiming that the emperor, burdened with state affairs, felt no fatigue. So her own weariness was insignificant. It was only natural for men to govern outside while women managed the domestic sphere. After all, she was the queen. Alas! Yulan sighed. The queen's busyness consumed the day. The next day was the 28th day of the 12th month. Upon waking early, the queen contemplated. In 2 days. It will be the 30th, this matter concerning noble consort who cannot be delayed. But your Majesty, the dishes for the New Year's Eve feast have yet to be decided. And no arrangements have been made. How can you find time to investigate? At the feast, there would be numerous masters and attendants. Whether it was the emperor hosting the dignitaries or the inner palace family banquet, there must be no room for error. The queen nodded thoughtfully. In the Zhaohua pavilion, Xia Ruqing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This calamity had truly descended upon her like a bolt from the blue. Had she really orchestrated the poisoning of noble consort, who through the imperial kitchen? Was she truly the last to know? Chapter 43, Proving Innocence. What a perplexing situation this is. Yet, in order to preserve her life, she must maintain her composure and steady her mind. She mused internally. If only there were surveillance. Ziyue entered, announcing, My lord, the queen requests your presence. In the pepper room, Xia Ruqing knelt upon the ground. Her complexion was pallid, and she bowed her head, remaining silent. She thought to herself, the eve of the new year is just days away. She must not be placed under house arrest, for that would be most inauspicious. After a time sufficient for a stick of incense to burn, the queen perused the menu, and, noticing Xia still kneeling, quickly exclaimed, Thank you, your Majesty. Xia Ruqing's voice trembled, betraying her fear. In truth, she was rolling her eyes internally. This is not a matter of poor memory. It is a demonstration of intimidation. If the emperor were to arrive and you could not recall, that would indeed be a sign of poor memory. Nevertheless, Xia Ruqing feigned docility, her gaze tinged with a hint of grievance. After all, she was but an egg, while others were stone, were they not? To survive, one must be perceptive. The queen spoke. I have considered this matter, and I shall leave it to you to investigate. If you are innocent, then prove your innocence. If you cannot, then I shall have no choice but to follow the rules. The queen's intent was unmistakable. I am quite occupied, should you wish to clear your name. It is your responsibility to do so. Otherwise, I shall assume you are the one who poisoned. What a ruthless tactic. Yet, contemplating the chance for redemption filled her with excitement. Xia Ruqing appeared bewildered. Your Majesty, this servant is of limited intellect. I fear I cannot. Even though the queen had granted her such authority, she knew to feign trepidation. Should she display excessive enthusiasm upon receiving power, it might arouse the queen's suspicion. You are but a noble lady. Why the greed for authority? As expected, seeing her fearful demeanor, the queen smiled with satisfaction. Do not be afraid. I shall summon Yufu to assist you. With that, she conferred upon her numerous privileges, the freedom to enter the royal kitchen, the authority to interrogate the young eunuchs, and so forth. After all, with her trusted confidant Yufu overseeing matters, Xia would dare not act out of line. Xia Ruqing hesitated momentarily before responding with a feigned trepidation. The queen added, "If, by the eve of the new year, you have not uncovered the truth, do not blame me for being merciless." She had no desire to carry these troubling matters into the new year. "Yes, this servant thanks your majesty," Xia Ruqing replied obediently. At this moment, compliance was her only recourse. Before noon, news of the incident spread throughout the palace. The recently awakened consort who, upon hearing of the events, nearly fainted from rage once more. "It was clearly that wretched Xia who poisoned me, and the queen dares to favor her. I nearly perished from the poison. And the queen allows the assailant to investigate. Where is the law in this? Your majesty, I must see the emperor." Consort who cried, weeping and wailing. The maid, Ruqing, was beside herself with anxiety. "My lady, please do not speak recklessly. The walls have ears. To openly criticize the queen is to court death. You are in good health, and the physician has advised you to rest. This matter shall not simply fade away, regardless of whether it is Lady Xia or anyone else. Her Majesty the Empress will surely provide us with an explanation. You should patiently await the outcome." Ruqing felt a profound headache. Who else could it be? Who in the palace would wish for my demise? Humph. I shall wait and see. I am eager to discover what she can uncover. Lady Hu, in a fit of rage, cursed a few more times but ultimately ceased her commotion. As for the others in the inner palace, although they had received news, with the year-end approaching, no one wished to invite misfortune upon themselves, and they all chose to remain silent on the matter, secretly anticipating developments. Whether it be Lady Zhang, Lady Yun, or Lady Shi, they were likely all hoping for Lady Xia Ruqing's downfall. As for Lady Hu, she harbored an intense desire for Lady Xia Ruqing to perish immediately, to alleviate her pinned-up resentment. Lady Xia Ruqing's situation remained dire. Someone lamented to the heavens. It is said that when the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, they must first endure hardships. Is this divine providence preparing me for a monumental task? I do not require it, truly do not, tears streaming down her face. Lady Xia Ruqing commenced her investigation. Factually speaking, Xiao Shizi bore the greatest suspicion. After all, that bowl of cheese had only been handled by the imperial kitchen and Xiao Shizi. To this, Ziyue expressed her dissent. The eunuch known as Xiao Zhao had also been involved. Perhaps. Lady Xia Ruqing found herself at a loss for words. The fate of a servant who has caused their master's demise is seldom pleasant, regardless of the potential gains. They would indeed directly poison their master. At most, they would act treacherously from within. Wasn't it true that no one was poisoned? Xiao Shizi mumbled softly. His head bowed. Lady Xia Ruqing and Ziyue felt a mix of frustration and amusement at his demeanor. That night, Lady Xia Ruqing replayed the entire incident in her mind. With Xiao Shizi and Xiao Zhao temporarily ruled out, the clues must still reside within the imperial kitchen. Tomorrow, she would certainly visit the kitchen herself. After making this determination, she lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. With only a day remaining, she was no detective. Neither the steward nor the empress had uncovered the truth. She felt utterly devoid of confidence. In a moment of despair, she mused, would the emperor, the supreme authority, come to her aid? After all this time serving him, could he truly be so heartless? Yet, upon further reflection, he was the emperor, exceedingly busy as the year drew to a close. Even Lady Hu, who had nearly crossed into the afterlife, received only a brief audience before he departed. How much more significance did her life hold in his eyes? This thought brought her to tears. How sorrowful. Stop. Stop. I cannot cry. Absolutely cannot cry. What good would crying do? Would it save my life? No. Could it clear my name? That, too, is impossible. Embracing her blanket, Lady Xia Ruqing forced herself to calm down, striving to empty her mind and slowly closed her eyes. On the following day, Lady Xia Ruqing rose early. She did not even pause to eat before heading to the imperial kitchen. On that day, she nearly turned the royal kitchen upside down. Yet, as with previous attempts, she found nothing. The trail had gone cold. By the time she returned, the night had enveloped the world in darkness. That night, Xia Ruqing was so troubled that she could not find rest, lying on her bed before an empty bowl, lost in thought throughout the night. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Perhaps the master should take a moment to rest. Staying up late is not a solution. Ziyue, tell me, if the murderer is not in the royal kitchen, where could they possibly be? I do not know, perhaps. It is someone we least expect. Someone we least expect, Xia Ruqing murmured. and before she realized it, she had drifted off to sleep. Chapter 44. It was you who poisoned her. In a state of confusion, Xia Ruqing was jolted awake. My lady, awaken quickly. It's terrible. Xiao Hong from our courtyard. She has hanged herself. Ziyue exclaimed urgently. Initially still in a daze, upon hearing those words, Xia Ruqing was instantly roused. What? Hearing the word dead left her mind blank. Xiao Hong, was she not just a lowly maid in our palace? How could this happen? Xia Ruqing paused momentarily, and suddenly, as if a thought struck her, her expression hardened. Ziyue, go guard Xiao Hong's body. Do not allow anyone to approach. Hurry. Yes. Without a second thought, Ziyue turned on her heel and dashed away. Xiaoxizi, you go to the Jiaofeng Hall. If you notice anyone sneaking around, no matter the means, you must stop them. Yes. Xia Ruqing felt immense satisfaction. Truly, her kindness had not gone unrewarded. They did not disappoint her. This was the kind of loyalty she cherished. She hastily donned her clothes, tied her hair into a casual ponytail, and made her way to the Jiaofeng Hall. With every step, her pace quickened. Someone was plotting against her. If her suspicions were correct, there would undoubtedly be poison found on Xiao Hong's body. At this moment, someone must have gone to report to the Empress, luring her to the Zhaohua Pavilion to inspect the body publicly. If poison were discovered, it would serve as irrefutable evidence. Her task was to thwart the one who would report. Lost in thought, she failed to notice the figure approaching from around the corner. Bam! All her thoughts were abruptly scattered, leaving her momentarily petrified, her face ashen. And there stood the Emperor, bewildered from the sudden collision. He had just exited the Jiaofeng Hall when a figure unexpectedly rushed towards him, and then, Your servant is doomed. Xia Ruqing fell to her knees with a thud. She asked in a subdued tone, what is the haste so early in the morning? Xiaoxizi knelt beside her, next to a small eunuch who had been knocked unconscious. A flicker of joy crossed his mind as he hastily replied, Your Majesty, that eunuch's behavior was suspicious. Your servant wishes to interrogate him. Oh, Zhao Junyao narrowed his eyes. The young girl could even conduct an interrogation. She truly surprised him. Very well. His interest piqued. He was curious to see how this little enchantress would carry out the inquiry. Yes. Li Xingyan withdrew, seeing the situation beginning to unfold. The Empress set aside her tasks to reap the rewards of the developing scenario. She immediately instructed Yulan to prepare a side hall and have the unconscious eunuch awakened. Upon closer inspection, Xia Ruqing could not help but gasp. It's you. Little Zhao, pale as a ghost, knelt on the ground, glancing around in terror. The Emperor was present, the Empress was present, and so was noble Lady Xia, causing him to tremble all over. Your servant pays respects. Zhao Junyao, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. The Empress turned to the eunuch, astonished. Aren't you supposed to be beside noble Lady Hu? What brings you to my Jiaofeng Hall? Is there a matter concerning your master? Xiao Zhao steadied his mind, lowered his head, and upon raising it again, donned an expression of feigned pity. I humbly report to your Majesty and the Empress, this morning I discovered that Xiao Hong, the coarse servant girl beside noble Lady Xia, has hanged herself. Noble Lady Xia has always been at odds with us, and I fear this incident may be related to the poisoning of our esteemed lady. I dare to report this, and beseech your Majesty and the Empress to discern the truth. Zhao Junyao narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. The Empress's expression shifted. She had intended to assert her authority with a reprimand, but seeing the Emperor's silence, she too refrained from speaking. Xia Ruqing was visibly incensed. You speak nonsense. The kneeling Xiaoxizi interjected with a veiled sarcasm. Xiao, you seem remarkably well informed about the happenings at Zhaohua Pavilion. Xiao Zhao quickly fabricated a justification. Our Lijiang Pavilion stands directly in front of your Zhaohua Pavilion. Such matters concerning human lives cannot be concealed, can they? With this, his confidence surged, and a note of arrogance crept into his tone. Humph. With ironclad evidence, noble Lady Xia, prepare for misfortune. Xia Ruqing suddenly smiled coldly. Xiao Zhao, do you know that speaking recklessly before the Emperor constitutes treason? Indeed, Xiao Zhao's gaze flickered momentarily before he regained his composure. Your Majesty, I would never dare to utter falsehoods. If your Majesty harbors doubts, you may send someone to investigate Zhaohua Pavilion. He thought to himself that once the Emperor was led there, noble Lady Xia would be unable to cleanse herself of guilt. Humph. Zhao Junyao let out a cold laugh before finally speaking. As for Zhaohua Pavilion, I shall certainly investigate. However, how is it that a mere servant of Lijiang Pavilion knows so much about the affairs of Zhaohua Pavilion? Could it be merely a coincidence? His words struck at the heart of the matter, logical and well-founded, leaving no room for rebuttal. He despised using forceful means to subdue others. His aim was to earn their submission through reasoned discourse. Indeed, Xiao Zhao was momentarily flustered, yet he stubbornly replied, I happened to pass by and overheard the commotion inside, so I eavesdropped. Pass by? Xiao Shizi exclaimed in surprise. Commotion? Xia Ruqing found it somewhat amusing and continued to question. Xiao Zhao, just to the north of our Zhaohua pavilion lies the Cold Palace. Where do you intend to pass? Xiao Shizi added, there are 5 of us in Zhaohua pavilion. This morning, our master had not yet risen, and Miss Ziyue was attending to her in the room. I went to the imperial kitchen to fetch meals, and with one coarse servant having hanged herself, only one remains alive. Who was she arguing with? Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhao stubbornly retorted. She saw the dead body and was frightened, so she started shouting. Impudent! Zhao Junyao slammed the table, unable to tolerate it any longer. This servant is cunning enough to deserve death. The Empress too is enraged. Xiao Zhao, do you not realize your crime? Your Majesty. I am wronged. Wronged? Xia Ruqing found it laughable. As a personal eunuch, you betray your master by poisoning her. How can you claim to be wronged? Her heart was ablaze with fury, leaving her oblivious to fear, as all she desired was to clear her name. Alas, on that fateful noon, you undoubtedly demanded something from Xiao Shizi, be it cheese or some other trinket. For your true intent was to poison Lady Hu and subsequently frame me for the deed. Am I mistaken? No wonder our inquiries into the imperial kitchen yielded nothing. It was you who administered the poison. All the perplexities that previously eluded my understanding have now crystallized into clarity. Xiao Zhao, with his eyes darting about, found himself utterly speechless, grappling for words that would not come. He could only brace himself in silence, allowing Lady Xia to unveil the truth piece by piece. At this juncture, the matter had essentially revealed its true nature. As for the puppet master behind Xiao Zhao, let the Ministry of Justice handle the interrogation. Chapter 45. New Year's Eve on the way back to Zhaohua Pavilion, Xiao Shizi muttered with resentment. Just wait until he gets into the Xinqing division. Let's see how tough his mouth really is. Xia Ruqing replied with a cold smile. Not very tough, I assure you. People like him will yield to whoever feeds them. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will confess soon enough. Is that so? We shall see. Upon returning to Zhaohua Pavilion, it was nearly noon. Xiao Shizi went to the kitchen and requested some coarse rice porridge along with a few small dishes, which he heated over a water bath. Meanwhile, Ziyue selected a beautiful outfit and coordinated accessories, ensuring that a large pot of hot water was ready. When Xia Ruqing awoke, the sky was already dimming. My lady, the water is ready. I am here to assist you with your bath, Ziyue announced. Excellent. Upon awakening, Xia Ruqing felt refreshed yet ravenous. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving, she inquired. At the banquet, the food may not be satisfactory, Ziyue replied with a smile. But there is food. Would you like to eat something first? Yes. Xia Ruqing nodded. After washing her face and rinsing her mouth with a mild saline solution, she enjoyed half a steamed bun with the small dishes and drank a bowl of coarse rice porridge, feeling somewhat better. After a warm bath and donning her attire and jewelry, the time had come. The New Year's Eve banquet was held in the Jiaofeng Hall, and Xia Ruqing arrived neither too early nor too late. Neither concubine Yun nor noble lady who had arrived, nor had noble lady Shi. Only a few princesses and noble lady Ning were present. After exchanging greetings, Xia Ruqing took her seat. After waiting for approximately 30 minutes, the Empress, noble lady Shi, and several imperial matriarchs accompanied the Empress Dowager into the hall. Mother, please be careful. Watch your step, the Empress said cheerfully. Indeed, the Empress Dowager maintained a facade of smiling composure. Despite their differing positions, the Empress was still the Empress. The dignity of the royal family was paramount. Once the Empress Dowager arrived, everyone exchanged greetings and took their seats. The Empress Dowager surveyed the room and smiled. Following her gaze, Xia Ruqing noticed a noblewoman, approximately 35 or 36 years of age, clad in a dark green brocade palace gown adorned with subtle patterns. Her exquisite jewelry and warm smile radiated gentleness and affability. Xia Ruqing thought to herself, this must be the Princess of Yan. According to their family lineage, she is a direct sister-in-law to the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, a flicker of complexity crossed the Princess of Yan's eyes before she rose with a smile. The prince's leg is not well. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Please, take a seat. We are all family here. There is no need for formalities today. We should simply enjoy the new year. Indeed, the Princess of Yin complied gracefully and sat down, yet that fleeting complexity in her gaze had been captured by Xia Ruqing. Rubbing her eyes, she looked again. But the expression had seemingly vanished. Could I have misinterpreted? Xia Ruqing pondered. Nevertheless, she sensed something was amiss with the Princess of Yan. What exactly was wrong? She could not articulate. It was simply a sense of unease. As the song and dance performances commenced, Xia Ruqing cast aside her thoughts and focused intently on the captivating entertainers. In the absence of the emperor, the concubines lacked the fervor to compete in beauty, resulting in a notably quieter atmosphere. The Empress Dowager engaged in conversation with several high-ranking ladies, while the Empress occasionally interjected. Nonetheless, the entire New Year's Eve banquet remained lively. The festivities continued until the hour of the pig, followed by the tradition of staying up late to eat dumplings. As for others, one can only speculate. But Xia Ruqing found herself utterly exhausted. Early the next morning, she was required to rise for the royal ancestral rites. By the time these customary ceremonies concluded, the first day of the new year would have come to an end. On the second day of the new year, the palace granted permission for ladies of the third rank and above to visit their families. However, this did not concern Xia Ruqing, who finally enjoyed a much-needed slumber. The Empress was occupied, and there was no need for her to pay her respects during these days. When she finally awoke, it was already the hour of the snake, roughly around 10 in the morning. As the warm winter sun streamed through the window, Xia Ruqing wrapped herself in her quilt and stretched leisurely. At last, it was over. The ancient customs of celebrating the new year were indeed exhausting, with an abundance of rituals that could drive one to distraction. Your Grace, it is time to rise. Otherwise, we shall miss the midday meal. Is it really so late? Indeed. The winter days dawn late. Very well. Xia Ruqing admitted her hunger. Let us send for some dough and filling from the kitchen. We shall make dumplings. She had no knowledge of the flavors of the dumplings from the New Year's Eve, having swallowed them in a daze. Since arriving in this ancient era, she had never slept so late. Sighing, Ziyue acknowledged her request and went to instruct Xiaoxi. At noon, the three of them made dumplings together, cooking them in a small charcoal pot and sharing the feast. It felt like a proper celebration of the new year. In the afternoon, with nothing to occupy her time, Xia Ruqing felt somewhat discontented by the lack of festive spirit in her surroundings. Ziyue, go fetch some red silk. We shall cut out some window decorations. This should have been prepared around the 27th or 28th of the 12th month. But who would have thought she would become inadvertently embroiled in the poisoned cheese incident? What misfortune! However, no one would ruin her happiness. Some wish for her downfall. Yet she was determined to thrive. She relished the idea of having adversaries who could not bring her down. Delightful. Your Grace, why use red silk? Aren't window decorations usually made from red paper? Red paper is flimsy and prone to fading. The silk is far more attractive. Oh. Ziyue obediently retrieved half a bolt of red silk from the storeroom. How do we cut this soft material? Xia Ruqing pondered before instructing Xiaoxi to prepare a thin rice paste, which she brushed over the red silk before drying it over the charcoal fire. The once soft silk quickly became firm. Is this acceptable? Xia Ruqing asked proudly. Ziyue's eyes sparkled with admiration. Your Grace, your ideas are truly ingenious. Once it hardens, this silk will be far more beautiful than red paper. Indeed. You sketch the patterns while I cut. Xia Ruqing exclaimed joyfully. Ziyue happily set to work. Throughout the afternoon, the duo managed to create 10 intricate window decorations, leaving Xia Ruqing so fatigued that she could hardly stand upright. However, as Xiaoxi diligently affixed the intricate window decorations, the room was instantly infused with a joyful ambience. Xia Ruqing felt that the exhaustion was indeed worthwhile. Although some may seek to hinder our happiness, we shall resolutely embrace life. The ability to vindicate herself was nothing short of a triumph. Ziyue let out a sigh, pondering the proceedings of the judicial department. In truth, her concerns did not stem from a genuine apprehension regarding the outcome. Rather, she feared that even if the truth were revealed, the matters would be suppressed once more for the sake of royal dignity. Nevertheless, we have done all that we could. Xia Ruqing held no trepidation. Chapter 46. He ultimately refused to see me. Zhao Junyao is not a foolish ruler. He is acutely aware of the sordid affairs transpiring around him. Even if, for the sake of the greater good, he cannot act, as long as he remains an emperor, he will never permit anyone to scheme beneath his very nose. It is not that retribution does not come. It is merely that the time has not yet arrived. Thus, she harbors no concerns whatsoever. In the following days, Zhao Junyao remained preoccupied, having not entered the inner palace for several consecutive days. Xia Ruqing indulged in a leisurely routine of eating, drinking, and sleeping. With a tranquil mind, she felt utterly unburdened, reveling in a life of carefree delight. The Prince of Yin decided upon the 8th day of the first lunar month to depart the capital. On the 7th day, the Princess of Yin, accompanied by her son Zhao Junqi, visited the palace to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager and bid farewell. In order to foster the image of a childhood friendship, the Empress Dowager specifically summoned the Emperor and Consort Shi to attend. Consort Shi was naturally pleased, and Zhao Junqi remained indifferent. However, Zhao Junyao grew somewhat impatient. Just as he had prepared to leave the palace to visit several esteemed teachers who had educated him in literature and martial arts since childhood, the Empress Dowager's unexpected summons thwarted his plans. While honoring one's teachers is indeed paramount, filial piety holds equal significance. He could not allow the Empress Dowager to lose face before the Princess of Yin. Thus, despite his profound displeasure, Zhao Junyao cast aside his riding crop, changed his attire, and, with a somber countenance, hurried to Ningxiu Palace. Consort Shi was serving tea to the Empress Dowager when she heard the announcement from a young eunuch. His Majesty has arrived. She promptly rose to greet him. We pay our respects to your Majesty. The Princess of Yin and Zhao Junqi also stood to offer their salutations. Zhao Junyao's expression softened slightly as he waved his hand, signaling them to forego the formalities. Everyone took their seats. The Empress Dowager was delighted by her son's prompt arrival, feeling quite pleased with his immediate responsiveness. Before the Princess of Yin, her vanity was greatly indulged. Typically, sisters-in-law relish in comparisons, be it their husbands, sons, or wealth. The Empress Dowager's husband was the late emperor, and her son is the current emperor. As for their affluence, it is beyond contestation. Thus, she basked in a sense of superiority, reveling in her pride. However, Zhao Junyao was far from pleased. He neither understood nor wished to comprehend the source of the Empress Dowager's joy. All he knew was that her persistent attempts to matchmake him with Shi Wanxin repulsed him to the utmost degree. This was not the first occurrence. Did his mother truly not consider his feelings in the slightest? In her heart, had the wealth and splendor of the Shi family eclipsed that of her own son? Zhao Junyao dared not ponder further and drowned his thoughts in a few cups of wine. Consort Shi, perceptive as ever, discerned the emperor's discontent but could not fathom the reason behind it. Sensing the atmosphere turning awkward, Zhao Junqi hurriedly intervened. Your Majesty, my brother shall leave the capital tomorrow. The next time we meet will be a year from now. Today, we have come specifically to bid farewell to the Empress Dowager. Zhao Junyao was taken aback. Why the haste? Zhao Junqi smiled awkwardly. His father remarked that the capital was too cold for him to endure, preferring the warmth of Guangnan instead. After saying this, he continued. Such words elicited laughter from the Princess of Yin as she glanced at the Empress Dowager. At this age, he still only knows how to play. When he was a child studying in the palace, he must have made some progress, yet now, the Princess of Yin wore a helpless expression. The Empress Dowager chuckled as well. Junqi is a clever child. There is no need for you to worry too much. In a couple of years, he will marry and start a family. Speaking of which, the Empress Dowager inquired further. This child is already 18. Why isn't he married yet? Mother. Zhao Junqi appeared embarrassed to have been exposed. At this, both the Empress Dowager and the Princess of Yin burst into laughter, as did Consort Shi. Zhao Junyao's face darkened further. So this was why his mother summoned him to hear such trivial family matters? He could bear it no longer. Mother, I have matters to attend to and cannot stay, he said, nodding to the Princess of Yin before sweeping away. Inwardly scoffing, he thought, as the ruler of a nation, why waste time on such inconsequential matters? With this time, it would be better spent visiting his teacher. The Empress Dowager and Consort Shi were left in stunned silence. A flicker of relief passed through the Princess of Yan's eyes, only to vanish in an instant, her expression returning to one of gentleness and warmth, tinged with surprise. The Empress Dowager forced a smile. The emperor is busy with state affairs. The following day, the Prince of Yin departed the capital. The Empress Dowager had previously sent a message, but ultimately, the prince did not arrive. Are you certain my message was delivered? The Empress Dowager asked anxiously. The maidservant personally handed it to the prince, came the reply. The Empress Dowager fell silent for a moment before urgently inquiring. Did he say anything? Did he send a message through someone? Granny Chim shook her head. The Empress Dowager's expression instantly turned forlorn. She remained silent for a long while, then waved her hand with a bitter smile. It seems he truly does not wish to see me. Very well, let it be. With that, she closed her eyes. Granny Ching sighed softly and said, It is cold here. Let me assist you to your bed to rest. Zhao Junyao was determined to be a diligent and benevolent emperor. Thus, he devoted himself to his duties, rising early and toiling late in the imperial study. To borrow a phrase from Ruqing, he was utterly consumed with concern for this realm. However, while he immersed himself in a pile of petitions over a foot high, striving for his ideals, Li Sheng'an brought news. Your Majesty, the eunuch known as Little Zhao has confessed. Oh? Zhao Junyao turned his gaze. The judicial ministry acts swiftly. Who is responsible? He inquired further. Li Shengyan paused, then softly spoke a name, adding, Little Zhao said he did not wish to betray his master. He was coerced by that individual who threatened to sell his family if he refused. Zhao Junyao gaze suddenly turned icy. Their reach extends even into my harem. Your Majesty. Please do not be angry. Where's Zhou Lin? Summon him. Yes. As Li Shengyan exited, his garments clung to his back, drenched in cold sweat. Yet, even in misfortune, he deserved it. Certain individuals within the court have extended their hands into the inner palace. How could the emperor remain unperturbed? Was it truly believed that the days of Chancellor Shi's absolute dominance were still in effect? That notion is profoundly misguided. The emperor not only harbors anger but also harbors deep-seated apprehensions. Chapter 47. The feeling of injustice after the new year. Zhao Junyao was perpetually occupied, leaving him no time to visit the harem. The first time Xiao Ruqing saw the emperor again was on the 10th day of the first lunar month. That evening, as usual, Zhao Junyao summoned her. He appeared to be in a rather foul mood, having barely eaten, which resulted in a slight reduction in his physique. In contrast, Xiao Ruqing seemed to have gained a bit of weight. Upon entering the Zicheng Hall, she found the emperor engrossed in a book. Approaching him, she performed the customary greeting. Zhao Junyao set down his book and beckoned her closer. With hesitant steps, Xiao Ruqing moved towards him, feeling somewhat unwilling. She felt wronged, after all. She had accompanied him through meals, drinks, and intimate moments for several months. Yet, when she was ensnared in troubles, he was nowhere to be found, leaving her to bear the burden alone. Now that she had managed to emerge from her struggles, he suddenly remembered her presence. What kind of treatment was this? Summoned at will and dismissed just as easily? How did he perceive her? Noticing her crestfallen expression, Zhao Junyao couldn't help but smile slightly. Li Shengyan thought to himself, it had been over 10 days since the emperor had smiled. What a series of troublesome matters. Yet, one couldn't deny that Xia Guiran was indeed formidable. Previously, Li Shengyan had not seen anything particularly remarkable about her, but now she seemed like a beacon of hope. He could only hope she would bring a smile to the emperor's face, allowing them all to enjoy better days. Zhao Junyao shifted on the couch to make space for Xiao Ruqing to sit beside him, asking with a smile, what troubles you? Has someone been unkind to you? Xiao Ruqing remained silent, biting her lip in a display of her inner turmoil. She wanted to retort, what is it? Do you not know? Who else could possibly bully me if not you? Li Shengyan discreetly withdrew from the room. Zhao Junyao lifted her onto his lap and affectionately patted her slightly plump frame. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, tell me, who has wronged you? Xiao Ruqing felt her face flush uncharacteristically. A sudden ticklish sensation made her involuntarily giggle. After regaining her composure, she donned a look of distress and sorrowfully said, Your Majesty, I must remind you, if I share my grievances, you must promise not to be angry. Very well, Zhao Junyao replied, granting her permission, and she finally mustered the courage to voice her frustrations. Eventually, she asked, Your Majesty, do you also believe I was the one who poisoned? Is that why you've neglected me? Zhao Junyao appeared momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation before asking, Who told you such things? Xiao Ruqing, startled by his serious demeanor, stuttered, The palace, that's what everyone has been saying. Do not assume that she was oblivious to the happenings in the palace while living a secluded life in Zhaohua Pavilion. Xiao Shizi had shared everything with her. The entire harem was eagerly awaiting her downfall. Seeing that he had frightened her, Zhao Junyao's expression softened. He gently patted her back and reassured her. I have always known it was not you. Do not let your thoughts wander. Why? Xiao Ruqing pressed on. Because you were rather foolish. Zhao Junyao raised his hand and gently tapped her small head. Ouch. Xiao Ruqing furrowed her brows, cradling her head. How am I foolish? She protested with a pained expression. Zhao Junyao was amused by her adorably silly demeanor and finally explained, things like oleander are not found in the palace. Do you think you possess the ability to bring them in from outside? Your family resides in Jiangnan, with no influence whatsoever to smuggle anything into the palace. Xiao Ruqing pondered for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Only those from wealthy and powerful families could manage to bring such things in. Zhao Junyao. Qingqing, could you possibly be any denser? Your Majesty, have you discovered who has wronged me? Xiao Ruqing asked urgently. It is Consort Yun. Xiao Ruqing. Is that truly the case? Zhao Junyao's expression turned serious as he nodded. Xiao Ruqing felt a pang of regret for asking. Consort Yun's father was a minister of the court, a significant figure. Even if the emperor knew she was behind it, it was unlikely he would take action against her for his own sake. It was better not to know, but now that she did. She found herself with no way to retreat. Alas, the air fell into a heavy silence. Zhao Zhuyao, noticing her troubled expression, inquired, "What is the matter? What are you thinking about?" Xia Ruqing quickly lifted her head, forcing an awkward smile. "Nothing. Your Majesty, are you hungry? I shall prepare some supper for you." With that, she attempted to leave the bed, but Zhao Junyao grasped her firmly. Consequently, she stumbled right into his embrace. "Madam Xia, what is your intention?" Zhao Junyao leaned closer, his tone tinged with danger. Trapped in his arms, Xia Ruqing found escape impossible and, with a defeated expression, pleaded, "Your Majesty, I cannot provoke the esteemed consort Yun." Zhao Junyao, slightly angered, retorted, "Would I allow you to suffer unjustly?" His woman was not to be bullied by others. Unbeknownst to him, his harem had become ruled by those women. Who he favored or disfavored, whom he cherished or neglected, was dictated by them. Perhaps he ought to relinquish the throne altogether. Yielding might be the better option. Humph. Xia Ruqing was unaware which of her words had touched a nerve in him. In any case, that night felt interminable to her. Eventually, she succumbed to sleep. Zhao Junyao, holding her, also drifted off. When she awakened the next day, lunch had long since passed, and Zhao Junyao had already risen. Several maidservants from Zhaoqing Palace attended to her bathing and grooming. One maid inquired, "What would the esteemed one like for lunch?" "The emperor has commanded that whatever you wish shall be prepared by the kitchen." Xia Ruqing lay listlessly on the bed. "Anything will do. I don't feel like eating. Just a bowl of soup, please." "Certainly." When Zhao Junyao entered, she was on the verge of sleep again. "Your Majesty." Xia Ruqing squinted at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Zhao Junyao's expression froze momentarily as he hurried over and gently placed his hand on her forehead. After a brief pause, he turned and instructed Li Shengyan, "Summon the imperial physician." "Yes." Li Shengyan promptly rushed to carry out the command. It turned out that Xia Ruqing had unknowingly developed a high fever. No wonder she had been feeling so weak and frail. Perhaps last night had been a bit excessive. With the biting cold, she had hardly covered herself with a blanket throughout the night. How could she not catch a chill? Reflecting on this, Xia Ruqing cast a sorrowful glance at the emperor before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Xia Ruqing." Zhao Jinyao felt a surge of panic, recalling the events of the previous night. A twinge of regret washed over him. She was so delicate, having only recently gained a few pounds. How could she withstand such treatment? Perhaps he should be gentler in the future. Yet, Chapter 48, a chill he cast another glance at her bosom, secretly pondering whether he could maintain his composure if she were to gain a few more pounds. Alas, she possessed a fragile constitution. This little enchantress had him utterly at her mercy. The imperial physician arrived with remarkable swiftness and, after conducting his examination, respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, this esteemed lady is somewhat frail and prone to chills, which has resulted in her high fever. Allow me to prescribe a remedy. A few doses of medicine should suffice." Frail? Zhao Jinyao felt a pang in his heart. Was the physician implying that he must refrain from further exertions? Yet, having finally encountered a genuine woman, candid and unpretentious, it was bitterly disappointing to be relegated to mere observation. The physician smiled reassuringly. "Your Majesty need not worry. This esteemed lady may simply be experiencing a growth spurt, having not kept pace with her nourishment. I shall prescribe some tonics to help her recuperate. With a better diet, she will soon be well." Inwardly, the physician mused, "I have yet to say much, so why this expression, Your Majesty? Let us proceed with the prescriptions. The medicinal ingredients shall be sourced from Zhaoqing Palace. No need to visit the imperial pharmacy." Indeed, the physician instantly grasped the implications. This esteemed lady must be exceptionally favored. Within the hierarchy of courtiers, many precious herbs were typically off limits, but with the emperor's directive to procure them from Zhaoqing Palace, the situation was markedly different. What medicinal ingredient could a sovereign not access? None. Moreover, such a course of action would go unnoticed. It was evident that this esteemed lady held a special place in the emperor's heart. At the very least, he had never witnessed another consort receiving such treatment. When Xia Ruqing awoke, night had fallen. Before her stood Ziyue, who held a bowl of dark medicinal concoction. "Ziyue, what brings you here?" she queried, recalling that Ziyue had not accompanied her upon her arrival. "Little Zhuzi informed me that you were unwell in Zhaoqing Palace and sent me to attend to you. Please, master, drink your medicine. It has just been prepared and is still warm." Xia Ruqing appeared bewildered. "Medicine? Am I ill?" Ziyue sighed inwardly, thinking, "Does my master truly lack awareness of her own health?" After a moment of reflection, Xia Ruqing remembered fainting around noon. Good heavens! What torment had her body endured to render her so weak? It seemed that her stepmother, Yao, had indeed perpetrated considerable malice. Please drink up. Little Zhuzi mentioned that this medicine was concocted in Zhaoqing Palace, and it is composed of excellent herbs. Xia Ruqing looked at the dark liquid with trepidation, gritting her teeth. She pinched her nose and swallowed it down. How bitter! Her face contorted in response. Ziyue had already prepared a plate of candied plums and hurriedly brought it forth. Have some preserves. Xia Ruqing quickly popped one into her mouth, feeling somewhat better. Once she finished the medicine, a thought struck her, and she inquired, "What time is it now?" "It is nearly the hour of you," Ziyue replied, adjusting the covers for Xia Ruqing. She then asked, "Are you hungry, master? The kitchen has prepared several types of porridge and some of your favorite side dishes. I yearn for a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, and perhaps a sweet potato glutinous rice porridge as well. Nothing else is desired." With the chill and fever, bitterness lingers in my mouth, rendering me disinterested in food. Having just taken my medicine, the concentrated concoction troubles my stomach, so it is prudent to consume something to cushion it. Sigh. Ziyue acknowledged and stepped out to summon Xiaozu for a message. As an outsider servant, she could not freely enter the small kitchen of the Zhaoqing Palace. After a while, the congee and dishes were served, light yet flavorsome. Though lacking in appetite, Xia Ruqing compelled herself to eat a bit. After all, one must nourish the body. A full stomach dispels homesickness and hastens recovery. The room was warmed by the heated Kong, cozy and inviting. Wrapped in a thick blanket, Xia Ruqing succumbed to slumber once more. This Zichuan Hall, the emperor's chamber, was indeed far more comfortable than the Zhaohua Pavilion. The imperial medicine proved its worth. As within merely 2 hours, she began to sweat and her fever subsided. Zhao Juniao, observing her drenched in sweat, furrowed his brow and called out to her, "Wake up. Sleeping in damp clothes will lead to a chill." Deep in her dreams, Xia Ruqing felt a shiver due to her perspiration-soaked garments. In her stupor, she sensed a warm presence and instinctively leaned into Zhao Juniao's embrace. Ultimately, she extended her arms and pulled this source of warmth close, contentedly nuzzling against him before drifting back to sleep. Zhao Juniao stood momentarily astonished, gazing at her serene visage. In the depths of his heart, the softest part felt as if caressed by feathers, a sensation akin to melting. This was indeed a first. A sudden flurry of anxiety seized Zhao Juniao, his heart racing. Fortunately, this little enchantress was asleep, and no one bore witness. The dignity of the emperor was preserved, adopting a serious demeanor once more. He became the impervious and impeccable monarch. Gently, Zhao Juniao disentangled her arms from around his waist, wrapped her in the blanket, and carried her towards the bathing chamber. After enjoying a warm bath and donning fresh cotton attire, Xia Ruqing felt rejuvenated. Having slept for so long, her spirits were lifted. "Your Majesty, are you hungry?" "Not at all." Zhao Juniao, clad in a white inner garment, reclined on the couch, idly flipping through a book. He delighted in reading, often found with the tome in hand. However, Xia Ruqing's gaze was drawn to the well-defined, muscular contours of his chest that peeked through. Zhao Juniao, a seasoned martial artist, did not resemble a delicate scholar. His complexion was not pale but rather a healthy wheat tone. The subtle outlines of his pectoral muscles glimmered under the soft candlelight, exuding a honeyed sheen. Xia Ruqing gazed hungrily, hardly daring to blink. Such a sight was truly captivating. She longed to touch it. Zhao Juniao, perceiving her thoughts instantly, closed the book, reclined on the bed, and beckoned her closer. "Come here. Sleep." The familiar aroma of dragon-esque saliva enveloped her, and the smooth, resilient touch reached her fingertips. Xia Ruqing felt an effervescent happiness bubbling within her. "Oh heavens, I owe you an apology. You have been so generous. I shall never complain again." Xia Ruqing blissfully closed her eyes, and before long, her breathing became steady. Outside, Li Xingyan was filled with inner turmoil. By all accounts, Xia Gairen's illness rendered her unable to attend to the emperor, and this was against the established norms. Yet, to speak of propriety with the emperor? He lacked the courage for such audacity. Noticing his furrowed brow, the young attendant approached with concern. "Master, what troubles you?" Go away, go away," Li Xingyan replied impatiently. "Oh." The young attendant began to retreat. "Master, one word about the affairs of Zhaoqing Palace must not leave your lips. Do you understand?" Chapter 49. Noaf's little Zhuzi heaved a sigh of relief. "Master, do not worry. Everyone still values their heads. The matter of noble Lady Xia residing in Zhaoqing Palace is unknown even in the harem." Li Xingyan felt reassured and decided to rest, for he had to rise early the next day to attend to matters. The following morning, Xia Ruqing rose early to serve the emperor breakfast. "Have you taken your medicine?" Zhao Juniao inquired. "Your Majesty, I will take my medicine after breakfast." Zhao Juniao nodded, standing beside him. Xia Ruqing offered a cup of tea once the emperor had finished his meal. She was still not qualified to dine at the same table as the emperor, at most. She could set up a small table beside him for her own meal, or wait until he had finished before she could sit down to eat. Nevertheless, rules are rigid. While humans are adaptable, sit down and eat, Zhao Jiyao commanded. Yes, Xia Ruqing exclaimed with delight, for she was indeed hungry, her stomach growling. Although the imperial breakfast was quite ordinary, having food was far better than having none. Moreover, she could not indulge in overly rich or heavy dishes at present. The imperial fare was just right for her. Zhao Junyao's breakfast was simple: buns, porridge, and a few refreshing side dishes. Of course, there were also extravagant dishes, visually appealing yet lacking in taste, along with a plethora of poultry, fish, and exotic delicacies. However, what he truly enjoyed and often consumed were those ordinary items. Xia Ruqing devoured 2 large buns, which were translucent, thin-skinned, and generously filled, delicious indeed. She also savored a bowl of porridge. Observing Xia Ruqing relish her meal brought an inexplicable sense of comfort to Zhao Jiyao. He found her unpretentious and simple-minded. And the imperial physician had mentioned that she had not been eating well during her growth period, likely due to a difficult life at home. No wonder her thoughts were solely on food. In truth, the more she refrained from asking him for anything, the more he wanted to provide for her and cherish her. Conversely, those who calculated and complained about receiving too little only elicited his disdain. Such is human nature. Although the people of ancient times may not have grasped the essence of humanity, in the end, people are fundamentally the same. Since then, Zhao Juyao specifically instructed Li Shangyan to pay closer attention to Zhaohua Pavilion, ensuring that the kitchen served her well. Above all, it was crucial for her to eat and drink well to maintain her health. If the emperor's woman were to become weak due to poor nourishment, it would be a disgrace to him. Yes, from that day forward, Li Shangyan regarded noble lady Xia with greater esteem than before. This noble lady is clever. Her favored days are still plentiful. Who knows what the future holds? It is wise to show her more respect. There is no harm in that. After enjoying breakfast, Ziyue brought over the medicine. Without hesitation, Xia Ruqing picked up the bowl and drank the medicine. Li Shangyan then led the eunuchs to clear away the imperial meal and tidy up. Noticing that he had not gone to the study yet, Xia Ruqing cautiously asked, "Your Majesty, are you not busy today?" It had been 2 days since the emperor had not instructed her to leave, and she did not dare to do so on her own. One may reside in the Zhaoqin Palace for a day or two, but extended stays risk detection, which would be rather unfortunate. Zhao Juyao did not attend court until he was 15. Now, he spends his days in the imperial study, merely reviewing memorials. Upon hearing Xia Ruqing's question, Zhao Juyao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Xia Ruqing hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She continued to serve him. After finishing lunch, Zhao Juyao reclined on the couch to rest. Xia Ruqing, nestled in his embrace, soon began to feel drowsy. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, Zhao Juyao suddenly inquired, "I often wonder what my life would have been like had I not been born into royalty." In a state of drowsiness, Xia Ruqing vaguely responded, "Perhaps I would have been a scholar, spending 10 years in study, or maybe a soldier, a merchant, a common laborer, or a farmer. Any of these could be possible. And how would that be?" Zhao Juyao further questioned. "It would be quite arduous, I suppose. Engaging in physical labor is truly exhausting." Xia Ruqing, still in a daze, recalled her previous life when her grandmother passed away, leaving her to fend for herself. Enduring all manners of toil and hardship, Zhao Juyao chuckled softly and asked, "What about you? What would your life have been like had you not entered the palace?" Xia Ruqing, becoming more alert, opened her eyes and contemplated before replying. "I would have been married off by my stepmother, and it would hardly be to a respectable family. Even if I had not entered the palace, the notion of a life of love would be unattainable. In ancient times, unless a man was exceedingly poor, he would likely have a concubine or mistress. The question is merely one of quantity, whether 1 or 100. What difference does it truly make? My existence would still revolve around the mundane struggles of daily life, and it would undoubtedly be far more arduous than it is now. After all, it seems there is no one wealthier than the emperor. Rather than being manipulated by my stepmother and marrying a man of dubious character, enduring poverty and hardship, I would prefer to remain in the palace. Although the emperor's concubines could nearly form a battalion, I have no regrets. At least the emperor is handsome, wealthy, well-educated, and reasonable. I can lead a good life. Isn't it pleasant to enjoy such bountiful provisions? What more could one desire? I am but a frail woman, lacking in capabilities, unable to effect change. I can only accept and adapt. The only thing I can do is to live well, is it not?" Zhao Juyao gently patted her back. Sleep now. Xia Ruqing obediently closed her eyes. Since that day, the imperial kitchen has taken great care with the dishes served in the Zhaohua pavilion, preparing them with exquisite attention to detail. Although her status remained lowly, her life had improved tremendously since her arrival. However, while her circumstances have become comfortable, far away in the marshy county, Xia Jifeng, the second son of the Xia family, faced a rather challenging existence. Over the past few months, under the tutelage of the unsuccessful scholar, Mr. Du, Xia Jifeng had made considerable progress in his studies. With the several thousand taels of silver provided by Xia Ruqing, he had not endured much hardship. Yet, good fortune is often fleeting. From a distance, he spotted a lavish carriage parked at the entrance of the courtyard. This bodes ill. It is likely that the lady has come to find him. At this moment, in the study of Xia Jingfeng, Yao was accompanied by her 3-year-old twins, who were weeping softly. Jingfeng, my dear child, your mother knows you are a sensible boy. During these past few months of your absence, I have been incessantly worried, fearing that you might not have enough to eat or wear, especially with the biting cold of the season, living here without proper care. Your mother cannot help but feel anxious. I would not want others to mock the situation. Your father is waiting for you at home, my sweet child. Chapter 50. Do not strike. I shall return with you. Xia Jingfeng tightly clutched the book in his hands, a flicker of defiance gleaming in his eyes. Mr. Du had proclaimed that one must not be negligent in the pursuit of knowledge. Thus, he would study diligently here, and it was unnecessary for the lady to concern herself. He felt a deep-seated aversion within. This woman surely harbored ill intentions. How could she prevent him from studying? Such behavior was utterly intolerable. He needed to excel in his studies and venture to the capital to find his elder sister. His sister was in poor health, alone in the capital, and he could not bear to worry for her. In the past, when his sister was at home, she had shielded him from punishment and scorn, preserving all the delicacies for him. Now that she was gone and he had matured, it was time for him to protect her in return. He then turned to his younger siblings, Xia Weifeng and Xia Rui, the cherished twins she had borne, squeezing out a few tears. How can you be so heartless? Your younger brother and sister cry at home, longing for you, and your father cannot bear it. The pair of little siblings exchanged glances and disdainfully turned their heads away. Who is crying and longing for him? Xia Rui pouted defiantly. Exactly. We do not care for him. Father has said that he favors me most. Xia Weifeng retorted, his expression one of discontent. Mother, let us leave. This place is so dilapidated, and Rui is freezing. Xia Rui whined playfully. Inside Yao's heart, do you think I wish to be in this wretched place? It is only because Xia Jingfeng possesses wealth. Thousands of taels, a considerable sum indeed. Otherwise, I would not have gone to such lengths to locate this miserable abode. Though Yao harbored a cruel heart, she knew the performance must continue. You little rascals, Jingfeng is your brother. Do not speak of him in such a manner. Do you understand? Yao feigned a reprimand. He is not my brother, Xia Rui shouted. Xia Weifeng rolled his eyes in agreement. Indeed. I do not acknowledge him as my brother. Father said he is but a sickly wretch. These 2-3-year-old tots dared to be so audacious and insolent, revealing that they were indeed pampered beyond measure. Xia Jingfeng paid no heed to their attitude, but when he heard those words, he abruptly lifted his head in shock, only to be followed by a wave of disappointment and despair. His father actually deemed him a sickly wretch. So it turned out that all their hopes had been pinned on the younger son. Indeed, he was no longer the sole legitimate child. Would he continue to be belittled by this family? Xia Jingfeng concealed the hurt in his eyes, addressing Yao. After speaking, he resumed his focus on the pages of his book. Yao, in a fit of anger, glared at her 2 children and struck their bottoms several times. I told you not to speak nonsense. What is the purpose of our visit today? Have you forgotten how I instructed you at home? Xia Weifeng and Xia Rui, having been coddled and adored since childhood, were unaccustomed to such humiliation. The moment they were struck, they began to wail loudly. As Yao's eyes started, she devised a cunning ploy, and thus continued her feigned assault. Deep down, she acknowledged that she exerted little force. The siblings' tears were not born of pain, but rather of indignation. For the sake of silver, a modicum of grievance was a trifling matter. Consequently, the courtyard echoed with the tumult of wails, the cries of the 2 mere 3-year-olds resounding like a cacophony. Yao persisted, displaying no intention of halting her charade. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Xia Jingfeng could bear it no longer. Yao, elated, promptly ceased her actions. Jingfeng, your mother knows you are a good child, she declared, and before he could respond, she called upon the servants. The loyal attendants exchanged glances, frozen in their tracks. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up, Yao urged, her voice sharp and urgent. Wait, Xia Jingfeng suddenly interjected. He was not a fool. He understood Yao's ulterior motives. The cat weeping for the mouse certainly did not stem from genuine compassion. Yao was taken aback. Jingfeng. Education is indeed a noble pursuit, yet this place is quite rudimentary. She forced a smile. Xia Jingfeng hesitated, casting a glance at Yao's avaricious and anxious visage. He mused that Yao's arrival here was likely fueled by a resolute determination, and if he did not devise a plan, escape was improbable today. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his heart racing with tumultuous excitement. What I desire is the object itself. Who could possibly covet a frail wretch like you? Once the silver enters the Xia residence, it shall not escape, even if it sprouted wings. However, while elation surged within her, she restrained her outward expression. She feigned concern for a few moments before departing with her entourage. In the afternoon, a servant from the manor came to retrieve items. In truth, he possessed little beyond a few boxes of books and some everyday garments. The gifts from his elder sister had long been concealed. Those were bestowed by his sister, and no one was permitted to touch them. On New Year's Eve, the Xia family gathered for their reunion dinner. Jingfeng, you have grown quite a bit, remarked his father. In just 6 months, you have not only increased in height but also in stature. You appear to possess a touch of scholarly elegance. It seems you have indeed pursued your studies. Xia Jingfeng sat quietly, his expression unchanged. Thank you for your concern, father, he replied, feeling not a ripple of emotion within. No justification was necessary. Mr. Xia, satisfied, stroked his beard and nodded. His gaze then shifted towards Antwan. Chapter 51. No home left at a small table nearby. A woman in her 30s sat timidly. She was a concubine, unworthy of dining at the same table as the master and mistress. When questioned by Master Xia, she stammered in fear. Tingfeng, Madam Wen had been married into the Xia family for nearly 2 decades, bearing Master Xia a son and a daughter. The elder son, Xia Tingfeng, was approaching 18 and remained unwed. He showed little interest in academics and had a rebellious nature, often associating with unruly street youths, wielding knives and guns. Master Xia was utterly repulsed by him. The younger daughter, a concubine's child named Xia Kaiyang, would soon turn 9. Yet she remained virtually invisible within the household. Considering the mistreatment endured by Xia Ruqing, the legitimate daughter, one could only imagine the plight of her siblings. Enough. I do not wish to know about that ungrateful child. It would be best if he perished outside. Master Xia cursed vehemently. Let us eat. His impatience was palpable as he waved his hand dismissively. But Master, Wei Feng and Rui are still here. Madame Yao retorted, her displeasure evident. The mention of her precious twins, a pair of dragon and phoenix, rekindled Master Xia's fondness. It is all the father's fault. Look how frightened he has made my dear little treasures. Come here, father has treats for you. Master Xia exclaimed, embracing his children while serving dishes to Madame Yao. Throughout the family banquet, the 4 of them exchanged laughter and conversation, while the rest sat in silence. Xia Jingfeng cast his gaze downward, his eyes filled with despair. Madame Wen appeared accustomed to the situation, quietly dining with her daughter at the little table, afraid to make a sound. Once the banquet concluded, the family gathered to celebrate the new year, eating dumplings together. As the clock struck midnight, the servants outside set off a long string of firecrackers. Before the echoes faded, Xia Jingfeng slipped away. Family? That was indeed a grand jest. If one were to speak of family, Madame Wen, his elder brother Xia Tingfeng, and younger sister Xia Kaiyang were far more deserving than his stepfather. What was he still doing in this home? Returning to the courtyard, he was greeted by the same desolation. Madame Yao had no intention of repairing the place. Xia Jingfeng smiled faintly. It no longer mattered. Time passed swiftly, and by the 5th day of the new year, the festivities had concluded. He let out a sigh of relief. He could finally leave. What? Jingfeng, you intend to depart? Madame Yao rushed over upon hearing the news. Xia Jingfeng had already packed his belongings. Madam, rest assured, aside from these books, I shall take nothing else with me. Madame Yao visibly relaxed, a wave of inexplicable joy washing over her. She had already instructed others to search the dilapidated courtyard thoroughly. Now those worn books were inconsequential. But the box containing silver and jewelry? No one would take that. Lost in thought, a sudden furious voice interrupted. Madame Yao's eyes darted, and she quickly approached. Master, Jingfeng is still our second master of the Xia family. Being cast out would only invite ridicule. Upon first hearing Yao's words, one might assume she was offering counsel. However, in reality, she was merely adding fuel to the flames. The farcical situation had long been laid bare, had it not? Indeed, Master Xia's fury only intensified. Humph. A joke? How many times have I been the subject of ridicule? That little rascal, Tingfeng, has brought nothing but disgrace upon the Xia family. Now, if he chooses to leave, no one shall hinder him. It is as if I never bore this son. Yao felt a surge of delight within, though she maintained an appearance of concern, forcing forth a couple of tears. Master, why harbor resentment towards a child? It has been said that I spoke out of turn. Jingfeng, quickly apologized to your father. After all, he was a child of the Xia household. How could he always be running off? Her intentions were clear. She sought to expel Xia Jingfeng from the family, ideally severing their father-son bond entirely. True to her scheming, her plot succeeded. Xia Jingfeng resolved to depart, and Master Xia stormed away in anger. With her facade shed, Yao cast a triumphant glance at Xia Jingfeng before swaying away with a sense of accomplishment. He must study diligently without fail. Meanwhile, within the Xia residence, Yao rummaged through Xia Jingfeng's belongings, yet found no trace of the box. Frustration coursed through her veins. That little rascal dares to play tricks on me. With that, she summoned the steward. Did you hear everything? Yes, madam, replied the steward, a man with a thin mustache and shifty eyes, grinning with satisfaction. That night, a tumultuous group arrived at the door, their faces obscured by black cloth to conceal their identities. In the study, a flustered assistant rushed in. Young master, trouble is at hand. A group of masked individuals is battering the door. What? Xia Jingfeng sprang to his feet. Let me see. He grabbed a stick from the courtyard and headed toward the main entrance. The assistant hurried to restrain him. Young master, what are you doing? They're numerous, and we are no match for them. It would be wise not to go. I will instruct the servants to hold the door. You escape through the back. Hurry. As the assistant implored, he attempted to pull him back, but Xia Jingfeng suddenly broke free. His slender figure cast a long shadow in the dim light of the courtyard. His eyes filled with determination. Uncle Fu, I know what they seek. This matter does not concern you. With that, he brandished the stick and stepped outside. Impervious to the assistant's pleas. Frustrated, the assistant stamped his foot, suddenly recalling something, and hurried toward the back courtyard. Meanwhile, Xia Jingfeng reached the entrance. Outside, the assailants continued to pound at the door, the wooden latch loosening significantly. They would soon breach the threshold. Xia Jingfeng scoffed. How much must that woman take before she is satisfied? He was the legitimate heir of the Xia family, once cradled in the hands of all. Yet now, everything had been usurped by that woman. After this year, he would turn 11, and if he could not defend even the courtyard gifted by his elder sister, what hope was there for him to establish his own household? Therefore, this time, even if it meant death, he would not waver. Yet deep down, he understood that the woman would never dare to truly kill him. Taking a deep breath, he removed the nearly dislodged bolt and swung open the grand gate of the courtyard. Indeed, a throng of masked figures, their faces shrouded in dark cloth, surged in like a pack of frenzied lunatics. Xia Jingfeng gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, with a swift strike. The ringleader among the marauding thieves collapsed to the ground. The others, taken aback, stood frozen in astonishment. Chapter 52. In a panic upon recognizing Xia Jingfeng, the subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. First, seize him, then search everywhere. With that, the masked men encircled him, one brandishing a rope with the intent to bind him. Xia Jingfeng raised his staff, roaring in fury, "Stand back." "Ah, second young master, we are merely carrying out the lady's orders to retrieve an item. We shall leave as soon as we find it," one of them said with ill intent. The others gradually closed in, sneering, "Second young master, we are just following orders. If you must blame someone, let it be the lady. Do not make things difficult for us lowly servants. Indeed, it would be simpler for all if you surrendered it now. You would spare yourself unnecessary suffering." Xia Jingfeng suddenly laughed, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Must you have it?" The servants were momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure. "Of course, young master, you are a wise man. It would be best to hand it over quickly." "Very well, follow me." Xia Jingfeng led the group to a dimly lit corridor connecting the front and back courtyards. A shadowy corner. Then, with all his strength, he swept his staff across. The group cried out in pain, realizing they had been deceived, but lacking weapons. They hesitated to advance. "Young master, if you persist in this manner, we shall not hold back," one warned. "Indeed, you shall not blame us later." With that, the servants seized the moment and surged forward. Though Xia Jingfeng had grown taller and stronger over the past few months, he was still merely a boy of tender years. And as a scholar, he lacked the physical prowess to contend with a group of robust men, just as he was about to be overwhelmed by fists and kicks. A commotion erupted outside. Fu, accompanied by a band of men, burst through the back door. Eldest young master, it's here. Xia Jingfeng looked up, astonished. Eldest brother. It was Xia Tingfeng, who had not only come himself, but had also brought along his brothers and other servants from the small courtyard, all armed and ready. Brothers, remove their masks and bind them with ropes. Xia Tingfeng commanded, arms crossed, a look of disdain on his face. Understood, eldest brother. The younger subordinate swiftly complied. And the servants dared not resist. Don't forget him, they added, binding the steward as well. Panic spread among the servants. The eldest young master was a figure even more fearsome than local ruffians in the Jiashui area. To cross him would mean a life of unrest for their entire family. Realizing this, they began to plead for mercy. Eldest young master, we shall not dare again. Please spare us, we are but following orders, if you must blame someone. Let it be the lady. Yes, eldest young master. The steward, most loyal to Yao, proved to be the most spineless, being the first to betray her. They are all aware that, despite the patriarch's disdain for this son, he is still a blood relative of the Xia family. Would the old master demand retribution from his son if one or two were to meet their demise? It is simply inconceivable. The eldest son is far from being as accommodating as the second. When he speaks of bloodshed, he truly means it. At this thought, some have already soiled themselves in fear. Xia Tingfeng stood nearby, casting a scornful gaze upon the group of fools sprawled on the ground. In the flickering light, Xia Tingfeng had just turned 18, soon to reach the age of maturity, dressed in a grayish-blue robe, secured at the waist with a simple cloth belt. He possessed a tall and slender physique, with a silhouette so well-defined that one could discern his strength even through his clothing. Although his attire was unremarkable and his hair was carelessly styled, even somewhat disheveled with a few rebellious strands falling across his forehead, he still exuded an undeniable rugged handsomeness. Blessed with the gentle temperament of his mother, who had been striking in her youth, his features were a testament to her lineage, strong and resolute. As he listened to the pleas for mercy from the group, he remained silent, instead gazing skyward. It was the third day of the new year, the chill of winter still lingering. The afternoon had turned overcast, and snowflakes had begun to fall. Suddenly, he spoke. Yes, brother. A few small ruffians exchanged sly grins and approached the bound captives. Let us take you over there. They even kicked the backsides of the servants as they passed. The house steward, with beady eyes, was on the verge of tears. Young master, I have shown you disrespect in the past. I bow to you an apology. He knelt down, prostrating himself. Have mercy. You know I have an elderly parent and young ones to care for. I cannot endure a night of freezing here. With the snow falling, being tied to a tree overnight could very well lead to death. As the other servants witnessed the steward's desperate pleas, they too fell to their knees. Xia Tingfeng did not even spare them a glance, merely waving his hand dismissively. Bind them. Seeing that their pleas to the eldest son were in vain, the captives turned to Xia Jingfeng, crying and wailing, utterly bereft of the arrogance they had displayed upon arrival. Xia Jingfeng regarded them with disdain, turning away without uttering a word. These individuals were even less worthy than dogs, ungrateful wretches. To show them kindness would be a cruelty to himself. Though he possessed a benevolent heart, he was not foolish. Ultimately, the group could not escape the grim fate of enduring a night in the cold. When they were first bound, they howled in terror, but Xia Tingfeng's patience waned. Whoever dares to utter another sound shall be bound for 2 nights. Thus, silence enveloped the scene. As Xia Tingfeng was escorted out, Xia Jingfeng suddenly spoke. Thank you, brother, for your timely intervention. Xia Tingfeng shot him a sidelong glance, feigning nonchalance. I did not save you. I merely happened to pass by. Xia Jingfeng smiled, bemused by the improbability of such a claim in this remote place. Even so, brother, you have saved me. Xia Tingfeng narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, as if he had something further to express. He shifted his stance, gazing up at the sky, and ultimately feigned indifference as he inquired. Xia Jingfeng was momentarily taken aback and replied, It has been 5 or 6 days. After a brief pause, he added, and my second sister are well. On New Year's Eve, following the family feast, Annie even had someone bring me a blanket. In the years since their mother's passing, had it not been for Aunt Wen's discreet assistance, the siblings were uncertain whether they could have survived. Xia Tingfeng's eyes flickered. As if a weight had been lifted, a sense of relief washing over him. Yet, this expression was fleeting, and he scoffed softly. Who would inquire about their affairs? Chapter 53. The spinning lantern. He departed, turning away with a solitary yet resolute figure. Take care, brother. Xia Jingfeng stood at the doorframe, observing the receding silhouette. Faintly, he could hear Xia Tingfeng issuing commands as he walked away. Do not forget to come by early tomorrow and remove those fools. After a pause, he added as if in clarification, the ones I captured are my business. No one else has the right to interfere. His brother's stubbornness remains unchanged. The palace buzzed with activity once more. Although the emperor would undoubtedly rest with the empress on the 15th, it was still advantageous for the emperor's concubines to present themselves beautifully and assert their presence. Thus, they racked their brains to decide what attire would be both appropriate and memorable for the emperor. Those with particular talents hurriedly practiced, eager to astonish him. In Zhao Pavilion, everything remained as usual. There were no rumors of the emperor visiting any other palace. He was likely preoccupied. Just the thought of the piles of memorials on his desk filled Xia Ruqing with sympathy. How arduous. Ziyue entered, lifting the curtain and carrying a plate of shelled peanuts. My lord, do you think this is sufficient? If not, I can send Xiaoxi to fetch more. Xia Ruqing rose from the couch to take a look. This is enough. I merely wish to roast some peanuts. A plate will suffice. With that, she accepted the peanuts and used a fire tong to stir the charcoal, burying the peanuts within. In her childhood, every winter, on snowy nights, her grandmother would light a pot of fire, burying sweet potatoes, peanuts, and taro within, while hanging a kettle above. Once the water boiled, the buried treats would be cooked. Before bed, she and her grandmother would soak their feet while enjoying the peanuts. As she reminisced, Xia Ruqing felt a sudden pang in her heart. Even after her grandmother's passing many years ago, the waves of longing struck her with relentless force. Ziyue remained unaware, merely smiling. No wonder my lord wishes to indulge in this. Perhaps you are missing home. Xia Ruqing quickly adjusted her emotions. Indeed, how could I not miss it? This is my first time traveling so far. Ziyue thought for a moment, then offered consolation. It is only natural. My lord, if you feel homesick, indulge in more food. A full stomach will ease the longing. Yes, a full stomach alleviates homesickness. It has become my survival mantra, she mused. Setting down the fire tongs and wiping her hands with a silk cloth, Xia Ruqing continued. All right. Ask Xiaoxi to fetch some bamboo strips. Do you know how? I only know how to weave lanterns. Ziyue replied. I do not, but I can help you with the designs. My lord, your designs are not appealing. Ziyue remarked with disdain. Xia Ruqing appeared oblivious, brimming with confidence. Who says they are unattractive? I think they are quite lovely. Ziyue, my lord. Your confidence is truly overwhelming. I feel inadequate. The following day marked the 14th day of the 12th month. In the morning, Xiaoxi gathered all the supplies, bamboo strips, nails, and more. In addition to the red silk, Xia Ruqing had gathered a plethora of leftover fabrics from her previous garment-making endeavors, in a myriad of colors. These were precious silks, cut into half bolts, and while they were of no use for other purposes, discarding them would be a waste. Thus, she proposed to repurpose them into lanterns. Although she currently lacked for nothing, her past experiences of poverty had cultivated her resourcefulness. Ziyue was equally delighted. Indeed, using silk would undoubtedly enhance the beauty compared to colored paper, and once coated with paste, it would be less prone to tearing. That evening, after dinner, the three of them gathered around the hearth and set to work. Ziyue sketched floral patterns for Xia Ruqing to cut out. Be careful, master. These will be affixed to the lanterns, so do not ruin them. Rest assured, Xia Ruqing replied with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi was busy shaping bamboo strips into the form of lanterns, securing them with nails. The trio was engrossed in their tasks, reveling in the moment. Suddenly, a loud announcement was heard from outside. The emperor has arrived. The three froze, and before they could tidy up, they knelt down in a flurry. As Zhao Junyao entered, he was met with a chaotic scene, furniture strewn haphazardly about. The three servants knelt on the ground, holding their breath in trepidation. Your Majesty, Xia Ruqing said cautiously. Zhao Junyao surveyed the room before finding a place to sit. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a deep voice. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xia Ruqing exhaled in relief and stood up. Ziyue hurried to pour tea, while Xiaoxi stood frozen in place, too intimidated to move. What is all this? Zhao Junyao feigned nonchalance, picking up some of the half-finished products and furrowing his brow. He felt a twinge of discomfort. Did she not care for him at all? Did it matter to her whether he came or not? Xia Ruqing, oblivious to the underlying emotions behind his stoic expression, assumed the emperor was merely curious. She enthusiastically explained, Your Majesty, we are making revolving lanterns. What you are holding is the lantern frame. Soon, we shall cover it with colorful silk, cut out patterns to affix, and light candles within. It will surely be a sight to behold. Zhao Junyao, She was completely unaware of his displeasure. Instead, she appeared quite pleased. Zhao Jiyao suddenly realized that before her, he could not even summon a reason to be angry. In truth, did an emperor require a reason to be irate? No, he did not. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to be angry. Not only that, but he also needed to muster some joy, lest it reflect poorly on his character, making him appear less magnanimous than a woman. After a brief pause, Xiao Ruqing looked up and was met with an utterly peculiar, awkward, and indescribable smile on his face. Startled, she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, what is wrong?" Zhao Jiyao realized he might have been smiling rather awkwardly. So he cleared his throat and suppressed the grin. Ahem. I am quite well. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Ruqing concluded that she had done nothing to provoke the emperor's ire. Thus, she relaxed, her spirits lifting once more. Your Majesty, look. These are the patterns I have cut. Zhao Jiyao gazed in astonishment at the vibrant silks and intricate patterns before him. Where did you acquire these? He inquired. These are merely remnants from my garment making. They serve no purpose if left unused, and they are perfect for crafting lanterns, replied Xiao Ruqing, her expression beseeching praise as she looked at Zhao Jiyao. However, Zhao Jiyao's demeanor darkened slightly. Are you saying that all of these are fabric intended for clothing? Chapter 54, Lantern Festival. Xiao Ruqing found herself momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, this is leftover fabric, not a complete roll. Although the silks were not whole rolls, most were half or small pieces. They could not be fashioned into a grand coat, yet could still serve other purposes. The thought made Xiao Ruqing feel even more guilty. By the end of her musings, Zhao Juanyao's expression frightened her, prompting her to immediately fall silent. Zhao Juanyao's countenance darkened further. I'm not so impoverished as to require you to cobble together a lantern from scraps. After speaking, he commanded, Li Sheng'an, fetch some fine lantern fabric from the imperial household department. Bring a variety of colors, lest she find everything precious. Understood. Li Sheng'an responded promptly and dispatched someone. Xiao Ruqing exclaimed, Ah? What is the meaning of this? Does His Majesty find me too petty? Am I causing him to lose face? She pondered, after all. What man would appreciate a woman lacking in vision and refinement? The emperor, in particular, possessed a fiercely strong sense of pride. This line of thought only added to her distress. Before long, Li Sheng'an's apprentice, Xiao Zhuzi, returned from the imperial household with an array of lantern fabric. This material was specially crafted, semi-transparent, durable, and heat-resistant, impervious to flames. However, as Xiao Ruqing gazed at the numerous rolls of lantern fabric, she was left speechless. Internally lamenting, I merely wish to create a few lanterns for amusement. Is this level of extravagance truly necessary? Your Majesty, this is rather excessive. Furthermore, the fabric could only be used for lanterns, rendering it a waste to discard with great caution. Xiao Ruqing forced a smile. Zhao Junao continued. If you wish to make something else, I shall have others bring additional materials. He was about to instruct Li Sheng'an once more. Xiao Ruqing hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. No, it is not necessary, Your Majesty. This is more than sufficient. Absolutely enough. In fact, sufficient to create a whole train of lanterns. How much fabric could possibly be required for a single lantern? Truly, it is not needed. Zhao Jiyao nodded in satisfaction. Only then did Xiao Ruqing exhale a sigh of relief. After a brief while, Zhao Jiyao took his leave. Once the emperor was gone, Xiao Ruqing slumped onto the Kong, wiping her brow with a handkerchief. Servicing him was no easy task. She felt a sense of relief at his departure. In the Jiafeng Palace, the empress was engrossed in copying Buddhist scriptures when Yulan entered. The empress seemed not to have heard, continuing her writing. The only difference was that her strokes flowed more smoothly than before, resulting in characters imbued with grace. Upon completing the final page, the empress set down her brush and picked up the paper. This page is my utmost satisfaction. Yulan approached with a bronze basin to assist the empress in washing her hands, smiling as she remarked, Your Highness, you labor so diligently in copying scriptures each day. The Empress Dowager will surely appreciate it. The empress smiled at this. Whether the Empress Dowager appreciates it, I cannot say, but the emperor will undoubtedly be pleased. The Empress Dowager, being her mother-in-law, must be courted regardless of her sentiments. However, it was only the emperor who could inspire such exertion from her. Your Majesty is indeed her husband, her sole hope. Yulan smiled again. Rest assured, my lady, I will keep a close watch. The evening was lively, while the daytime was rather dull, prompting Xiao Ruqing to indulge in a lengthy slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered it was already noon. Today, Young Wei had generously provided 2 extra bowls of tang yuan, suggesting that the maidservant and sister Ziyue should also have a taste. Xiao Ruqing was overjoyed at the mention of tang yuan. What kinds do we have? There were sweet fillings, such as sesame, peanut, and candied fruit, as well as savory ones like shrimp, fresh meat, and fish. Not knowing her master's preference, the maidservant had taken a few of each. As she spoke, Ziyue opened the food box and began to arrange the dishes. Xia Ruqing was somewhat astonished. It was her first time hearing that tang yuan could be savory. I suppose I shall try one of each. Ziyue lifted the lid of the porcelain bowl, revealing a translucent broth with round, plump tang yuan floating within, filled with various colorful fillings. These are even larger than those I had in my childhood. The tang yuan skins were semi-transparent, clearly thin, and generously filled. As she spoke, a fragrant, sweet aroma of glutinous rice wafted through the air. Ziyue used a small spoon to select one of each color filling, placing them into a small bowl and ladling some broth over them. My lady, please have a taste. Xia Ruqing picked a tang yuan filled with candied fruit, blowing on it to cool before taking a bite. To her surprise, it contained a sweet and sour preserved plum. The glutinous rice skin was soft and chewy, the plums sweet and tangy, and without a pit. Each bite was a delightful explosion of flavor. Xia Ruqing's face lit up with joy. It truly was worthy of the palace. This was incomparably superior to the frozen, packaged varieties sold in supermarkets of the 21st century. Do try some as well. Ziyue chuckled, saying, Young Wei has given us plenty. Indulge a bit more, and we shall not mind a reward later. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Ruqing decided not to insist. After all, there was still plenty left. And she doubted the three of them could finish it all. If those less favored had no claim to it, how could the maidservants? This was the dignity of Zhaohua Pavilion. As afternoon approached, Xia Ruqing was just about to take a nap when Xiao Zhuzi stealthily appeared. Noble one, the emperor has sent me to summon you. Xia Ruqing was taken aback. At this time, setting aside the matter of propriety, it was clear that the other concubines in the palace would be furious. Thus, Xia Ruqing's heart was filled with reluctance. Xiao Zhuzi, however, could not wait and urged her. Please hurry, the emperor is waiting. Waiting? Xia Ruqing was momentarily bewildered. What is it about? Why the urgency? Xiao Zhuzi scratched his head, hesitating to say much. Only vaguely responding, You will understand once you arrive. Xia Ruqing could not press for more details. Consequently, Ziyue, fearing delay, quickly assisted her mistress in washing her face again, hastening to see her off. Zhaohua Pavilion was secluded, and Xiao Zhuzi was merely a lowly eunuch, so no one in the palace paid them any heed. Xia Ruqing did not take the palace path. Instead, she traversed the imperial garden, guiding the little pillar from north to south. After circumventing the eastern gate, she arrived at the back corner gate of Zhaoqing Palace. Chapter 55. A stroll with the lanterns. Though the daylight was bustling with passers-by, the presence of a noble accompanied by a young eunuch would scarcely attract any attention. No one could possibly fathom that they were en route to the Zhaoqing Palace. Moreover, at the eastern gate connecting the inner court to the Zhaoqing Palace, there awaited further assistance. Thus, Xia Ruqing's arrival at the Zhaoqing Palace was remarkably discreet. Even the closest attendants at the Jiaofeng Hall remained oblivious. Upon entering the Zhaoqing Palace, she chanced upon the emperor, who had just changed into his attire. Your Majesty, where are you headed? She inquired, astonished. Zhao Junyao glanced at her and replied, I am donning the eunuch's garb to accompany me outside the palace. Xia Ruqing exclaimed in surprise, for she had never heard of a consort having the opportunity to leave the palace. Such outings were reserved for hunting or discreet visits, often accompanied by favored concubines, and not everyone had the privilege. Many of his numerous wives had entered the palace and never returned. Do you not wish to go? Zhao Junyao raised an eyebrow at her. Of course I want to. Xia Ruqing responded eagerly. She had long been curious about the ancient capital's splendor. Truth be told, her only acquaintance with it was through television dramas, and the memories of her predecessor were devoid of any detail. With such an opportunity presented before her, how could she possibly let it slip away? Under the careful attention of the palace maids, Xia Ruqing swiftly transformed into a young eunuch. Your Majesty, shall we depart? Zhao Junyao nodded in approval. I am incognito. Once we step outside, do not let anything slip. Your Majesty, how shall I address you? She asked. Call me Third Master. He instructed, as he was the third among his brothers. Yes, Third Master, Xia Ruqing replied cheerfully, playfully calling out to him. Zhao Junyao shot her a glance. Yet a smile crept upon his lips involuntarily. There was no need for secrecy. It was entirely normal for the emperor to venture outside the palace. As for Lady Xia, she was but a shadow of her former self, having lost favor and remained in poor health, her days spent in solitude. When she was once favored, People would seek her out, but now, in her fallen state, she was largely forgotten. Once outside the palace, they found a suitable place for her to change back into women's attire. The clothes were exquisite, fashioned in the latest style of the capital. A crimson silk jacket adorned with delicate floral embroidery above, paired with a flowing white pleated skirt below. To fend off the chill, she donned a thick white goose-down cloak. Xia Ruqing appeared even more charming than before, her features rounder, her eyes more expressive, and her overall appearance significantly improved from her previous gauntness. Coupled with her lively and candid demeanor, her bright, large eyes radiated vivacity. Zhao Junyao, observing her, found himself quite taken with her. He had a penchant for beautiful women, but even more so, he adored those with a delightful character. The streets are crowded. It would be unwise to take a carriage. Let us walk, he suggested. Absolutely, Xia Ruqing replied, brimming with excitement. In the 21st century, accompanying women on shopping excursions is often regarded as a daunting task for gentlemen. Yet, in this era, the most esteemed man personally escorts her on a shopping spree, much to the delight of Xia Ruqing. As they converse, Zhao Junyao strides towards the bustling marketplace, with Xia Ruqing hastily trailing behind. Accompanying them are several guards disguised as servants, akin to modern-day bodyguards. Clad in an elegant white robe and wielding a folding fan, Zhao Junyao leads the way, while Xia Ruqing follows in gleeful little steps. She cannot help but ponder how, in the 21st century, a girl of modest means like herself would toil for ages to attain such grandeur. Zhao Junyao status would undoubtedly place him among the ranks of a presidential figure in modern times, a person she would likely never encounter in her lifetime, let alone marry. The very thought of such a dream was beyond her wildest imagination. Moreover, his striking appearance and impeccable stature only add to her admiration. Truly, he is without flaw. Deeply elated, Xia Ruqing feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards fate. In this ancient context, where notions of eternal love may not hold sway, she feels compelled to pursue other aspirations. Alas, Zhao Junyao's gaze is rather stern, compelling her to hasten her pace. In truth, he harbors great joy within, though he would never confess it. After all, a sovereign must uphold a certain dignity. Come along, he admonishes her with a serious countenance. As they traverse the marketplace, Zhao Junyao's serious demeanor and the opulence of their attire cause the common folk to instinctively retreat. Xia Ruqing revels in the experience of walking through the lively streets without the fear of being jostled. However, curiosity gnaws at her. Where are we headed? It's been quite some time without a word, she inquires. Zhao Junyao remains silent, but their attendant, Li Shengen, discreetly informs her that the master intends to meet several important individuals, and she may browse the vicinity once they arrive at their destination. Oh, she replies, refraining from further questions. Soon, they arrive at a bustling establishment known as Juxianzhai, where the sounds of revelry and gambling resonate from within. Zhao Junyao furrows his brow and instructs Li Shengen to find a few individuals to accompany her for a leisurely exploration nearby. Turning to Xia Ruqing, he advises, it's rather chaotic inside. It would be best for you to wander elsewhere for a while. Once I conclude my affairs, I shall take you to see the lanterns. A sudden discomfort washes over Zhao Junyao as he realizes how often he unconsciously thinks of her. Yet, Xia Ruqing is oblivious to his inner turmoil, responding joyfully to his words. The vibrant streets captivate her senses, and she has no desire to join him in meeting important figures. How dreary that would be compared to shopping. Seeing her delight, Zhao Junyao allows a slight smile to grace his lips as he, along with Li Shengen and their companions, ascends the stairs. Xia Ruqing, accompanied by the young attendant, Xiaozhu, along with several guards disguised as servants, ventured towards the bustling marketplace nearby. What a vibrant scene it was! The streets were alive with an array of vendors offering all manner of delicacies and snacks. The variety of street food was by no means inferior to that found within the palace. Xia Ruqing was dazzled by the sights before her. Xiaozhu, being astute and having the opportunity to accompany his master outside the palace frequently, was well acquainted with the world beyond. He readily chimed in, affirming, indeed, my lord. The street snacks are certainly no less delightful than those within. Chapter 56. A journey to the lanterns. After all, the cooks in the kitchen were selected from outside. Were they not? Furthermore, the master chefs excel in grand dishes, while they are not as adept at preparing snacks. Xia Ruqing nodded in agreement. This is what one refers to as hidden talents among the populace. Little Zhuzi chuckled. Outside, not only do we have the grand and delightful dishes of the Chu dynasty, but also those from other nations. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Xia Ruqing paused for a moment. The East Sea? Little Zhuzi quickly elaborated. My lord, you do not venture out often, hence your limited knowledge. The East Sea lies to the northeast of our great Chu dynasty, where the locals are said to rely on fishing for their livelihood. No wonder they are accustomed to consuming raw fish. Xiao Ruqing laughed. As they conversed, Xiao Ruqing spotted a small stall selling wontons not far away. Suddenly, she felt a pang of hunger. Thus, she found herself torn between indulging in street food and maintaining an elegant image. Little Zhuzi saw through her thoughts immediately. My lord, I'm hungry, Xiao Ruqing declared candidly. For a foodie, witnessing delectable food yet being unable to partake is a true torment. My lord, do you wish to have wontons? I shall procure them for you at once. Little Zhuzi eagerly offered. Xiao Ruqing hesitated for a moment, feeling a tinge of regret. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. Although she had been indulgent in the palace, there was no one around at that time. Now, being outside, it would be rather inappropriate to act recklessly. Moreover, there were chefs in the palace who could prepare wontons just as deliciously. She did not lack for a bowl from the street. The emperor favored her. And she must also be discerning, mustn't she? Let us be on our way. Ah, Little Zhuzi complied, feeling a sense of relief. Had the master commanded him to fetch the wontons, he would have felt compelled to obey. However, to envision a noble from the palace seated on a small stool by the street, slurping wontons, was indeed an unsightly image. Thus, Xiao Ruqing continued on her way. However, such a splendid opportunity to gather some delectable treats could not be overlooked. Therefore, she instructed Little Zhuzi to procure a food box. Of course, it had to be suitable for storage, so the wontons would not become unpalatable after a brief soak. Within less than an hour of strolling, the food box was filled to the brim. Xiao Ruqing felt a lingering desire for more. Little Zhuzi reminded her, the time is about right. We should head to the Jiuxian pavilion. As they walked, he assured her, rest assured, no one will touch it. Little Zhuzi chuckled. Only then did Xiao Ruqing feel satisfied to proceed. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jiuxian pavilion, she happened to see Zhao Junyao exiting, accompanied by several well-dressed individuals behind him. From a distance, they appeared to be merchants. As Xiao Ruqing approached, the group had already departed. She did not inquire further but cheerfully called out, "Third master," and playfully asked, "Have you had enough of your stroll?" "Not quite. But I would rather explore the lanterns with you. Where could I have insufficiently roamed?" "I shall accompany you." Xiao Ruqing felt a sudden wave of bashfulness. One cannot lament the absence of roadside wontons, can one? Should one summon the emperor to partake in such a feast? Perhaps it is best to refrain from such notions. Just as she pondered her response, a commotion caught her eye. A throng of people gathered not far away, their voices echoing in the distance. Xiao Ruqing's gaze was irresistibly drawn towards the scene. Zhao Junyao noticed as well and promptly commanded, "Let us proceed." He then strode towards the direction of her interest. "Isn't your grace eager to view the lanterns?" Xiao Ruqing inquired. "Perhaps the emperor wishes to see the lantern festival as well. If we delay, it would be quite unfortunate. The hour is still early. There is no need to rush." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruqing ceased her objections and hastened to follow him with light steps. The dusk had yet to settle, and the lanterns remained unlit. Indeed, it was somewhat premature for the festivities. As they approached, they discerned that it was merely a shop attempting to attract customers. A voice rang out ahead, accompanied by the rhythmic clang of a gong. "Ladies and gentlemen, come and take a look." Upon closer inspection, Xiao Ruqing realized it was a game of chance. A voice from the crowd called out, "Pray tell, how does one play this game?" The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with an amiable demeanor, smiled and set down the gong. He elaborated, "Fear not, dear patrons. This game is quite simple. As you can see, this rack displays our finest wares of the year." He gestured towards a wooden structure towering over a yard high, adorned with an array of goods suspended by delicate strings, ranging from bolts of silk and antique paintings to cosmetics and various trinkets. Beneath the rack lay a thick layer of cotton blankets. The rules are thus: each participant may receive a dart. Should you successfully sever the string with your dart and the item falls onto the blankets, it is yours, absolutely free of charge. As soon as he finished speaking, a young attendant appeared, distributing darts to eager participants. However, the crowd buzzed with skepticism, debating the feasibility of hitting such fine strings. It may be manageable to strike the lower strings, which are thicker and longer, but the uppermost ones are both slender and short. How could one possibly aim accurately? Indeed, they dangle so high that a mere gust of wind obscures them from view. Amidst the animated discussions, another individual queried, "What if one hits an item but does not sever the string?" The shopkeeper chuckled, "If you strike an item without cutting the string, it shall not count." The crowd erupted in murmurs. Yet many remained eager to try their luck. After all, it was free of charge, and fortune might favor them. Standing at the periphery, Xia Ruqing felt a thrill of excitement. The simplicity of ancient folk was refreshing, unlike the convoluted promotions of modern merchants, often leading to nothing but a pile of discount coupons, a mere trap. Beside her, Zhao Junyao remained composed, his expression as stern as ever. He cast a glance at the sparkling-eyed Xia Ruqing and inquired softly, "Do you wish to go?" "Mm." Xia Ruqing nodded vigorously. After all, it doesn't cost anything. Joining in the excitement could be quite enjoyable, don't you think? Chapter 57. Let me take you to see the lights. Zhao Junyao surveyed the densely packed crowd, feeling a twinge of inner conflict. To go? He despised being jostled by others. Not to go? Yet. Witnessing her face radiating both anticipation and a touch of vulnerability was quite disconcerting. Cursed be the excitement, for he had neglected the Emperor's sentiments entirely. He was, by nature, a lover of tranquility. How could he endure such a cacophonous throng? Most likely, she had never before been subjected to such a crowd in her lifetime. As a mere noble woman, what audacity did she possess to impose such a burden upon the Emperor? Lost in thought, Xia Ruqing was suddenly bumped into by someone. "Ouch!" she exclaimed in pain, stumbling forward. Just as she seemed poised to fall, Zhao Junyao swiftly caught her. They turned to see a group of elegantly dressed ladies, accompanied by their maidservants, presumably from affluent families. The disdain on their faces as they regarded Xia Ruqing was unmistakable. "What are you blocking the way for? If you're not going, others certainly will." "Exactly. You're an eyesore. Hurry and step aside." Before they could finish their taunts, they caught sight of Zhao Junyao standing nearby. In an instant, Xia Ruqing witnessed the swiftest change of expression in history. As the ladies departed, their faces bore a blush of embarrassment and shyness. Xia Ruqing felt utterly mortified. "Sir, perhaps we should not go after all." Zhao Junyao inquired, "What is the matter?" "It's nothing. I simply don't wish to go." "Because of them?" Xia Ruqing fell silent, feeling both tongue-tied and humiliated by their words, and her enthusiasm had waned. The crowd was simply too overwhelming. Clutching her handkerchief, she lowered her head in silence. Zhao Junyao smirked slightly and took her hand. "Come, I shall accompany you through the crowd." He had encountered many proud and willful women before. He was not so petty as to quarrel with those ladies. Yet, seeing her disheartened, he wished to console her. Before a tall wooden stand, throngs of people gathered. Fortunately, the shopkeeper was diligently overseeing the situation, ensuring some semblance of order. Xia Ruqing and Zhao Junyao received 2 darts and approached the stand. The earlier group of ladies had also obtained their darts and were chattering animatedly about the items hanging above. "Look, that young gentleman in white has arrived," one remarked. He dressed simply, yet it was evident he hailed from a prestigious family. "How can you tell?" "It's just a feeling. I can't quite explain it." Within moments, the ladies' faces flushed crimson. They had never encountered a man of such striking appearance. His every gesture and demeanor rendered them utterly spellbound. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyao asked, "Which one do you fancy? Pray tell me." Xia Ruqing glanced around, hesitating. For quite some time, only a few individuals had managed to knock down the lowest hanging cloths and paintings. None had succeeded in toppling anything higher, which suggested the task was quite challenging. Moreover, a breeze had arisen, causing the ropes to sway, making it even more difficult. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Ruqing pointed to the lowest piece of calligraphy and said, "I like that one." Zhao Junyao followed the direction of the finger, and then, his expression darkened. This was an utter affront to his abilities. Was he truly so inept? Xia Ruqing, with her keen sense of observation, quickly sensed the awkward atmosphere and hurriedly intervened. "I prefer the fan on the second tier," Zhao Junyao replied. At that moment, a group of women approached, their faces adorned with a rosy hue. "Esteemed sir, I am quite taken with the hairpin on the topmost tier. Might you assist me in trying it?" Zhao Junyao turned his head. "Oh," another maiden shyly chimed in, "Sir, I favor the jade pendant beside the hairpin." "Very well." Zhao Junyao nodded. Was this an affirmation? Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of confusion, repeating in her mind, "The emperor belongs to the entire Chu dynasty. The emperor belongs to the entire harem." She managed to suppress her discontent. What could she do? Her position was too lowly. Zhao Junyao curled his lips, inquiring further, "What else do you fancy? Speak freely." One of the ladies exclaimed in surprise, "Each person is entitled to but 1 dart. Do you mean to relinquish yours to me?" Upon finishing her sentence, the youthful blush on her face was unmistakable. The flirtatious glances she cast were. Xia Ruqing rolled her eyes internally. What a brazen temptress. Yet, she couldn't help but admire her audacity. The emperor was indeed remarkable, effortlessly charming multiple women at once. She was witnessing quite the spectacle. However, she found herself perplexed. Wasn't the emperor not in want of women? Why was today so peculiar? Zhao Junyao, hearing the lady's words, merely smiled in silence. With his elongated fingers, he delicately grasped two small darts, aiming at the topmost tier of the wooden rack. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression serious. The sky had darkened, and he stood tall. As he lifted his gaze, the sharp contours of his profile gleamed in the dim light. A visage of perfection beyond reproach. Xia Ruqing remained somewhat enamored, her expression one of infatuation. Meanwhile, the other women were utterly captivated. Their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats, their faces flushed as they abandoned all pretense of modesty. Sir, that agate bracelet at the top is simply exquisite. Another lady cooed sweetly. Xia Ruqing thought to herself, ugh, my skin is crawling. Must they continue this charade? Yet Zhao Junyao remained remarkably composed, a smile still gracing his lips. This smile was not just for the few before him. Even the distant maidens and young wives gazed at him with rosy cheeks. Their adoring glances reminded Xia Ruqing of the fervent fans of contemporary celebrities in the 21st century, filled with admiration and infatuation. Just then, Zhao Junyao squinted, swiftly launching his darts. With a whoosh, the sounds of astonishment filled the air. Sir, good heavens, all the treasures from the top row have fallen. How did you achieve such a feat? Xia Ruqing, hearing the commotion, quickly looked up. Indeed, the exquisite gold and jade ornaments from the uppermost tier had vanished. Now resting securely upon the cotton blanket, the darts having found their mark with precision, though the shopkeeper felt a pang of reluctance. He could not deny the reputation of his esteemed establishment. Having made a promise, he found it unseemly to renege, and thus, with a forced smile, he gathered the items and presented them personally, not forgetting to flatter. Your skills are truly remarkable, young sir. I'm in awe, he exclaimed, managing a smile that resembled more of a grimace. This was indeed a noble young master, one he could not afford to offend. Zhao Junyao, however, did not spare him a glance, merely gesturing for Li Shengyan to take the items. At that moment, a throng of ladies surged forward. They were astonished by the young master's prowess. Both darts had found their mark with precision. Xia Ruqing was instantly pushed aside, nearly toppling over had it not been for the support of a small pillar. Unfortunately, she lost her balance and twisted her ankle. Chapter 58. A stroll beneath the lantern. Xia Ruqing was drenched in sweat. Those women resembled the fervent fans of the 21st century. She overheard them say, "Thank you, my lord, for retrieving my hairpin. The agate bracelet is truly beautiful. Thank you." Two of the women eagerly vied for his attention. Another, with a blushing countenance, said, "My lord, I shall forego that jade pendant and gift it to you." Upon hearing this, the other two felt overshadowed, harboring unspoken resentment. How had they not thought to present him with a gift? What a splendid opportunity it was. Xia Ruqing furrowed her brow, cradling her injured foot, feeling utterly helpless. There was no remedy. The heavens had blessed her with such a dazzling husband. Their envy was of no consequence. Just then, she spotted Zhao Junyao selecting a hairpin and a jade bracelet, making his way toward her. Under the gaze of onlookers, he gently adorned her hair with the pin, and with a tender gesture, placed the agate bracelet upon her delicate wrist. Xia Ruqing felt an inexplicable flush rise to her cheeks. To the spectators, they appeared as an inseparable couple. In that moment, countless young hearts shattered like glass. Zhao Junyao then declared, "This jade pendant is of acceptable quality. I bestow it upon you." He casually gifted the pendant, which the woman intended for him, to a young attendant. Had it not been for this little eunuch, Xiao's folly might have led to her downfall. After uttering this, Zhao Junyao suddenly bent down, sweeping her into his arms. "Your Highness, Third Master." Xia Ruqing was taken aback. Her mouth agape. "Do not move around carelessly with your sprained ankle," Zhao Junyao admonished sternly. "Oh." She feigned a pout, feeling slightly aggrieved. Those who show concern can be quite fierce. However, she wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. From this vantage point, she could see the multitude of women casting envious glances her way. If looks could kill, she would surely be riddled with wounds by now. Contemplating this, her heart swelled with secret delight. Although my husband is not solely mine, at this moment, his affection is directed solely at me, infuriating you all. Humph. Xia Ruqing cast a triumphant glance behind her. The women were seething with jealousy, particularly the one who had offered the jade pendant, her face turning an alarming shade of green. Once they had stepped away from the crowd and into a secluded area, the excitement began to fade, and Xia Ruqing felt a sharp pain in her ankle. "My lord, my foot hurts." She feigned vulnerability, noticing Zhao Junyu's slightly darkened expression. He replied sternly, "If you are careless again, I shall not take you out of the palace in the future." His tone was firm, yet Xia Ruqing couldn't help but smile brightly. "All right." Li Shengyan had summoned a horse, and Zhao Junyao lifted her onto it. "Shall we not ride in a carriage?" she inquired. "No," he replied. Oh, Zhao Junyao held the reins with one hand while encircling her in his embrace with the other. As they exited the bustling marketplace, the horse began to gallop. As the wind whipped around her, Xia Ruqing found it difficult to open her eyes, only sensing the cold breeze howling past her ears. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the horse came to a halt. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the imposing city gates of the capital. He held her close, taking deliberate steps forward. When she opened her eyes again, the sight before her left her utterly astonished. Though the city tower could not compare to the skyscrapers of the modern age, standing atop it allowed her to behold the entirety of the capital's splendor. As the evening glow faded and the moonlight ascended, the streets of the capital were adorned with lanterns of various hues. In the more bustling marketplaces, lanterns were even more densely clustered. Spinning lanterns, rabbit lanterns, lotus lanterns. Wealthier families displayed exquisite glass lanterns that sparkled with clarity. From afar and near, large and small, they intertwined to create a tapestry of the capital's vibrancy. Standing atop the tower felt as though one were immersed in the scene, as if all the excitement was unfolding right before her. The calls of street vendors, the shouts from various shops and taverns, the laughter and cries of children, the sounds of haggling, all were audible. Common folk strolled through the streets, carrying lanterns and reveling in the festivities. When weary, they would pause at a small vendor, enjoying a steaming bowl of noodles to rest their feet in comfort. Young maidens, usually confined to their chambers, now ventured out in palanquins, their delicate fingers parting the curtains as they gazed longingly at the world outside. Some would smile at the lively scenes, while others, upon spotting a dashing young gentleman, would blush and discreetly twist their handkerchiefs. Even younger children were more liberated. Those from impoverished families could indulge in candied hawthorn on this day, while children from affluent households, dressed in opulent attire, carried ornate lanterns, yet clamored for the large rice balls sold by street vendors. The servants, unable to refuse, complied with their requests. The streets were crowded, and carriages could not navigate through the throng. In this moment, regardless of whether one was a noble scion or a lady of high birth, all had to walk and sit on small stools to enjoy their food. Nevertheless, those privileged children still felt that the delights of their homes paled in comparison to the sweetness of the treats found here. That night, the vendors amassed a bountiful profit, and the people of the capital, young and old, reveled joyously. No one was left without joy. It would not be an exaggeration to say the streets were deserted for the occasion. Yet, the two individuals atop the tower stood in silence, not exchanging a word. Xia Ruqing tilted her head and caught sight of Zhao Junyu's face, which bore a serious expression, yet a hint of a smile danced upon his lips. Distant flickers of light reflected in his dark eyes, sparkling like black jewels. She mused that he must feel a sense of contentment. At merely 20 years of age, he bore the weight of an entire empire, an age in the 21st century when many young men are yet to graduate from university. Yet here he was, Zhao Junyao, shouldering the burdens of the realm. She often teased him for being stern, harsh, and perpetually serious, her inner thoughts sometimes lamenting his relentless dedication to books, fearing he might become a mere bookworm. Yet, in hindsight, she realized the folly of her judgments. Who wouldn't he wish to be a carefree, sunny youth? It was not that he did not desire such freedom. Rather, he could not afford it. Externally, he grappled with diplomatic relations, while internally, he navigated the tempestuous political landscape. He bore the expectations of his ancestors above and the welfare of the common people below. His path must be fraught with difficulty, she concluded. Suddenly feeling as though she were a frog at the bottom of a well, she suddenly felt a pang of compassion for him. Regaining her senses, Xia Ruqing discovered that Zhao Junyao was gazing intently at her. Her cheeks flushed, and a hint of guilt washed over her as she timidly called out, "Your Majesty." Zhao Junyao, somewhat displeased, wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Why did it seem to him that her gaze held an air of sympathy? Suppressing his amusement, he adopted a stern expression and inquired, "Xia, what does that look in your eyes signify?" He stepped closer, cornering her against the city wall, leaving her with no avenue for retreat. "Why, Your Majesty?" Chapter 59, A Sudden Embrace? Xia Ruqing, feeling both shy and flustered, retreated a step back. Unbeknownst to her, she inadvertently stepped on her own skirt, and, compounded by the injury on her foot, with a startled cry, she fell into his arms. Zhao Junyao, seizing the moment, lifted her up with a mischievous smile. So eager to throw yourself into my embrace? Xia Ruqing, flustered and indignant, felt her face flush with embarrassment. Struggling to stand, Zhao Junyao admonished her, "Dare to move again, and I shall deal with you properly tonight." She was well aware that he never made idle threats. Since it was the 15th day of the month, if she were to attend his bedchamber, the Empress would likely be furious with her. This thought made her hesitate, and she obediently rested her head on his shoulder. The night was chilly, yet his embrace was warm. She figured, why not indulge in it, especially since he was quite handsome. Clad in a goose-down cloak, she exuded a delightful fragrance, soft and plush, though she shivered slightly. Zhao Junyao felt as though he had cradled a lonely little white fox, prompting a sudden softness in his heart. He wished to hold her tighter, but was startled when his hand brushed against hers, feeling the chill. "Are you cold?" he inquired, momentarily forgetting her frail constitution, which could not endure the cold. The night was indeed brisk. Was he not cold as well? Xia Ruqing's voice trembled slightly, revealing her true discomfort. Cold. Zhao Junyao did not sense it. Instead, he perceived her as weak and vulnerable. He rarely felt pity for anyone, especially the women of the palace. Yet, the hour was still early. He could not bear the thought of her suffering in the cold. A delicate young lady should not have to endure such hardships. She ought to nourish her body, growing plump and fair, to bear him several sons. Wait a moment. Sons? Zhao Junyao realized he had lost control of his thoughts. How could he entertain the idea of her bearing his children? After all, the Empress was his wife. At the very least, there was also his childhood companion, consort Shi. Though the Fan and Shi families wielded considerable power, emboldened by their contributions to the throne, they would eventually face repercussions for their audacity. Yet, the Empress and the consort were still his primary wives. Two women were just that, two women. He would not let familial ties dictate whom he would father children with. If he lacked the capability, what would it matter? If he were capable, even if they bore 10 or 8 children, he would still manage. What of wielding power? What of influence? He was equally adept at suppressing them, ensuring they remained subservient. Thus, he refrained from quarreling with women. To him, they were all the same. Once born, they would carry the Zhao surname. All children of the royal family. Yet now, with Xia Ruqing, it felt different. He harbored an inexplicable anticipation for her children. After pondering for a moment without arriving at a conclusion, he mused that perhaps it was her agreeable nature, her charming demeanor that captivated him. He typically preferred not to invest time or effort in women. Dismissing his musings, he resolved that since she was delightful, it would be no harm to cherish her a little more, without overthinking. Upon returning to the palace, the timing was just right. After changing into an elegant attire and meticulously arranging her hair, Xia Ruqing emerged from the Zhaohua pavilion, making her way towards the Empress's fragrant chamber. The secluded location of the pavilion meant a lengthy journey ahead. In her haste, Xia Ruqing inadvertently twisted her ankle along the way, limping as she arrived to pay her respects to the Empress. Observing her discomfort, the Empress furrowed her brow in concern. "How careless of you." Xia Ruqing quickly knelt down. Explaining, this servant, in a moment of eagerness, traversed through the imperial garden, unaware that the cobblestones were frosted over. "Enough. Rise," the Empress commanded, before adding, "Since you are here, do not leave just yet. The Empress Dowager has yet to arrive." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your compassion," Xia Ruqing expressed, bowing deeply. The Empress, noticing her respectful demeanor, felt a warmth in her heart, softening her expression and inviting her to sit. She regarded Xia Ruqing as a noble who, though not particularly favored, had not fallen from grace. Even her concern stemmed from a desire to uphold her own virtue. In this palace, who was not calculating in their actions? The other concubines were preoccupied with their own thoughts, and even the usually contentious Hu Guiran refrained from engaging with her, perhaps still resentful after the recent incident. However, Xia Ruqing welcomed the tranquility. The Empress, distracted by her own duties, also seemed disengaged. As the atmosphere lightened, the courtiers dispersed, which pleased Xia Ruqing immensely. On her return journey, Xia Ruqing walked slowly, her ankle still aching. Upon reaching the Zhaohua pavilion, she removed her shoes and stockings. Ziyue brought a lamp to illuminate her injury, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "It's so swollen, my lady. We must summon the imperial physician." Xia Ruqing resolutely shook her head. Calling for the physician would surely disturb the Empress. Today is the 15th. Who would dare interrupt her night? Then Ziyue hesitated. "Perhaps we should apply ice. If it doesn't swell further, it may heal more swiftly." "Oh dear, in this frigid winter, finding ice should be easy enough." Just then, a young attendant named Xiaozhu arrived. bearing a message. My lady, this is the medicinal oil the emperor instructed me to deliver. He produced a finely crafted white jade vial. Small yet evidently exquisite. Ziyue's face lit up with excitement. My lady, your foot is injured. This oil is just what you need. Xia Ruqing felt a surge of joy but was also preoccupied with another matter. What of my food box? It was handed to Xiaoxi the moment we arrived in the courtyard. Xiao replied. Ah. Xia Ruqing nodded, relieved. Once Xiaozhu departed, Xiaoxi indeed entered, carrying the food box. Xia Ruqing opened it and remarked, I hardly ate at the banquet. I purchased this earlier today, and it wasn't too expensive. It would not fare well overnight. Let us warm it up and share. Will you not save some for the emperor? Ziyue inquired with a smile. Xia Ruqing shot her a glance. If I save it for tomorrow, it becomes leftovers. I would not dare serve the emperor such. She was fully capable of preparing these dishes herself, if necessary. She could always treat him to another meal later. It would convey her sentiments even more sincerely. With the kitchen now closed, finding something to eat would not be easy. There exists a delightful assortment of delectable treats, yet what purpose does it serve to keep them? Xiaoxizi and Ziyue had no choice but to agree. The food box contained sesame cakes, candied hawthorn, lotus leaf cakes, pea pudding, as well as fried quail, fish balls, soup dumplings, and stinky tofu, among various other street delicacies. Xiaoxizi set up a small charcoal stove and ignited it. Items that required roasting were roasted anew, and those needing to be heated were steamed. Although the flavors did not compare to those freshly prepared, hunger rendered one indiscriminate. Xia Ruqing found everything equally appetizing. She partook in the feast, and by the end, she gently patted her belly, finally satiated. Chapter 60, a blend of healing and care. Ziyue, concerned for her health, prepared 2 peeled pears simmered gently over a small charcoal stove, adding generous chunks of rock sugar. Xia Ruqing savored a bowl, letting out satisfied burps. After their meal, Ziyue meticulously massaged her with medicinal oil by the fire. By the time of the dog hour, she nestled into the warm embrace of her bed, clutching a hot water bottle. That night, she slept soundly and peacefully. In the palace, however, some were not so fortunate, such as Consort Shi. The Empress's presence during the night had exacerbated her heartache, leaving her troubled and frowning in bed. Yingyue, unsure of how to console her, finally ventured to ask, Your Highness, would you like me to summon a physician? Consort Shi, irritated, replied, What would a physician do? Can he summon the emperor as well? Yingyue fell silent. Consort Shi caressed her flat abdomen, silently resolving to nurture her health and bear a son, the heir apparent. With such a child, she would not only secure her position in the palace but also surpass the empress. Surely, her cousin would favor her more, wouldn't he? Even if a new favorite were to emerge in the future, she would still have a child. Her cousin and her son, the crown prince. Ningfei and Hui Pin had long lost their favor, yet for the sake of the princess, her cousin still visited them frequently. If it were she, her cousin would surely show her even greater affection. This was a distant thought. As for the immediate concern, her cousin had recently been distracted and aloof during his visits. She pondered this many times, unable to discern the cause. Could it be her closeness to the Empress Dowager? Yet, the Dowager was the Emperor's mother and her aunt. Was it wrong to show her filial respect? Beyond this, she could think of no other reason. Although she disapproved of the Empress, her cousin was a man of propriety, and she dared not offend him. Whether in greeting or in casual encounters, she maintained decorum and never sought to create trouble. Thus, Consort Shi concluded that all her current predicaments could be resolved with the arrival of a child. With this thought, she turned to Yingyue and inquired, Is there anything to eat? Yingyue was taken aback, puzzled by the question. Your Highness, are you hungry? Consort Shi nodded. I did not eat well at dinner. If there is food, please bring some. Yes, 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 Yingyue exclaimed, hastily departing to fetch it. Consort Shi watched her retreating figure, her hand resting on her abdomen. A look of determined resolve on her face. Nurturing her body required more than just medicine. She needed to be well fed, did she not? In the past, she had feared gaining weight, often refusing to eat more in the evenings, which ultimately harmed her health. Now, she resolved to embrace a new approach. Time swiftly passed, and soon the first month of the lunar calendar had come to an end, giving way to February, as the weather gradually warmed. The imperial garden began to show signs of life. The concubines donned vibrant spring attire, venturing out to stroll, unlike the winter months when everyone remained indoors. Yunfei and Hu Guiran, one recovering from a miscarriage and the other from poisoned cheese, had both fully regained their health by February. In the past 2 months, although the emperor has remained as busy as ever, he has not neglected the inner palace. He not only visited, but also made rounds to see all his consorts. From the empress to the favored concubine Shi, concubine Yun, and concubine Ning, extending his visits to the likes of Lady Hu and Lady Xia. For a moment, it was difficult to discern who enjoyed greater favor and who had fallen out of grace, rendering the palace surprisingly tranquil. However, concerning Lady Hu, Zhao Jiao felt sympathy for her, as she had been innocently embroiled in a toxic affair. To comfort her, he promoted her after the new year, elevating her to the rank of a fifth-grade beauty, which was justifiable since her family also held a fifth-grade official position. Consequently, when Xia Ruqing encountered her, she was compelled to pay her respects with the appropriate deference. As for the instigator of the incident, concubine Yun, Zhao Junyao found it unseemly to confront a woman, especially one who had suffered a miscarriage while under his care. Nevertheless, he discreetly dealt with her father, the esteemed Minister of Revenue, exposing a fault that resulted in his demotion to Deputy Minister of Revenue. Ministers of the 6 departments typically aspire to enter the cabinet, which is a position of significant influence, far surpassing that of a mere 5th-grade deputy. The Liang family, related to concubine Yun, though initially bewildered by their misfortunes, had long relied on the support of the Shi family, having engaged in numerous unscrupulous acts behind the scenes. Now, with the emperor's displeasure manifesting in a demotion, they found themselves shrinking back, utterly hesitant to voice any dissent. While news within the palace often travels slowly, this particular information reached concubine Yun with remarkable swiftness. After confirming its accuracy, she was struck with terror, collapsing onto the couch. Kaidai, the emperor, he truly knows, she exclaimed. Wasn't he everything supposed to have been done so cleanly, without a trace? Kaidai, caught in a dilemma, could only respond, Your Highness. It is most likely that it was that little Zhao beside Lady Hu revealed it. Being involved with the Ministry of Justice, once ensnared there, one has no choice but to speak. Even the dead can be made to divulge secrets. Concubine Yun was utterly bewildered. The emperor, this is a warning. Although he had not punished her nor explicitly addressed the matter, the mere implication left her in a state of fear. Kaidai hurriedly suggested, Your Highness, perhaps we should seek the help of the favored consort. The Shi family may have a solution. Concubine Yun shook her head in despair. Having accompanied the emperor for several years, she understood his temperament all too well. He never bothered with trivial matters within the palace, yet his indifference did not signify ignorance. Moreover, the more one struggles, the quicker and more tragically one meets their end. The current predicament was already beyond divine intervention. If an official were to be demoted, they would have to rise through the ranks step by step, regardless of whether they served in the capital or elsewhere. Annual evaluations and 3 consecutive years of excellence were required for advancement. If no suitable positions were available, they would have to wait indefinitely. Had it not been for this minor dose of poison, her father could have entered the cabinet in 6 years, from minister to grand minister. Others could achieve this in 3 to 5 years, yet her father would require 12. Yun Fei trembled with fury, hurling every object within her sight. She successfully attributed this grievance to Xia Ruqing. Had it not been for that wretched woman's discovery, how could Xiao Zhao have been exposed? The implication was clear. If the Xia family does not take the blame, then the fault lies with them. It is you who has caused my father's demotion. Chapter 61. A salutation. If Xia Ruqing were to discover this logic, would it not be laughable? You entertain crooked thoughts, yet resent me for bearing the blame. Your father, be he round or flat, remains unknown to me. By what right do you accuse me of causing your misfortunes? In the palace, there are no secrets that remain concealed, and matters concerning the Yun consorts soon became the subject of hushed whispers. However, the emperor did not cast blame upon her, continuing to bestow upon her the same affection as before. After all, she still held the esteemed rank of a 2nd-grade noble consort. In light of this, many were cautious and refrained from discussing the matter, choosing to feign ignorance. As for the Yun consort, ever since her father's demotion, she has indeed become more restrained. Given that her family now holds a 5th-grade rank, while she herself is a 2nd-grade consort, such a disparity is rather improper. Even if the emperor were to demote her to a 5th-grade rank outright, no one would dare voice any objections. When she encountered noble Lady Xia, she merely shot a few fierce glares before moving on, unwilling to stir trouble. Conversely, noble Lady Hu, or rather, Hu Li, has recently basked in the glory of the emperor's favor, having risen in rank and enjoying a life of luxury. On this day, Xia Ruqing, relishing the splendid weather, set out with Xiao Shizi and Ziyue. Her residence was in close proximity to the imperial garden. If she did not venture too far ahead, the surroundings remained quite tranquil. Although the red plum blossoms had withered, the scenery at the hexagonal plum pavilion was still delightful. Xia Ruqing, clutching several invitations bestowed by the emperor, came to practice her calligraphy once more. It had been a year since she had last attempted, yet her handwriting had not improved. She dared not let the emperor know of her inadequacies. Ziyue chuckled. It has not been a year, but rather less than 3 months. The winter's chill has hindered your writing. Now that the weather has warmed, it is the perfect time for you to practice, my lady. Indeed. Otherwise, why would I have come here today? Xia Ruqing replied with a bold expression. Ziyue glanced at Xiao Shizi, who was still arranging various pastries and a tea stove, and smiled wryly. You are correct, my lady. I can attest that you have indeed come to write. Xia Ruqing was in high spirits today. She had heard that the Yun consort's family had faced the emperor's disfavor. Her visit today was not solely for writing. Perhaps it was also to relieve her frustrations. You wish to make my life difficult? I shall live comfortably, just to spite you for bullying me. Humph. However, Xia Ruqing's disappointment grew as she did not encounter the Yun consort that day. Instead, she came across Hu Li, one of the few individuals in the palace currently enjoying success. Among the current crop of talented ladies, she had been the first to ascend to the 5th grade rank. As for her residence, it remained unchanged at Lijiang Pavilion. Upon learning that Xia Ruqing had ventured out, Hu Li hurried over. Having long harbored ill feelings towards her but refrained from seeking trouble in the past, now that she had a chance to confront her, it was only fitting to seize the opportunity to belittle her, was it not? Not long after Xia Ruqing had begun to write, she heard someone approaching. Oh, who could it be? Ah, it is noble Lady Xia, exclaimed Hu Li. Noble Lady Xia seems to be in high spirits today, coming here to write. Dressed as you are, you appear to be a refined beauty steeped in literary elegance. As Xia Ruqing lifted her gaze, she found Hu Li approaching, accompanied by Zhu and Zhang, 2 other noble ladies. Hu Li donned an exquisite gown in shades of lavender, adorned with a delicate hairpin of purple jade blossoms. Even her footwear exuded unparalleled opulence. This attire, in stark contrast to her previous elegance during her days as a noblewoman, marked a significant elevation in status. Alas, such is the protocol of the palace, unrelated to one's favor. Those of lower rank are restricted in their choice of garments. For instance, only those of the 3rd rank and above may wear a bubbling hairpin. A 3rd rank consort may don a single-sided hairpin, while a 2nd rank concubine may wear a double-sided one, whether of gold or jade. Yet, the truly resplendent and sophisticated adornments are reserved for the 1st rank imperial concubine. As for the empress, in her wisdom, she refrains from such flamboyant displays. Typically, her regalia comprises merely a phoenix crown and a few hairpins. Xia Ruqing observed Hu Li's lavish attire and mused to herself. Truly, she possesses both beauty and lineage. It is no wonder she stands out among this year's talented maidens. Who among them lacks some form of advantage? With a resigned sigh, she set down her brush and exited the pavilion. With a graceful bend of her knee, she greeted Hu Li, acknowledging the rules despite her personal disdain. Mindful not to provide any grounds for gossip, Hu Li glanced at her, feeling a sense of triumph, yet she made no motion for her to rise. Instead, lazily adjusting the purple jade pin atop her head, she remarked, Rongqiu, why have you chosen to wear that particular pin today? I recall the emperor granting me a beautiful warm jade pin. Why was I not provided with a matching piece? Rongqiu quickly responded, my lady. This attire is best complemented by the purple jade. She continued, your complexion would be splendid with earrings of eastern pearls. Hu Li took the opportunity to flaunt all her recent gifts, each more extravagant than the last. Xia Ruqing, still kneeling, felt her legs grow weary. She thought to herself, my eyelids may be shallow, but your vanity surpasses mine. Is it truly worth boasting about trifles bestowed by the emperor merely to amuse him? At that moment, both Zhu and Zhang, the favored ladies, approached to pay their respects, greeting Xia Guiran before she had even risen. Was this not a mutual salutation? How convenient for them. Though irritation simmered within Xia Ruqing, she held her tongue, reminding herself that a wise individual does not succumb to immediate grievances. Thus, she lowered her gaze in silence. As Hu Li did not bid her to rise, neither did Xia Ruqing extend the courtesy to Zhang and Zhu. They all remained in their postures of respect, allowing the onlookers to discern who truly bore the brunt of the situation. Even the empress would never exhibit such arrogance. Should the sun set, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her legs to engage in this game. Would Hu Li dare to challenge her resolve? Eventually, Hu Li, not lacking in shrewdness, soon commanded them all to rise. As the weary Xia Ruqing stood upright, supported by Ziyue, Hu Li plastered on a feigned smile and inquired, I have heard that Xia Guiran has not been well. Now that you are out and about, does this signify your recovery? Her tone implied a veiled mockery. Were you not ill? How have you improved so swiftly? It seemed she wished for Xia Ruqing to remain unwell. Xia Ruqing suppressed a cold laugh within her heart, yet she hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Hu Li, for your concern. I have already recovered. Indeed, I have regained my health, which must infuriate you." Hu Li laughed in response. "Recovery is indeed a joyous occasion. If you were unwell and did not venture out, you would not have encountered me. And if you were to miss our meeting, my joy would have been considerably diminished without your salutation. Who would have thought that one day you, Lady Xia, would be the one to greet me?" The sentiment was truly exquisite, and Hu Li beamed with pride. Chapter 62. Hu Out We Tomb. For some inexplicable reason, Xia Ruqing felt that the brilliant sunlight shining upon her face was rather blinding. Noticing Xia Ruqing's silence, Hu Li became even more self-satisfied. She scrutinized Xia Ruqing from head to toe and disdainfully remarked, "Xia Guiran has indeed matured somewhat, appearing considerably more rounded than a year ago. Her looks are quite decent. It's a pity about the attire." Xia Ruqing silently scoffed. Has she not flaunted enough just moments ago? What does she mean by poor attire? Did she prance around in the nude when she was elevated to nobility? It has only been a few days since she ascended. Is she not afraid of becoming a laughingstock? After delivering her comment, Hu Li shook her head, feigning a sigh of regret. What a waste. Such a fine appearance as Xia Guiran's, yet her background is lacking. Otherwise, it would be me receiving the accolades today. While her previous comments might have been mere boasting, her current words veered into the territory of bullying. Even amidst the intense rivalry among the women of the palace, family matters were seldom dragged into the fray. All were of noble lineage. Involving one's family was tantamount to meddling in politics. Those who relied on their familial power to act tyrannically, like concubine Yun, were living examples. Mocking another's humble origins meant one should be wary of the day their own family faced misfortune. If one were to claim that Hu Li was devoid of wit, she was certainly not at a loss for words now. Xia Ruqing thought to herself, is she deliberately seeking trouble? There comes a time when one must no longer endure. It was evident that Hu Li had no intention of letting her off easily. If Xia Ruqing were to cower now, it would be regarded as weakness. After all, it was in the six-petal plum pavilion that concubine Yun had once humiliated her by ruining her plum blossoms. Not engaging in conflict then was a matter of maintaining dignity and respect. It was not born out of fear. With a cold smile, Xia Ruqing remarked, "I haven tea, yet congratulated Li on her recent promotion. After all this time, I wonder if Hu Li has had her fill of triumph?" Upon hearing this, Hu Li was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression shifted to one of anger as she pointed at Xia Ruqing. "You dare to challenge me, Xia Guiran? How could a mere servant like myself ever presume to confront Li?" Xia Ruqing replied, stifling a laugh behind her hand. For some reason, she found Hu Li's furious demeanor rather amusing. Fuming, Hu Li continued to point at her. "Ever since your elevation to nobility, you've been competing with me for the tribute rouge. I find you thoroughly displeasing and have sought to undermine you. And now, the heavens have opened their eyes, allowing me to rise above you. Ha ha, Xia, you must be seething with jealousy." Xia Ruqing lowered her lovely eyes in contemplation, then shook her head in feigned helplessness. "Regrettably, that is not the case. Jealousy? We are all mere concubines of the emperor. What is there to be envious of? Besides, with so many concubines, why would I wish to complicate my life with jealousy?" Thus, Xia Ruqing spoke the truth. She truly felt no jealousy. However, Hu Li dismissed her words, believing Xia Ruqing was merely putting on a brave front. Just as she was about to unleash a scathing retort, Ziyue, unable to bear it any longer, stepped in and offered a respectful bow. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Hu Li glared in fury, her eyes fixed on Ziyue with palpable anger. Such audacity! How dare a mere servant interrupt when the master is speaking? Ziyue, taken aback, quickly knelt down. "I beg your pardon, my lady. It is merely that our master is in poor health. Please forgive me." Seeing Ziyue kneeling, fear etched on her face, Hu Li's eyes glinted as she smirked with satisfaction. "If I cannot deal with your master, surely I can handle you, a mere servant." Ziyue was the most trusted aide of Lady Xia. To punish Ziyue would be tantamount to slapping Lady Xia in the face. Contemplating this, Hu Li smiled wickedly and addressed Xia Ruqing. "Lady Xia, you truly possess an admirable temperament. Even your servant cannot be controlled, and she dares to be so brazen." Xia Ruqing smirked coldly. "As you have pointed out, Hu Li, she is my servant. Thus, if she is indeed bold, it is not your concern. Just because I prefer to avoid trouble does not mean I fear it. Matters concerning my servant do not require your attention. As she spoke, preparing to take her leave with Ziyue, Hu Li obstructed her once more. Oh, dear sister, do not leave. Who is your sister? My mother bore only one daughter. Xia Ruqing felt a wave of disgust. Hu Li, undeterred, stepped forward with a forced smile. Since you are too soft-hearted to act as your elder sister, I must lend a hand. Rongqiu, take people to silence her. Strike her fiercely, lest this insolent maid grow arrogant and tyrannize my sister in the future. As Hu Li finished her command, two young eunuchs restrained Ziyue. Rongqiu approached with a blank expression. My apologies, Miss Ziyue. With that, she raised her hand to strike. Xia Ruqing maintained her composure, stepping directly in front of Ziyue. She narrowed her eyes and slowly uttered a few words. Dare you strike her? Her gaze radiated icy disdain. Hu Li shuddered involuntarily. Then she reassured herself. After all, she was merely a lowly noble. Why should she be afraid? Mustering her courage, she snapped angrily. Why are you not moving? Rongqiu found herself in a quandary. To strike Ziyue, she would have to push past Lady Xia. Yet, being merely a servant, how could she dare? Seeing her in action, Hu Li grew impatient and stepped forward, exclaiming, Rongqiu, what are you waiting for? Strike her. I will not believe that as a fifth-rank Li, I lack the authority to discipline a servant. With no other choice, Rongqiu gritted her teeth and raised her arm to push aside Lady Xia. However, before she could make contact, Xia Ruqing suddenly sidestepped. Rongqiu felt a surge of joy, disregarding everything else, and began to strike. The resounding slaps echoed heavily, clearly demonstrating the strength behind each blow. Well done. Hit her hard. Hu Li nearly clapped her hands in delight. Offering tribute rouge, poisonous cheese, Xia Ruqing, whether or not you are the one who poisoned. I shall trample you. I shall utterly crush you. The strikes from Rongqiu grew increasingly forceful, the resounding sound echoing from afar. Xia Ruqing suddenly collapsed to the ground, only to rise again with tears brimming in her eyes, pleading desperately. Hu Li, this servant recognizes her transgressions. I implore you, please do not strike me. In her panic, she sought to grasp Rongqiu while simultaneously trying to shield Ziyue, her movements frantic and disordered. Coupled with her pallid complexion, she appeared utterly pitiable. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. Her Highness the noble consort has arrived. Chapter 63 Interrogation. Without a moment's hesitation, the Queen and consort Hui had already approached. Even the triumphant expression on Lady Hu's face had yet to be replaced. Her chief maid, Rongqiu, still maintained a stance, as if ready to strike. Xia Ruqing knelt on the ground, her face pale and streaked with tears, trembling uncontrollably. The marks of a slap were evident on Ziyue's face, which was red and swollen. The Queen, filled with anger, exclaimed, How audacious of you, Lady Hu. We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen. We pay our respects to Her Highness Consort Hui. The crowd knelt in greeting. Lady Hu, feeling a twinge of fear, also fell to her knees with a thud. This servant deserves punishment. Please, Your Majesty, temper your wrath. Enough. The Queen waved her hand, her rage palpable as she pressed her forehead, leaning on Consort Hui, and took a seat in the plum blossom pavilion. She commanded, Yulan, assist noble Lady Xia and her maid to rise and offer them seats. Yes, Yulan replied, summoning people to help them up. Upon hearing the Queen's command to rise, Lady Hu also stood but was quickly chastised by the Queen's voice. Lady Hu, did I command you to rise? That single sentence caused her to kneel again in fear. The Queen publicly humiliated her, leaving her feeling a mix of shame and fury, her face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing sat nearby, her complexion ashen, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face without restraint. In truth, her inner thoughts were, had I known my acting skills were this remarkable, I could have auditioned back then. Perhaps I could have become a star. The Oscars owe me a little golden statuette, don't they? Life is but a play, and it all hinges on performance. Facepalm, seeing the Queen's anger, Consort Hui gently interjected, Your Majesty, take care of your health. Great anger can harm the body. Her voice was soft, delicate, and soothing. In the past, their encounters had been limited to formal greetings or banquets, their differing statuses keeping them at a distance. Now, however, Xia Ruqing stole a glance at Consort Hui, who possessed fair skin and exquisite features, truly a paragon of gentility. She donned a deep purple palace gown, adorned with a single-sided emerald-beaded hairpin, surrounded by a cascade of pearls and jewels. After all, as the mother of the second princess, her attire certainly surpassed that of Consort Zheng. Upon hearing her advice, the Queen sighed and coldly remarked, The weather today is delightful. I had intended to stroll by the Tay pool, but upon crossing the bridge, I was met with this ruckus. Lady Hu, as a palace consort, how can you resort to violence? Lady Hu knelt upon the cold ground, feeling a chill run down her spine. Previously, she had been confined for a month for striking a maid over a matter of cosmetics. No, she had just regained favor. She could not allow this to happen. Taking a sip of the fragrant tea offered by Consort Hui, the queen managed to quell her inner turmoil. Lady Hu, prostrated on the ground, felt her heart race as the queen inquired, her mind racing with a singular thought. She could not be confined. She could not allow that wretched Xia to take advantage of her. With a sudden resolve, she bowed her head and began to speak. Your Majesty, the noble lady Xia has confronted this humble servant. In a moment of impulse, when I arrived, I only saw you and your attendants verbally assaulting Lady Xia and her maid. Are you implying that I am hard of hearing? The Empress set down her teacup, narrowing her eyes, glaring at Hu Li with a blend of authority and ire. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. This servant, I dare not. Hu Li knelt on the ground, her voice quivering, entirely stripped of her earlier bravado. Beside her, Hui Pin furrowed her brows, seemingly unable to bear the sight, and hastily interjected. Hu Li shuddered once more. Lady Xia, I wish to hear your account. The Empress held no particular fondness nor animosity towards Xia Ruqing. She regarded her much like the others in the palace. Neither favored nor disfavored. She was not inclined to show partiality. The Emperor entrusted her with the management of the harem, seeking tranquility above all. Should such an incident reach his ears, it would reflect poorly upon her. Ultimately, her concern lay with her own reputation. Upon hearing the Empress's inquiry, Xia Ruqing hastily stifled her sobs and wiped her tears with a handkerchief, recounting the events in their entirety. However, before she could finish, a palace maid named Rong Qiu suddenly interjected. Lady Xia, I have never pushed you. It was clearly your own lack of balance that caused your fall. Xia Ruqing's face turned pale with anger as she pointed towards Rong Qiu with her handkerchief. I stood in front of Ziyue, and you hastily struck her, pushing me aside. Everyone present witnessed it clearly, yet you still refused to acknowledge the truth. After making her point, Xia Ruqing knelt before the Empress. Your Majesty, you must stand for this humble servant. Though my status is lowly, I cannot allow a mere maid to trample upon my dignity. The child who cries receives milk. Hu Li, you enjoy creating a ruckus, do you not? Let us see this time, who truly outsmarts whom. Tears streamed down her face, her countenance pale and vulnerable, evoking a sense of pity even within the Empress's heart. She inquired, Zhang Qiren, Zhu Qiren, you have been present all along. Please share your observations regarding whether this maid truly pushed Lady Xia. In truth, the Empress had indeed witnessed that Lady Xia had stood in front of Ziyue, and she was not lying. Nevertheless, in the interest of fairness, she needed to clarify the matter. Zhang Qiren and Zhu Qiren, now frightened into silence, had initially sought to curry favor with Lady Xia, only to find themselves disregarded when her affection remained lukewarm. Now, having finally aligned themselves with Hu Li, they were confronted with such a predicament. Their hearts were already flooded with despair. Why was it so challenging to find a patron and ascend to a position of nobility? As the Empress posed her question, they dared not remain silent. The two exchanged a furtive glance with Hu Li, only to meet her predatory gaze. Instantly, they lowered their heads, unwilling to look further. Just as they were about to respond, Hui Pin unexpectedly spoke up, prompting another shudder from Zhang Qiren and Zhu Qiren. Ultimately, she spoke with a tremor in her voice. Your Majesty, I too have witnessed. It was Rong Qiu who sought to strike at Ziyu, while the esteemed Lady Xia obstructed her, and Lady Hu Li has been persistently urging her. In a moment of desperation. Chapter 64. The Gloom and Truth. It was a matter of perspective. They had not discerned the full situation. Yet, it was inconceivable for Lady Xia to have fallen without cause. Hu Li was aggressive. If not driven by Rong Qiu, then who else could it be? You speak nonsense. Rong Qiu suddenly retorted. If she were to lay hands on a palace consort, the consequences could be dire, if not death, then severe punishment. Furthermore, she had committed no such act. Audacious. A mere palace maid dares to be insolent before Her Majesty the Empress. Yulan bellowed, causing Rong Qiu to instantly recoil in fear, silenced. In her haste, she had acted rashly. She did not wish to be wronged. She wished to survive. Alas, having offended the Empress was yet another transgression. The Empress rubbed her temples, her brow furrowed. Regardless, it is wrong for Hu Li to incite her subordinates to violence. I shall impose a month of solitary reflection upon you. As for this maid, the Empress paused, continuing, when the master errs, instead of offering counsel, she assists in wrongdoing, showing no regard for rank, and inflicts harm. Send her to the laundry bureau. Even Hu Li, brimming with audacity, did not dare to challenge the empress at that moment, hastily bowing in acknowledgement. As for Rongqiu, she had already collapsed to the ground, gazing at Hu Li in desperation, hoping her mistress would offer her some protection, even if it meant enduring a scolding or a beating. However, Hu Li did not cast a glance in her direction, leaving her heart filled with despair. Noticing the lifelessness in Rongqiu's eyes, Yulan sensed something amiss and, fearing for her sanity, hastily ordered someone to silence her and take her away. The empress then instructed, "Have the Ministry of Internal Affairs send over some choice items shortly. Let Hu Li select a few more. With her recent promotion, she ought to have an additional attendant. One has departed, so sending 2 will suffice." Hu Li bowed in gratitude, and the empress recalled something else. Turning to Xia Ruqing, she said, "You are also short of a course maid. Have someone deliver a few for you to choose from." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Ruqing replied with a bow of appreciation. The empress nodded, offering a few words of comfort before dismissing them. As Hu Li departed, she shot several venomous glares at Xia Ruqing before leaving in a huff. Although her status was low, she held herself in high regard. Why should she be treated otherwise? Upon returning to Zhoua Pavilion, it was not long before someone delivered several course maids for her selection. Xia Ruqing felt despondent and chose to ignore the matter. Passing it on to Xiao Shizi. "You choose, just pick those who are honest and simple. We have no use for those too astute." Sighing, Xiao Shizi acknowledged her and left. Xia Ruqing washed her hands and sought out some ointment to carefully apply to Ziyu's face. She had suffered numerous slaps from Rongqiu, and her skin was marred with scratches from fingernails, oozing pus and appearing quite ghastly. "Does it hurt?" Ziyu forced a smile, replying, "Not at all. It is my fault. I caused you to suffer." Xia Ruqing's heart ached unbearably. Rongqiu would never dare to push her. It was a deliberate act of feigning collapse. A mere maid, emboldened by her mistress's favor, had grown arrogant, though she acted under Hu Li's orders. A young lady should not rely solely on her appearance. Had she possessed even a hint of compassion, she would not have exerted such force. However, Rongqiu was rather ruthless, striking and beating Ziyu until her face was marred. This was a clear indication of her malevolence. Ziyu's eyes glistened with tears. "My lord speaks foolishly. What is this minor grievance to me?" Xia Ruqing gritted her teeth and declared, "If I had any standing, I would have summoned her to meet the king of hell and sent her to the laundry bureau. That would be too lenient." Ziyu, frightened, hurried to dissuade her. "My lord, please do not speak such nonsense. I am not aggrieved. I merely hope for the day when you will no longer be bullied." "It will happen. It certainly will," Xia Ruqing asserted with conviction. "You have followed me loyally. I shall not allow you to suffer endlessly." "Indeed." Ziyu nodded resolutely. Meanwhile, Xiao Shizi selected a hard-working maid, plain in appearance, yet honest in demeanor. Xia Ruqing regained her composure and asked with a gentle smile, "What is your name?" "This lowly maid is called Chuier," she replied. Xia Ruqing chuckled softly and bestowed upon her a new name. "From now on, you shall be called Qiu Yi. Accompany Qiu Tong and attend to the menial tasks. If you serve diligently, I shall not neglect you." It was all mere politeness. After all, words alone are meaningless, and true character reveals itself over time. "Thank you, noble one, for the name. This maid shall serve faithfully." Qiu Yi responded cautiously. Feeling fatigued, Xia Ruqing waved her hand, dismissing them all. At midday, when the meal was served, Xia Ruqing specifically instructed that the dishes be light, for she had sustained injuries that could not tolerate certain foods. After the meal, she sent Ziyu to rest and herself took a nap, not speaking further. "Do you truly believe that Hu Li, that maid, possesses such audacity? For a palace maid to lay hands upon her master is a grave disrespect. Whether she is sent to the laundry bureau or executed directly, her life would be irreparably ruined. Furthermore, I perceive that Xia does not seem so feeble. If she were truly so weak, how could she have dared to confront concubine Yuan in the first place?" Yulan pondered but remained uncertain. "I do not believe that noble Lady Xia is feigning. You are well aware of the temperaments of concubine Yuan and Hu Li. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. After all, in this harem." The empress nodded in agreement. "What you say holds merit. That maid, Rongqiu, struck with all her might. Xia's maid was left with a shattered face, which is certainly not mere pretense. While she may not have seen everything, this incident was witnessed in its entirety. 100 voices cannot compare to one's own eyes." The empress sighed. Alas, noble Lady Xia is also a pitiable soul. With that, she had no further inquiries and dismissed the matter. By the time this incident reached Zhao Juanyao's ears, it was already the afternoon of the third day. The emperor turned over the plaque for Zhaohua Pavilion. Feng Nanfu went to announce the news. However, noble Lady Xia had fallen ill, and the palace attendants reported that they had not yet summoned the imperial physician. Thus the plaque was to be retracted. Feng Nanfu nearly wept. This was a breach of protocol. Having served in the palace for so many years, he had never encountered such a situation. Could it be that he would have to ask the emperor to turn the plaque again? He feared that before that day arrived, his own life might not be spared. Feng Nanfu found himself in a predicament, seeking assistance from Li Shengyan, imploring him earnestly for help. Li Shengyan, equally troubled, could only muster the courage to respond, "I shall relay your message." Feng Nanfu expressed his profound gratitude. Observing the small study within the Zichuan hall to be empty, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is Madame Xia?" Reluctantly, Li Shengyan recounted the events as they unfolded. Zhao Junyao frowned. "Is she unwell? Has a physician been summoned?" "What did they say?" "I have not heard of Madame Xia requesting a physician." Li Shengyan felt a wave of anxiety. He pondered to himself, is this illness truly genuine? After serving the emperor for so long, how could he be unaware of his majesty's temperament? As the sovereign of the nation, the emperor's mind is occupied with matters of state. How much patience could he possibly have for the ladies of the harem? The intricacies of court life were indeed a conundrum for a mere eunuch. Zhao Junyao toyed with his teacup, his expression betraying his discontent. After a brief pause, he abruptly rose. To Zhaohua Pavilion. If it were true that Madame Xia was feigning illness, he found it hard to believe. A ruler lacking the discernment to read others would be woefully inept in his role. She must either be genuinely unwell or perhaps feeling aggrieved, throwing a tantrum. Very well. Let us observe further. At Zhaohua Pavilion, Xia Ruqing lay languidly on the bed, her complexion somewhat pallid, devoid of any motivation. In recent days, it felt as if her very essence had been drained, leaving her spirit utterly diminished. She was but a shell of her former self. Ziyue, while arranging the meal, expressed her concern. "My lady, you must eat something. You hardly touched your lunch. How will you sustain yourself if you skip dinner as well?" Xia Ruqing, somewhat dazed, glanced at Ziyue's face. Moving her chapped lips, she suddenly asked, "Ziyue, does your face still hurt?" Ziyue's face had already returned to normal, the abrasions having scabbed over. She smiled reassuringly. "My lady, please do not worry. It no longer aches." Xia Ruqing managed a faint smile before resuming her gaze at the top of the canopy. Lost in thought, when Zhao Junyao entered, he was met with this disheartening scene. As Ziyue was about to kneel, Zhao Junyao waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that." He approached the bedside. Xia Ruqing scrambled to rise, but in her haste, she merely knelt upon the bed. "Your servant greets His Majesty." Zhao Junyao observed her pallid visage, feeling an unshakable discomfort in his heart, his expression darkening. He dismissed the attendants and seated himself on a stool beside the bed, taking a sip of tea before inquiring, "What troubles you? Speak freely about your grievances." It is not uncommon for a young maiden to express her frustrations in such a manner. As long as it is not excessive, he is inclined to indulge her. However, should her temper be unreasonable, then he would not entertain it. Xia Ruqing bit her lip, remaining silent. Matters of conflict among the women of the harem were not something Li Shengyan would share with him, leaving Zhao Junyao completely unaware of the situation. Upon hearing Zhao Junyao's inquiry, Xia Ruqing felt her pent-up grievances surging forth. A pair of almond-shaped eyes was suddenly veiled with a mist of unshed tears, the expression so poignant that it seemed as though they might spill over. Zhao Junyao observed this with keen awareness and, in a moment of revelation, a smile played at the corners of his lips. It appeared his intuition had been correct. The young girl had likely been wronged. However, Xia Ruqing was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She simply felt a profound sense of injustice that weighed heavily upon her. When one is aggrieved, it is essential to voice it. He was the emperor, after all. Surely, he could advocate for her. Thus, with her head bowed, she spoke. "Your Majesty, the maidservant of Lady Huli has struck Ziyue." After a brief pause for contemplation, she added, "The Empress has made a decision and sent the offending maid to the laundry bureau, yet I still feel a deep sense of grievance." "Oh." Zhao Junyao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement gracing his lips. This was not mere petulance or an instance of being spoiled by favoritism. Rather, she had genuinely suffered. Such a realization softened his heart, for it was only natural for a young girl to occasionally express her discontent. With a gentle beckoning gesture, he called her closer. Xia Ruqing bit her lip, hesitating momentarily before launching herself into his embrace. "Your Majesty," she murmured, wrapping her arms around his neck, her head resting on his shoulder. tears glistening in her eyes. Zhao Junyao was momentarily taken aback. This was rather unexpected, as no one had dared to act so freely before. Yet, cradling the fragrant and delicate girl in his arms felt surprisingly pleasant. Sit properly. He adjusted her from the chair to the edge of the bed, patting her back and encouraging her to settle comfortably in his embrace. Xia Ruqing replied with a muffled sound. Zhao Junyao affectionately ruffled her hair, a smile gracing his lips. If the young Fei did not mistreat you, how could Lady Huli have done so? Xia Ruqing, feeling both wronged and somewhat defiant, responded, indeed. That is true. Zhao Junyao nodded in agreement. However, did the Empress not punish her? Is she still not appeased? One must understand that the laundry bureau is hardly a pleasant place. He continued, patting her back with keen interest. Strangely, he found this little girl endearing. Even when she threw a minor tantrum, it resonated with him. Could it be that the women of the past, who displayed their tempers, were merely feigning? Otherwise, how could it seem so awkward and utterly detestable? I am aware that the laundry bureau is dreadful. Xia Ruqing suddenly lifted her gaze, her watery eyes locking onto Zhao Junyao. But your majesty, why is it that no matter how hard I strive, I am still bullied? Is my effort truly in vain? This question had plagued her for 3 days. Indeed, in the imperial harem, no amount of personal endeavor could rival a noble lineage. No matter how much one improved oneself, there would always be someone effortlessly standing atop, trampling over her and leaving her mired in the mud, unable to rise again. Was this the fate she was to endure for an entire lifetime after traversing a millennium? Humans are inherently greedy. She had once only wished to survive. Now that she had secured her life, she craved more. Was she truly being greedy? Zhao Junyao was taken aback by her query. After a moment, he lowered his head. My dear, do not indulge in unfounded thoughts. I am here for you. Do not emulate others. Take good care of yourself. I am well aware that he understands she is unlike anyone else, that she possesses goodness, and that is sufficient. In truth, he too has been perplexed within. I still vividly recall the day when my father unexpectedly succumbed to illness. Just before his passing, the gravely ill emperor suddenly awakened, gazing at him earnestly. My son, the Zhao family's realm shall depend on your protection henceforth. Safeguard this vast empire for your father. He has experienced panic, fear, and confusion. Yet he persevered, without effort. There would be no present-day Zhao Junyao. Chapter 66. I am hungry as well. The young girl in my embrace ought not to endure such suffering. Indeed, the women in the palace, having wed him, should not be subjected to such torment either. Those who remain untroublesome and compliant, regardless of their affections, shall be granted a life of luxury and ease. Xia Ruqing lowered her head, pouting slightly. Her large, glistening eyes and rosy lips presented a charmingly delicate visage. Zhao Junyao felt an irresistible urge, and, cradling her neck, leaned in to kiss her. Xia Ruqing, blushing deeply, stammered, Your Majesty. Zhao Junyao whispered in her ear, his voice low and sultry. If you do not adhere to the rules, I shall punish you accordingly. Instantly, her face flushed a deeper shade, reaching down to her collar. That night, they indulged into the early hours. He was invigorated, while she could scarcely rise from bed. He was simply beyond comprehension. Zhao Junyao gazed at her crimson cheeks and yearned for another kiss. Oddly enough, since the age of 15, he had been attended by women, yet had never kissed anyone. Nor had he ever lost his composure to such an extent. To him, such matters were akin to eating or sleeping. Satisfaction lay in moderation, and one could easily set them aside when disinterested. When he desired, his women were undeniably beautiful enough to maintain his interest. Yet, this little girl before him rendered him insatiable. He delighted in kissing her and holding her close. He cherished her laughter, but even more so, he adored her tearful pleas for mercy. What was the reason behind this? The young emperor, adept and seasoned in matters of state, remained utterly naive in the realm of romance. When perplexed, he simply dismissed the thoughts. Why complicate matters? His women were his to enjoy as he pleased. Zhao Junyao embraced her and kissed her once more, then decisively pressed her onto the bed. Xia Ruqing felt helpless. It was not yet the hour for rest, and palace attendants were bustling about outside. If word spread, it would be utterly mortifying. Embarrassed and flustered, with tears welling in her eyes, she implored, Your Majesty, I have yet to dine. I am hungry. I am hungry as well. I do not wish for dinner. I desire you. And thus, the little lamb, Xia Ruqing, was consumed by the great wolf, Zhao Junyao. Half an hour passed, then an hour. Xia Ruqing, weakened and exhausted, eventually cried out for mercy. Zhao Zhuyao recalled how the attendants had urged her to eat upon entering. She must have not dined well these past 2 days. He considered her frail health and resolved not to let her fall ill again. Thus, he reluctantly concluded their encounter, still longing for more. After bathing her and donning her attire, Xia Ruqing lay languidly on the couch, her small face contorted in distress. Just as she had begun to resolve one wave of grievances, a new tide of discontent arose. "Your Majesty, your hands are calloused. You hurt me," she pouted in complaint. Zhao Zhuyao glanced at his hands and chuckled. "I have practiced martial arts for years, thus they are indeed rough. Where does it hurt? Let me see." He reached out to touch her, and Xia Ruqing, wide-eyed with alarm, thought to herself, who knows what might happen next. A sudden panic surged within her, causing her to momentarily forget all decorum as she instinctively attempted to kick his hand away. "No, don't look." However, Zhao Zhuyao remained unperturbed, a smile playing on his lips as he effortlessly captured her small foot before it could land. "I insist on looking." In the realm of intimate pleasures, the youthful emperor was far from displeased. Rather, he found great delight in her spirited resistance, while other women would simply acquiesce, becoming weary with excessive compliance. She was akin to a feisty cat, for bristled in defiance. Though she was within arm's reach, she was untouchable, unattainable. A tantalizing temptation that stirred deep within him like a feather brushing against his heart. It beckoned him to indulge, igniting an insatiable yearning that left him helpless. Xia Ruqing was ensnared, feeling both wronged and embarrassed, struggling to free herself even as the ticklish sensation in her foot compelled her to giggle uncontrollably. She was on the brink of madness. Zhao Zhuyao, in high spirits, burst into hearty laughter. Once his amusement subsided, he lifted her into his arms, declaring, "All right. I shan't tease you any longer." Xia Ruqing huffed in response, turning away and ignoring him. Zhao Zhuyao, determined to soothe her, embraced her gently, running his fingers through her hair until her irritation gradually faded. Meanwhile, a rumble from Xia Ruqing's stomach protested their playfulness. In truth, Zhao Zhuyao was also famished. Having skipped dinner and just engaged in vigorous activity, it was the prime time for a dragon's vigor and a tiger's might. With great exertion came an equally great appetite. Thus, he summoned Li Sheng in to prepare a meal, instructing him to keep it simple and easily attainable. The mention of food revitalized Xia Ruqing. She recalled a previous meal that had pleased Zhao Zhuyao, prompting him to nod in agreement. After dining, Zhao Zhuyao, unable to resist, sought further engagement. And despite Xia Ruqing's protests, she found herself once again at his mercy. The following day, Zhao Zhuyao ordered from Zhaohua Pavilion once more. Xia Ruqing nearly wept. "Must we go? I feel utterly exhausted." Ziyu, hands on her hips, declared it unacceptable. Reluctantly, Xia Ruqing boarded the imperial carriage, enduring her troubles with a heavy heart. After dinner and a refreshing bath, she settled down to read, casually reviewing some inconsequential documents, devoid of ulterior motives. A sigh of relief escaped her as she sat on a nearby small couch, engrossed in her book. The only sounds in the room were the occasional crackle of the flickering candles. As she immersed herself in the chronicles of the Chu dynasty, drowsiness soon overtook her. Resting her head on a plush pillow, she squinted at Zhao Zhuyao, pondering how, when he was serious, he was astonishingly handsome. The two enjoyed a tranquil moment together, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. That night, Zhao Zhuyao indeed did nothing but hold her close as they fell asleep. He no longer questioned why he had suddenly developed a fondness for sleeping with a woman in his arms. He simply embraced his desires without overthinking. The next day marked a respite from court duties. Lady Xia visited the empress to pay her respects before accompanying the emperor in the study. For the past 2 days, Lady Xia had been in attendance, and the palace was abuzz with the news. At this moment, concubine Yun kept her head down, wary of provoking trouble, while Lady Hu was in seclusion, reflecting on her past actions. Neither Ning Fei nor Hui Pin need mention, as they are preoccupied with attending to the princess. Although Zhang Pin harbors feelings of bitterness and cannot bear to watch, her lack of favor renders her helpless. For a time, the palace remains tranquil, with no one daring to speak out. Xia Ruqing awoke early. Noticing that Zhao Zhuyao was still asleep, she contemplated the idea of gently brushing his eyelashes. However, as she reached out, her hand was seized by a pair of rough, large hands before she could make contact. Chapter 67. A Fortunate Event? 1. Not honest. Zhao Zhuyao playfully slapped her on the backside. Since it was a day off, he was in no rush to rise and thus closed his eyes once more. The gentle warmth of the spring sun filtered through the cracks in the window, casting a radiant glow upon his chiseled features. The contours of his face almost seemed to shimmer. Xia Ruqing squinted, gazing intently, taking in every detail. He looked truly handsome with his eyes shut, a hint of stubble grazing his chin. His smooth neck arched gracefully, accentuating his masculine allure. Indeed, he was captivating. Lost in her reverie, she soon dozed off again. When she awoke once more, Zhao Junyao had already risen. Startled, Xia Ruqing sprang up. What time was it? Zhao Junyao chuckled at her. It's not late. There's still time to pay your respects. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Ruqing got up, tidied herself, and made her way to the Jiaofeng hall. Li Xingyan entered and inquired, Your Majesty, shall we prepare the meal? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Junyao replied, Not just yet. Call for Lady Xia to accompany me in the study shortly. Li Xingyan nodded and retreated, thinking to himself, So you intend to dine with Lady Xia later? The breakfast was rather simple, akin to usual fare. A plate of tofu buns, another of golden silk pot stickers, soup dumplings, and rice porridge, accompanied by various small dishes to complement the porridge. All were delectable, and Xia Ruqing indulged heartily. However, she still felt somewhat unsatisfied. If only there were some tofu pudding, garnished with minced pickles, cilantro, and a splash of rice vinegar, soft and sweet with every bite. The tender greens, though stir-fried, were delightful. Could also be blanched briefly in hot water, seasoned lightly with salt and soy sauce, offering a refreshing and crunchy taste, perfect alongside rice or porridge. Zhao Junyao glanced at her and remarked, If you haven't had your fill, we shall summon the kitchen to prepare more. How could I let you go without a proper meal? Xia Ruqing chuckled, I'm full today. There's always tomorrow. Zhao Junyao chose not to press further. After their breakfast, Zhao Junyao led Xia Ruqing to the imperial study. Sitting at the desk, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, Have you finished the letter I entrusted to you? Come, write a few words for me to see. Xia Ruqing's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Your Majesty, such matters cannot be rushed, she replied, glancing at his teacup. You are busy with state affairs. Allow me to prepare tea for you. With that, she attempted to slip away. Zhao Junyao remained calm, not pursuing her but simply uttered, Come here. Just those few words made Xia Ruqing feel apprehensive. This man was not someone she could provoke or defy. What if he chastised her for her lack of decorum? Perhaps it would be better to comply. Reluctantly, Xia Ruqing shuffled closer, biting her lip. Resolutely, she steeled herself and wrote a few characters on the prepared rice paper. As anticipated, it was yet another display of incompetence. Zhao Junyao pressed his forehead in exasperation. Ching, do you not perceive the inadequacy of your handwriting? I am aware, but this brush? I cannot wield it steadily. Xia Ruqing replied, lowering her gaze and fidgeting with her handkerchief. In truth, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her characters were quite unsightly, were they not? Nevertheless, it is likely that few in modern times are proficient in the art of calligraphy. As the two conversed, suddenly, Li Xingyan entered. Your Majesty, Miss Ingwei, by the side of the imperial consort, seeks an audience. Zhao Junyao furrowed his brow, a sense of displeasure brewing within him. However, he acknowledged the necessity of accommodating the consort's wishes. He commanded in a deep voice, Let her in. In the Jiaofeng hall, the empress was diligently transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Yulan hurriedly entered. Your Majesty. The empress leisurely set down her brush and washed her hands before responding. What matter could possibly have you in such a fluster? Yulan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke, Your Majesty, this morning, the imperial consort summoned the court physician, and now, someone has gone to Xiaoqing Palace. If these events were considered separately, there would be little cause for alarm. However, combined, they raised significant concern. The empress's expression shifted. Could it be? The consort is with child? Under ordinary circumstances, who would dare approach the emperor at Xiaoqing Palace? You must find out immediately. The empress's voice trembled. Yes. Yulan quickly departed. Upon exiting the Jiaofeng hall, she found herself in a quandary. How could she inquire about such matters? Whether it be Xiaoqing Palace or the imperial consort's Zifugu Palace, obtaining information at this moment proved to be quite challenging. Alas, I shall venture to Zifugu Palace and gamble on fortune. At this juncture, within Zifugu Palace, Consort Shi reclined on her bed, her complexion somewhat ashen. The head palace maid, Ingqiu, stood nearby, holding a bronze basin in attendance. A young palace maid entered with news. Your Grace, Aunt Yulan from the Empress's side requests an audience. Upon hearing the word Empress, Consort Shi immediately furrowed her brow. Ingqiu stepped forward to admonish. Do you not see that her Grace is unwell? The physician has prescribed rest and advised against visitors. With that, she dismissed the young palace maid. Consort Shi caressed her abdomen, enduring the discomfort within, forcing her eyes to close for respite. Before long, a eunuch announced loudly, His Majesty has arrived. Consort Shi's face lit up with joy as she opened her eyes. Cousin. Zhao Junyao strode inconfidently. Consort sure struggled to rise and pay her respects, but Zhao Junyao pressed her back down. No need for excessive formalities. The physician has declared you with child. Rest well. Consort Sure's face beamed with joy as she nodded and eagerly added, it has been nearly 2 months. I am rather slow-witted, not realizing until now, causing you worry. Zhao Junyao instinctively glanced at her abdomen, which appeared flat, revealing nothing yet. This elicited a radiant smile from Consort Sure as she lowered her head. Since you are with child, you shall remain in Zifugu Palace to recuperate and need not visit Zhao Fong Hall for formal greetings, Zhao Junyao instructed. This declaration aligned perfectly with Consort Sure's desires. She smiled sweetly. Thank you, cousin. Zhao Junyao turned around and instructed Li Shangyan, who complied and withdrew. The heart of Consort Sure soared with exuberance. Indeed, this predicament could be entirely resolved by the presence of a child. Previously, her cousin had treated her with a certain aloofness. Even their intimate moments had grown rather subdued. Who would have imagined that this child would arrive at such a crucial moment? While it may not be an unexpected joy, it certainly felt like the fulfillment of her desires. Undoubtedly, aside from the emperor, she was the second to learn of this news. If one were to inquire about her feelings, Xia Ruqing would express a sense of relief. Ziyue, somewhat perplexed, furrowed her brow and asked, My lady, how can you still say that this is a good thing? Chapter 68, A Fortunate Development? Ziyue pondered the situation. With the noble consort now pregnant, it was unlikely that even the emperor would be harsh with her. Should the consort harbor any grievances towards Joie Pavilion, the emperor would probably turn a blind eye. Xia Ruqing gently tapped her on the head. Silly girl, this is undoubtedly a good thing. The noble consort is favored, and while the empress remains secure, the consort's pregnancy will surely make the empress uneasy. There is a saying, when the snipe and the clam quarrel, it is the fisherman who profits. In other words, as they contend, her safety is ensured. Ziyue contemplated this for a while before finally admitting with a pained expression, Mistress, your reasoning is sound. However, we stand to gain nothing from it. Xia Ruqing looked surprised. Isn't it a benefit to live well and not be bullied? This is the immediate concern. As for the long term, that is still a distant matter. She should focus on living well. Greed and ambition are not the same. After all, she has improved immensely since her arrival, has she not? One who is ambitious may not necessarily be greedy, she continued. I possess neither noble lineage nor achievements. Should the emperor grant me a promotion, I would be unworthy of it. What if someone accused her of charming the emperor? If the emperor disregards the rules for her sake, then that would truly jeopardize her. For now, things are quite satisfactory. Life is long, is it not? She would not betray those who treat her sincerely, and those who bully her will eventually pay the price. No need to rush, we shall take our time. Ziyue gazed wistfully at her abdomen and sighed, Alas, I only hope you will soon feel the stirrings of life. At that time, when you bear the air, you will surely be elevated. Xia Ruqing considered this seriously and then slapped her forehead. How could I have forgotten that? Ziyue hurriedly inquired, Forgotten what, mistress? Xia Ruqing reflected. At this time, I cannot bear a child. I can barely ensure my own safety. How could I dare to conceive? My lowly position is already scrutinized when I receive even a hint of favor. If I were to have a child, wouldn't that make me a living target? Either I would suffer a miscarriage at someone else's behest, or the empress would take the child away, leaving me with nothing, grasping a 1,000-year-old herb. I cannot afford to conceive. It is imperative that I do not become pregnant at this time. Ziyue gradually understood and said, You are wise, mistress. It was I who was mistaken. Ultimately, one's fortune may still be insufficient. Even when blessings arrive, you may not enjoy them. It is best to wait until your fortune has fully matured. Ziyue added, Before long, the selection of new maidens will occur again, bringing fresh faces into the palace. Why not take this year to serve the emperor diligently, ensuring he remembers you? When the time comes, with ample affection and your health restored, as well as the presence of an imperial heir, it would not attract undue attention if you were to conceive then. Xia Ruqing nodded thoughtfully, contemplating her words. Your reasoning is sound. In summary, it is simply the impossibility of conceiving. This frail body, having only just reached 17, remains in the throes of youth as a high school student in this modern era. Alas, she is still a minor. Though she has nurtured herself these days and become less prone to illness, she is still quite delicate. Why would she court danger by bearing a child? In ancient times, medical conditions were so dire. What would happen if she were to perish? Moreover, would the child born be robust? If it were to be frail, that would truly be a sin against the innocent. Thus, it is best to refrain from childbirth, at least until she reaches 20. A couple more years would surely allow her body to recover, and then it would not be too late to conceive. Indeed, by that time, both the empress and the favored consort would have borne children, rendering it less conspicuous. In the capital, the most esteemed families adhere strictly to propriety. Once they have a legitimate heir, they may then consider additional offspring. Furthermore, this is the royal household. If the empress has not given birth by then, it would be fortunate if the emperor and the empress dowager do not impose harsh judgments upon her. What grounds would she have to prevent others from giving birth? As it stands, with the favored consort in a delicate condition, she cannot object to childbirth. Enlightened by these thoughts, Xia Ruqing let out a long sigh, contemplating how to devise a strategy to gain the emperor's consent. After all, as a consort, to refuse the emperor the joy of children is indeed a grave offense. Oh, the evils of the feudal society, what a wretched rule. In the Hall of Pepper, the empress received the news at lunchtime, and it was delivered by none other than the emperor himself. Indeed, the emperor had come to dine in the Hall of Pepper. In the past, when the emperor accompanied her, she would savor the meal more heartily. Yet today, this meal was perhaps the most tasteless she had experienced since entering the palace. Zhao Junyao engaged her in conversation for a while, remarking that the favored consort's pregnancy was a fortunate event, as the emperor's lineage was scarce, and he placed great importance on this child. Rest assured, Sister Shi's child shall also call me Mother Empress, he proclaimed. Such words pierced her heart. Yet, what could she do? After being with the emperor for so long, her own womb remained utterly silent. Although the emperor did not voice his concerns, she was painfully aware of them herself. A lack of a legitimate heir was, after all, an unsatisfactory situation. Once the emperor departed, the empress locked herself away in her chamber, weeping uncontrollably. Her loyal handmaidens, Yulan and Yufu, were so frightened that they knelt on the floor, too afraid to approach. After a long while, when the empress ceased her sobbing, they dared to step forward to console her. Your Highness, given the situation, please take care of yourself. The empress washed her face, reapplied her makeup, and gradually regained her composure. With reddened eyes and gritted teeth, she pondered the favored consort's intentions, which were well known throughout the palace. The emperor's childhood companion, favored by the empress dowager. Should she give birth to the emperor's first son, what place would remain for her in the palace? Although her father was a great general in the harem, he held no sway. Her ascension to the esteemed position relied upon the military achievements of her father and brothers, as well as the late emperor's benevolence toward the Fan family. Yet within the palace, whom could she depend upon for support? The situation appears resplendent. Yet who truly comprehends the underlying hardships? Yulan hastily stepped forward to offer her counsel. Your Highness, you are free from ailments. I believe you shall eventually find what you seek. Despite the composure of Yulan and Yufu, they remain mere palace maids, lacking understanding of such matters, and could only offer their earnest encouragement. The empress observed them thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly issuing a command. Invite Granny Ji to the palace at the beginning of next month. Granny Ji, the empress's wet nurse, had been removed from the palace after suffering a severe illness the previous year. Having recovered, she was due to return to service. The empress, recognizing her advanced age, permitted her to rest at home for an additional year and a half, continuing her monthly stipend. Now, faced with this predicament, it seemed that only Granny Ji could provide her with sound advice. Sighing, Yulan and Yufu acquiesced. The empress removed her makeup, initially intending to take an afternoon nap. Yet she found herself unable to sleep despite her efforts. Ultimately, she decided to rise and abandon any thought of rest. Chapter 69. Bitterness. She commanded, bring the scriptures. I shall copy another volume. Yulan promptly retrieved the scrolls and prepared the ink and brush. The empress mused that perhaps the act of writing would alleviate her internal anguish. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up the brush and began to transcribe the scriptures slowly. However, after writing a few characters, dissatisfaction gnawed at her. She switched to a fresh sheet, pinned a few more characters, yet still felt it was inadequate. After ruining several pages, the empress ultimately set down the brush. Tears streamed from her eyes, and her heart ached with overwhelming sorrow. She pondered, was it the emperor's absence that caused her distress? Certainly not, as empress. She had never lacked his presence in the palace. On the 1st and 15th days of the month, he had always graced her with his company. Why was it that she felt so forsaken? Why was it only her heart that ached? Before the end of the month, Jima, her wet nurse, received word and made her way to the palace on the 3rd day. The empress, consumed by bitterness, had struggled to eat or sleep for 2 or 3 days, dark circles forming under her eyes. Upon seeing her beloved wet nurse, she dismissed the attendants and rushed into her arms, weeping, "Nurse, help me. Jima's heart shattered at the sight. Your Majesty, I nursed you myself. Who else would I assist if not you? Please, rise. The Empress found some solace in the presence of her wet nurse, yet those matters were for another time, so let us set them aside. That evening, news of the concubine's pregnancy spread throughout the palace. The Empress Dowager was overwhelmed with joy and instructed Qing Mama to send a multitude of precious medicinal herbs. The Emperor also directed Li Shengyan to select an array of items from the storeroom to send. Nutritional supplements, medicinal ingredients, silks, antiques, and exquisite jewelry flowed forth abundantly. Despite her bitterness, the Empress mustered her spirits and instructed her attendants to select suitable gifts to send. In no time, the Shifu Palace was inundated with offerings, filling the concubine's coffers with countless treasures. Aside from the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress's gifts, others were also obliged to present gifts, though these were not termed rewards but congratulatory presents. In the Zhaohua Pavilion, Xia Ruqing found herself troubled by two matters. The first was what congratulatory gift to send to the concubine. The second was what to serve for dinner. Although she was merely a minor noble, she could not evade these responsibilities. Ziyue, she inquired, what do you think we should present? Sending food is certainly inappropriate, and offering trivial items would lack the necessary gravitas. Xia Ruqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the concubine's child is of high status. Sending a trinket would be akin to offering alms to a beggar. After pondering, she commanded, have a few silver coins minted into a pair of small silver bracelets, engraved with 100 suns motif. That should suffice. After all, something overly extravagant would not be appreciated. Ah, a splendid idea, Ziyue replied joyfully. The silver bracelets, both exquisite and thoughtful, were sure to convey their sentiments. Xia Ruqing felt satisfied, despite knowing the concubine would likely not allow her son to wear items gifted by her. Yet, Xia Ruqing had no intentions of ingratiating herself. Once the congratulatory gifts were delivered, her task was deemed complete. Setting that matter aside, Xia Ruqing began to ponder what to have for dinner. Spring felt interminably long. Why had summer not yet arrived? She sighed in lament. It was not that she was troubled, but rather there was simply nothing appealing to her palate. In ancient times, unlike in modernity, there were no greenhouses or out-of-season vegetables. Once winter set in, fresh produce became exceedingly rare, if one wished to indulge. They had to rely on ice transported over great distances from the south. Zhao Junyao deemed such extravagance excessive and, upon ascending the throne, swiftly eliminated this expense. In these times, even the emperor partook of dried vegetables. Who dared to voice any complaint? The so-called dried vegetables included sun-dried green beans, gourd strips, and dried radishes. Essentially, any vegetable that could be dried was available, and there was a commendable variety. When it came time to eat, one would rehydrate them with water, either frying or boiling them. Though they could not compare to fresh produce in taste, the dried varieties possessed their own unique flavor, making them quite palatable. To Xia Ruqing, they were less desirable than wild greens. The winters and springs of ancient times were indeed arduous. Ziyue chuckled, my lady, you jest. Wild greens are consumed by the poor. Not only in the palace, but even in the homes of the affluent beyond its gates, they would not dare to eat them. Xia Ruqing found herself at a loss for words. She had finally witnessed what it meant to suffer in silence for the sake of pride. Was wild greens not a vegetable? This feudal society, which categorized people into ranks, even classified vegetables? She marveled at the absurdity. After some contemplation, Xia Ruqing resolved, I shall have wild greens. Do not bring me any more of those dried vegetables. If you wish to eat them, you may keep them for yourselves. Ziyue, unable to dissuade her, reluctantly acquiesced. The following day, Xia Ruqing indeed took a small pouch of silver coins and instructed its delivery to the imperial kitchen. She requested an assortment of wild greens, emphasizing that they must be fresh, and if not, she would rather do without them. Alas, Ziyue agreed and set off. The imperial kitchen had designated procurement staff. If the noble ladies desired something, they could spend silver to have it purchased, and this was entirely permissible. The Ministry of Internal Affairs also had procurement services. If the ladies fancied jewelry from a certain shop in the capital or cosmetics or any other fresh items, they could arrange for their purchase, and this too was in accordance with the rules. Moreover, the emperor had explicitly instructed that the imperial kitchen should cater well to noble Lady Xia. Even if no silver were provided, if the noble lady specified her desires, they were obliged to procure it, were they not? Furthermore, she had indeed provided silver. This left no room for dispute. At noon, Xiaowei made a special visit. Noble lady, we have procured a variety of wild greens. mugwort, noodle vegetables, and shepherd's purse, which are commonly consumed by the people. What about the less common ones? Xia Ruqing inquired. In truth, she was not yet familiar with the wild greens of this dynasty. There are bitter chrysanthemum greens and fragrant spring shoots. Before Xiao Wei could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Xia Ruqing. What did you say? Fragrant spring shoots? Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she leapt up. She had been eager to discover what wild greens this dynasty had to offer that could enhance her meals. Little did she expect that fragrant spring shoots would be among them. Xiao Wei was taken aback. Beside her, Ziyue helplessly rubbed her forehead, casting her gaze toward the sky and then the ground. Well, this is not my master. Whoever desires him may take him away. Master, do you not like him? Xiao Weizi appeared utterly perplexed. Chapter 70, A Feast of Wild Vegetables. I adore it, truly. How did you discover this? Did you go foraging yourself? Little Wei's heart finally settled, and he became animated once more. I wasn't the one foraging. My master mentioned that the noble and the servant are acquainted. Thus he assigned me this task. Xia Ruqing chuckled. Your master certainly knows how to endear himself. You have performed admirably. You shall be rewarded. With that, she instructed Ziyue to fetch a pouch of silver coins, 20 pieces, each worth 5 coins. Little Wei was elated and hurried to express his gratitude. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. Oh, how forgetful of me. My master wishes to ask the noble how these wild vegetables are prepared, so that he may replicate the dishes. Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment. Wrap the noodles in flour and steam them directly. For the fragrant chives, make an egg dish. The wild mugwort and shepherd's purse should be stir-fried together, selecting the tender tips. Pair these with a few other light dishes, and that should suffice. Little Wei diligently noted everything down and then bowed respectfully before exiting. After issuing her instructions, Xia Ruqing reclined contentedly on her couch, crossing her legs and resting her arm, eagerly awaiting her delectable meal. At present, all eyes and attention in the imperial harem were fixated on the noble consort of Zifyigong. Here, her days were filled with bliss. No one troubled her. No one sought to cause discord. She could eat, drink, and indulge in whatever she pleased. One might wonder, what grievances could a rice weevil like her possibly have? As for the noble consort's pregnancy, should she feel jealousy, Xia Ruqing thought it best to avoid unnecessary discomfort. If she were to apply the modern principle of monogamy, she would merely be a concubine. After all, the emperor's primary wife is the empress. What status does a concubine hold in modernity? A mere street rat, scorned by all. She would never enjoy the open and lavish lifestyle she currently experienced. Therefore, the contemporary ideals of monogamy and the pursuit of love could be left behind. Even if one were to chase after love, it would be prudent to marry an unmarried man, securing the position of the primary wife first. Yet, did she have the luxury of choice? Alas, there was none. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in the harem as the emperor's concubine. The empress, the primary wife, was expected to embody virtue and generosity, treating the concubines kindly. As a mere concubine, what right did she have to feel jealousy? Despite her helplessness, life must go on. All she could do was strive to live well and enjoy her days. Moreover, her husband, despite having numerous concubines, had many admirable qualities. For instance, he was handsome, wealthy, well-mannered, reasonable, and devoid of cruelty or domestic violence. In modern times, who would dare guarantee that such a diamond bachelor would not stray? Lost in these pleasant thoughts, a sudden announcement echoed outside. The emperor has arrived. Startled, Xia Ruqing hastily rose to her feet. I have seen the emperor. Xia Ruqing did not venture outside today, and thus, she neglected to adorn herself properly. Her hair was casually tied up, and she wore no jewelry. When she lay down, she found the ornaments uncomfortable and had Ziyue remove them all. Now, however, she felt somewhat uneasy. To be precise, her appearance could be deemed unkempt, a violation of decorum. How can there be so many broken rules? Xia Ruqing muttered inwardly. Zhao Junyao, however, was oblivious to her state. He found a stool and sat down, hastily sipping his tea. He was not in good spirits, for he was suffering from a fiery discomfort in his throat. Upon entering, his face bore a somber expression. After pondering for a moment, Xia Ruqing considered that, aside from not practicing her writing, she had committed no offense to provoke his ire. Feeling a little more assured, she approached him and poured another cup of tea. Your Majesty, would you care for some more? Zhao Junyao lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. Yet he remained silent, the pain in his throat persistent. Were it a wound from a sword or a knife, he would not have flinched. But such trivial ailments, when they arise, leave one feeling utterly helpless and troubled. It took Xia Ruqing a considerable time to notice the small pimple at the corner of his mouth. nestled beneath his stubble. Given his evident distress, she deduced, the emperor must be suffering from heat. In truth, Xia Ruqing's guess was accurate. Zhao Junyao was indeed afflicted by internal heat. The cause: after spending 2 days at the consort's quarters and indulging in an abundance of rich delicacies, he had succumbed to this condition. Xia Ruqing found herself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, the meals at the consorts were all nourishing dishes meant to replenish one's vitality and blood. For a robust young man like him, it was no wonder that he would be affected. Your Majesty, please open your mouth so I may examine your throat. When one experiences internal heat, the tonsils may become inflamed. Although the ancients lacked the terminology for such ailments, the symptoms remained the same. Zhao Junyao scowled, unwilling to cooperate. What are you staring at? His voice was hoarse, and the pain in his throat rendered him speechless. Yet, for the sake of dignity, he feigned indifference. After sipping more tea to soothe his throat, he finally commanded, "Fetch me some cool water to drink." His voice was gravely strained, with red veins apparent in his eyes, suggesting the severity of his condition. Xia Ruqing contemplated for a moment and, in a manner akin to soothing a child, said, "Your Majesty, you are experiencing internal heat. Allow me to take a look. If you are unwilling, I shall have to summon the imperial physician." Given the state of the emperor's health, she could not ignore it. This was indeed a matter of great importance. Zhao Junyao's throat moved slightly, and ultimately, he resigned himself to her request, for he had no desire to call for the physician. Each time he suffered from internal heat, the physicians would spout an array of diagnoses: excess dampness, rampant liver heat, and a deficiency in the spleen and stomach, resulting in a plethora of prescriptions. What was worse, he would have to endure several days of hunger. This was particularly unbearable. While his stomach was not made of gold, it had never known hunger. Such a commotion would last for several days, causing a great disturbance and unrest. Gradually, he grew disinclined to summon the imperial physician, preferring to endure the pain rather than seek assistance. As for the present moment, Your Majesty, I believe it is unnecessary to call for the physician. It is merely a slight fever, nothing of great concern. Zhao Junyao remained silent, a look of approval gracing his features as he nodded. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. For the midday meal, aside from the wild vegetables requested by Xia Ruqing, she instructed the kitchen to prepare a bowl of soup made with silver ear mushrooms and lotus seeds. She specifically emphasized, do not remove the heart of the lotus seeds. Silver ear mushrooms and lotus seeds, known for their nourishing and cooling properties, would undoubtedly suffice. The lunch was meticulously arranged, featuring steamed noodles, sautéed tender wild greens, scrambled eggs with fragrant tune sprouts, silver ear mushroom, and lotus seed soup, along with several other light dishes. Chapter 71. A Feast of Wild Vegetables, Part 2. Upon a mere glance, Zhao Junyao felt vindicated for his visit. His mind was made up, uncertain of where to rest. He decided upon Zhaohua Pavilion. Unsure of what to eat, he opted for the same. Having grown weary of pretentiousness, he found solace in the genuine demeanor of the Xia family. The news of the favored consort's pregnancy brought him joy. Firstly, it granted him a sense of relief, as it provided a semblance of assurance. Secondly, it meant he could come and go without the incessant worry of others harboring jealousy or bullying her. Although he had not allowed her to suffer greatly, as the sovereign, it was unrealistic to protect her at all times. This situation was indeed favorable. A favored consort with child was far more conspicuous than a mere minor noblewoman enjoying favor. Lost in contemplation, Zhao Junyao suddenly questioned when he had become so overly sentimental. He dismissed the thought and moved on. Your Majesty, do you disapprove? He inquired, maintaining an unaffected demeanor. Where did these fresh vegetables come from? The table was adorned with vibrant greens, a delightful sight in the early spring when nature was just awakening. There were indeed wealthy families outside, willing to spend lavishly for the sake of fresh produce. After all, where there was profit, merchants would find ways to procure it. Yet, Zhao Junyao abhorred extravagance. The palace adhered to strict decorum, and none dared to cross such boundaries. Xia Ruqing, she was still young, perhaps lacking understanding. He resolved that she merely needed to remember for next time. Zhao Junyao's expression grew serious, yet he had already concocted a justification for her actions in his mind. Xia Ruqing, however, felt a pang of fear, lost in thought. Could it be that the emperor recognized these as wild vegetables and deemed them unworthy of consumption within the palace? Had she transgressed once more? Though she hesitated to speak. If questioned by the emperor, she had no choice but to respond. Thus, she lowered her head and knelt, suppressing her mounting anxiety, and timidly uttered, I am at fault for bringing these unrefined wild vegetables. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. In truth, she felt a twinge of disdain and resentment. It was clear to her from the first glance that they were appealing, yet for the sake of appearances, one would refuse to partake. Were wild vegetables not still vegetables? Rich in nutrients and purely organic, how could they be considered lowly? She struggled to comprehend the mindset of those from ancient times. Seeing her contrition, Zhao Juyao's heart softened immediately. He could not bear to chastise her. Just as he was about to bid her rise and instruct her against such extravagance in the future, a thought struck him. Wild vegetables? Xia Ruqing remained kneeling, too afraid to raise her gaze. Qing, you claim these are wild vegetables? With a look of confusion, she responded, yes. Her mind was a blank slate. Bewildered by the emperor's demeanor, before she could ponder further, he pulled her to her feet. I once believed that you had spent a considerable sum purchasing these items from outside, and thus, I unjustly accused you. Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment, then nodded in a daze. Indeed, a substantial amount was spent, totaling over 20 taels of silver when including the labor fees. This was quite an extravagant expense, especially in ancient times when wild vegetables were abundant and inexpensive. She held no expectation of winning over the palace servants of the imperial kitchen. Merely establishing a cordial rapport would suffice, as long as they did not take advantage of her in the future. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Juyanyao's expression darkened further. How could he possibly suffer a loss over wild vegetables priced at 20 taels when he had just paid 100 gold for exquisite dishes? He suppressed the intense pain in his throat and reprimanded her. Xia Ruqing's heart trembled slightly at his admonishment, leaving her speechless. She could only lower her head and murmur softly that even wild vegetables at 20 taels were extravagant. As Xiao Weizi had mentioned that purchasing in bulk could yield 10 pounds for merely a tael of silver, Zhao Junyao felt a pressure building in his chest. Unable to rise or fall, he was a ruler capable of managing his affairs. Upon ascending the throne, he had already cut numerous unnecessary expenses within the palace. Yet now, he discovered that his young consort was even more adept at frugality than he. For a moment, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Xia Ruqing, however, continued to keep her head down, her expression earnest. She believed her assertions were entirely accurate. Never mind, there was no point in dwelling on it. Your Majesty, you seem to be experiencing discomfort. Please drink some lotus seed soup to soothe your throat. The emperor's health is the most pressing matter. Zhao Junyao glanced at her innocent face, sighed, and relented. After consuming a bowl of soup, the burning sensation in his throat had considerably subsided. As he gazed at the tender array of small dishes before him, his appetite was rekindled. What is that? Xia Ruqing quickly responded when she noticed he was referring to the steamed vegetable, saying, Your Majesty, this is steamed noodle vegetable, a type of wild vegetable. Zhao Junyao had never heard of it before. He looked at her and remarked, You certainly possess considerable knowledge. Unable to resist the compliment, Xia Ruqing began to boast. I grew up in poverty, following my grandmother in the countryside, and thus, I know quite a lot. Zhao Junyao observed her animated demeanor, internally acknowledging that this girl could flourish if given the slightest encouragement. Nevertheless, he found himself enjoying her exuberance. As they dined, Xia Ruqing cheerfully attended to him. As long as the emperor approved, she would be blessed with good fortune in the future. She prepared a small bowl of dipping sauce with garlic juice, fine salt, rice vinegar, and sesame oil, placing it before Zhao Junyao. Your Majesty, it's delicious when dipped. Zhao Junyao remained silent for a moment, tasting a bite, and could not help but nod in approval. Indeed, the flavor of wild vegetables was distinct from ordinary greens, offering a unique taste. Your Majesty, enjoy this. You need not even eat rice with it. There are scrambled eggs with fragrant chives, a dish of stir-fried wild mugwort and shepherd's purse, and a cold dish of bitter herb. It's all delightful and cooling. This meal left Zhao Juyu thoroughly satisfied. The small dishes on the table had been emptied, and Xia Ruqing rubbed her belly, expressing her delight. Eating well followed by lighter fare was particularly enjoyable. Your Majesty, I believe there exists no distinction of superiority or inferiority among vegetables. These greens are both inexpensive and readily available. The common folk can sell the wild vegetables they gather to supplement their household income. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Junyao nodded in agreement. When it comes to silver, your mind indeed seems quite astute, he remarked. Xia Ruqing chuckled playfully. Indeed. Zhao Junyao gave her a gentle pat on her backside, his tone turning serious. You are incorrigible. After enjoying their midday meal, Xia Ruqing nestled into Zhao Junyao's embrace and fell asleep. When he rose to depart, she remained unaware. Later that afternoon, around the hour of Zhao Junyao returned. The delicacies prepared by this little girl lingered in his thoughts, captivating him despite his efforts to resist temptation. Furthermore, fresh wild greens are undeniably more delectable than dried ones. Chapter 72. Awaiting a grand occasion in the serene halls of Shifu Palace, the favored consort sure found herself in a state of elation. She had conceived before the Empress, a fact that filled her with pride and satisfaction. After enduring years of obscurity, she finally felt as though she had emerged from the shadows. Should she bear the Emperor's firstborn son, the Empress would no longer hold any authority over her. What the future held remained uncertain. As the afternoon slumber came to an end, the hour of Shin was nearly upon them. From within the gauzy silk curtains, a delicate arm stretched languidly into the light. Yue, hearing the commotion, hastened to attend to her lady. Your Highness, you have awakened. Consort Shi rose slowly, allowing her attendants to assist her in dressing and grooming. Once adorned, she gazed into the mirror, inspecting her reflection with satisfaction before inquiring, "Where is the Emperor?" Yue, unable to withhold the truth, replied, "The Emperor is enjoying his lunch at Zhaohua Pavilion and is presently in the study." Consort Shi paused momentarily, then let out a soft huff. Clever of him to seize the opportunity at this moment. Yue bowed her head, refraining from further comment. In truth, not even the lower-ranking Lady Xia, nor the Empress herself, could command the consort's respect at this juncture. With renewed confidence, Consort Shi instructed, "Prepare several of the Emperor's favorite dishes for dinner and invite him to dine with us." With her newfound assurance, she was no longer troubled by the concern of displeasing her cousin. The patience and affection he had shown her in recent days filled her with hope and determination. "Yes, Your Highness," Yue replied obediently. Later that afternoon, Zhao Junyao summoned Lady Xia. As the spring carriage arrived at Yu's hour, it carried Lady Xia into Zhaoqing Palace. Feeling a touch of irritation, he instructed the kitchen staff, "Prepare a lighter meal this evening. Make sure to cool the bitter vegetables and minimize the oily dishes. A simple porridge with a few light accompaniments will suffice." With that, he took it upon himself to prepare some pear soup. Rolling up his sleeves and wrapping his hair in a plain mint-colored cloth, he resembled a diligent housewife from a humble home. He selected 2 large pears, meticulously peeling them and removing the cores while leaving the tops intact. He filled the hollow centers with rock sugar, added cool water, and placed them in a clay pot. After bringing the mixture to a boil over high heat, he reduced the flame to allow it to simmer gently. In the dry spring, a nourishing pear soup was the perfect remedy, and within a couple of days, any lingering heat would dissipate. Indeed, by midday, Zhao Junyao already felt relief in his throat. She donned a charming, pale pink floral dress, her hair neatly wrapped, and rolled up her sleeves as she arranged the delectable dishes from the serving tray onto the table. Zhao Junyao stood outside the door, squinting his eyes in appreciation, momentarily forgetting his status as emperor. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. After carefully arranging everything, he turned with a smile. "Your Majesty, I have prepared a pear soup, and just before it cooled, I added honey. Come and taste it." As she spoke, Ruqing presented her masterpiece in a small bowl, offering it to him. Zhao Junyao smiled and remarked, "For lunch, we had lotus seed and tremella soup, and now we have pear soup. You certainly have many culinary tricks up your sleeve. When it comes to food, no one in the imperial harem could rival her." Although his words carried a hint of reproach, his eyes were filled with affection. Indeed, not only did she have a variety of dishes, but when it comes to food, no one could surpass me, someone thought with a sense of pride. Zhao Junyao found himself at a loss when it came to this girl. Fortunately, the flavors of the meal were delightful. After sipping a bowl of mildly sweet soup, his appetite was piqued, his throat felt fine, and everything tasted exquisite. However, just as the ambience was rich and they were enjoying their meal, Li Xingyan entered with an anxious expression. "Your Majesty." Zhao Junyao frowned and inquired, "What is it?" "The noble consort has prepared a banquet of your favorite dishes and requests your presence." As Li Xingyan spoke, he felt as if he wished to bury his head in the ground. It was against protocol for the noble consort to invite the emperor after he had issued an edict, but at this moment, given her delicate condition, he felt he could not oppose her. Zhao Junyao frowned, while Ruqing felt a pang of anxiety. "Just tell her that I have already dined, and that she should rest well." The underlying message was clear. Now that she was with child, she should take care of herself and not cause any trouble. Li Xingyan let out a sigh of relief and departed. Zhao Junyao's expression darkened, but he chose not to voice his thoughts. Ruqing remained silent as well, and the atmosphere had dissipated. After dinner, Zhao Junyao went to the study as usual to review documents, while Ruqing, feeling bored, sought a book to read. However, as she waited, the emperor did not arrive. Instead, a little attendant appeared. The attendant spoke hesitantly. The noble consort usually treated him well, and in such matters. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. Xia Ruqing was momentarily taken aback, then maintained her composure and asked, "He is gone." To the noble consort? The attendant nodded, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before offering some consolation. "There is no need for you to be saddened." For the noble consort, Xia Ruqing suddenly smiled. What is there to worry about? The noble consort is with child, and it is only natural for the emperor to show her extra care. Seeing her smile, the attendant felt a pang of regret but could do nothing but say, "The warm sedan chair is waiting outside. Please, noble consort." Xia Ruqing smiled, stood up, and walked out. In Zifyagong, consort Shi leaned shyly against Zhao Juanyao's chest. "Cousin, do you think our child will be a little prince or a little princess?" Zhao Junyao, feeling quite impatient, thought to himself how many times she had asked this question and when would it end. Subtly shifting his position, he pushed her face away and replied coolly, "Regardless of gender, it is my child, and I shall love them equally." Consort Shi, not receiving the answer she desired, felt a bit aggrieved. She wished to implore the emperor to express a desire for a young prince, laden with high hopes and aspirations. However, she refrained from doing so. Instead, she endured her grievances and inquired, "Cousin, are you perhaps a bit upset? You summoned Lady Xiao's token, and Wanqin has invited you here." Not angry, Zhao Junyao felt as though he were on the brink of exasperation. Chapter 73, Self-Destruction. He had never realized how troublesome women could be. The Xia family never behaved this way. That little girl. Just the thought of Xia Ruqing caused Zhao Junyao to lose his composure. He had kept her waiting in vain, and she must have felt heartbroken. Xia family, Xia Ruqing. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" A flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes as he patted her shoulder. "Rest early, for I must attend court tomorrow." "Yes." Consort Shi dared not say more, settling down beside Zhao Junyao. During the night, Consort Shi instinctively nestled into his embrace. Initially, Zhao Junyao held her close without hesitation, a habit cultivated during his time with Xia Ruqing. Yet now, Zhao Junyao awoke briefly, squinting at the figure in his arms. He released her and shifted away. That night, his sleep was far from restful. Rising early for court, he felt not rejuvenated, but rather more fatigued. In the following days, wherever he went, Consort Shi would invariably appear. Even on the first day of the month, she sent someone to summon him. Zhao Juanyao's face darkened immediately. "I shall not go." He dismissed the messenger outright. What did Consort Shi take him for? What did she consider the empress? Knowing he valued the heir, she dared to take liberties, believing her pregnancy afforded her immunity from decorum. Truly, the Shi family was insufferable. The Empress Dowager, despite her age, was more concerned with managing the affairs of the harem than with her devotions. Consort Shi, emboldened by her condition, disregarded royal protocol entirely. Excellent. Upon his arrival at the Jiaofeng Palace, Zhao Juanyao's grim demeanor startled the empress. "Your Majesty, you." He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, serve the meal." The empress, sensing the gravity of the situation, complied without further inquiry. Although her dishes were unremarkable, they were never flawed. She adhered to the established standards, ensuring that her offerings mirrored those of the emperor's table. A variety of opulent dishes adorned the table, yet after a few bites, Zhao Junyao set down his chopsticks. Of course, these were mere details. After a night of simmering resentment, she awoke the next morning, having completely forgotten her anger. She had no desire to punish her body for someone else's transgressions. She instructed Ziyue to report her illness, then rolled over beneath her blankets and fell back asleep. When she finally roused, it was nearly noon. As lunchtime approached, the little attendant returned, delivering a delicate small box. Xia Ruqing expressed her gratitude and opened it to find it filled with small silver ingots, each weighing 5 taels. "What is this?" she pondered, slightly bewildered. The little attendant scratched his head and smiled. "This is from His Majesty for the esteemed lady. He said you may order whatever you desire from the royal kitchen." Xia Ruqing felt a warmth in her heart, finding it even harder to remain upset. She chuckled inwardly, thinking that perhaps he felt a twinge of guilt. The fact that she, a mere concubine, could evoke such feelings in the emperor indicated that she held some significance in his heart. What more could be said? He cherishes himself. What a wonderful thing. On this day, the peony pavilion invited the empress, who, accompanied by the consorts, headed towards the Dowager Empress's Ningshou Palace. The Dowager Empress, who preferred tranquility over tumult, was engaged in her devotions. The favored consort Shi followed suit, sharing a palanquin with the empress. Both women occupied elevated positions, creating an atmosphere of apparent rivalry. The other consorts, witnessing this, feigned ignorance and refrained from gossip. Upon arriving at Ningxiu Palace, they performed their salutations and took their seats. The Dowager Empress, in high spirits recently, led the gathering in light-hearted banter to dispel the gloom. Consort Shi, with a smile, initiated a conversation, prompting eager anticipation from those present. In previous years, during the third month, the emperor would take them for outings in the blooming fields. The South Garden had recently been restored, promising splendid scenery. The Dowager Empress cast a cautious glance at Consort Shi's belly, hesitating to respond, and merely smiled. It is still March, the weather remains chilly, and the South Garden is isolated and cold. I cannot endure it. During the previous year's offering to the heavens, she had felt cold and struggled to sleep there. A flicker of disappointment crossed Consort Shi's eyes, yet she persisted in her coaxing. Mother, if you do not go, what joy remains? Without the Dowager Empress, how could she lose face before the Empress? Before the Dowager Empress could speak, the Empress interjected with a light-hearted tone. Sister Shi, given your condition, it is unwise to subject yourself to the rigors of travel. It is best to nurture your pregnancy within the palace. The Dowager Empress appreciated the Empress's words, recognizing the wisdom in them. Indeed, during the early months of pregnancy, one must exercise utmost caution. Consort Shi, however, was displeased. She pouted and shot several resentful glances at the Empress, falling silent. How embarrassing! The Dowager Empress, who cherished her, seemed to care more for the life within her than for her own well-being. After a brief period, the Empress took her leave, leaving only Consort Shi in the company of the Dowager Empress. Aware of Consort Shi's discontent, the Dowager Empress still felt compelled to voice her concerns. I understand you enjoy lively company and wish to accompany us. But you are in the early stages of pregnancy and must not be headstrong. Despite her lingering dissatisfaction, Consort Shi had no choice but to acquiesce, begrudgingly affirming. As she departed, she would typically greet Granny Qing, but today, Granny Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, could only offer a wry smile to the Dowager Empress. It seems Consort Shi's temperament has grown even more tempestuous. Indeed, she mistakenly believed that with a child, she had secured everything, unaware that this was merely the beginning. The Dowager Empress had watched Consort Shi grow up and understood her well. This haughty demeanor of the young lady was truly her essence. The previous cautiousness had merely masked her inner frustrations. Upon exiting Ningxiu Palace, Consort Shi found fault with everyone she encountered, her mood exceedingly sour. Upon returning to Shifu Palace, she suddenly heard laughter and shot a furious glare in that direction. Who is it? Reporting to you, consort. It is Concubine's lawn, and she from the West Hui Palace, sharing a light-hearted moment. Concubine lawn. Concubine she? Consort Shi narrowed her eyes. Ah, indeed, the West Hui Palace is just behind Shifu Palace. Chapter 74. A dangerous game indeed, Your Majesty. These two talented ladies were not originally residing here. Their previous dwelling had fallen into disrepair over the years, prompting Her Majesty the Empress to relocate them. However, before she could finish her explanation, Concubine Shi interjected, "There is no need to elaborate. I have no desire to know." The mere mention of the Empress's name caused her heart to ache. That position rightfully belonged to her. Summon them forth. I wish to understand what they find so amusing, what they have to feel proud about. The two ladies, Lan and Shi, much like Xia Ruqing, were newcomers to the court, mere girls of 16 or 17, full of life and energy. Having lived in constant caution and restraint, they were typically too timid to act so freely. Yet today, with the weather being delightful and a patch of early spring blossoms blooming in front of Shihui Palace, they plucked a few branches of the bright yellow flowers and engaged in playful pursuit, unaware that their laughter would reach Concubine Shi's ears and strike her as especially grating. Just moments ago, she had lost face before the other concubines, and now, hearing their mirth, she could only perceive it as mockery, a painful affront. The two talented ladies were brought to Zifufu Palace, where they were first met with slaps and then forced to kneel. Though their origins were humble, they were still daughters of officials, delicate and tender, ill-suited to endure such treatment. In early spring, the ground remained cool beneath them. After kneeling for an extended period, news of their punishment reached the palace by noon, with one of them having fainted. Upon hearing this, the Empress pondered deeply and ultimately decided to visit Zhaoqing Palace in person. This was not out of any particular affection for the two ladies, but rather an opportunity to outmaneuver Concubine Shi and add to her distress, a chance she could not afford to miss. Zhao Junyao was in the imperial study reviewing documents when he learned of the empress's arrival. Thinking it prudent to grant her the honor she deserved, he summoned her in. The empress performed her greetings properly and recounted the events. She added, "Even if the two ladies are not favored, they have always conducted themselves with propriety. I have never punished them in such a manner. Furthermore, it is not good for Sister Shi to be so outraged. It could affect her health." She continued, "I am but a foolish servant in such matters. Having caused this incident, I dare not offer advice, but can only beseech your majesty." Before she could finish, Zhao Junyao cast aside the documents, rising with a dark expression. "There is no need for your counsel. Today, I wish to see how she will respond." With that, he strode out with purpose. The empress felt a surge of satisfaction within, though she maintained a facade of urgency as she implored, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Sister Shi is with child, and such emotional turmoil could be harmful." Yet, before she could complete her plea, the emperor had already distanced himself. Wiping the perspiration from her brow with a handkerchief, acting can indeed be quite exhausting, she smiled triumphantly and followed closely behind with Yulan. In Zifufa Palace, concubine Shi surveyed the two talented ladies, their faces pale from her torment. The unease within her gradually dissipated. She slowly rose from her chair, grasping Yingyue's arm, and circled around the two of them before offering a cold smile. Living behind Shifu Palace was unlike any other place. One must adhere to the rules. Before the favored consort could finish her thought, a commotion was heard outside the door. Zhao Junyao approached with a dark expression, questioning her in a deep tone. Did the consort still regard the rules? The queen hurried forward to intercede, advising the emperor, "Your Majesty, the consort is with child, and her emotions may be unstable." Zhao Jiyu snorted disdainfully. "What instability? I see nothing but her indulgence. We pay our respects to your Majesty." The favored consort's first reaction was panic, knowing her cousin disapproved of her disregard for decorum. Yet her second response was one of grievance. Shouldn't he, as her cousin, be more indulgent and forgiving since she was pregnant? She had merely punished two lower-ranking ladies. Was it too much to expect some leniency? The queen noticed the consort still half-squatting in greeting, and did not bid her to rise, turning instead to Zhao Junyao. "Your Majesty, the consort's condition." Zhao Junyao stifled his anger, offering a cold smile. "There is no need for concern. I refuse to believe that a mere greeting could endanger her health." Upon hearing this, the consort swayed, nearly collapsing. "Your Highness, be cautious." Yingwei was quick to support her. Zhao Junyao's gaze remained piercing as he surveyed the favored consort's attendants, curling his lips in a smirk as he commanded, "Attend to your mistress well. Should there be a next time, you shall no longer serve her." With that, he swept away in a flourish. What of the Shi family? What of the consort? The favored consort felt her legs give way, collapsing in despair. "Your Majesty." Such expressions, such tones, felt so foreign. Was this truly her cousin who had once doted on her in her youth? The queen approached slowly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "Sister, do not be too sorrowful. The emperor is merely in a temper. Once his anger subsides, all will be well." The favored consort gritted her teeth, standing firm. "You must be quite pleased." Feigning such concern, the queen's smile brightened, yet her words remained disingenuous. "Sister, you are mistaken. I am genuinely worried for your health. That is why I hastily summoned the emperor to offer his counsel. I had no inkling the situation would escalate to this point." The queen feigned innocence. The favored consort felt a fire burning within her, chaotic and tumultuous. Just as she was about to retort, a sudden wave of nausea overwhelmed her. Ugh! A flicker of jealousy crossed the queen's face, which she quickly suppressed. "Sister, perhaps you should rest. If you are in need of anything, do not hesitate to speak. Given your condition, it is best not to overexert yourself." The favored consort felt a tightening in her chest. After shattering several items in frustration, she felt somewhat relieved. The following day, news arrived. Both Lan and Shi talents had been promoted, now elevated to the status of noble ladies. The favored consort was so infuriated that she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon exiting the Jiaofeng Hall, I took a seat in the palanquin. Yet my countenance darkened along the way. Upon returning to the Zifugong Palace, I sequestered myself within the chambers and wept profusely. He seeks to vex me. After years of unwavering loyalty, even if he is displeased, how could he descend to such depths? Yingwei, terrified and beside herself, hastily summoned the imperial physician. She then knelt down, weeping and imploring, "Your Highness, they are but two noble ladies. Must you be so distressed? Your health is of utmost importance." Chapter 75. The precious noble. By the time Xia Ruqing received the news, it was already the following day. It was the little servant, Xiao Shizi, who informed her that two new noble ladies had suddenly appeared in the palace. Upon inquiring further, Xiao Shizi recounted the events in detail. Xia Ruqing listened, her lips pursed, her heart fluttering anxiously. She thought to herself, the imperial concubine clearly held a winning hand, yet failed to cherish it. What could she be thinking? If she possessed even one aspect of that noble lineage, beauty, or childhood affection, she would surely be laughing joyously to the heavens. Of course, she herself was not lacking in beauty, though she lamented her slight figure. She resolved to gain some weight, pondering whether she might inadvertently press against someone while sleeping in their embrace. Yes, she must eat more. Thus, at noon, Xia Ruqing ordered a bowl of richly sauced braised pork. She recalled her childhood, when her grandmother would prepare it for her during her growth spurts. In those days of scarcity, it came in a small bowl, and she would devour it voraciously while her grandmother watched with a smile. She had foolishly inquired, "Grandmother, why don't you eat?" To which her grandmother replied that she had little appetite. Time passed, and this memory became one of her most cherished treasures. Now, gazing at the vibrant, glistening bowl of braised pork before her, Xia Ruqing felt a wave of warmth and familiarity. Taking a small piece of steamed bun, she tore it open and stuffed it with meat, diving into a hearty bite. Ziyue watched in exasperation. The ladies of the palace were known for their refined and delicate dining etiquette, with movements that exuded grace and subtlety, a sight pleasing to behold. Yet, her mistress. After a moment of contemplation, Ziyue sighed. Well, being able to eat is a blessing and not necessarily a bad thing. Thus, this year's March 3rd would not see an outing to enjoy the spring. Instead, they would celebrate within the palace. On the day of March 3rd, the Empress hosted a banquet, fitting the occasion. Upon hearing that there would be no excursion this year, Consort sure felt a wave of relief wash over her. Humph. If I'm not going, they shan't go either. Although she was with child and could not serve the emperor, let alone monopolize his attention, the thought of being left alone in the palace while the others went out was unbearable. With everyone remaining behind, she finally felt a sense of balance in her heart. The banquet held on March 3rd was set in the imperial garden. By the Tay pool, there stood a pavilion nestled against the mountains and waters, offering a splendid view. Shielded by a rockery, the cold winds could not intrude, and beneath the warm midday sun, the atmosphere was delightful. As the time approached, all the concubines arrived, including the reclusive Hu Li, whom the empress had graciously summoned. The only one missing was Consort Sure. Despite her displeasure, the empress had to feign indifference in front of everyone. The others dared not gossip, opting instead to engage in light-hearted conversation to ease the awkwardness. Before long, Consort Sure finally arrived, being carried in a palanquin, elevated and imposing. As the palanquin touched the ground, palace attendants stepped forward to assist her, a display that perhaps even overshadowed the empress herself. Ladies, I apologize for the delay. It is indeed my fault. Pregnancy is arduous, and I hope none of you hold it against me. With that, she did not even cast a glance at the empress and strode towards her seat with an air of authority befitting the head of the household. The empress furrowed her brow and cleared her throat softly. Just as Consort Sure settled down, she glanced this way and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" I was momentarily dazzled and did not notice the empress. How thoughtless of me. She then commanded, "Ingwei, quickly help me rise. I have yet to pay my respects to the empress." The empress, with a cold smile in her heart, replied, "It is quite all right, given your condition. You need not trouble yourself." At this moment, despite any overwhelming anger, she could only endure. Once everyone had gathered, the feast commenced. After a few cups of honeyed wine, laughter and chatter filled the air. Consort Hui, being gentle and amiable, shared a few jokes that delighted everyone, even eliciting a smile from the empress. For a time, the atmosphere was harmonious, yet Consort Sure glanced at the dishes on the table and frowned. "Your Majesty, the banquet is splendid, but the physician has advised me against consuming certain foods." Upon hearing this, the empress's expression immediately darkened. "May I inquire what you mean?" "Dear sister, as a pregnant woman, if you choose not to partake, I would not force you. However, since you are here, to abstain from eating and drinking seems rather disruptive." Observing the now awkward atmosphere, she fell silent. Even the most patient of individuals, such as the empress, could not tolerate this. Unexpectedly, Consort Sure smiled sweetly. "Your Majesty need not worry. I have already dined in the palace." The empress, Xia Ruqing, mused that had this banquet been hosted by her, she would likely be seething with anger by now. As Consort Sure wished, the gathering ultimately disbanded on an unhappy note. Consort Sure, still seated in her palanquin, left with a sense of satisfaction and superiority. The empress, her ire boiling, feigned discomfort and also departed. The remaining guests, seeing that there was little reason to linger, soon followed suit. Xia Ruqing found the scenery of the imperial garden enchanting, and as she strolled along a small path, she admired the view while making her way to Zhaohua Pavilion. Although the directions were different, encountering each other at this moment was undeniably awkward. Nonetheless, Shiqi, being younger and more vivacious, approached and said, "Are you the favored one who gained the emperor's affection after a year in the palace?" The maidservant Dong Cha quickly pulled her back, her face awash with embarrassment. "Mississippi, our mistress. No harm done. I imagine your mistress is simply naive." Shiqi, with her round face and crescent-shaped eyes that crinkled into delightful dimples when she smiled, appeared quite endearing. "See, this sister is not angry. There is no need for you to constantly remind me." She then inquired of Xia Ruqing, "What is your zodiac sign? May I call you sister? I hope you do not mind." Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, but seeing her face filled with curiosity, she replied, "I will turn 17 after the new year." "Then you are a year older than me. I will turn 16 after the new year. So I shall call you Sister Xia from now on." Upon finishing her words, she wore an expression of eager anticipation. Chapter 76. Discomfort. Xia Ruqing found herself in a rather awkward situation. In the 21st century, the notion of making friends would seem trivial. However, in this context, their roles were somewhat peculiar, as they were all favored concubines of the same man. Within the palace, appearances suggested camaraderie, yet beneath the surface, they were merely superficial acquaintances. The idea of close friendships was nothing but empty rhetoric. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xia Ruqing ultimately declined, offering only an awkward smile. "Well, as long as you're happy." What she chose to call herself was her own affair. She resolved to pretend she had not heard. Shiqi, however, was quite exhilarated, pulling Lan Guiran over with a cheerful laugh. "Now we have another companion." Lan Guiran shared in the joy, indifferent to the added company, thinking it could only be beneficial. "Xia Jia, do you reside at Zhaohua Pavilion? May we come to visit you?" A wave of perspiration washed over Xia Ruqing's forehead. What? They wanted to play with her? No, no, no. She would feel utterly stifled. After all, they were supposed to be rivals. Internally, she resisted the idea. Ziyue, ever perceptive, stepped forward with a conciliatory smile, saying, "Our noble ladies have not been well lately, feeling a bit weary. We fear we might inconvenience you. Once they feel better, you are welcome to visit." Shiqi blinked her wide eyes, glancing at Xia Ruqing's face. "Indeed, Sister Xia seems rather thin. My mother cautioned me before entering the palace, saying, one must be obedient, avoid causing trouble, seek contentment, maintain harmonious relations with other sisters, and not allow oneself to be bullied." As she spoke, she mimicked a woman's tone, eliciting laughter from everyone. Shiqi shot a resentful glare at Dong Cha before smilingly bidding farewell to Xia Ruqing. "Sister Xia, should you recover, we shall come to visit you." Xia Ruqing felt an overwhelming sense of despair, yet she could only force a smile in return. She thought to herself, "Do as you please." After Lan Guiran and Shiqi departed, Xia Ruqing felt it inappropriate to continue her stroll. After all, she had just claimed her health was poor and that she needed rest. To linger longer would be a blow to her own credibility. Ziyue felt a twinge of confusion. "I see. These two ladies bear no ill will. Why does my mistress feel this way? I understand they mean no harm. I merely find the situation somewhat uncomfortable." She had been coerced into accepting the peculiarities of this ancient harem, filled with countless beauties. She could change nothing, and being timid, she lacked the courage to confront the reality head-on, so acceptance became her only option. How much self-deceptive consolation had she poured into herself to overcome her inner turmoil? Now, she was expected to frolic happily with her husband's other concubines. "Apologies, but I truly cannot manage that. Let us remain quietly as strangers." There were both sweet and savory treats to sample, and after indulging in food and tea, drowsiness began to creep in. Pretending to read a book, her head bobbed like a chick pecking for grains. Ziyue, feeling helpless, could no longer keep her eyes open, and finally spoke. Xia Ruqing jolted back to reality from her daydream. Are you saying that the emperor is about to celebrate his birthday?" Ziyue nodded, looking at her with an expression of disbelief. Xia Ruqing felt a bit embarrassed, clearing her throat and swiftly changing the subject. I need to think carefully about what to give him. By the way, Ziyue, what do others typically offer?" Ziyue felt a wave of helplessness and replied after some thought, "It is well known in the palace that His Majesty does not favor extravagance. Thus, The ladies often present him with embroidered gifts. Embroidered gifts? Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of discomfort. Ziyue nodded again and continued. And then? Where do they display them? Xia Ruqing asked with a curious expression. Well, I am not sure. I haven't heard where they are placed. Perhaps they are stored in the treasury by Uniqli, Ziyue speculated. Oh, and what about others? What do they give? Surely, there must be simpler gifts. After all, who would dare to overshadow the empress? Ziyue contemplated and said, some make garments, others embroider pouches, and there are those who create fragrant sachets. Pouches? If each person embroiders one, how many pouches would he receive? Would he even be able to wear them? It seems I have never seen him with a pouch. Xia Ruqing pondered. My lady, you should focus on what you will give, Ziyue urged. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ruqing felt quite overwhelmed. The art of embroidery was not something she could master in a short time. Ziyue, given my skill level, what could I possibly produce in a month? Ziyue's lips twitched slightly as she thought, my lady. Do you even possess any skill? However, as the head maid, she felt compelled to alleviate her mistress's worries. After a moment's thought, she suggested, how about you make a pillow, or perhaps, some undergarments and stockings? A pillow is placed in the sleeping chamber, covered with a pillowcase. Who knows what lies beneath? As for undergarments, those are worn during sleep and seldom seen by anyone else. As for sachets and pouches, let's forego those to avoid mockery. After a brief reflection, Xia Ruqing decisively stated, all right, then I shall make a pillow and a complete set of undergarments. We shall see which one is presentable enough to gift. Ziyue could only respond with a silent expression. Xia Ruqing elaborated, if I only make one item, and it turns out poorly, that would be disastrous. If I produce two, perhaps one will turn out reasonably well. Wouldn't you agree? Xia Ruqing felt quite clever in her reasoning. The next day, Xia Ruqing selected a soft, cotton fabric and began to cut it according to the pattern of the garments. The designs were readily available. For the undergarments, there was no need for elaborate embroidery, simply cutting and sewing would suffice. After all, the emperor's undergarments were also devoid of patterns. As long as she put in the effort, it would convey her intentions and whether he wore them or not. That was of little consequence. Xia Ruqing felt thoroughly pleased with her thoughts, her confidence swelling. However, confidence alone did not guarantee quality. Ziyue observed her from the side, anxious and wishing she could take over the task. My esteemed master, there has been a slight error in the cutting here. Please, do keep your hand steady, for if the edges are not trimmed smoothly, it shall not appear pleasing to the eye. Chapter 77. A burden. As Ziyue spoke, she too was apprehensive about causing any damage, her tension palpable. She pressed her lips together, beads of perspiration forming at her brow. Xiaoxizi, unable to bear the sight any longer, cautiously suggested, my lady, perhaps you should take a moment to rest? I can prepare a pot of fine tea for you. Alas, one cannot blame the mistress, who does not aspire to be skilled, with her mother long departed and no one to guide her. The mistress is indeed pitiable. After a while, Xia Ruqing finally finished cutting out the pattern for one of the sleeves. Straightening her stiffened back, she could not help but wipe the sweat from her brow. At last, it is done. She called for Xiaoxizi to brew tea and fetch some snacks. Ziyue took a look at the sleeve, noting that while the corners were not perfectly cut, a little refinement by the maid would suffice. Perhaps with modest expectations, Ziyue found it somewhat acceptable. Her confidence swelled, and she smiled. If both pieces were completed early, she could embroider some patterns to make it more pleasing for the emperor. Xia Ruqing nearly choked on her tea. Quickly dabbing at her mouth with a handkerchief, she pleaded, Sister Ziyue, please spare me. If I ruin a perfectly good garment with my embroidery, what shall I do? Ziyue pondered for a moment, but remained resolute. My lady, you must learn some skills. When Xia Ruqing realized she could not sway her, she decided to change the subject. Never mind, we shall discuss it later. I am weary and need to rest for a while. Ziyue shook her head in resignation, refraining from further persuasion. Xiaoxizi stepped forward, saying, Sister Ziyue, my lady does not depend on embroidery for her livelihood. It requires patience and cannot be rushed. These words made Ziyue feel somewhat embarrassed, and she playfully smacked Xiaoxizi's arm, exclaiming, what do you mean by that? Are you implying I am at fault? Xiaoxizi chuckled. How could I dare to suggest such a thing? Xia Ruqing reclined on the couch, observing the playful banter between the two, one blushing and the other pale. Feeling a warmth in her heart, she understood that Ziyue cared for her, as did Xiaoxizi. Indeed, there was no fault to be found, if it were not genuine concern. Who would so earnestly advise her? With this thought, she declared, with the two of you looking after me, I must complete this garment. Ziyue found herself both amused and exasperated. My lady, you are making this garment not for us, but for the emperor. Very well, for the emperor. Xia Ruqing conceded. For her emperor husband, she must see it through, mustn't she? In the pepper hall, the empress was infuriated after being humiliated at the spring banquet. Granny Ji approached to offer consolation. Your Majesty, she is merely overstepping due to her pregnancy. Surely, the emperor does not favor such behavior. Upon hearing this, the empress finally managed to regain her composure. Madame's words resonate profoundly. It is indeed a moment I struggled to comprehend. On that day, she had punished Lady Lan and Lady Shi, only for the emperor to subsequently elevate their ranks. These two women are nearly devoid of favor. Should one speak of winning the emperor's heart, it seems rather implausible. It is merely a means to humiliate the empress. And it appears the emperor is quite displeased as well. At last, the empress broke into a smile. If the emperor is dissatisfied, then I find solace in that. She mused. Indeed, Your Highness, do not let this matter distress you. It is paramount to maintain your health, for you are still young. The empress's smile waned slightly, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes, before she nodded in agreement. As the conversation turned to Lady Lan and Lady Shi, the empress contemplated. Since they have been promoted to nobility, it would be inappropriate for them to remain in the West Hui Palace alongside concubine Zheng, especially with two talented ladies still residing there. After a moment's thought, she commanded, Yulan, let us assign them to the Yaoyu Palace. There are vacant side chambers in the quarters of Lady Yun. The Yaoyu Palace, with its main hall housing Lady Yun, is conveniently situated near the Shifu Palace, close to the favored concubine. Yes, Yulan acknowledged, promptly sending word. Granny Ji chuckled, Your Highness is indeed wise. The proximity of the Yaoyu Palace to the Shifu Palace is quite advantageous. Wherever they reside, it would serve well to irritate the concubine. If she finds them displeasing, let her deal with the consequences. The empress chuckled coldly, neither affirming nor denying. Humph. The fates of these two noble ladies are of little concern. What truly matters is that they can vex the concubine. Should the concubine decide to take drastic measures and eliminate one or two, it is of no matter to me. However, the emperor may not be so forgiving. This arrangement is undoubtedly a clever strategy, a means of attack and defense, achieving two objectives with one stroke. The empress nodded, sipping her sweet soup, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. In the Shifu Palace, upon receiving this news, Lady Shi was indeed incensed. The empress is truly benevolent, magnanimous, and kind-hearted. She scoffed. Humph. Just as Lady Lan has been elevated, she is now to relocate. Despite Lady Xia's prolonged elevation, I have not witnessed such attentiveness from her. Ingwei concurred. Lady Xia is favored. Despite her frailty, the empress remains vigilant. The concubine's laughter was cold. Humph. Naturally, she cannot bear to see others thrive, even if one is merely a sickly wretch, deserving of such scrutiny. Ingwei expressed her concern. Now that Lady Lan and Lady Shi are residing with Lady Yun, Your Highness. She feared that the concubine, in a fit of anger, might punish the two noble ladies, leaving the empress to seize upon any mistakes. Lady Shi responded with a chilling smile. Rest assured, I am not so foolish. With that, she shifted the conversation. I am feeling rather vexed. Summon the finest opera troupe from the capital and issue an invitation for the ladies of the court to attend a performance in the Shifu Palace. Humph. Is the empress attempting to irritate me? I shall live in comfort and joy, for the crown prince resides within me. O empress, your error lies in usurping my position as empress. In terms of lineage, you are the daughter of a great general, while I am the daughter of a grand tutor. We are both esteemed officials of the first rank, and your nobility does not surpass mine. In terms of appearance, you remain inferior to me. As for affection, there is no need for further elaboration. My cousin and I are childhood sweethearts. Therefore, what grounds do you have? The crimson thorn of the flower pierces into her palm. Yet the favored concubine grits her teeth, feeling no pain whatsoever. Cousin. Upon hearing her words, Ingwei hesitated for a moment. Typically, it is only during grand banquets in the palace that the theatrical troops from the capital are invited. And such invitations generally come from the Empress Dowager or the Empress herself. After all, such an endeavor entails considerable expense. Who would frivolously spend money on mere ostentation? On ordinary days, should any of the noble ladies feel bored and wish to enjoy a play, the palace has its own troops, featuring the finest dancers and singers selected from the common folk, which are no less splendid than those found outside the palace. Chapter 78. Attending the play, the noble consort let out a cold snort. You may go. I shall visit the Empress Dowager shortly, and simply inform her that it was she who treated us, and all will be well. Ingwa pondered for a moment. realizing she had offered all the advice she could and ultimately relented. In the Ningxiu Palace, the noble consort indeed arrived, expressing her desire to watch a play, claiming she was weary of the performances within the palace and yearned for something novel from the outside world. The Empress Dowager felt somewhat helpless. What a frivolous endeavor. Spending such a considerable sum for mere entertainment. Be cautious, lest your cousin become displeased, the Empress Dowager urged, reflecting on how a once amiable daughter had been turned into such a spoiled creature by her own brother. Previously, the absence of children had been a blessing, but now, with a child on the way, her temperament seemed uncontrollable, yielding solely to her whims. And the noble consort whined. The Empress Dowager, feeling exasperated, replied, "You know your cousin's temperament all too well. You have been quite reckless of late. Regardless, the dignity of the Empress must still be upheld." The incident in the Imperial Garden had spread throughout the palace, making it nearly impossible for the Empress Dowager to remain uninformed. Upon hearing this, the noble consort pouted. "Mother, do consider what the Empress has done. I merely punished 2 minor servants, and the Empress rushed to report me to my cousin. In the past, I may have been beneath her, but now that I bear a child, I must assert myself. Otherwise, she will think I am afraid of her." The Empress Dowager was taken aback by these words, her expression darkening immediately. What nonsense! Such utter folly! She had believed the noble consort had tempered her nature, only to find it unchanged. "I shall pretend I did not hear that. If you utter such things again, I will no longer concern myself with you." The Empress Dowager scoffed internally, eager to witness how the noble consort would fare without her unwavering support. Surely, there were other suitable young women in the family. The noble consort was not indispensable. Seeing the Empress Dowager's sternness, the noble consort softened her demeanor. "And I was wrong. Please do not be angry." After a flurry of sweet words, the Empress Dowager finally calmed down and regained her cheerfulness. "If you truly feel this way, I have no reason to worry. Your cousin seems fond of you as well." After a pause, she added, "Consider it an early reward for your contributions to the royal lineage." "Thank you, mother." The noble consort's spirits lifted significantly. "Is that sufficient for you now?" "Yes." Rarely was the noble consort so joyful, and she spent a delightful time chatting with the Empress Dowager. During lunch, the Empress Dowager, in high spirits, had a hearty appetite, consuming more than usual and even ordering special dishes for the noble consort. The two enjoyed a jovial meal together. However, the noble consort's demeanor soon grew long. Ingwei, thinking her weary after a long day, remarked, "Your Highness, you have been busy all day. Perhaps you should rest." The noble consort huffed in response, saying nothing further as she removed her makeup and laid down on the bed. As Ingwei attended to her duties, she chuckled, remarking that the Empress Dowager was truly benevolent towards Lady, always fulfilling her wishes. However, Shiguei Fei suddenly let out a soft hum, suggesting that it was merely a matter of favoring her belly. She was merely a pawn in the Empress Dowager's scheme concerning the Shi family. With her presence in the palace, her father was compelled to heed the Empress Dowager's commands. Meanwhile, she intended to leverage the Empress Dowager's connections to ascend further within the palace hierarchy. It appeared that despite their familial ties, the relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. Did they truly think her foolish? Ingwei dared not interject and remained silent. Before the evening meal, Xiaoxizi went to fetch the dishes. "My lady," he said, handing over a notice. Without even glancing at it, Ruqing inquired whose it was. Ziwa looked at it and admitted, "This servant cannot read." Ruqing sighed. "Very well, I shall read it myself." She set down her tasks, examined the notice, and reluctantly placed it aside, her face revealing a hint of worry. "My lady, what troubles you?" Ziyue gasped in surprise. Ruqing replied, "It is a notice from Zifugong, summoning everyone to attend a performance there tomorrow." "Attend a performance?" Ziyue was perplexed, thinking to herself, what play is the noble consort performing? "Will you go, my lady?" Ruqing pondered for a moment and resolutely declared, "Yes." Who would dare to refuse the consort's invitation? Not only did she intend to attend, but she would do so even in her ailing state. Though she could not divulge this to Ziyue. The dinner table was adorned with her favored dishes, including steamed vegetables, cold bitter herbs, and fried egg with fragrant spring onion. Additionally, there was winter melon and pork rib soup, enriched with red dates and longan, alongside her cherished walnut pastries. Ruqing mused that such delightful days should not be easily disrupted. She must find a way to preserve her well-being. During the meal, Ruqing filled her bowl with the dishes she desired, leaving the rest for Ziyue and Xiaoxizi. Ziyue eyed the neatly arranged food and sensed something was amiss with her lady. "My lady, are you unwell?" Xiaoxizi, too, was cautious, hesitating to use his chopsticks. They had shared meals before, but it had never been so formally divided. Could it be that her lady no longer wished for their company and intended to dismiss them? The thought drained color from their faces. Xia Ruqing, nearly choking on her tea from their reactions, inquired, "What is it? Do you not wish to eat? Surely this is far superior to the fare you are accustomed to as palace servants." Xiaoxizi scratched his head. "My lady, your favor brings us fortune. Our meals have improved as well." Yet Ziyue still sensed something was off with her lady. In exasperation, Xia Ruqing shrugged. "I have only ever heard complaints about my treatment. I have never encountered anyone lamenting that I am too kind." Ziyue cautiously asked again, "My lady, are you truly all right?" Xia Ruqing, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Ziyue pondered for a moment and, deciding there was nothing amiss, set aside her unease and joined Xiaoxizi in enjoying their meal. Xia Ruqing felt a surge of joy. She is benevolent towards her maidservants. As long as there is no betrayal, she is indifferent to their clumsiness. While commanding them with authority may ensure their obedience, nothing compares to earning their willing affection. Life in the palace is arduous, and she must have capable and trustworthy confidants. Chapter 79. Listening to the play 2 in the stillness of the night. After assisting Xia Ruqing to bed and setting up the curtain, Ziyue quietly moved the lamp and exited the room. Once she heard the door close, Xia Ruqing carefully got up, opened the window, and slightly lifted the quilt before lying back down, drifting into slumber once more. The early spring night retained a chill, and initially she felt icy to the touch, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Gradually, fatigue overcame her, and she succumbed to a hazy sleep. Indeed, she had deliberately allowed herself to catch a cold for 2 reasons. Firstly, the empress and the noble consort were engaged in a fierce contest for supremacy. Even a slight ripple of their conflict could be unbearable for her, yet she could not afford to remain uninvolved. Secondly, it served to make others aware of her fragile condition. As the cold seeped into her bones, a pang of sorrow gripped her heart. When could she exist without relying on such a fade? When could she escape the scrutiny of others? Seeking a sliver of survival without the shield of her frail health? She too longed for status, yearning for others to think twice before daring to bully her. Yet, rules were rules. How could she possibly achieve that? With no one at home to advocate for her, even if the emperor elevated her rank, it would only invite others to scrutinize her for flaws and target her relentlessly, rather than face such torment. It was far better to embrace her role as a favored concubine. At least the emperor would protect her, ensuring she would not be easily oppressed. She had his affection, and that was infinitely better than the plight of many others, was it not? As these thoughts circled in her mind, tears pricked at her eyes. From having nothing at the start to her current state, how much effort had she expended? It was not a matter of feeling wronged. It was simply a matter of circumstance. The following day, upon rising, Xia Ruqing was beset by dizziness and nasal congestion. Ziyue was taken aback. Just last night, everything seemed well. How could it have worsened so drastically overnight? As she reached to touch Xia Ruqing's forehead, she found it burning hot. "Mistress, we must summon the imperial physician. This fever could lead to serious complications." Though Xia Ruqing felt weak, she clutched Ziyue's arm tightly. "Do not go." Ziyue, seeing her complexion pale, Ziyue knelt, tears welling in her eyes. "Mistress, I understand your thoughts. Yet I cannot bear to see you harm yourself." Xia Ruqing's own eyes reddened. In that moment, having someone who understood her warmed her heart. Seeing her mistress moved, Ziyue could not help but urge her further. Xia Ruqing was momentarily taken aback, imagining the emperor's reaction if he were to find out. She shivered at the thought of his darkened expression. After a moment's contemplation, she finally dismissed the idea of wandering to Zifugong. "Very well, I shall heed your advice. Summon the physician. Have Xiaoxi go to Zifugong and inform them that I caught a chill last night and am gravely ill. The chill of the previous night lingered, and the gloomy weather hinted at impending rain. In the transitional months of February and March, the spring chill was indeed formidable, given her frail constitution. Falling ill was entirely plausible." Upon hearing this, Ziyue finally smiled. She dispatched Xiaoxi to summon the physician while also making a trip to Zifugong. She busied herself, first taking a quilt to wrap Summer Ruqing snugly, resembling a silkworm cocoon with only her face visible. Her eyes blinked rapidly as she watched Ziyue coming and going. A rather amusing sight. Ziyue brought in 2 charcoal basins and eventually went to the small tea room to brew a bowl of rich ginger soup. Just after Summer Ruqing finished the steaming ginger concoction, the physician arrived, accompanied by Xiaoxi and an unfamiliar young palace maid. As the physician approached to take her pulse, The young maid stepped forward to pay her respects. I am Chuyer, a second-class maid from Zifyagong. The noble consort heard of your illness and specifically sent me to check on you. As she spoke, the young maid presented a brocade box. Zus stepped forward to receive it, expressing gratitude on behalf of her master. I thank the noble consort for her generous gift, she said, forcing a smile. However, my master is indeed quite unwell and cannot visit today. Once she recovers, she will certainly go to Zifyagong to express her apologies in person. Chuya smiled in response. Not in a hurry to leave. Sister Ziyue, there is no need for such formality, given that the noble is unwell. It would be unreasonable to expect her to make the journey. Ziyue smiled back. I appreciate the noble consort's understanding. After this exchange, the conversation dwindled. A struggle to maintain small talk. Fortunately, the physician had finished his examination, alleviating the awkwardness. The physician, with a grave expression, collected his small medicinal pillow after taking her pulse. The early spring chill can be harsh, and given the noble's frail condition, it is not surprising she has developed a high fever. She must not venture outside. He continued with stern admonitions, I will prescribe a remedy. She must take it, and ensure she sweats before attempting to rise from bed. Ziyue expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Noticing that Chuyer lingered, her eyes darting towards the canopy, Ziyue couldn't help but smirk internally, thinking, this is not a visit of concern, but rather an inquiry for information. The brocade box contained a ginseng root. As if to deceive her, the Zhaohua Pavilion is not lacking in ginseng. If her master desired wild vegetables, the emperor had even gifted a box of silver ingots. With the silver, what fine ginseng could not be procured? Ziyue contemplated these thoughts while making her calculations, pretending not to notice. She instructed Xiaoxi to accompany the physician in obtaining the prescription and to see him out. Meanwhile, Ziyue disregarded Chuyer, pouring a cup of tea and lifting the canopy. Master, drink some tea to soothe your throat. It is uncomfortable to have chills and fever, leaving one parched and dry. Summer Ruqing's face was already flushed with fever, her lips pale and cracked from her illness. Wrapped in the quilt, she sat up to sip from the teacup. When she glanced back, the young maid had already turned and fled. Ziyue assisted her master in lying back down, a cold smile on her lips. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she would not leave. Summer Ruqing weakly murmured, why must they know? What is the purpose of this suffering? Ziyue lowered her head, remaining silent. She brewed medicine on the small stove in the tea room, and after Summer Ruqing drank it, she fell asleep. After a while, the gentle patter of rain began to fall outside. The spring rain fell softly, a gentle patter, and a gust of wind swept through, chilling to the very marrow. Yet, those summoned could not dare to neglect their visit to the Shifu Palace. Those of higher rank enjoyed the comfort of warm litters, while those of lower status could only don their straw raincoats and conical hats, trudging along in wooden clogs, step by step. At Shifu Palace, Chuyer knelt on the ground, recounting all that she had witnessed at Zhaohua Pavilion. Upon hearing her words, Consort Shi could not suppress a cold chuckle. Truly ineffectual, that ailing wretch brings nothing but misfortune. She need not be concerned about it. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she sent everyone away. At that moment, Consort Ning and Consort Hui arrived in their warm litters, accompanied by the princess. Consort Shi greeted them with a smile, welcoming them outside. Chapter 80. Listening to the play for many years, Ning Fei and Hui Pin have served the emperor in the palace, nurturing both the eldest and second princesses. They are not inclined to stir trouble and seldom offend others. When the noble consort extends an invitation, they naturally oblige, though their visit is brief. Merely a gesture of respect towards her, without any opportunity for criticism. Generally, one would not be foolish enough to provoke them without cause. Indeed, the noble consort welcomed them with a radiant smile, and after some polite exchanges, she took her place at the head of the gathering. Soon, Yun Fei, Zheng Pin, and the newly elevated Lan Guiran and Shi Guiran also arrived. Even Hu Li was present. The concubines gathered in lively spirits, and such social occasions were where they excelled. As the performance commenced, the atmosphere became animated. As for the empress, the noble consort remarked, I apologize, it completely slipped my mind. At this moment, in the Jiaofeng Hall, the empress leaned against the window, gazing at the gentle patter of rain outside. In her hands lay the expense ledger from the Internal Affairs Office for the month. She was adorned in an intricately patterned silk phoenix robe, its hem trailing behind her, and her luxuriant hair was elegantly arranged, crowned with a phoenix tiara. Behind her, Yulan and Grandma Ji attended to her, with a furrowed brow. Yulan struggled to find the right words, but Grandma Ji stepped forward to speak. The empress's gaze was piercing, and a cold smile graced her lips. What anger? The Empress Dowager has always been this way. I have endured for years. What is a mere play? In the palace, grand feasts seldom invite theater troupes, and moreover, it should not be the prerogative of a single noble consort to host one. Upon inspecting the ledger today, she discovered that the expenses were attributed to the Empress Dowager. She was the one footing the bill. How delightful. In March, the Empress Dowager hosted a spring banquet in the imperial garden, and the noble consort disrupted it. Now, she orchestrates a play and invites all the concubines, except for her. This was nothing short of a blatant display of malice. Ah, the spoiled and pampered noble consort. The Empress's smile was radiant. The more you act recklessly, the more it pleases me. You, Shirwanqin, wish to be Empress? I shall ensure that you do not succeed. We shall see. Just then, a young palace maid announced the arrival of Ning Fei and Hui Pin. True to form, they spent less than half an hour in Shifu Palace before taking their leave, for the princesses had little interest in the performance and quickly grew weary, after all. The eldest princess had just turned 4, and the second was barely a year old. A couple of young girls, no matter how charming the noble consort. She could not insist they stay. They bid their farewells and departed. Upon arriving at the Jiaofeng Hall, they greeted the Empress, who granted them seats. Hui Pin entrusted the second princess to her wet nurse and hesitantly called out, "Your Majesty?" The Empress waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. I understand your intentions," she said, a cold smile playing on her lips. "When I entered the palace years ago, the Empress Dowager imparted her wisdom, emphasizing the importance of decorum, the understanding of one's position, and prioritizing the greater good. Now, as the Emperor has visited the ancestral tomb to pay respects, diligently observing the sentiments of the people outside the palace, what transpires within? The Empress Dowager conspires with the favored concubine." At this juncture, the Empress became so incensed that she struggled to catch her breath. Hui Pin hastily offered her a cup of tea, and upon noticing, Ning Fei quickly presented a handkerchief. "Do not be upset, Your Majesty." The Empress took a sip of tea, dabbed the corner of her mouth, and continued, "In Zifyagong, they intend to stage a grand performance, opting for the best and most expensive actors from outside the palace." Humph, were I to dare such insolence, the Empress Dowager would surely have a word with me. Now, with her niece in this position, it seems permissible. After all, they are all of the same family. Which makes a difference. Hui Pin, noticing the Empress's considerable agitation, quickly advised, "Your Majesty, you are a discerning individual. Why are you unable to see through this matter today? The favored concubine likely wishes to see you enraged, and if you allow such anger to harm your health, it is others who will find joy in your discontent." As she spoke, she poured another cup of tea for the Empress. The Empress narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing within. "You are correct. My anger would indeed play into their hands." Ning Fei, realizing she had been overshadowed by Hui Pin, eagerly interjected, "Indeed, Your Majesty, your foremost priority should be your health." The Empress, feeling disdain for her folly, nonetheless sipped her tea, exhaled in relief, and smiled, saying, "Precisely. I shall not be angered." With that, she cheerfully commanded, "Yulan, go fetch some delicacies for the princess." Yulan complied promptly. Witnessing the Empress's change of heart, Hui Pin too felt relieved. For a time, the two enjoyed some snacks and shared light-hearted banter before finally departing with the princess. Outside, the rain had drizzled persistently throughout the day, and Zifyagong had been bustling with activity. Ning Fei and Hui Pin left first, yet the remaining ladies hesitated to depart. There was no need to mention Yin Fei, nor the staunch followers of Shigui Fei. Zheng Pin, lacking connections and favor, dared not leave, while Hu Li, Lan Guiran, and Shi Guiran remained as well. Thus, they sat together for the entire day. When it was time to leave, Shigui Fei, thoroughly entertained, found satisfaction while the others felt a sense of relief. Even Hu Li, who was typically eager to show off and assert her presence, appeared deflated, devoid of her usual spirit. Everyone was weary, naturally. Shigui Fei, who was less than 3 months pregnant with an unstable condition, felt more fatigued than the others. Initially, she relished the performance, basking in the flattery of those around her. Without the Empress, she was the undisputed center of attention. However, as time wore on, the novelty faded, and she forced herself to maintain her composure for the sake of appearances. Eventually, exhaustion set in, yet she was reluctant to dismiss the gathering. Yearning to provoke the Empress further, she endured, remaining until the end. As night fell, she began to experience discomfort in her abdomen. Yulan, sensing the urgency, discreetly sought the imperial physician without delay. Silently, the gates of the inner palace were opened, allowing the imperial physician to enter and exit amidst the commotion, which soon became known to all within the harem. The Empress heard the news early the next morning. Upon receiving this information, her anger from the previous day dissipated entirely, and she was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, such audacity from a favored concubine was not to be tolerated, even by the heavens. The Empress Dowager, of course, was also informed, and she was greatly alarmed, promptly dispatching Lady Qing to inquire further. Chapter 81. A disturbance in pregnancy. The imperial physician declared that there was no immediate danger, merely fatigue, and advised her to rest and refrain from exertion. The Empress Dowager finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet she could not shake the worry that concubine sure brought upon her. After a lengthy period of lamentation, she managed to move past it. When Granny Qing assisted the Empress Dowager to lie down and exited, her expression was one of concern. In truth, it was not merely exhaustion that plagued the concubine. She was experiencing a disturbance in her pregnancy. However, the concubine had fervently implored her not to inform the Empress Dowager. Seeing her pallid complexion as she lay in bed, she appeared truly pitiable, having watched her grow since childhood. Granny Qing could not bring herself to betray the concubine as trust and reluctantly acquiesced. Within the Zifugong Palace, after seeing Granny Qing off, concubine sure clutched the bed curtains tightly, her teeth gritted in fury. Should anyone dare to utter a single word, I shall ensure your demise without a trace. The individuals kneeling before her hurriedly professed their fear. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she ordered them to disperse. Ingwei approached with a bowl of medicine, carefully assisting her in drinking it while gently advising, "Your Highness, your anger has subsided. You must now take good care of your pregnancy." Concubine sure swallowed the bitter concoction, her brows furrowing deeply in distaste. Only after popping a candied fruit into her mouth did her expression soften somewhat. Ingwei acknowledged her nod without further comment. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing had taken her medicine, sweated profusely, and slept for an entire day and night. From the morning of the first day until nearly noon on the second day, she had been in slumber. She had sweated through several sets of bedding, but finally, her fever broke. After bathing, she wrapped herself in a quilt while seated on the bed, watching Ziyue bring her a bowl of dark medicinal liquid. Having scarcely eaten, she had consumed copious amounts of medicine, illustrating the ordeal she had endured. "My lady, it is cooled just right. It's no longer too hot. Please drink it." Xia Ruqing gazed at the dark potion, steeling herself, and, holding her breath, tilted her head back to down it all at once. "Quick, have a candied fruit," Ziyue urged. Xia Ruqing looked at the sugary dried fruit with distaste. "It's too sweet," she replied, her face contorted in displeasure. "I crave preserved plums with that delightful sweet and sour taste." Ziyue, intrigued, inquired, "What are preserved plums?" After pondering for a moment, Xia Ruqing found it difficult to articulate, finally stating, "Candied fruits are merely fruits preserved in sugar, nothing but sweetness. Preserved plums, on the other hand, offer a unique sweet and sour flavor that I believe most girls cannot resist. My grandmother used to make them for me when I was young, and I still remember them well. I wonder if her recipe is superior to the ones available now. Perhaps I shall find out later." Ziyue responded with enthusiasm. Just as Xia Ruqing's other attendant, Xiaoxizi, entered to inquire, "My lady, what shall we have for lunch?" Xia Ruqing pondered briefly, then felt a wave of despair. Her mouth tasted bitter, and she had no appetite, yet her stomach grumbled from hunger. Xiaoxizi suddenly brightened. "This morning, when I visited the imperial kitchen, I heard Xiaowei mention that there are tender leeks, freshly harvested." With a grin, she continued, "Though I am uncertain if my lady would enjoy them." Xia Ruqing's eyes sparkled with delight. "Indeed, during the cold season, the only thing in abundance is chives. I yearn for dumplings filled with chives and eggs, perhaps with some vermicelli added, light yet succulent. The taste, alas, being unwell, I must avoid greasy foods. However, she can indulge in lighter fare. A true foodie cannot be deterred from enjoying her meals. I shall also have some dumplings filled with shepherd's purse, mixed with a bit of shrimp and dried scallops, and a nourishing fish head and tofu soup to complete the meal. I cannot consume meat, yet fish suffices. Thus, the balance of both meat and vegetables ensures nutritional harmony." Speaking of which, Xia Ruqing realized she had neglected one item and continued her requests. "Kindly bring me some lotus leaf porridge and steamed buns." The steamed buns are essentially the same as regular buns, merely shaped as pancakes. If one desires them in bun form, that is also possible, but Xia Ruqing prefers steamed pancakes. She enjoys wrapping her vegetables in them. Sigh. Upon hearing their master's hearty appetite, both Xiaoxizi and Ziyue felt a surge of joy. A good appetite means a swift recovery. Once Xia Ruqing had finished her orders, she reclined back onto the bed. Unfortunately, at the slightest illness, her frail body lacked strength. She contemplated that mere nourishment would not suffice. Once the weather warmed, she must venture outside to bask in the sun and engage in some exercise. Lost in her thoughts, Xia Ruqing soon drifted into a drowsy state. After an undetermined time, she sensed the presence of another person before her, carrying a familiar scent. Could it be the unmistakable aroma of dragon saliva? Who else could it be? While lost in this reverie, the figure drew closer until it nestled into her blankets. The bristle of stubble grazed her cheek, accompanied by a rush of cold air. In an instant, Xia Ruqing awakened, startled by the person before her. "Ah," she gasped, instinctively wanting to flee or strike him. Zhao Junyao swiftly seized her flailing limbs, his voice deep and commanding. "Come here." At the sound of that familiar voice, Xia Ruqing gradually calmed down. "Your Majesty?" She gazed at him with her wide, watery eyes. Zhao Junyao maintained his stern demeanor, yet warmth flickered in his gaze. "How is it that after merely 6 or 7 days, you fail to recognize me?" In her heart, Xia Ruqing realized something profound. As long as he was present, no one would dare to bully her. Instantly, a wave of happiness washed over her. She took a whiff, although there was an unpleasant odor. "I would never turn my nose up at it." Zhao Junyao held a stoic expression, but inwardly, he could only chuckle. Xia Ruqing was the first to dare to suggest he had an unpleasant smell. With a sense of pride, she asked, "Will your Majesty punish me?" Zhao Junyao cast her a meaningful glance, a smile tugging at his lips, a glimmer of light in his eyes. Of course. In that moment, Xia Ruqing's mind registered the implication. Her face flushed crimson. She had inadvertently dug her own grave. In a flurry, she hastily changed the subject. Chapter 82. Returning to the palace, I have brought you a delightful surprise, though it is still on its way. Xia Ruqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What sort of surprise? Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat complicated, and replied, "Delicious treats." Xia Ruqing felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Nearly wanting to roll with glee, she began to imagine. The royal ancestral home is in Yuhang, a region rich in resources located in the southern lands. Whatever the emperor has brought must undoubtedly be of the finest quality, something rare and precious. Perhaps she would truly be fortunate enough to indulge in the culinary delights of Jiangnan, a land celebrated for its historical figures and natural beauty. Although the original owner of her body also hailed from Jiangnan, her memories reflected a time when even satisfying hunger was a challenge, let alone enjoying exquisite delicacies. Lost in her blissful reverie, Xia Ruqing failed to notice the peculiar smile on Zhao Junyao's face. When she looked up, his expression had returned to normal. Xia Ruqing had no choice but to summon the servants to prepare the meal. This was merely an opportunity for Zhao Junyao to wander about, to genuinely observe the sentiments of the people. To govern the realm effectively, he could not remain ensconced in the palace as a distant monarch, listening to the empty rhetoric of his ministers. He must venture forth, to see with his own eyes and hear with his own ears. A few days were far from sufficient. In June, he planned a southern tour. In September, he would journey north. After 2 arduous years since his ascension, the realm was finally stabilizing, and the people's hearts were momentarily at ease. He had established grand ambitions, determined to ensure that the great Chu dynasty would flourish across its vast territory. Of course, those matters were for another time. At present, before him lay several plates of vegetarian dumplings. In addition to the fillings requested by Xia Ruqing, the chefs in the imperial kitchen had prepared a few additional flavors. Each was beautifully presented. There was also fish head and tofu soup, lotus leaf porridge, and steamed buns. The few dishes that were slightly richer were cleverly added by the resourceful Xiao Shizi, including a braised shrimp, soy sauce beef, a small bowl of steamed pork, and a plate of succulent red braised meat. Additionally, a selection of cold wild vegetables was requested. The steamed dishes were unavailable, as they could not be prepared on short notice, so Xiao Shizi opted not to request them. However, the table was still filled to the brim with an abundance of dishes. As Xia Ruqing donned her attire to serve, Zhao Junyao suddenly fixed his gaze upon her, frowning slightly. "Why have you lost so much weight?" The few pounds she had recently gained had vanished in the blink of an eye. Xiao Shizi and Ziyue dared not speak, leaving Xia Ruqing to explain. "It has been raining these past few days, and I caught a chill. I had a fever last night. I must be unwell and have lost my appetite." Zhao Junyau's expression darkened suddenly. Her illness sent his heart racing, filled with unease and frustration. Noticing his discomfort, Xia Ruqing quickly clarified, "The imperial physician said my health has improved significantly. With some further care, I will recover fully." Zhao Juyao scrutinized her once more, his countenance still somber. Is that truly the case? Xia Ruqing felt trapped and could only nod in agreement. Zhao Juanyao's expression softened slightly as he commanded, "Sit down and eat." Yes. After the meal, Xia Ruqing gazed in astonishment at the nearly empty table. "Your Majesty, your appetite is truly remarkable," Zhao Junyao remarked. "After nearly enduring a journey of hardships, isn't it only natural to indulge in a warm meal?" In truth, the imperial entourage was well equipped with provisions. Regrettably, once Zhao Junyao departed the capital, he no longer accompanied the imperial carriage, opting instead to ride south with a few trusted confidants. The ancestral tomb visit took but a day. The remainder of his time was spent on the journey. After a meal, Zhao Junyao summoned the imperial physician. He was concerned about her frequent ailments and wondered how long it would persist. The physician soon arrived, and Zhao Junyao remained concealed behind a screen. It was the same physician who had previously prescribed her medication. Summer Ruqing, having just dined, lay in bed, feeling warm and drowsy. Yet, with the emperor present, she forced herself to stay alert. The physician examined her pulse and smiled, stating, "The esteemed lady merely caught a chill. Now that she has taken the medicine and her fever has subsided, she is on the road to recovery." He continued, "As long as she maintains a light diet, there should be no significant issues." Summer Ruqing inquired, "May I discontinue the medication?" The physician replied, "You may cease the previous medicine, but I shall prescribe a nourishing tonic." Summer Ruqing sighed, "More medicine." Zhao Junyao smirked, reassured that there was nothing serious, but a nagging concern lingered in his heart. She was so frail. He hesitated to urge her towards early motherhood. Bearing a child could drain a woman of her vitality, and some had even lost their lives in the process. He felt a pang of reluctance. It was still too early. There was plenty of time ahead. He thought it best to wait a few years, allowing her to regain her health and strength. Yet, he pondered, would she misunderstand his intentions? In truth, Summer Ruqing harbored her own thoughts but struggled to articulate them, fearing he might misconstrue her reluctance to bear children. Both were troubled in silence. The emperor entered the palace discreetly, his arrival unannounced and unnoticed. The following day, Zhao Junyao donned the same attire, riding at the forefront of the imperial procession. Behind him were the 5th and 6th princes in a carriage. Following closely was a small chestnut horse, upon which the 8-year-old 7th prince sat, his expression serious. The rear of the procession trailed a few uncovered wooden carts, shrouded in cloth, concealing their contents, accompanied by guards and palace attendants, forming a grand entourage. The late emperor fathered 7 sons, with Zhao Junyao being the 3rd and the sole legitimate heir, born of the empress dowager. The others were born of concubines. The eldest, the prince of Jing, the 2nd, the prince of Zhuang, and the 4th, the prince of Wu, had all reached adulthood and returned to their fiefs. Now only the 5th, 6th, and 7th princes remained, with the eldest among them just 10 years old. They were still being raised within the palace. The journey to the royal tomb included several princes. Despite the imperial procession appearing formidable, it comprised merely 3 young boys. The empress awaited at the palace gates, ready to receive the entourage. Apart from the favored concubine who was with child, the others, even those rarely seen, have all arrived. As Zhao Junyao dismounted, a flurry of greetings ensued. Those who should bow did so, and those who should kneel followed suit. After paying their respects, the assembly trailed behind the emperor towards the Empress Dowager's Ningshou Palace. There was yet another round of cordial exchanges. Xia Ruqing, maintaining a modest demeanor and with her head bowed, simply kept pace with the throng. Nevertheless, after half a day, she found herself utterly exhausted. Chapter 83. Returned to the palace too. At the Peony Hall, the empress hosted a banquet to welcome the emperor back, personally attending to his needs. The Empress Dowager, feeling fatigued, declined to attend, leaving a throng of concubines gathered in anticipation. Having not seen the emperor for an extended period, many of them were nearly driven to madness, some yearning not for his affection but merely to catch a glimpse of him. Among them were Zheng Pin and Hu Li, who exemplified this longing. There were also Zhang Kairen and Zhu Kairen, who had not laid eyes on the emperor for an entire year. Those who had long been neglected cast flirtatious glances with fervor. Sitting in front of them, Xia Ruqing felt as if she were being scorched. The gathering resembled those of the past, with one notable exception, the absence of Shi Guifei. Consequently, the empress was in exceptionally high spirits. In her desire to provoke others, she inadvertently brought misfortune upon herself. Such foolishness could only be attributed to Shi Guifei. However, the empress secretly wished for even further folly from her rival, as it would alleviate her own concerns. A favored concubine of noble lineage giving birth, what would become of her status? The empress savored this thought while maintaining a composed and dignified smile. The banquet dispersed after merely 2 hours, and Zhao Junyao retreated to the imperial study. The empress, feeling weary herself, followed suit. The remaining attendees gradually dispersed. Upon returning to Zhaohua Pavilion, Xia Ruqing found Xiao Zhuzi and Xiao Shizi guarding a large cage covered with cloth. What could this be? Xiao Zhuzi stepped forward with a grin, saying, "Noble one, this is a gift from His Majesty. He said if you wish to eat, you may. If not, you may keep it." With that, he lifted the cloth shrouding the cage. As Xia Ruqing peered inside, she discovered a nest of small white rabbits, 5 or 6 in total, their fur pure as snow, with fluffy coats and red eyes. Just one glance melted her heart. She immediately crouched down to cradle one in her arms. The little rabbit was exceptionally docile, offering no resistance. It nuzzled against her arm with its soft head before settling into a comfortable position, falling asleep with a gentle sigh. Xia Ruqing thought to herself, I possess no defenses against such adorable creatures. Her heart, once steadfast, crumbled under their charm. It was as if she had been struck by a jolt of electricity, causing her to tremble. Finally, her heart settled into her stomach. Was this a delightful treat from the emperor? She inquired hesitantly. Xiao Zhuzi chuckled mysteriously and leaned closer to her, saying, "Noble one, you may not know, but there are even larger cages in the imperial kitchen, and several more rabbits await. Uniquely specifically instructed that no one is to touch them." Several more? In the imperial kitchen? Xia Ruqing felt her heart bleed at the thought. What if there were little dogs? What if there were a flock of pigeons? Of course, pigeons would be acceptable, but dogs, she would never be able to eat those. Xiao Zhuzi nodded in understanding. At last, Xia Ruqing sighed in relief. Well, aside from the little rabbits, everything else would be permissible for consumption. No issues there. The following day, she again visited Shi Guifei. Regardless of her pregnancy, Zhao Junyao would not neglect her. Over the next few days, she also paid visits to the princess and subsequently to the newly favored concubines. Without a pet, the promotion lacks legitimacy. By the time he revisited the plaque of Zhaohua Pavilion, it was already late March, and the weather had warmed considerably. That evening, Zhao Junyao did not summon her as usual. After finishing his official documents, he decided to stroll through the imperial garden on foot towards Zhaohua Pavilion. As he approached, he could faintly hear someone counting inside. 8, 9, 10. Curiosity piqued, he ambled closer and upon entering the room, discovered Xia Ruqing leaning over the bed, counting her fingers under the light. Zhao Junyao couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? Startled, Xia Ruqing immediately hid her hands behind her back and looked up at him with a youthful face. I have seen the emperor. Zhao Junyao smiled, instructed her to rise, and stepped further inside. What are you counting? He seated himself on the couch as Ziyue presented him with a cup of tea, which he accepted and took a sip. Xia Ruqing, feeling a bit embarrassed, smiled awkwardly. I was counting my fingers. The flimsy excuse made her want to bang her head against the wall. Yao Junyao raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious. Deceiving the emperor is a grave offense. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruqing pouted, clearly unwilling. I was counting the pricks of a needle. Look. She extended her fingers towards him. Zhao Junyao paused, glancing at her hands, which were adorned with little red dots. Confusion washed over him. How did this happen? Thinking he was genuinely curious, Xia Ruqing decided to share, hoping to earn his approval. She turned and brought over her sewing kit. Your Majesty, next month is your birthday, and I wish to make you a set of undergarments, and perhaps a pillow as well. Worried he might misunderstand, she quickly added. It's not 2 separate gifts, but whatever turns out well, I will present to you. I am not skilled in sewing, so, Zhao Junyao, still looking at her hands, maintained a serious demeanor, yet within, he felt a warmth spreading. You are truly foolish, he said in a low voice, tinged with irritation. Xia Ruqing's heart sank. Did he find her lacking? She felt a wave of grievance wash over her. I am but a simple servant. Noticing her disheartened expression, Zhao Junyao softened his stance, easing his tone. You come from a family of officials, can you not write or sew? Xia Ruqing looked up at him with glistening eyes. Your Majesty, my mother passed away at an early age. Zhao Junyao. Ching, you have one. In that moment, a multitude of reproaches fell silent on his lips. He pondered how his concern had morphed into reprimand. Xia Ruqing continued, her face glowing with pride. Now, Junyao, is it common? Are you implying that others have one sleeve longer and the other shorter? Or perhaps one leg is wide while the other is slim? In this day and age, is it truly praiseworthy that she has fashioned them to be of average size? What, I wonder, occupies the mind of that girl? Enough of this. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Zhao Junyao composed his expression and smiled anew, inquiring, have you savored the delicacies I brought for you? Did you enjoy them? Chapter 84. Delectable delights. At this moment, Xia Ruqing found herself at a loss for words. Your Majesty, I do not consume rabbit meat. I have been nurturing them. Zhao Junyao inquired further, what else is there? Suddenly, Xia Ruqing recalled that the little attendant had mentioned a few large cages, which presumably held chickens and deer, much more delectable fare. However, she had yet to lay eyes on them. Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment and summoned Li Shingen to inquire in the imperial kitchen. Li Shingen complied and promptly dispatched the little attendant. As he watched the small figure scurry away, he let out a long sigh, contemplating, though Lady Xia's status is modest, her significance in the emperor's heart is undeniably profound. On that day outside the palace, after a long day of hunting, the emperor had taken the seventh prince out to pursue a deer as the day drew to a close. It now appeared that this endeavor was solely for Lady Xia's benefit. Li Shingen's expression darkened as he learned the cause for the emperor's displeasure. The news of the deer the emperor had hunted had reached Consort Shi, who, oblivious to any opposition, issued an uncompromising decree demanding the consumption of venison. She proclaimed that the emperor had secured a deer for her, indicating his concern for her condition during pregnancy. Moreover, she warned that anyone who obstructed this would be seen as conspiring against the heir apparent. With such a declaration, who would dare to intervene? The esteemed consort was carrying precious life within her. Who would risk their own safety? The cooks in the imperial kitchen were left to endure their silent suffering. As for informing the emperor, the deer had already been slaughtered, and the meat consumed. Who would dare speak up? To raise such a trivial matter to the emperor's attention would be folly, especially since it would likely not even pass through the scrutiny of eunuchly. The emperor was known to dismiss trifles, and any blame directed at him would ultimately fall upon the consort. The head of the imperial kitchen, He Changshu, was at a loss. It was indeed a deplorable situation, forced upon by the consort's demands. By now, the deer was likely nothing but bones. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyau's countenance darkened, feeling a surge of displeasure towards the consort's indulgent behavior. Yet, he ultimately chose not to dwell on it. It seemed trivial to quarrel over food and a woman. Observing his displeased expression, Xia Ruqing hastily spoke, Your Majesty, the physician has advised that venison is too nourishing. My constitution is weak and cannot tolerate it. It is unwise to overindulge when one is frail. Perhaps it would be best to consume something light to restore my strength. Zhao Junyao contemplated her words and acquiesced. He instructed that the imperial kitchen prepare whatever remains were available to present to him. He nearly commanded, That shall be for Lady Xia. Li Shengyan, astute as ever, understood the implication. Zhao Junyao nodded, choosing silence, yet a sense of frustration lingered within him. As an emperor, his greatest aversion lay in disobedience and provocation. His reluctance to deny the consort nourishing fare stemmed from his compassion for her condition. A single deer, so grand, could easily be shared among the various palaces. Yet, she insists on monopolizing everything, flaunting her possession, clinging to what she believes is rightfully hers. It seems he never uttered such words, did he? Moreover, how did she come by this so-called information? Who bestowed it upon her? Why is it that others remain oblivious, while she seems to know? Consort Shi. Sometimes, being overly clever can lead to one's own downfall. On the following day, Li Shingen personally conveyed an edict to the imperial kitchen. All personnel of the imperial kitchen shall have their salaries docked for half a year. The punishment was neither too harsh nor too lenient, and no reason was provided. Yet, who among the kitchen staff is not astute? Although they serve the various consorts, they are part of the internal affairs and must heed the emperor's commands. Should any consort manage to sway them, it would amount to treachery, and discovery would spell their doom. After all, one must always exercise caution regarding what enters the palace. While no one dared to voice their grievances, it did not imply that they were unperturbed. They had sacrificed their very lives to enter the palace, not merely to earn a meager living. The maids still hoped for the consort's favor, dreaming of a respectable marriage once they left the palace. As for the eunuchs, what do they seek? Naturally, it is wealth. Unable to marry, they still wish to live comfortably. Having money brings ease. Now, with this punishment, half a year's worth of wages vanished. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved? Oh, consort, may you remain prosperous for all your days. May you never fall into our hands. Otherwise, when your glory fades, we shall surely settle the score, shall we not? As the saying goes, fortunes shift every 30 years. Let us watch and see how this unfolds. In addition to the salary deduction, Li Shengyan privately summoned He Changshu, delivering a solemn warning. He Changshu was on the verge of tears, feeling wronged. Yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. This servant obeys. He gritted his teeth in resentment, thinking to himself, if I uncover which little rascal let slip the secret, they shall not survive. He had spent half his life achieving the position of head steward. If he were to lose his post over this matter, he would likely die of rage. Of course, these matters were to be addressed later. Li Xingyan's direct involvement made the kitchen staff acutely aware. He Changshu personally welcomed him. Smiling with respect and courtesy, Li Xingyan pondered briefly. The emperor's directives had been fulfilled, yet there was still much to be done. Thus, he instructed, prepare a few fresh dishes. Do not confine yourselves to the usual rules. The essence lies in the flavor. He Changshu understood immediately. If the imperial cuisine lacked taste, the emperor likely wished to savor something novel under the guise of consort xia. How simple. Within an hour, the dishes for Zhaohua Pavilion were ready. They were not numerous, but freshness and flavor were paramount. A dish of stewed wild chicken, spicy diced chicken, and saltwater rabbit meat. Xia Ruqing counted the dishes, saliva pooling in her mouth. These were all meat dishes. It was essential to accompany them with a few cold vegetable appetizers. Though the hot dishes were light, they lacked a refreshing quality. Oh, what would you like to eat? Can I request additional dishes? Zhao Zhuyao casually sipped his tea. Would I ever shortchange you? Xia Ruqing was unreserved, directly instructing. One dish of wood ear mushrooms mixed with shallots, another of scallions with tofu, drizzled with a touch of chili oil, and to be prepared swiftly. Li Xingyan found himself both amused and exasperated, thinking to himself that this noblewoman truly showed no restraint before the emperor. Yet, the emperor appeared unfazed, perhaps secretly appreciating such forthrightness. Chapter 85. Teasing her. It is indeed true that even their servants prefer straightforward masters. They are much easier to serve than those who are fussy and meticulous. As two refreshing cold dishes were presented, the aroma wafted in the air. Xia Ruqing could no longer contain herself, the delightful scent reaching her from afar. Yet, with the emperor present, she could not indulge. She had to attend to him. Thus, while serving Zhao Zhuyao, her heart felt a profound sense of grievance. They had promised her delectable treats, yet here she was, unable to sit down and enjoy them. Zhao Zhuyao, observing her pouting expression, felt a chuckle rise within him, though he restrained himself and maintained a serious demeanor. With an elegant motion, he picked up a chopstick full of crisp wood ear mushrooms and placed them atop his rice, yet he did not eat. Instead, he savored a spoonful of wild chicken soup, his eyes narrowing in delight. The soup was exquisitely prepared, rich in flavor. Xia Ruqing thought to herself, I'm so hungry. Zhao Zhuyao piled several pieces of wild chicken atop his rice, yet still did not partake. He sampled a bite of spicy chicken cubes, which was also quite delightful. Xia Ruqing lamented, oh, heavens, let me perish. Watching others eat while starving is sheer cruelty for a foodie. Thus, her grievance deepened. As her stomach rumbled audibly, nearing the point of tears, Zhao Zhuyao finally relented. He sat down to eat. Xia Ruqing pouted, enduring the symphony of her insides, and cautiously took her seat. Zhao Zhuyao, observing her demeanor, struggled to suppress a smile as he gravely remarked, what is it? Your mouth could hold a dragnet. Xia Ruqing remained aggrieved. She had mentioned being brought delicious food. And though it was snatched away, why were the remaining dishes presented but not offered to her? The injustice. Noticing her lowered head and the nervous fidgeting of her fingers, he recalled the needle marks on her hands, which warmed his heart. He gently took her hand and said, don't move, you have injuries. With that, he pushed the overflowing bowl of food towards her. Eat. Xia Ruqing, upon seeing this, finally lifted her head, somewhat startled. Your Majesty, this is your meal. I shall take care of my own. Zhao Zhuyao raised an eyebrow. You disdain my hospitality? This bowl of rice remains untouched. And yet you turn your nose up at it? Outwardly, she could only reply, this servant does not dare. In truth, her heart brimmed with joy. Realizing the emperor had been piling food into the bowl for her benefit, her previous grievances dissipated significantly at this revelation. Sometimes, to appease a foodie, all it takes is a bowl of delectable food. How delightfully simple. Xia Ruqing acknowledged that the emperor's generosity was indeed remarkable. After their dinner, as Xiao Shizi and Ziyue collected the dishes, they noticed that every time the emperor visited, he consumed every morsel, leaving the plates nearly empty. Even Li Xingyan felt a sense of admiration, remarking that the emperor only relished his meals so heartily at Zhaohua Pavilion. Could it be that the delicacies prepared by Lady Xia are truly exquisite? After finishing dinner and completing her evening ablutions, Zhao Zhuyao, as was his custom, perused a book for a while. Xia Ruqing, with her hair wrapped in a cotton cloth, sat beside him, engrossed in the garment she had crafted. Regarding this, she expressed, I must truly thank Ziyue. Without her, these pieces of fabric would merely be scraps in my hands. Although my stitching is not remarkable, it is certainly presentable. I take pride in having achieved such a standard on my first attempt. Your Majesty, if I perfect this, I shall present it to you. Zhao Junyao chuckled and responded affirmatively, much to Xia Ruqing's astonishment. Your Majesty, do you not find it unappealing? She queried, assuming he would be critical. Zhao Junyao turned a page in his book, responding nonchalantly, as long as it is made by your hands, I shall find no fault in it. Ah, this is what it means to be elated. Xia Ruqing, delighted, immersed herself in her sewing. Zhao Junyao discreetly stole glances at her while continuing to read. For some reason, he found the scene before him quite heartwarming. He read, while she stitched, resembling a humble couple in the common folk. Despite his gaze being fixed on the pages, beneath his impassive facade lay thoughts unknown to others. Half an hour passed, and as night deepened, Zhao Junyao set aside his book and lifted Xia Ruqing, who was still sewing, into his arms. Startled, she gasped, "Ah!" A sinking feeling enveloped her. Oh no! The needle pricked her hand again, a sensation she had grown accustomed to, one she could even predict. Moments later, gritting her teeth, she awaited the familiar sting. But it did not come. Something was amiss. The embroidery needle indeed seemed to have pierced her flesh. Yet there was no pain. Zhao Junyao maintained his composure. Qing, what are you searching for? It seems my needle is a bit off. Xia Ruqing continued to look down, searching. Do you not feel any pain? Zhao Junyao inquired once more. Zhao Junyao's expression remained impassive. Qing, you have pricked me. Suddenly, Xia Ruqing halted her search. The air fell into a heavy silence. Your Majesty, I am at fault, she exclaimed, urgently attempting to free herself to kneel in apology. However, Zhao Junyao tightened his embrace around her. He slowly lowered his head to nibble on her earlobe, his voice low and seductive, whispering, To harm the dragon's body is a grave sin. Qing, I must duly punish you. With that, he reclined onto the bed. Xia Ruqing, taken aback, turned pale. In the next moment, she found herself heavily laid upon the bed, with him looming over her. The crimson curtains fell, garments were cast aside one by one. Zhao Junyao captured her lips in a kiss and then murmured softly in her ear, If you squirm, I shall add another half hour. Thus, Xia Ruqing dared not move. She was nearly overcome with emotion. Your Majesty, I. Her voice trembled, rendering her speechless. Zhao Junyao leaned closer. What is it, Qing? Xia Ruqing was startled, her body instinctively shrinking back, rendering her speechless. In her mind, 1,000 little sheep pranced about on delicate, tiny steps, leaving her utterly drained. Yet, observing her frail and diminutive figure, a wave of sympathy washed over him. Reluctant to further disturb her, he resolved to let her rest. The following morning, when he arose, Xia Ruqing remained deeply ensconced in slumber. Zhao Junyao, with a slight smile gracing his lips, made his way to the imperial study, his spirits soaring. Chapter 86. The matters of the noble lady within the Shifu Palace. Consort sure slumbered until late morning. Had she been aware of other matters, she would undoubtedly have acted differently. Alas, she remained oblivious, or perhaps those around her dared not speak too freely. Nonetheless, when she later dispatched Ingwe to the imperial kitchen to deliver silver, the young eunuch, terrified, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. He implored the consort to show compassion and spare his life, lamenting that if discovered, his demise would be inconsequential, but it would bring trouble upon her. Despite Ingwe's attempts to reason with him, the eunuch continued to weep and beg, not daring to accept even a single coin. Frustrated by his cowardice, Ingwe could only dismiss him in anger. Days later, news arrived that the eunuch had been relegated to menial tasks, an irreversible fate that effectively ended any hope of advancement. He Changsho, using this incident as a warning, ensured the imperial kitchen was thoroughly cleansed of any wrongdoing. Those who had erred felt a deep-seated fear, internally chastising themselves for their reckless behavior. Those with thieving intentions but lacking the courage trembled in trepidation, further diminishing their resolve. As for Consort Sure, she was left feeling exasperated, her resentment towards the Xia family swelling to unbearable heights. If possible, she would have relished the opportunity to tear them apart. However, those thoughts were for another time. Presently, she had awakened, and after freshening up, she caressed her now 3-month-old belly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She inquired of Ingwe about the emperor's whereabouts the previous day. Was it with Xia? With a flicker of malice in her phoenix eyes, Consort Sure scoffed, observing, Xia does not possess the charm of either noble Lady Lan or noble Lady Shi. What could the emperor possibly see in her? Ingwe chuckled, responding, Our emperor is benevolent and kind-hearted. He is merely pitying her. Consort Sure smiled and instructed Ingwe. Inform Lady Yun that she must not be harsh with the two of them, but rather treat them kindly. Ideally, She should seek to win them over for her own purposes. Heh, does the Empress wish to torment them to provoke the Emperor? I shall not comply. The people you send my way, I shall graciously accept. I have a son, and my influence grows stronger. Let us see how anxious the Empress becomes. Consort sure reveled in her schemes. As for Lady Yun, she dared not defy the consort. She had refrained in the past and was even less inclined to do so now, especially after her father was demoted to a fifth-rank official. Living in close proximity to the two minor consorts, she might have found them unappealing, yet she did not dare to act against them. Thus, when Lady Yun received the consort's orders and suddenly began treating them with kindness, the two minor consorts were left bewildered. In private discussions, they remarked, "Lady Yun is known to be difficult to please, yet I find her quite amiable," said noble Lady Lan. Noble lady she, nibbling on a pastry, nodded in agreement. "I feel the same. Just yesterday, Lady Yun even had Sister Kai-Dai bring me a plate of date paste cake," she continued, vividly recounting her experience. "I have never tasted such delectable pastries, fragrant and sweet, soft and fluffy." Lady Lan was also quite pleased. "Dear sister, please refrain from saying more. If you continue, I shall come to dine with you for lunch." "Excellent, excellent. I am in need of company," she replied, then inquired, "What did Sister Kai-Dai bring you?" "A plate of mung bean cake." The eyes of Lady Shi brightened. "Mung bean cake? Is it delicious?" Lady Lan hesitated, uncertain in her response. She was not particularly fond of sweet treats. Having tasted a piece, she found it too sweet and set it aside. After mulling it over, she replied, "I still have some. Let me have it brought to you." Lady Shi clapped her hands in delight. The two then enjoyed tea and pastries in the pavilion. Just as they were reveling in their merriment, Consort Yun unexpectedly arrived, prompting both to rise and pay their respects. "We have met the esteemed Consort Yun," she greeted with a smile. "I just heard you were indulging in pastries. How are they? Not to your liking?" "Delicious, exceedingly so." "I am most grateful to your highness for bestowing them," Lady Shi cleverly responded. Observing this, Lady Lan hastily echoed her thanks. The sight of their gratitude caused Consort Yun to beam even more brightly. "Since you both enjoy them, I have plenty to share. Kai-Dai, please fetch a few more plates of pastries." Shortly thereafter, the small table in the pavilion was brimming with treats. Consort Yun also partook of tea, continuing to smile and speak kind words. Lady Lan and Lady Shi were convinced of her genuine kindness towards them. The two felt at ease. Even Lady Lan, who was typically timid and indecisive, began to relax. Seeing them so content, Consort Yun chuckled. "When you were not here, I was the only one residing in the Moon Invitation Palace, without a soul to converse with." Lady Shi remarked, "Your Highness, you dwell alone in such a grand palace. The Emperor truly cherishes you." Lady Lan glanced around, unsure of what to say. Lady Shi laughed, prompting Lady Lan to join in her mirth. Consort Yun then picked up her handkerchief, lightly fanning herself as she sighed. "Ah, what does it matter? With the Empress present, we, no matter how noble, are all the same. We are but concubines." Lady Shi, nibbling on her pastry, appeared somewhat perplexed. Just as she was about to speak, Consort Yun suddenly exclaimed, "Hold still," and gently pinched away a crumb from Lady Shi's cheek. Her touch was both delicate and tender, reminiscent of an elder sister caring for her younger sibling. Lady Shi felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I must apologize for the oversight." "Your Highness," Consort Yun reassured her, "there is no need for concern. When I was your age, I too had a great fondness for food." With that, she broke into laughter. Yet within her heart, it felt as if she were being cut by a knife. At her age, she had just entered the palace. Back then, the Emperor was still a prince, and she too was youthful and cherished by him. Lady Shi's face was pale and tender, akin to a peeled egg. It seemed that with the slightest touch, one could coax forth tears. She had merely to exert a little force, and her sharp nails could have marred that delicate face beyond recognition. Yet, she restrained herself. Thus, they remained seated in the pavilion, sipping tea and sharing laughter. Following the earlier incident, Zagairan felt an even greater fondness for Yongfei, calling her Yongfei Nyang Yang with cheerful exuberance. Yongfei adjusted her expression and responded with a smile. "Since I am a few years your senior, you may address me as sister. We all reside together, so there is no need for such formality." Zagairan, somewhat hesitant yet filled with delight, widened her eyes and cautiously inquired, "Really? Is that permissible?" Chapter 87. Your Highness, might you think that I am lacking in decorum? The gentle smile of Lady Yun became even more amiable. "Of course, we can be companions from now on. Unless you are unwilling?" Lady Shi hurriedly replied, "Of course I am willing." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she softly called out, "Sister Yun." Lady Yun responded joyfully, then turned her gaze toward Lady Lan. Lady Lan, timid and fearful, dared not speak, fearing to contradict Lady Yun's wishes. She felt flustered, seeking guidance from Lady Shi, who appeared to be enjoying herself immensely, leaving her even more uncertain. What's this? Is Lady Lan unwilling? Lady Yun suddenly inquired. Lady Lan could not find her voice and could only shake her head vigorously. No, not at all, she stammered, finally managing to call out, Sister. Sister Yun. Lady Yun cheerfully acknowledged her. In no time, they began addressing each other as sisters. These two foolish girls are indeed easy to deceive. As noon approached, Lady Yun invited them to share lunch. The two women were so startled that they knelt down, repeatedly expressing their reluctance. It was no longer a matter of courage, but rather a question of propriety. Lady Yun, not wanting to press the issue, ultimately relented. Once Lady Yun departed, Lady Lan's face turned pale, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lady Shi, however, remained undeterred and brimming with excitement. After playing for a while longer, they finally went to have their meal. In the afternoon, Lady Shi roused a still napping Lady Lan. Sister Lan, the sun is lovely outside, and the sunset is nearly upon us. Why are you still asleep? Lady Lan awoke, and Lady Shi continued, the magnolia tree in the imperial garden has blossomed. Let us go and see. Lady Lan thought to herself that since she could not fall back asleep and had nothing else to do, she might as well join her. After freshening up, the two made their way to the imperial garden. Meanwhile, Xia Ruqing had also ventured into the garden. She had just awakened from a deep slumber, feeling as if her bones had nearly fallen apart. Spring lethargy, autumn fatigue, summer drowsiness. There is no time when I do not feel drowsy. However, she had another purpose for visiting the garden, to take her rabbits for a stroll. Zhao Junyao had gifted her 5 or 6 little white rabbits, which she had nurtured into plump little creatures. Xia Ruqing mused, if they grow any fatter, I may truly feel the urge to eat them. Thus, she came to help them slim down. Upon reaching the imperial garden, she found a spacious spot and opened the cage, allowing the rabbits to scamper about. At that moment, she heard laughter nearby, and upon approaching, she realized it was Lady Lan and Lady Shi. Oh, how delightful to see Sister Xia here, Lady Shi exclaimed with surprise. As Xia Ruqing had just settled down, she had to rise again. Naturally, she had come to stroll in the garden. During these times, they would all gather to pay their respects to the Empress. Although Xia Ruqing was reluctant to engage in the sisterly titles, she still acknowledged them with a greeting. Lady Shi smiled, and suddenly noticed the cage on the ground. A few rabbits were frolicking not far away, and her excitement surged. Rabbits? There are actually rabbits here. Are they yours, Sister Xia? Xia Ruqing appeared somewhat embarrassed and could only respond, just passing the time, I had someone bring a few to keep as pets. It is quite common for the women in the palace to raise a few cats or dogs to alleviate boredom. The curious noble Lady Shi observed this and touched one thing after another. The little rabbits were exceptionally well behaved, engrossed in the lush grass beneath them, completely oblivious to the gentle hands that stroked them. From a distance, they resembled fluffy white pom-poms nestled in the grass, their long ears twitching adorably. Noble Lady Shi was quite fond of them, and once she held one, she found it hard to let go. Sister Xia, could you gift me one? I will exchange it for my most exquisite hairpin. Upon seeing her expectant expression, Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of sympathy, but regrettably, she had no intention of giving one away, nor any reason to. She replied, rabbits are meant to be kept in pairs. The value of your hairpin could procure several pairs. This was her subtle way of saying, I do not wish to give you one. If you desire them, purchase your own. Upon hearing that they came in pairs, noble Lady Shi felt a bit embarrassed to ask for a pair outright. After playing with the rabbits for a while, she reluctantly set them down. At that moment, a sharp voice broke through the air. Oh dear. Who could this be? Ah, it is you three. Xia, Shi, and Lan. Hu Li, adorned in vibrant attire, sashayed towards them, her delicate waist twisting as she fanned herself. Despite her reluctance, Xia Ruqing had no choice but to step forward and pay her respects. Observing the others bowing before her, she let out a dismissive snort from her nose. You may rise. Thank you, Hu Li. Both Lan and she responded in unison. However, Xia Ruqing did not wish to engage in conversation and remained silent, merely rising to her feet. Hu Li, already disliking her, found this even more intolerable. She retorted sarcastically. Oh, does noble Lady Xia look down upon us? Not even a word of thanks? Xia Ruqing replied coolly. Why should I thank you? Besides, I do look down upon you. She realized that Hu Li was merely seeking to provoke her. If she expressed gratitude, Hu Li would surely find another fault to pick. She was determined to stir trouble. When I bow to you, and you bid me rise, is it not customary to express gratitude? Hu Li seethed, left momentarily speechless. Xia. What of Xia? Oh dear Hu Li, why are you so furious? Xia Ruqing's smile was radiant. How dare you, Xia, to offend me? Hu Li was fuming, her anger boiling over until her gaze fell upon the rabbits on the ground. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with mischief. Humph, noble Lady Xia. While I may not be able to deal with you, surely I can manage a few rabbits. She had overheard that these rabbits belonged to Xia. A sense of dread washed over Xia Ruqing as she realized she had forgotten about them. Nevertheless, Hu Li, driven by impulse, dashed forward and kicked one of the unsuspecting rabbits that was munching on grass. Her heart was filled with malice, and she put all her strength into that kick. The rabbit, struck by a kick, was undoubtedly doomed. Xia Ruqing exclaimed in a state of panic. No. Please, no. Came the unified cries. Xia Ruqing lunged forward, but alas, she was a moment too late. The precious one collided directly with the chaos. Intending to shield the rabbit in her embrace, she inadvertently stepped on her own skirt in the turmoil, causing her to tumble to the ground. The little rabbit, sensing danger, bounded away. Meanwhile, the precious one received a solid kick from Hu Li, right in the center of her abdomen. With a violent retch. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 88. You are merely a Li, oh dear Guerin. Oh dear sister. Xia Ruqing was greatly alarmed. Lan Guerin lay pale on the ground, flustered and devoid of any composure. Hu Li stared at her feet, frozen in shock. How could this be happening? Quickly summon the imperial physician. Xia Ruqing hurriedly instructed. At that moment, the grass was stained with a pool of bright red blood. Trembling, she glanced at the bloodstain, then at Hu Li, summoning every ounce of courage to grit her teeth and declare, You are merely a Li. We treat you with respect. Yet you truly believe we fear you. Though Xia Ruqing was astonished, it was not entirely unexpected. A cornered rabbit will bite. Initially, the two had been inseparable since entering the palace, sharing a deep bond. Hu Li, who had been momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality at the provocation. Having been arrogant and elevated in status, who would dare speak to her in such a manner? In a fit of anger, she retorted, What of being a Li? Some people will never ascend to this position in their lifetime. As she uttered these words, her gaze was fixed on Xia Ruqing. Humph. If it weren't for that wretched woman, how could she have made such a blunder? Xia Ruqing rubbed her temples. Oh, how unfortunate one can be. Even a sip of cool water could choke them. Surely, she had not consulted the almanac before stepping out today. We shall ignore that woman, Lan Guerin said indignantly. Xia Ruqing nodded, disregarding Hu Li, and stated, Let us go see, oh dear Guerin. She then instructed Xiao Shizi to catch the rabbit and bring it to the Yaoyu Palace. Just as they were about to leave, a round of applause resonated nearby. Bravo! What a splendid performance! Yunfei appeared. Lan Guerin knelt down immediately. Xia Ruqing hastily paid her respects as well. Yet, Yunfei did not even cast a glance in their direction, striding straight to Hu Li. What a Hu Li! What a Li that others could never aspire to be. Today, you have truly made this palace see you in a new light. Initially fearful, Hu Li was perplexed upon hearing the words see in a new light. Could it be that the noble lady was praising her? Upon further reflection, considering that Yunfei was at odds with that wretched woman from the Xia family and might not hold Lan Guerin or Oh dear Guerin in high regard either, it dawned on her that perhaps Yunfei was indeed complimenting her. With this realization, her heart was at ease. Your grace is too kind, she responded, then added, Noble Lady Xia from the Xia family has secretly brought a litter of rabbits into the imperial garden. I intended to teach her a lesson. But unfortunately, I mistakenly harmed Oh dear Guerin. I implore your grace to discern the truth. She knelt down, her face adorned with flattering obsequiousness. The empress had long disdained her, and she had yearned to climb the ranks alongside the noble lady, yet had never found the opportunity. If she could leverage this incident to tarnish Xia's reputation and bring her down, surely the noble lady would regard her more favorably in the future. With such a powerful ally, how could she dread the days ahead in the palace? Hu Li's little schemes clattered away, yet Yunfei maintained her radiant smile. She glanced at the kneeling figures of Lady Xia and Lady Lan, and lazily remarked, You too, rise. Thank you, Your Highness. The two stood aside. Yunfei leisurely settled onto a stone bench adorned with a brocade mat, idly toying with her nails. Hu Li wished to rise as well, but hesitated, fearing Yunfei's command. Your Highness? Yunfei spoke slowly. Were you intending to reprimand Lady Xia just now? Indeed, Your Highness. Lady Xia is quite unruly, raising rabbits unlawfully, and daring to bring them into the imperial garden. Hu Li hastily sought to earn favor. If it weren't for those rabbits, how could she have harmed anyone? As long as Her Highness was willing to assist her, this matter would surely fall upon the shoulders of the Xia family. Noticing Yunfei leisurely sipping tea offered by a palace maid, and not rushing to speak, her heart grew anxious. With a quick glance, she eagerly interjected. I too wish to alleviate your highness's burdens, to ease the worries of the esteemed concubine. Such flattery was rather blatant. Yunfei chuckled lightly, her gaze sweeping over Xia Ruqing and Lady Lan. Before she replied, what burdens are there to alleviate? Hu Li ought not to speak recklessly. Nor should she involve the concubine. In my opinion, since it is those little creatures that are at fault, Lady Xia might as well dispose of them, thus avenging both Zagairan and Hu Li, and we can consider this matter closed. Xia Ruqing gritted her teeth, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. What? Are you unwilling? Most likely, those rabbits were a gift from the emperor. She was keen to observe how the Xia family would navigate this predicament. However, the foolishness of Hu Li attempting to curry her favor was nothing short of a delusion. Xia Ruqing declared, the rabbits are a gift from the emperor. I cannot presume to act. She did not wish to speak, yet if she remained silent, those small rabbits would be lost. Thus, she had no choice but to voice it. Upon revealing this, Hu Li was utterly petrified. What? A gift from the emperor? Those rabbits were a gift from the emperor? Yunfei laughed, thinking to herself, as expected. Yet, maintaining her composure, she remarked. Shall Hu Li also reprimand Lady Xia and the emperor? Hu Li finally grasped the gravity of her blunder. The emperor. No wonder Her Highness would not assist her. Realizing this, she collapsed to the ground in despair. Your Highness, please forgive me. Yunfei chuckled lightly as she rose. I cannot absolve you of your transgressions. Furthermore, with Zagairan currently unconscious, Hu Li ought to reflect on how to seek her forgiveness. With that, she took the hand of Yingwei and strolled away. Lady Xia and Lady Lan followed suit, leaving only Hu Li kneeling in place, her complexion ashen. In the Yuyue Palace, after the imperial physician's examination, it was determined that Zagairan was not in mortal danger. However, the blow to her heart was severe. Recovery would require ample rest, and a remedy for internal injuries was prescribed. It was not until the following evening, after a day and night of unconsciousness, that Zagairan finally awoke. That evening, the incident spread throughout the palace like wildfire. It was said that even the Empress Dowager was taken aback. After 2 years of diligent service, Hu Li had managed to offend everyone in her path. Consequently, the following morning, a decree of demotion accompanied by 30 lashes was issued almost simultaneously. The lashes were decreed by the emperor, while the demotion was a command from Her Majesty the Empress. Thus, the 5th rank Li was reduced to the 6th rank of a noblewoman. Hu Guiran remained Hu Guiran. Upon learning the news, Xia Ruqing couldn't help but smile. Henceforth, everyone would continue to stand on equal footing. How delightful. Chapter 89. I bestow upon you goodness. Failing to demote her to a mere talent is indeed a concession. Xiao Shizi murmured. Ziyu shot her a glare. Do not speak recklessly. Xiao Shizi, begrudgingly, fell silent. Yet, Xia Ruqing beamed with delight. Although Xiao Shizi's words lacked decorum, they were not entirely unfounded. As she spoke, she yawned. It seems there will be more amusement in the days to come. I do enjoy her disdain for me, even as she cannot eliminate me. Having such a person pop up occasionally adds a touch of intrigue to life within the palace. She then instructed Xiao Shizi to keep an eye on the Yaoyu Palace, saying that if noble consort she woke, she should inform her promptly. They ought to pay a visit. The previous day's incident occurred so suddenly, and noble consort, she was injured while rescuing the rabbit. She must express her gratitude. Yes, Xiao Shizi replied. At Yaoyu Palace, eyes swollen from weeping, noble consort she had been in a stupor for an entire day. As she groggily opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of those puffy eyes. Sister Lan, what has happened to you? Her voice was hoarse, as if her throat were ablaze. Noble consort Lan hurried to fetch water. Noble consort she rubbed her eyes and took a few sips, regaining her clarity. A cough escaped her lips, inadvertently choking on the water, causing her throat to throb painfully. The injury on her chest flared with intense agony, bringing tears to her eyes. The maidservants rushed to pat her back and offered her medicine. Noble consort Lan urged her gently, take your time. Noble consort she furrowed her brow and drank the medicine, finally speaking, the rabbit is unharmed, I trust? Noble consort Lan sighed in exasperation, at such a time. You still concern yourself with that? Noble consort she remained preoccupied with her thoughts. Just as she was about to say more, a messenger arrived. Noble consort Xia has arrived. Noble consort Xi's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, quickly, invite her in. Xia Ruqing came to visit, bringing along a rabbit cage. Although it was a gift from the emperor, which should not be given away, she truly disliked being indebted to anyone. Hence, she brought the rabbit and an additional generous gift encompassing nourishing herbs, pearls, and agate, everything one could desire. Initially, noble consort, she refused all offers, but Xia Ruqing insisted. And eventually, she had no choice but to accept. However, she steadfastly refused the rabbit cage. That was a gift from the emperor to my sister. I cannot accept it. This matter quickly spread throughout the harem, especially with the embellishments of concubine Yun. Noble consort, she was naturally aware of this. Xia Ruqing smiled, having been given to me. It is mine now. Since you cherish it, it is all yours. Noble consort, she hesitated. But, what if the emperor inquires? Would it not place my sister in a difficult position? Simply accept it. The emperor is occupied with myriad affairs and will not concern himself with such trivial matters. Hearing her speak thus, noble consort, she felt a genuine desire to comply. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Xia Ruqing comforted her further before taking her leave. That night, Zhao Junyao summoned her to Shaochen Palace. Xia Ruqing was somewhat taken aback and appeared dazed upon seeing the emperor. Zhao Junyao inquired, "What is it? Have you forgotten your emperor?" Having encountered his majesty, Zhao Junyao extended his hand. "Come here. I have heard that you gifted the rabbit I bestowed upon you to another." His tone held a hint of intrigue, a smile lingering on his lips. "Is it true that even such matters can escape my notice?" Xia Ruqing silently lamented, "Your information network is indeed impressive." With a sense of grievance, she replied, "The esteemed consort cherished it, and I was compelled to act on behalf of the injured rabbit. This predicament arose solely due to my actions." As she spoke, Xia Ruqing pouted, wearing an expression of deep melancholy, as if to accuse. "Look at the mischief of your other concubines. I am the most innocent, the most wronged." She certainly had no intention of parting with it. Zhao Junyao pulled her into his embrace, cradling her as one would a daughter. Reluctant to part with it? Xia Ruqing nodded vigorously. "Why should I give away a gift from my husband? It was a gift from the emperor, and none other deserves it." Observing her distress, Zhao Junyao's earlier discomfort dissipated instantly. "It holds little value. If you desire, I shall have several more brought to you, even finer than the last. How does that sound?" Yet, Xia Ruqing remained less than pleased. "I no longer wish for a rabbit." "Oh, and why is that?" "I desire a kitten. They are the most delightful companions." Xia Ruqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having dined on rabbit meat, she had no inclination to keep a rabbit as a pet, much like how many who raise dogs refrain from consuming dog meat. "Very well, I shall procure a few for you to choose from." "I am most grateful, Your Majesty." The following day, little Zhuzi indeed delivered a cage containing several exquisitely furred kittens. "What is this?" Little Zhuzi elaborated on their breeds. After a brief inspection, Xia Ruqing selected a small white kitten. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a modern Persian cat. She could not help but ponder. Are there Persians even in this era? Does Persia still exist? While lost in thought, little Zhuzi remarked, "Your discerning eye is commendable. This particular kitten boasts pure Persian lineage." The emperor expended a substantial sum to procure it, scouring the entire capital to find just this one. The noble ladies of the capital also adored cats. Kittens of pure lineage could fetch a fortune. Merchants, driven by profit, would go to great lengths to acquire and sell them. Thus, Xia Ruqing was fortunate to hold this little creature in her arms. "No wonder I find it the most beautiful," she chuckled. "Since you have chosen, do take good care of it." With that, little Zhuzi took his leave. Xia Ruqing gazed at the kitten nestled in her hands, no larger than a palm. Its snowy fur was immaculate, and the tiny creature purred softly, lost in deep slumber. Xia Ruqing felt her heart melting. She hurriedly instructed Ziyue to create a cozy nest for it on the large Kong in her chamber. Throughout the day, Xia Ruqing completely forgot about sewing inner garments for the emperor. After dining, she sprawled on the Kong, captivated by the sleeping kitten. Her heart fluttered with delight. The sight was truly tantalizing. One yearned to pet the cat, yet its fur had not fully grown, fearing that one might inadvertently cause bald patches. Ziyu and Xiaoxizi exchanged glances, recognizing the palpable despair reflected in each other's eyes. As evening descended, Zhao Junyao, having completed his official duties, made his way to Zhaohua Pavilion without even flipping the sign. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he did not summon anyone but entered directly. To his astonishment, he encountered a rather peculiar scene. Xia Ruqing was perched on the bed, her rear end in the air, drooling over the cat's nest. The large and the small were locked in a gaze. Zhao Junyao felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He grimaced and approached, inquiring, "Ching Ching, What are you doing? Startled by the sudden voice, Xia Ruqing was momentarily taken aback, her body jolting in surprise. The cat nestled in the nest was also roused from its slumber. Both the large and the small gazed at Zhao Junyao with a look of bewilderment. Chapter 90. Am I inferior to a cat? Upon his arrival, Xia Ruqing hastily rose to her feet. Your Majesty, she exclaimed, as the cat, startled, also sprang up. She then promptly knelt to pay her respects, her movements flowing seamlessly like water. Zhao Junyao stood in stunned silence, feeling a peculiar sense of being overlooked. He inquired in a deep voice, What are you doing? I was watching the cat sleep, Xia Ruqing replied joyfully. Your Majesty, thank you for the beautiful cat you gifted me. She remained oblivious to the subtle tension in his demeanor. Zhao Junyao's lips twitched in annoyance. Was he less significant than a meerkat? Yet, this feline was a gift from him. Should he feel jealousy towards a cat? The very thought sent a chill down his spine. His expression shifted, and he forced an awkward smile. As long as you like it. Xia Ruqing pressed further. Your Majesty, the incident with noble consort she was indeed instigated by me. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Zhao Junyao chuckled lightly. What does it have to do with you? He was well aware of her aversion to stirring trouble. Xia Ruqing sighed in relief, then asked, Your Majesty. Regarding noble consort, she's injury, you. A twinge of anxiety gripped her, as she felt somewhat bewitched. She had never favored mentioning others in his presence. The emergence of another innocent, genuine, and somewhat pitiable woman unsettled her. She feared the little bit of special attention she received from him could be snatched away. After all, what she possessed, noble consort she also had. The traits he admired, candor, vivacity, and fearlessness, were all present in noble consort she. This left her feeling uneasy. Zhao Junyao, however, remained oblivious, preoccupied with concealing his own embarrassment over the thought of being jealous of a cat. Upon hearing her inquiry, he merely stated, I have already sent someone with gifts, and did not pursue the topic further. Xia Ruqing chose to remain silent. She would never push him towards someone else. She was not a saint, and she harbored her own desires. Zhao Junyao was the emperor, and she was merely one among the 3,000 in his harem. To express affection felt extravagant. Yet, to be fair, he treated her well. He made her life increasingly pleasant, providing her warmth and genuine care. Therefore, she too would strive to bring him joy and comfort. As long as they were well together, that sufficed. The evening meal was splendid, featuring light dishes he favored and meat she enjoyed. Both were thoroughly satisfied. Xia Ruqing had longed for chicken feet. So she had the kitchen prepare a plentiful serving of spiced chicken feet, available in fragrant, spicy, and 5-spice varieties. The golden brown crispy skin absorbed the delectable marinade. And with each bite, her mouth filled with an explosion of flavor. With no one else present, Xia Ruqing, unconcerned about her image, unabashedly used her hands to eat. Zhao Jiao watched her, his gaze a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Such a thing can be eaten? Chicken? Feet? Isn't it dirty? Not at all. It's quite delicious. She retorted. Your Majesty, you may not know, but in the common folk, they even eat pig intestines. There is a dish called stir-fried intestines. Zhao Junyao grimaced at her words. You have tried it? He asked, suppressing his disgust, having never tasted it, but aware that many indulge. Why do they consume such things? Xia Ruqing pondered and replied vaguely, perhaps they find it delicious. Zhao Jiao felt as though his worldview had been shattered. And he was deeply pained. It must be due to poverty. They crave meat but cannot afford it. Hence they resort to cheaper alternatives. Yet, how could such a thing be palatable? The young emperor began to reflect on his own inadequacies in his role. It seems I must venture out soon. The court is stable, and I can no longer remain in this insular existence. Xia Ruqing remained oblivious to the turmoil beneath his stoic facade. Content after their meal and having washed up, the two retired to bed. In the pepper room, the empress was diligently transcribing Buddhist scriptures. In previous years, she had crafted embroidery for the emperor, but this year, she chose to copy an entire volume of the Diamond Sutra by hand. This was a prayer for the prosperity of the Great Chu and for the emperor's health and longevity. This was her heartfelt offering as a wife, devoid of ulterior motives. Your Majesty, it is late. Be cautious of your eyes, advised Mama Ji, adjusting the lamp wick to brighten the light. Mama, let me finish this page. You may retire. She replied. With a sigh, Mama Ji withdrew, leaving only Yulan to attend to her. After a while, the empress stretched luxuriously, her face glowing with satisfaction. At last, she had completed her task. Your Majesty, you should take a rest, Yulan suggested. Indeed, she responded, as Yulan assisted her in removing her makeup and washing up. Where is the emperor spending the night? In Zhaohua Pavilion, Yulan answered. The empress smiled. How long has it been since he visited the concubine? As long as he did not go to the concubine, she felt jubilant. Almost half a month. The empress's smile grew even brighter. Isn't she fond of causing trouble? Let her be. Even if she conceives, what of it? If the emperor does not favor her, she shall receive no kindness either. Mama G entered again. If the empress would not rest, how could she? Hearing the empress's words, Mama G chuckled. Your Majesty need not worry excessively, even if a child is born. It would merely be a concubine's offspring. Moreover, whether it survives or not, and whether it is a boy or girl, all remains uncertain. The empress nodded. Indeed. There are many unforeseen events. Even if not, I shall find ways to create opportunities. She then instructed, ensure someone closely watches over Zifyagong. If there is an opportunity, we must not let it slip away. She was determined that no matter what, there would be no way for concubine Sure to gain an advantage. Humph. Mama G chuckled in agreement. After removing her makeup, the empress retired for the night. The following morning, during the morning audience, the empress was in good spirits and even bestowed a few hairpins upon Xia Ruqing. You have worked hard attending to the emperor. You were also startled by the matter concerning the favored consort. I have been busy these past few days, and only now have I remembered you. Xia Ruqing hurriedly rose to express her gratitude. This servant is deeply thankful for your Majesty's generous gifts. The empress, satisfied, bid her to rise. The gathering concluded with expressions of gratitude from the attendees, and the empress engaged in conversation for a while before dismissing everyone. Consort Sure, who was with child, did not attend, neither did consort who had been punished, nor consort she, who was injured. On their way back, Xia Ruqing and consort Lan walked together. As they spoke of consort she, consort Lan remarked, she is indeed much better. For the past couple of days, she has not even left her bed. She has asked for rabbits to be kept in the corridor, and after a while, she insists on having them brought in for her to see. Xia Ruqing smiled at this. As long as she is happy. Sister Xia, would you like to go and see her? Consort Lan looked at her with anticipation. Chapter 91. The Longevity Festival. Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment, thinking that since she had nothing else to do, she might as well go and take a look. It wasn't exactly a matter of friendship. At most, it was about avoiding enmity. Upon seeing her nod, Lady Lan was quite pleased. The two engaged in conversation as they made their way to the Moon Invitation Palace. Inevitably, they encountered Consort Yun. Strangely enough, Consort Yun did not trouble her. Instead, she smiled graciously and said, "What brings Lady Xia to my humble abode today?" "Your Highness." Xia Ruqing lowered her gaze and approached to pay her respects. "Enough. Rise. I am on my way to the noble consort. You may carry on as you wish." With that, she departed. Xia Ruqing was momentarily taken aback. "Sister Xia, what is the matter?" "I'm fine. Let's go." Lady Lan nodded with a smile. Xia Ruqing wanted to inquire why Consort Yun had always been so kind to them, but when she opened her mouth, the words failed to escape. It was of no concern to her after all. The two entered the palace. Xia Ruqing did not linger, having stayed for merely 2 tea sessions before taking her leave. In the Liqing Pavilion, Lady Hu lay asleep on the bed. The room was devoid of any attendants. The windows were shut tight, blocking out the sunlight and creating an eerie atmosphere. Someone, she croaked. "I need water." Her 2 maids were occupied, one had gone to fetch meals, and the other was preparing medicine. This was fortunate. Had they known their mistress had fallen from grace, they might have betrayed her for a more advantageous position. "Madam, I have arranged everything for you. If you can manage, please eat by yourself. I must assist Green Loquat with the medicine now." With that, she exited. Previously, Rong Qiu had been sent to the laundry department for hitting someone, and the Empress had rewarded her with 2 new maids, one named Green Loquat and the other Green Pearl. They had barely served for a month and shared no bond. Given the circumstances, this was somewhat acceptable. Lady Hu had no choice but to endure the pain and shakily rise from her bed. She glanced at the table, which held a plate of bean sprouts, a dish of tofu, and 2 plates of last year's dried vegetables. With April nearly upon them, those seasonal vegetables were scarce. They certainly existed. Who in the palace still consumed dried vegetables? Dried vegetables, regardless of the reasoning, could never compare to fresh ones in taste. Moreover, the plate of stir-fried bean sprouts was entirely in shambles, with not a single whole sprout in sight. It appeared as though a large pot had been cooked, and only the best had been taken, leaving behind the remnants. The 2 soups were even less appealing. The salty broth was thick with oil and a few fatty meat slices, while the sweet soup contained merely a handful of rice, hardly distinguishable from plain water. For dishes and 2 soups? The disparity from her days as a favored concubine was staggering. How could one possibly eat such a meal? lady who never anticipated that this misstep would obliterate her future. Without favor, even as a noble consort, life was equally arduous. She was merely a concubine. Without the emperor's affection, if the palace maids did not stir trouble for her, to whom else could they turn? One only needed to observe the plight of consort Zheng to understand. The empress decreed, upon hearing this. Lady who was so incensed that she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, there was no alternative but to pack away the garments that had been prepared. In the Shifu palace, the favored consort Shi was sipping on a tonic for her pregnancy when consort Yan entered, greeted her, and was granted a seat. "How are things?" Consort Shi inquired. "Your Highness, those two noble ladies are quite obedient, calling me sister in a most pleasing manner," Consort Yun replied with a light laugh. Consort Shi joined her in laughter. "You have done well. Since the Empress has entrusted them to us, we must ensure they are treated well. Keep a close watch. Who knows when they might prove useful? You truly think ahead." Time passed swiftly, and early one morning, the concubines first went to pay their respects to the Empress. Following this, the Empress led everyone to the Ningxiu Palace to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. The noble ladies from the royal family also arrived. The banquet was set in the imperial garden, with men and women naturally seated apart. However, since they were all of noble lineage, a mere screen sufficed as a divider. After everyone had exchanged greetings and wished the emperor longevity, they all took their seats. Except for Consort Hu, the rest of the harem was present. Consort Shi had nearly recovered, and Consort Shi was merely pregnant, thus capable of movement. As expected, Xia Ruqing remained seated at the edge. In front sat the emperor, the empress dowager, and the empress. Behind them were the consorts, princesses, and the elder consorts. Further back sat the ladies of the palace. Beyond the screen were the princes, along with several of the emperor's brothers, and the noble husbands of the royal family. Altogether, the royal kin numbered over 100. At the forefront was a stage showcasing vibrant performances, with music and dance creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, Xia Ruqing could only see a few rows of heads in front of her. It was dreadfully boring, perhaps the most tedious banquet she had ever attended. To make matters worse, the table was laden with visually appealing but unappetizing delicacies. How vexing! However, her ennui was soon dispelled as the offering of longevity gifts commenced. On the ladies' side, the first to present was the Empress. Xia Ruqing perked up her ears to listen. When she heard that the Empress had gifted a handwritten copy of the entire Diamond Sutra, a commotion erupted below. Some expressed admiration, others offered praise, while some, like Consort Shi, were filled with resentment and jealousy. Internally, she scoffed. "Humph! What use is a mere scripture? If you truly have the ability, give the emperor a son. Humph! A hen that cannot lay eggs. Bah!" Zhao Juanyao's expression remained unchanged, although he believed that the fate of his empire was not contingent upon any divine influence. He acknowledged the empress's good intentions and replied mildly, "The empress is thoughtful. This is what a subject should do," and reiterated the customary phrases, invoking blessings for the prosperity of Dechu and the emperor's health. Zhao Junyao smiled faintly, and the moment passed. When it was Xia Ruqing's turn, the banquet was nearing its conclusion. Ultimately, she presented a set of sleepwear. As for the pattern, Xia Ruqing had attempted to learn but failed, so she could only manage to awkwardly embroider a 4-leaf clover onto it. Well, it was not too bad. She felt quite satisfied with herself. On that day, Zhao Juyao received numerous garments and a considerable number of fragrant sachets. Pearls, gemstones, and rare jewels were all present. However, Zhao Junyao had no fondness for such items and discarded them all into the storeroom. As the day drew to a close, Zhao Junyao initially intended to visit the Empress, but after some contemplation, he ultimately decided to proceed to the imperial study instead. The Emperor? Li Xingyan was somewhat puzzled, wondering what the Emperor's intentions might be. Zhao Junyao waved his hand, indicating, "No matter. Today, there shall be no summons." Chapter 92. The arrival of spring as night fell and slumber beckoned. Several palace maids prepared to assist the Emperor with his bathing and grooming. Unexpectedly, Zhao Junyao inquired, "Has the inner garment sent by Lady Xiao been stored in the treasury?" The maids were momentarily taken aback before quickly nodding in affirmation. "Yes, Your Majesty." He commanded, "Fetch it at once. I wish to wear it today." The maid hesitated briefly, then bowed her head in compliance. As they accompanied the Emperor to the bathing chamber, one maid hurriedly rushed out to summon someone. "Why the haste?" she was asked. Soon enough, the garment was retrieved. The Emperor, however, donned it with an air of calm, showing no sign of discontent. Instantly, the palace maids of Zhaochen Palace began to speculate about the identity of the lady who had gifted such attire. In Zifyagong, concubine Shi's pregnancy had progressed to nearly 4 months, and the fetus appeared stable, although she could not attend to the emperor. It troubled her that her cousin had not visited during this extended period. There must be something amiss. Cradling her belly, she summoned Ingwe to her side. Whose token did the emperor turn today? Your Highness, the emperor did not turn any tokens. Should I summon him? Indeed. After a moment's contemplation, concubine sure reluctantly acquiesced. A heavy breath lingered in her chest, with no outlet for her frustrations. Ingwe, how long has it been since the emperor last graced us with his presence? Glimpsing the lady's troubled countenance, Ingwe replied, It has been half a month. Half a month. Concubine sure's gaze sharpened, a flicker of severity passing through her eyes. Ingwe opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. In her heart, she mused, Your Highness, though you are with child, why do you not engage in endeavors that would delight the emperor? Why do you consistently distance him? The matter of that, dear, others may feign ignorance. Yet you insist on partaking. Furthermore, regarding the opera troupe, the emperor clearly disdains extravagance, yet you seek to compete with the queen for the sake of pride. The emperor's absence may not be devoid of reason, but can I voice such thoughts? Certainly not. All she could do was sigh, feeling utterly powerless. Meanwhile, in the empress's Jiaofeng palace, she had anticipated the emperor's arrival and arranged a late-night meal. However, as time passed, the emperor never appeared. Caressing her flat belly, the empress felt a pang of bitterness and ultimately succumbed to a disheartened sleep. Ning Fei and Hui Pin remained unfazed as they cared for their daughter. Yun Fei navigated her days with caution, daring not to harbor any extravagant desires. Zheng Pin, having long since fallen from favor, had grown accustomed to such a fate. Although she had seen the emperor that day, her heart grew colder, knowing she would not receive his attention that evening. Lady Lan and Lady She were simple-minded, unburdened by excessive thoughts. In the entire harem, the most arduous plight belonged to Lady Hu. In the palace, a lowly rank was not the most daunting fate. Rather, it was the despair of having fallen from grace. Others might still have prospects, but she was bereft of hope. The emperor's disdain was matched only by the queen's indifference, leaving the entirety of the harem eager to trample her into the mud. Such a life of suffering, only those who endure it can truly comprehend. The following day dawned bright and clear. After paying her respects to the empress, Ruqing found herself with little to occupy her time. The garments are completed. The pillows are finished, and now there is little left to occupy my time. Such a splendid spring day, radiant and bright, feels somewhat wasted. Yet, indeed, there is nothing for her to do. The clothes have been delivered, but the pillow, lacking embroidery, remains unshared, kept for personal use. Ziyue is currently taking out the bedding to bask in the sun. Upon seeing this, Ruqing intends to lend a hand. Ziyue quickly insists, My lady, please stand back. I can manage this. If you find yourself with idle time, perhaps you could practice your calligraphy. After all, it is a gift from the emperor. At the thought of writing, Ruqing furrows her brow. I do not wish to write. Outside is bright, yet the room is dim, which strains the eyes. With that, she settles onto a lounge chair in the small courtyard, squinting up at the sun. While it is indeed a pity to squander time, one cannot help but lose a sense of urgency when no crises loom. In this moment, she longs to be as pliable as clay, lounging and fully relishing the warmth of the spring sun. Meow. The sound of a cat's meow jolts Ruqing awake. Oh, my dear Dubai has arrived. Come here, she exclaims. The kitten leaps onto her lap, settling down with eyes half closed. Ruqing cradles the cat in her arms, planting a gentle kiss upon its head. Continuing to bask in the sun while petting it, she named it Dubai, hoping it would grow both large and white. Meow. Dubai protests. Only when she ceases her affections does Dubai finally relax, finding a comfortable position as the two of them bask in the sunlight together. As noon approaches, Zhao Junyao, having finished reviewing documents, finds himself inexplicably drawn to Zhaohua Pavilion. He yearns for the wild vegetables she prepares, wondering if any remain. Recently, he has been indulging in rather rich dishes, finding excuses in his mind. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he is greeted by an unexpected sight. Ruqing has fallen asleep, cradling the cat in her arms. Zizi and Ziyue are startled and rush to prepare tea and awaken the mistress. However, as time passes, even after the emperor has finished his cup, Ruqing remains undisturbed. Ziyue, feeling a bit awkward, explains, The weather is pleasant today, and my lady is in a deep slumber. Your Majesty, I shall call her again. Zhao Jiao twitches his lips. There is no need to summon her. I shall return tonight, he replies, making his way outside. Though his expression remains neutral, His heart feels heavy with discontent. What is this absurdity? Wherever he goes, women eagerly await him, practically vying to greet him with open arms. Yet here, she appears more carefree than anyone else, indifferent to his presence. This thought stirs a wave of frustration within Zhao Juyao. He is exceedingly displeased. That Xiao girl has become spoiled by my indulgence. It seems I must take her in hand. He resolves, quickening his pace. Li Shengyan follows closely behind, hardly daring to breathe, thinking to himself, Lady Xia, this is a bit excessive. Why squander such good days? If Xia Ruqing were to become aware of the situation, she would undoubtedly cry out in protest. This is unjust. I had no inkling that the emperor would be gracing us with his presence. Luncheon? The emperor seldom visits the inner court for meals. Who could have anticipated his arrival today? Even if he were to come, it would be to see the empress, and as a mere noble consort. She could not be preoccupied with such matters daily. Li Shengyan remarked, do you have any justification to present to the emperor? In the inner court. When the emperor visits someone, no one would dare to say, we were unprepared, or it is your fault for indulging in slumber. Xia Ruqing found herself at a loss for words. What is wrong with being able to eat and sleep well? Chapter 93. A peculiar incident one night. Zhao Junyao indeed arrived. He was deeply engrossed in contemplation over the chessboard. Upon noticing him, Zhao Junyao felt a surge of irritation. Ever since the arrival of the cat, it seemed that his presence or absence made little difference to her. He failed to consider that other women eagerly anticipated his visits, their necks practically stretching toward the Zhaochen palace. Yet she, but, why was it that he could not restrain his legs, compelled to come here nonetheless? Meow. The cat, Dabai, sprang from Xia Ruqing's embrace and stood at his feet, gazing up at him with its adorable little face. Zhao Junyao looked at the cat. Yes, it was quite charming, yet he felt no affection. He was still annoyed. Your Majesty? Xia Ruqing finally became aware and hurriedly tossed down a chess piece to greet him. Dabai glanced at her, rolled its eyes, and trotted away with feline grace. In its heart, Dabai thought, Xia Ruqing, you foolish girl, your emperor husband has arrived, and you remain oblivious. Must I resort to cuteness to alleviate your wrath? Humph. At that moment, Xia Ruqing appeared blissfully carefree. Your Majesty, what brings you here? You rarely visit. The empress will surely be furious with me if she finds out. Though she harbored such thoughts, she dared not voice them. Seeing her mischievous smile, Zhao Junyao's lips curled into a smirk, contemplating that perhaps it was time to discipline her. With that in mind, he took a few steps forward and settled onto the large Kong. Are you playing chess? Upon seeing the chessboard, Zhao Junyao inquired with a smile. For a fleeting moment, he felt an old sense of satisfaction. Ah, the little woman he cherished, now showing signs of ambition, how delightful. It mattered not that she could not write. As long as she could master one of the arts, his expectations were modest. Your Majesty, this is Go Bang. Would you like to give it a try? Xia Ruqing's face lit up with excitement. Though she truly could not play Go Bang was her forte. Having had no money for toys in her childhood, she played this instead. Back then, none of the village children could rival her, and she basked in that glory for quite some time. If not for stumbling upon a chessboard while tidying up today, she might not have remembered it at all. It had been many years since she last played. Oh, what is Go Bang? Zhao Junyao, also well-versed in games, found himself intrigued by the peculiar name. Xia Ruqing promptly explained the rules to him. They took turns placing their pieces, and regardless of whether they aligned horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, the first to connect 5 pieces would emerge victorious. Is it truly that simple? Zhao Junyao asked, somewhat astonished. Simple? Xia Ruqing exclaimed, wide-eyed. Shall we have a match? Certainly. Zhao Junyao nodded. They made do with the Go board and commenced their game. You place one piece, and I place another. Xia Ruqing launched a series of attacks, while Zhao Junyao countered with strategic maneuvers. Before long, the outcome became apparent. This cannot be. Let's play again, Xia Ruqing declared, thoroughly vexed. Zhao Junyao found the game quite amusing and agreed to play another round. The result was identical to the first. Xia Ruqing could hardly believe it. Your Majesty, have you truly never encountered this before? Nor have you ever heard of it? Zhao Junyao stifled a laugh, his expression serious. Do you believe I would speak frivolously? Xia Ruqing immediately deflated. I dare not. However, she pouted, her displeasure evident after losing the game. Zhao Junyao, somewhat exasperated, indulged her once more. 10 games. And she lost every single one. I refused to play any longer. In the final round, she tossed the pieces aside and laid down to play with the cat. Feeling a bit miffed, she thought, a grown man should show some leniency, especially a sovereign. When her temper flared, it was akin to a small universe erupting. Observing her vexation, Zhao Junyao ceased his teasing. He scooped her up along with the cat, settling her on his lap, and asked with a smile. From where did you acquire such trivial skills? I have studied chess since childhood. Even if I have never seen it, upon your explanation, I grasp its essence. What is there to be upset about? Xiao Ruqing remained displeased. Your Majesty, you will not yield to me. I am utterly inadequate, and it makes me feel inferior. With her lips pursed, she displayed a rather petty demeanor. Zhao Junyao chuckled. The game of chess is indeed a contest. If one were to constantly concede, it would be better not to play at all. After a pause, he continued, fully intent on appeasing her, completely forgetting his earlier resolve to chastise her. Li Shengyan stood nearby, resembling a wooden post. He felt somewhat speechless. Your Majesty, is this what you meant by properly dealing with her? Noticing Li Shengyan's peculiar gaze, Zhao Junyao shot him a glance, prompting him to lower his head immediately. Your Majesty, this servant is at fault. I must have misinterpreted the term deal with. Indeed. That must be it. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruqing's mood shifted from cloudy to clear. The Emperor was right. It was indeed her own petulance. Zhao Junyao cast her an understanding look and stood, announcing, I am hungry. Summon the meal. With that, he glanced at Xiao Ruqing, implying, I wish to partake in your food. You shall take care of it. Xiao Ruqing could hardly be oblivious to the Emperor's intentions. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. No problem, absolutely. A meal, simple yet delectable, left Zhao Junyao feeling utterly at ease. Having dined comfortably, the night wore on, and no one knew when the lights in Zhaohua Pavilion were extinguished. Li Shengyan commented, in any case, I have no idea. The following day was a day of rest, and neither rose early. However, before they could awaken, an unusual incident transpired in Zhaohua Pavilion. Your Majesty, why is our bed so askew? Xiao Ruqing inquired, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes wide open. Zhao Junyao, still drowsy, squinted without concern. You were lying askew, let us sleep a little longer. He patted her. Recently, there had been no significant matters in the court. Having worked diligently for a year, he found himself in the most relaxed state at this moment. Chapter 94. The bed collapsed. Xiao Ruqing rubbed her eyes, and, upon further inspection, found the situation perplexing. Your Majesty, I did not lie awkwardly, she exclaimed as she rose. With merely half an hour remaining until her audience, she was lost in thought when a creaking sound echoed through the room. The bed trembled slightly. Zhao Junyao instantly opened his eyes, sensing the unusual movement of the bed. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Xiao Ruqing felt herself being lifted from behind. In the next moment, the bed groaned and toppled over. Ziyue and Xiaox Zizi, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, their faces pale. Your Majesty, esteemed lady, are you unhurt? Xiao Ruqing was rendered speechless, her mouth agape, her complexion drained of color. Zhao Junyau's expression mirrored her alarm. The ancient bamboo bed was sizable, akin to a small house within the room. When women married, they included such a bed in their dowry, destined for a lifetime of use. A typical bamboo bed could indeed last a lifetime, and the palace beds were crafted from superior cedar wood. Who would have anticipated such a collapse? Yet, it had indeed fallen. Had it not been for the Emperor's quick reflexes, she might have been reduced to a mere pulp by now. Xiao Ruqing stammered in fear. Zhao Junyao furrowed his brow. Li Shengyan, even Eunuch Li, was nearly paralyzed with fright. Heavens, I have burned countless incense for you. How could such a bizarre calamity befall me? The collapse of a bed was an unprecedented occurrence. Summon a craftsman from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Zhao Junyao commanded darkly. Since he would not attend court that day, he was determined to uncover the truth. If it were merely coincidence, so be it. If not, he narrowed his eyes. He typically turned a blind eye to trivial disturbances, but if someone dared to endanger lives, they would face his wrath. Li Shengyan quickly dispatched someone. With the Emperor's summons, who would dare be negligent? The head eunuch responsible for the palace's construction, Zhou Quan, arrived promptly. Zhao Junyao dismissed his formalities and instructed, investigate this bed and discern what is amiss. Zhou Quan, though a eunuch, entered the inner chambers of the consort without hesitation, for the Emperor was present, and no one would dare voice objections. Responding affirmatively, he respectfully proceeded. The items from the bed had been cleared away, revealing a shocking sight of broken branches and splintered wood. Zhou Quan approached, meticulously examining the broken wood's placement. He then used a small saw to take a sample from another part of the wood, comparing it before saying, Your Majesty, this bed is made of paulownia wood, which is hollow and exceedingly fragile. It is utterly unsuitable for bed construction. Xiao Ruqing turned pale again, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Paulownia? Are you saying this bed is made of paulownia wood? The wood of the paulownia tree is hollow in the center. It would scarcely endure even a decade, let alone a lifetime. Zhao Junyao narrowed his eyes. Though he was an emperor, he was not one to live in complacent luxury. He recognized several types of wood and their qualities. In the palace, the beds are all made of cedar, yet why is this one crafted from paulownia wood? Zhou Quan was drenched in cold sweat. Your Majesty, although the palace's construction is overseen by the servants, the procurement of materials is not under their purview. Thus, he genuinely knew nothing of this matter. Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Summon Hai Dasheng, the chief steward of the imperial household. Whether it pertains to procurement or construction, it all falls under the jurisdiction of the imperial household. He was eager to see if Hai Dasheng would also feign ignorance. Humph. Upon hearing that his superior was summoned, Zhou Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if there had been any cost-cutting, he was merely following orders from above. Feeling guilty? How could he not? Upon closer inspection, who within the imperial household was truly innocent? Before long, Hai Dasheng arrived. The situation became immediately clear. Upon seeing the severed paulownia wood, Hai Dasheng's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the issue. His knees buckled, and he knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. He was well aware of the underlying circumstances. This was a matter that could not be concealed from him. Speak. Zhao Junyao narrowed his eyes. Hai Dasheng felt a heavy burden in his heart, yet he had no choice but to reveal the truth. Otherwise, his very life would be at stake. Your Majesty, this was the Empress's idea. Hai Dasheng neither denied nor shifted the blame onto others. He recounted the truth. Initially, to curry favor with the emperor and to save money, the Empress had manipulated the accounts to make them appear favorable, replacing the beds of the concubines with those made of paulownia wood. She claimed that it was merely for the favored ones, as no one else could possibly accommodate the emperor's presence. A single person could sleep comfortably on a paulownia bed. Naturally, the primary reason was that paulownia was far less expensive than cedar. Hai Dasheng disclosed everything he knew. Moreover, he added, Your Majesty, I initially disagreed. But the Empress pressed me, and I had no alternative. Furthermore, these concubines are light and graceful. A well-constructed paulownia bed is quite sturdy. As he spoke, he slightly raised his gaze, his eyes conveying a look of understanding. Zhao Junyao was infuriated, his anger boiling over, wanting to roar at him. What do you mean by that look? This bed collapsed on its own accord, not due to my vigorous movements. Humph. Yet the words remained unspoken. To voice them would be to betray his own guilt. Zhao Junyao waved his hand. Summon the Empress. In the Jiaofeng Hall. The Empress was preparing items for the first silkworm ceremony. Upon hearing that the Emperor summoned her, she hastily set aside her tasks and rushed over. Upon entering the Zhua Pavilion, the Empress was met with a scene of chaos and an enraged Emperor. Her smile vanished in an instant as she cautiously approached to pay her respects. I have seen the Emperor. Zhao Junyao coldly inquired, Empress, was this your idea? The Empress glanced around, still somewhat bewildered, and responded, This servant does not understand what the Emperor is referring to. I am uncertain, Your Majesty. Your abilities seem to have grown remarkably, resorting to such shortcuts. As the sovereign of a great nation, how can I endure the thought of skimping even on the bed of a woman? What face shall I have left if word of this spreads? Am I so impoverished that I cannot afford a few beds? There exists no wall that does not allow the passage of wind. The Empress is aware. The chief of the imperial household knows, and the carpenters who craft the beds are also in the know. Such secrets of the royal household cannot be contained. Rather, they will only become more exaggerated with each retelling. Chapter 95, The Queen's Disregard. Startled, the Queen fell to her knees with a thud. Ruqing quickly sidestepped in fright. The Queen spoke, Your Majesty, this was merely a moment of folly on my part. The craftsman assured me that a bed made from this wood would be quite sturdy. It is sufficient for one person to sleep on. At that time, I had just taken over the affairs of the palace. I was unfamiliar with many aspects, and I dared not consult the Empress Dowager, so I was left to fumble about alone. Now, having caused such a calamity that nearly harmed Your Majesty, I deserve death. In her despair, the Queen disregarded her dignity, kneeling there and repeatedly bowing her head. Zhao Junyao furrowed his brows tightly, casting a cold gaze upon the Queen, making no move to bid her rise. A glint of frost flickered in his eyes, while a bitter smile curled within his heart. The Queen had truly grasped his sentiments. Her resentment over his affection for the concubine was palpable, and she chose to air her grievances in this manner. Implicitly, she was suggesting that both he and the Empress Dowager favored the concubine, leaving her to navigate a multitude of responsibilities without guidance. Now, having erred, she insisted that the blame did not rest solely upon her shoulders. Who could have foreseen such a grave incident? As the Queen continued to bow, her expression betrayed innocence. She intended to leave the emperor speechless before so many witnesses. Zhao Junyao inhaled deeply, pausing for a moment, before finally instructing her to rise. Indeed, at times, he felt utterly helpless in the face of a woman, especially when that woman was the queen, his lifelong partner. He found himself in a position of powerlessness. This situation could not be entirely attributed to the queen's missteps. Concealing his conscience, Zhao Junyao spoke in a frigid tone. The queen's heart swelled with triumph. She knew he felt guilt for neglecting her. Even if he felt none, the situation was not in his favor. Ultimately, the emperor could do nothing to her. With this thought, she endeavored to curry favor once more, her words laced with sincerity. Xia Ruqing watched, nearly moved to tears. Zhao Junyao waved his hand. You may leave. Yes. The queen bowed to the emperor before exiting. We respectfully send off Her Majesty. The crowd dispersed. This matter had reached its conclusion. However, for Xia Ruqing, it was merely the beginning. With no bed to her name, Zhao Junyao contemplated and commanded, from today onward, reside in Zhaoqing Palace. Xia Ruqing gasped in surprise. Your Majesty, this is inappropriate. Zhao Junyao smirked coldly. There is nothing inappropriate. What I say is law. His tone was undeniably domineering. Xia Ruqing found herself with no grounds for opposition and had no choice but to comply. A traditional bed typically requires 1 to 2 years to craft in the common realm. However, with the abundance of artisans in the palace, it would take only about a month. Indeed, Xia Ruqing resided in Zhaoqing Palace for a full month. The emperor had cold-shouldered the queen for an entire month. His inability to confront the queen did not signify his defeat. In the arena of rivalry, one may appear to have triumphed, basking in self-satisfaction, yet in reality, they may have suffered a grievous loss. The queen, valuing her pride, sought to stand on equal footing with the emperor. She was the mother of the nation. While he was the sovereign, she always aspired to stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperor, desiring to share the same lofty heights. As time passed, she ceased to embody the essence of a modest woman. Gradually, she forgot that beyond being the empress, she was also a wife, a partner in nurturing and educating their children. She lost sight of the fact that in a marriage, mutual affection should prevail, rather than a competitive spirit akin to that of adversaries. Having become accustomed to the role of empress, she found herself estranged from the duties of a wife. In this regard, she fell short even of the concubine, who devoted her entire heart to the emperor, constantly thinking of him whether at meals or in slumber. The concubine yearned for his exclusive affection, fantasizing about banishing all other women, envisioning a realm where the emperor belonged solely to her. Such are the thoughts of a possessive woman, albeit executed in an overly domineering manner. The emperor, being the sovereign of a vast nation, naturally had a harem of over 3,000 beauties. How could he possibly be devoted to just one? Zhao Junyao was a man who appreciated beautiful women, particularly those charming and vivacious little ladies, adorned in splendid attire, standing before him with radiant smiles and an effervescent demeanor. Their mere presence delighted him. Moreover, in the intimate moments shared, witnessing a dainty beauty pleading for mercy brought him an immense sense of accomplishment. Gradually, he came to realize that all the attributes he cherished were embodied in Xia Ruqing. If he did not indulge her, what was he waiting for? Xia Ruqing, apart from paying her respects to the empress, had not ventured out of the Zhaoqing Palace for an entire month. She dared not. To offend either the emperor or the empress was inevitable. Whom should she choose? It was a foregone conclusion. Regardless of whether Zhao Junyao was leveraging her to provoke the empress or for any other purpose, she had no choice but to comply unconditionally. Yet, deep down, she was not entirely willing. She too felt troubled. Having offended all the women in the harem, how shall I navigate my days henceforth? That afternoon, after attending to the emperor during his rest, Xia Ruqing entertained a fleeting thought. Your Majesty, today is the 15th. Will you not pay a visit to Her Majesty the Empress? Zhao Junyao, while donning his attire, replied nonchalantly, No. Oh. Xia Ruqing dared not press further. Your Majesty, the concubine is with child, over 4 months along. Will you not go to see her? Zhao Junyao pondered for a moment. Indeed, after all, there is a child to consider. Thus, he decided to go. Your Majesty, you. Xia Ruqing was left speechless. Zhao Junyao remained unfazed. How long could it take to pay a visit? Xia Ruqing replied, Your Majesty, you have one. In the evening, Zhao Junyao retired to the imperial study, leaving Xia Ruqing alone in her chamber. She resided openly in Zhaoqing Palace, unlike the furtive visits before. It was no longer permissible to stay in the Ziqing Hall. She had to reside in the side halls to comply with decorum. Nonetheless, she was still required to attend to the emperor each night, a relentless routine. At that moment, Xia Ruqing lay despondently on her couch. Ziyue, do you think the others in the palace must despise me? Ziyue, equally distressed, understood the sentiment but could not voice it, instead mustering the courage to offer her consolation. My lord, since His Majesty has taken such actions, he shall undoubtedly ensure your safety. Otherwise, he would not have acted in such a manner in the past. Previously, the emperor had always safeguarded her, bringing her over only in the dead of night. Xia Ruqing pondered this. It is indeed a valid point. Yet, my lord, you have committed no transgression, and your relationship with the emperor is harmonious. He would not simply abandon you. Nonetheless, Xia Ruqing remained troubled. The emperor, as the sovereign of the realm, may, in a fit of temperament, neglect his duties. She refused to be a mere pawn in the imperial struggle. You may engage in your power plays as you wish, but do not involve me. Chapter 96. Do you fear that I cannot protect you? In the stillness of the night, Xia Ruqing felt a twinge of discomfort in her abdomen. With her monthly cycle upon her, she was obliged by convention to refrain from attending to the emperor. Thus, she retired to bed early. However, at the hour of the high, Zhao Junyao insisted on bringing her into the Zikan Hall, onto the dragon bed. Xia Ruqing found herself in a predicament. Your Majesty, I am unclean and cannot serve you at this time, she protested. Zhao Junyao, with his inner garment unfastened and his chest exposed, appeared nonchalant. I am not concerned, he replied, dismissing her worries. What need is there for so many rules? His tone dripped with disdain. Although he valued propriety, he was not rigid in his adherence. After all, indulging a woman was hardly a reason to neglect affairs of state. Xia Ruqing opened her mouth to argue further, only to find herself ensnared in his embrace as Zhao Junyao discarded his garment and cast aside his book. With a glint of danger in his eyes, he leaned closer, his voice low and seductive. Speak another word, and I shall make you regret it. Yet, she felt a swell of grievance as she remained caught in his grasp. Your Majesty, why must I be drawn into the conflict between you and the Empress? I am caught in the middle. Zhao Junyao narrowed his eyes. What? Are you afraid that I cannot protect you? Xia Ruqing nodded fervently, desperately in need of reassurance. His displeasure grew upon witnessing her anxiety. Was this all that troubled her? In a sudden movement, he flipped her beneath him, his gaze intense. If it were not for you, I would have taken you immediately. You must understand to whom you truly belong. He made it clear that not only was she his, but all the women in the harem were under his dominion. He alone decided whom to favor. Your Majesty, my stomach hurts, she whimpered, curling up in discomfort. She was baffled by his ferocity. What had she done to provoke such ire? Zhao Junyao, disliking to bully women, quickly returned to his previous position. Sleep time passed. And just as Xia Ruqing was drifting towards slumber, Zhao Junyao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he regarded her. Rest assured, if I have the power to bring you here, I also possess the means to ensure your safety. His tone was resolute and unwavering, still in a drowsy haze. Xia Ruqing stirred slightly, emitting soft sounds of discontent, her brow furrowed in discomfort. Like a cat seeking warmth, she nestled closer to him. Zhao Junyao's expression softened. With a sigh, he enveloped her in his arms, placing his warm hand upon her abdomen, and fell asleep once more. The following morning, when Xia Ruqing awoke, the emperor had already departed for court. After preparing herself, she proceeded to pay her respects to the empress. Upon entering and bowing, the empress smiled and invited her to sit. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xia Ruqing expressed her gratitude, turning to take her seat. However, consort who scoffed, "Humph, a beguiling fox. Your Majesty, your patience is too great. It has been a month. How can a mere consort reside in Zhaoqin Palace? You ought to have disposed of her." The punishment of 30 lashes had evidently failed to teach consort who the ways of propriety. Instead, it had revealed to her that currying favor with the favored consort was futile. It was the empress who wielded the true power of life and death in the harem. In the past month, she has been exceedingly attentive to the empress. Lady Yun views her sycophantic behavior with disdain. However, as the noble consort has not come to pay her respects, she lacks the support to act too boldly. With a disdainful huff, she remarks on how much concern Lady Hu seems to have, as if she is taking it upon herself to speak on behalf of the empress. Unable to remain silent, Consort Zheng interjects, suggesting that while Lady Hu's words may have been excessive, is it not rather fortunate for Lady Xia to reside in Zhaoqin Palace? Jealousy gnaws at her. For in terms of beauty and status, Lady Xia does not stand out, so what could possibly justify the emperor's favor towards her? In the past, when the noble consort first entered the Eastern Palace, her charm and grace captured the emperor's affections, leading him to stay for an entire month, even neglecting the empress. Yet, she never resided within the confines of the noble consort quarters. Now, Lady Xia has attained a level of favor that is astonishing. The Empress merely smiles, remarking that it is only a temporary lack of accommodation. Other halls have remained vacant for quite some time and will not be occupied for long. Thus it is not worth the trouble to unlock them. Lady Xia's residence in Zhaoqin Palace, despite its seclusion, does not contravene any rules. Lady Hui adds her support, commending the Empress for her thoughtful considerations. Should they require a thorough cleaning, it would necessitate her relocation, but the Emperor has issued no such edict. This insinuates that the Emperor has not expressed any dissatisfaction, so why are they fretting over trivialities? As the court ladies engaged in fervent discussion, Lady Xia Ruqing sat quietly in a corner, her head bowed in silence. A month had passed, and she was nearly accustomed to it. Internally, she scoffed, thinking to herself that she was no stranger to residing in the Zikin Hall. What did this motley crew know? Although irritated, she had to acknowledge that this matter had indeed stirred the palace women into a frenzy. Yet, what difference did it make? She had no authority to decide the outcome. Just as the clamor reached a peak, the Empress intervened. Enough, cease your noise. This is hardly a matter worth your daily deliberations. Below, the court ladies wept, lamenting. Do you believe we desire this? It is merely because the Emperor has not favored us with his attention for an entire month. They railed against Lady Xia, branding her unworthy. There is nothing more to be said. Disperse. The Empress commanded as she rose. The ladies, regardless of their feelings, had no choice but to silence themselves. In the pepper room, Matron Ji expressed her concern. Your Majesty, it is unexpected that Lady Xia possesses such influence to elicit the Emperor's protection. The Empress, with a cold smile, retorted, it is not that Lady Xia is favored. The Emperor is merely provoking me. Matron Ji sighed, acknowledging, while that may be true, Your Majesty was rather uncompromising that day and should not have spoken so. Now, having angered the Emperor, what shall we do? The Empress smiled bitterly. What difference does it make whether he is angry? He refuses to come historically. On the 1st and 15th of each month, the Emperor would visit. The Empress, in her frustration, felt tears welling up. What does it matter if he comes? He has not touched me in months. As tears streamed down her face, she lamented. After all, he has shared a childhood bond with the noble consort. He seeks to divert everyone's gaze towards Lady Xia, wishing for the noble consort to bear the crown prince. Lady Xia, a mere consort, poses no threat. The true adversary is the noble consort. She must not be allowed to conceive. Mother, we must not allow the Emperor to be blinded. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Mama hesitantly nodded. The Empress spoke wisely. She wished to offer a gentle reminder. You and the Emperor are partners, not adversaries. Such rivalry is unwarranted. However, upon observing the Empress's demeanor, she felt compelled to remain silent. Upon mentioning the Xia family, the Empress scoffed disdainfully. Let the Emperor dote on her as he pleases. The one most anxious is certainly not me. If I do not take action, rest assured, others will handle her. The Emperor may conceal her transgressions. But as for the Xia family, I shall merely turn a blind eye. My capacity as a consort can only extend so far. Xia Ruqing managed to evade the Empress's gaze, yet she could not escape the scrutiny of the consort. Consort Shi had not been summoned to the Emperor's chambers for quite some time, although she was with child and unable to attend to the Emperor. It was noteworthy that when Ning Fei and Hui Pin were expecting, the Emperor frequently visited them, often staying overnight. Yet now with her. Chapter 97. A Prince Ingwei approached and inquired, Your Highness, what is the matter? Summon concubine Yun. I have matters to discuss with her. Yes. Concubine Yun arrived promptly. In the past, when the noble consort first became pregnant, she had experienced jealousy and resentment. However, ever since her father was demoted, she had lost her confidence. A mere fifth-rank assistant minister, a single cough from Master Shi could potentially cost him his position. Consequently, her emotions had dissipated, and her loyalty to the noble consort had only deepened. Your Highness. Concubine Yun offered her respects. Noble consort Shi reclined on her couch, casting a sidelong glance. After setting down the medicinal soup bowl, she inquired, How fare the two esteemed ladies under your care? Hearing this, concubine Yun smiled. All has been conducted according to your Highness's wishes. They now place great trust in me. The noble consort sighed with relief. That is splendid. Maintain this rapport, for I shall soon find great use for it. Indeed, concubine Yun replied with utmost reverence. The two conversed for a while longer, and noticing the fine weather, concubine Yun suggested, Your Highness, why not take a stroll? Such rare and delightful weather. Noble consort Shi squinted at the outside scenery. After a moment, she remarked, The imperial physician has also advised me to move about more for the sake of a smooth delivery. Let us go for a walk. Ingwei promptly responded, busily calling for attendants to prepare to leave the palace. In the imperial garden, the weather in April and May was neither too cold nor too warm, the flora flourishings, and the blossoms abundant in beauty. Noble consort Sure sat in her palanquin, elevated above the rest, while concubine Yun led the palace maids alongside. The procession meandered towards the garden, navigating around artificial hills and across cobblestone paths. Noble consort Sure admired the splendid scenery, basking in the gentle warmth of the breeze. Her eyes half closed as she soaked in the sunlight, occasionally sharing laughter with concubine Yun. She exuded a sense of triumph and joy. Unfortunately, the empress had also come out to enjoy the sun, and the two women crossed paths, facing each other directly. Your Majesty? Concubine Yun squinted, and as she drew closer, she confirmed, I have seen the empress. She and the other palace maids hastily performed their curtsies. The empress smiled, please rise. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to noble consort Sure, who remained seated high above, showing no inclination to descend. The empress stood while noble consort Sure sat in her palanquin, embodying an air of superiority. With her belly now over 4 months along, noble consort Sure smiled with pride. Your Majesty, I should have dismounted to greet you properly. But alas, my condition. Oh dear, she exclaimed, feigning distress. The child is kicking, such a thoughtless little one. Unable to discern the appropriate moments. I hope I do not cause your Majesty any embarrassment. The empress was nearly beside herself with frustration, her nails having broken several times within her sleeves. Yet, she maintained a forced smile. It is indeed a trial for you. Noble consort, let us forego the formalities. Noble consort Sure beamed with delight. Thank you, your Majesty. Ingwe, let us depart. The palanquin proceeded along the central path. Thus, even the empress had to stand aside and make way for her. Lady Yun performed a courtesy, said nothing, and followed the palanquin. However, just as the empress was fuming and the noble consort was reveling in her triumph, news reached the empress. Your Majesty, the physician has declared that I carry a little prince within me. Your Majesty, once my child is born, you will surely be pleased, won't you? The empress, holding back her fury, maintained her composure. Of course, the noble consort, upon hearing this, indeed proceeded with her elevated bearing. Upon returning to the peony chamber, the empress, enraged, shattered several items. This is truly insufferable. What of having a child? I am the empress. Meiji urged her, Your Majesty. The emperor and the noble consort harbor grievances. It is crucial not to provoke discord at this moment. The empress, with a cold smile, clenched her fists. Maid, do I have any leeway left? Were it not for the emperor secretly favoring and indulging her, how could she be so audacious? In her fury, she completely forgot about the matter concerning Lady Xia, fixated only on eliminating the noble consort's child. Yet, the noble consort had not forgotten. She was acutely aware of the emperor's affections over the past months. The true instigator, Xia Ruqing. While strolling through the gardens, she encountered Xia Ruqing, who was searching for cats in the imperial garden. Upon the noble consort's arrival, Xia Ruqing ceased her search and knelt, bowing her head. You, Xia, do you not know that cats are not to be kept in the imperial garden? The noble consort retorted angrily. Just moments ago, a cat had unexpectedly darted out, causing her palanquin to sway perilously. Xia Ruqing replied, Your Highness, I was unaware you were coming, so. Dubai loves to explore the garden, and I brought her along, otherwise, she wouldn't have come. After speaking, she added, I acknowledge my fault. I shall never dare to do so again. The noble consort scoffed. Dare? You reside in Zhaoqing Palace. What else is there that you fear? Xia Ruqing fell silent, aware that the noble consort was merely seeking a reason to scold her, yet found herself helpless, with no one to rescue her. The noble consort circled around her and stated, Originally, I had no intention of punishing you, but, Xia, you do not understand the rules. She continued, You shall kneel here for 2 hours. Ingwei, have someone keep watch. Glancing at the sky, she remarked, You are fortunate. The sun is absent at this moment. It seems the sky is about to darken. Remember, 2 hours. With that, the noble consort departed with an air of authority. Xia Ruqing's heart was heavy. Why did such misfortune befall her just by stepping out? Reluctantly, she remained kneeling. 2 hours later, when the noble consort's attendants finally left, Xia Ruqing dared to rise. Her knees felt as though they no longer belonged to her. That night, Zhao Junyao discovered a shocking bruise on her body. His gaze turned icy. Sure, Wanxin, she is truly becoming increasingly intolerable. Can she not even tolerate a mere minor noble? Ah, Originally, on the following day, Zhao Junyao intended to visit the beloved concubine, but after some contemplation, he veered off and proceeded to see Consort Yun. Consort Yun was overjoyed. "Your Majesty, since that incident with the cheese, I have scarcely had any opportunity to see you. I thought, alas, you would never return." As she spoke, she was about to throw herself into his embrace. Zhao Junyao was taken aback and quickly sidestepped. Ahem. Consort Yun appeared somewhat perplexed. "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" Zhao Junyao replied calmly, "Not at all." After having dinner and completing their evening rituals, the emperor and the consort retired for the night. With a bashful expression, Consort Yun removed her undergarments, eagerly anticipating the emperor to turn and claim her. Regrettably, despite waiting throughout the night, her hopes were unfulfilled. The next morning, Zhao Junyao departed early once again, leaving Consort Yun in a state of disappointment. Yet she had to rise. Anger welled up within her, almost bringing her to tears. Why does the emperor seek me if he has no intentions of touching me? Offending the favored concubine and receiving no affection, my heart is heavy with discontent. Before long, the month of May arrived. Chapter 98. Foolishness. The newly crafted bed was quickly completed, and the room was also refurbished. By the end of April, Xia Ruqing joyfully moved in. Gazing at the refreshed room, Xia Ruqing exclaimed, "Indeed, it looks far more splendid than before. Is everything tidied up?" Zeus smiled as she pulled back the curtain. "Just take a look for yourself, my lady." Xia Ruqing was delighted to behold a brand new bed made of top-quality cedar, exuding a rich aroma of wood. The freshly applied tung oil had dried, rendering the entire bed lustrous and smooth. The intricately carved patterns and delicate designs astonished Xia Ruqing. No wonder such a bed commands such a high price. In modern times, it would undoubtedly be considered a work of art. "This place is wonderful." Xia Ruqing laid down on the bed, closed her eyes, and sighed contentedly. There's no formaldehyde, no air pollution. The sky is blue. The water is clear. How blissful it is to be a carefree sloth. This is truly the ideal life I have yearned for in my past life. "It's raining outside," Ziyue remarked. "Otherwise, we would have to take these blankets out to air." Xia Ruqing squinted. "Let's wait until the weather improves to air them out." With that, she embraced the large white cat and yawned. Ziyue felt a bit helpless. "My lady, you aren't going out to take a stroll? Is it really going to rain?" The lotus leaves at Tai Pool have grown quite large, and Consort Ning and Consort Hui have taken the princess there to see. "I'm not going." Xia Ruqing expressed her disinterest. "Why not? You used to love wandering the gardens." "The bruise on my knee. I don't know how long it will take to heal." Ziyue pondered for a moment before conceding. "That's true." At Tai Pool, Consort Hui was indeed with the second princess, watching the rain from a pavilion. The second princess, not yet 2 years old, was just beginning to speak and take her first steps. Consort Hui held a large lotus leaf to entertain her. "Yan, come here. The lotus leaf is with your mother." Consort Hui waved the leaf and opened her arms toward the princess not far away. The plump second princess Yan giggled at the sight of the large lotus leaf and stumbled toward her mother. "Mother," she called softly, her childish voice melodious. Consort Hui responded, her face beaming with joy, showering her daughter with kisses on the cheeks. The mother and daughter were thoroughly engrossed in their play. Not far off, Consort Zheng observed the scene with a quiet smile. She self-deprecatingly mused, "What am I to be considered as a consort? Even though I hold the primary position in Shihuai Palace, what does it matter? I am perhaps the one living the least dignified life in the palace." "My lady, please don't think that way." Hongyun was at a loss for how to console her. In truth, although the emperor did not visit and the palace attendants were somewhat negligent, life in Shihuai Palace was still bearable. One must learn to be open-minded about such matters in the palace. Yet, the way my lady perceives herself leads to a melancholic disposition. Recently, she has lost considerable weight and even her monthly cycle has ceased. If one day the emperor were to arrive, he would surely be taken aback, sighed Consort Zheng. Hongyun hurried to catch up. Upon reaching the Shihuai Palace and tidying up, it was nearly time for lunch. When Hongyun went to fetch the meal and opened the food box, a frown creased her brow. There were no meat dishes at all. "Our lady's health is poor and requires nourishment." A young eunuch scoffed dismissively. Upon hearing this, Hongyun looked up and saw Dong Cha, beside noble consort Shi, laughing and conversing with another young eunuch. The latter respectfully placed a plump roasted duck into the food box. Noble consort Lan's meal was equally lavish, consisting of a bowl of bird's nest porridge. As for noble consort Xia, when Ziyue arrived, those eunuchs practically rushed to serve her. Reflecting on this, it was clear that the treatment would only improve. Hongyun, witnessing this injustice, exclaimed in anger, "Is this what you call a vegetarian meal?" The young eunuch, visibly impatient, replied. Miss Hangyun, I have no desire to engage in further discussion. If you wish to take it, please do. If not, leave it be, as I have other duties to attend to. You. Hongyu was furious. Yet, considering the nature of these individuals, who thrived on hierarchy and lacked reason, she realized that arguing was futile. With a heavy heart, she carried the meal away. Consort Zheng, accustomed to such treatment, let out a cold laugh, ate a few bites, and then set down her chopsticks. Your Highness, do eat a bit more. If you continue like this, how can your health improve? I have no appetite. Take it away. Hongyan sighed and ceased her urging. As for the imperial kitchen, noble consorts Lan and she were shielded by the favored concubine Yun, so they faced no difficulties. Noble consort Xia, enjoying the emperor's favor, was also beyond reproach. The noble consort, pregnant, was treated like royalty, forcing the empress to step aside. Noble consorts Ning and Hui were busy caring for the princess, thus, no one dared slight them. Consequently, the only ones left to bully were consort Zheng and noble consort Hu. In truth, consort Zheng fared relatively well. Despite lacking favor, she remained the principal consort, and they were cautious not to overstep. As for noble consort Hu, that was a farcical situation. Although the food appeared acceptable, the flavors were utterly bizarre. What should be sweet turned salty, and what should be salty turned sour. For instance, chili peppers were added to porridge, fatty meat was prepared sweet, and rice became sour. The meals were served cold. Noble consort Hu dared not voice her grievances. Unable to endure the torment any longer, she sought out the empress. Kneeling in the inner chamber of the Jiao room, she wept bitterly. Your Majesty, save me. The empress, somewhat surprised, inquired, What troubles you, noble consort Hu? Who recounted her plight in detail, pleading, Your Majesty, I cannot bear this any longer. I beg you to save me. I am willing to do anything for you. It is better to die than to live like this. She felt tormented by how Xiao had brought her such misery while living carefree. She could not accept it. This existence was worse than death. However, the empress, not in the business of charity, merely smiled at her lamentations. Do not speak recklessly, Lady Hu. If your meals are unsatisfactory, I can simply arrange for additional dishes, the empress stated graciously, for her reputation for virtue and propriety was of utmost importance. However, to expect her to place her trust in someone so easily was out of the question. After all, the years spent in the palace had not been in vain. Lady Hu gritted her teeth, but remained resolute. I understand that it is not feasible for your Majesty to trust me immediately. Rest assured, I shall first demonstrate my sincerity. The empress, taken aback, glanced around before urgently advising, I implore you not to engage in foolish actions. Lady Hu smiled wistfully. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I would never act foolishly. Chapter 99. Observing the rabbit as she spoke, Lady Hu bowed her head, preparing to withdraw. Suddenly, the empress called out to her. Wait. Lady Hu, filled with surprise, knelt once more. Your Majesty? The empress dismissed those around her, gazing at Lady Hu for a moment before inquiring. Why do you not seek the favored consort? She is currently in her prime. Even I must tread lightly around her brilliance. Lady Hu responded with a cold smile. No matter how esteemed the favored consort may be, she remains merely a consort, while you, your Majesty, are the rightful empress. This flattery was merely a faade. In truth, she felt unworthy of approaching the favored consort and had no choice but to seek the empress's favor. The women of the harem had their patrons, Lady Lan and Lady She had clearly enchanted the favored consort, who now shielded them fiercely. As for Lady Xia, she was favored by the emperor, fearless and unrestrained. Only Lady Hu remained at the lowest tier, subjected to humiliation. The empress chuckled lightly. Ah, you understand, she continued. Bring forth some fine gifts for Lady Hu. It would not do for her to live in undue hardship. Yes, Yulan withdrew and soon returned, bearing a tray that held a pouch of silver and a set of exquisite jewelry. These trifles are merely a token of my goodwill, and I hope that you will not disappoint me henceforth, the empress said with a smile. Lady Hu, overjoyed, hurried to express her gratitude. The empress then instructed Yulan. Inform the imperial kitchen that from now on, if anyone dares to neglect Lady Hu's meals, they shall face the consequences themselves. Yes, I shall do so at once. Lady Hu departed in high spirits. At the next meal, the table was transformed entirely. The maidservants remarked that it was a striking contrast. A roast goose, several plates of exquisite seasonal dishes, and a bowl of milk and bird's nest soup graced the table. Truly delightful fare. Lady Hu tore off a goose leg with her chopsticks and savored a bite. Humph, since you do not wish me well, let us see how this unfolds. though she could not comprehend why she had previously been unable to curry favor with the Empress, only to succeed now. She recognized that she had indeed boarded the Empress's ship. With better days ahead, she resolved to strive for advancement, determined to prove herself to all. Meanwhile, in the pepper room, after Lady Hu's departure, Aunt G expressed her confusion. "Your Majesty, this Lady Hu, she may be somewhat foolish. Such a blunt instrument could prove ineffectual. If mishandled, she might inflict harm upon herself instead." The Empress, however, smiled broadly. "A touch of foolishness is precisely what allows for control. Those who are too astute, I dare not employ." With a sigh, she added, "Were it not for my current lack of personnel, I would not even glance in her direction. Although she is a dull blade, as long as it can wound, it serves its purpose well." Her eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, strikingly ominous. After a moment of contemplation, Aunt G responded, "Indeed." She then presented a bowl of ginger tea. "Your Majesty, please drink it while it is warm. This ginger tea is most beneficial for women. Consuming it will aid you in nurturing your health and hastening the arrival of a prince." The Queen glanced over, took the cup, and drank without hesitation. Now, as long as it could lead to pregnancy, she would dare to consume poison. Granny G took the bowl and remarked, "Currently, the most favored in the palace are Lady Xia, Lady Lan, and Lady Shi. Humph, just a few concubines. They are not to be feared for the time being." She continued, "However, these three are quite capable, especially the Xia family. Having only entered the palace for 2 years, she has risen to such heights of favor. Which is no small feat, Granny. Ensure that someone keeps a close watch on them." Sighing, the Queen reclined on the couch to rest. As May approached its midpoint, the rain intensified, leaving everything drenched. One day, Xia Ruqing sensed something amiss. "Ziyue, do you smell that? There's a strange odor in the air." "What strange odor?" Ziyue laughed at her. "Wood? What kind of smell is that? It's not freshly cut timber." After pondering for a moment, Xia Ruqing dismissed it and continued on her way, while Lady Shi chattered away. "I gave the kitchen 10 taels of silver to buy carrots specifically for my rabbits. And just after 2 months, it's all gone. They really can eat." Lady Lan chuckled, "Indeed, that little rabbit has grown quite a bit." Granny mentioned that one of them is pregnant. Although Xia Ruqing felt a bit out of place, she did not dislike the two and smiled, saying, "Rabbits are quite remarkable at having young. They can produce a whole litter at once." "Really? How do you know, Sister Xia?" Xia Ruqing hesitated and casually replied, "I saw others raise them back home." Before long, the three arrived at the Yaoyu Palace. They bowed their heads in greeting. The lady still held a disdain for Xia Ruqing, but remembering the concubine's instructions, she could only force a smile and exchange a few pleasantries before departing. After inquiring about the well-being of Yunfei, the three proceeded to Lady Shi's side chamber. There, Xia Ruqing indeed saw the rabbits from before. "How have they grown so quickly?" Lady Shi laughed. "Sister Xia, you have no idea how much they can eat." The three gathered around to observe the rabbits for a while before settling down on the large Kong. The weather in May and June was neither too hot nor too cold. Lady Shi rummaged through her belongings, bringing forth all her treasured delicacies to entertain Xia Ruqing. "This is southern sugar, puffed fu ling, dried oranges, and dried apples, all made by the kitchen at my request." Xia Ruqing noticed that the sugar cubes were charmingly shaped and stored in a small box. Lady Shi presented them with delight, and feeling obliged, Xia Ruqing took a small, grass-shaped piece and placed it in her mouth. "Is it delicious?" Lady Shi's face sparkled with anticipation. Xia Ruqing nodded. "It's good." In truth, it was not particularly delectable. The sugar of ancient times was merely sweet, lacking any distinctive flavor, unlike modern candies that come in an array of fruity, creamy, and coffee flavors. Nevertheless, Lady Shi was quite pleased and remarked, "I recall my childhood when my mother often forbade me from indulging in sweets, as they were beyond our means." The longing stirred within me, especially as I watched Xia Ruqing savor her candy while recounting tales. Upon hearing her final words, a pang of bittersweetness tugged at my heart. Yet I shook my head and moved on. What nonsense! There are countless women of the Emperor. If each were to wallow in envy, they would surely perish from it. Chapter 100. The elegant abode. Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment before deciding to let it go. She thought to herself that it would be wiser to refrain from seeking out trouble and to avoid friendships, as they all seemed to be rivals in love. Just as the three were conversing, a young palace maid rushed in with urgent news, declaring that there had been an incident at Jiahua Pavilion. What? An incident at Jiahua Pavilion? What transpired? A wave of dread washed over Xia Ruqing as she inquired further. The maid, breathless and flustered, struggled to articulate the details, prompting Xia Ruqing to take off running. Ziyue, alarmed, turned pale and hurried to follow, calling out, "My lady, please slow down." before she could finish her sentence. Xia Ruqing had already vanished from sight. The elixirs taken over such a long period were certainly not without merit. Upon entering Zhaohua Pavilion, Xia Ruqing was taken aback. The room she inhabited had completely collapsed at the back. Xia Shizi, terrified, fell to his knees. "My lady." I ventured inside and discovered that the beam supporting the structure had snapped. Xia Ruqing stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before finally reacting. "This year is not my zodiac year. First, the bed collapsed, and now the beam. How could I be so unfortunate? It seems my survival is indeed a stroke of luck." The collapse of the room was a serious matter, even alarming the Empress Dowager. "Xia Guiran? Is that the same Xia Guiran who resided in Zhaoqing Palace for a month?" replied Mama Qing hastily. The Empress Dowager scoffed, dismissing the situation. To draw the Emperor's attention. "They are capable of anything." Mama Qing, not wishing to engage further, offered vague comments before changing the subject. Zhao Junyao had just concluded court proceedings and was in conference with ministers when word of the incident finally reached him around lunchtime. He responded with a calm command, "Investigate." Li Xingyan, aware of the gravity of the situation and the emperor's favor, promptly dispatched a select few capable individuals from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to conduct the inquiry. Within the hour, they returned with their findings. It turned out that the supporting beam had fallen into disrepair over the years, compounded by recent incessant rains, resulting in a damp atmosphere. The base of the beam was found to be moldy and decaying, with signs of gnawing from some creature. Xia Ruqing was horrified at the sight. "No wonder I have been sensing a peculiar odor of wood lately. It appears something has been gnawing at the column." However, the exact nature of the creature remained a mystery. The floorboards were pried up, revealing nothing beneath. After 2 days of investigation, the personnel from the Ministry of Internal Affairs still had no answers. Xia Ruqing speculated that perhaps it was some sort of ant or similar pest. Seeing that no conclusive evidence could be found, Zhao Junyao could only conclude it must have been some insects. As the emperor, he was not a carpenter and had little knowledge in such matters. Fortunately, no one was harmed, although Zhao Junyao maintained a facade of composure. Internally, he was deeply unsettled. He could scarcely fathom what might have transpired had anything happened to Xia Ruqing. Xia Ruqing, too, was shaken, with Zhaohua Pavilion now uninhabitable. Zhao Junyao issued a direct order. Xia Shi was bestowed the residence of Qingyaju, which is situated directly in front of Zhao Huago, and neighboring the exquisitely Jingxian of noble consort hill. After expressing her gratitude, Xia Ruqing pondered, "Why can I not seem to escape this noble consort hill? Is the heavens, in their infinite wisdom, sending her to exacerbate my tribulations?" Nonetheless, regardless of her sentiments, the imperial decree had been issued, and there was no altering it. That very day, Xia Ruqing began to pack her belongings and moved in. In the Jiaofeng Hall, the empress had recently been living in a state of trepidation. Why? Because of her guilty conscience. The imperial household department had an annual budget of several thousand taels of silver designated for the inspection of every palace. Any issues found were to be promptly rectified, and even in the absence of problems, a thorough inspection was mandated. Several thousand taels is no trifling sum. In an effort to present the accounts favorably, the empress had decided to eliminate this expenditure. Zhao Junyao was certainly aware of this. However, he had grown weary of debating such trivial matters with the empress. Thus, he issued a decree should any similar occurrences arise in the palace henceforth. The head of the imperial household department would face immediate execution. The decree was received by the head of the department, Hai Dashing, who, upon standing, found his trousers drenched. A puddle of yellow liquid beneath him, he had indeed been frightened to the point of losing control. In the Dechu dynasty, governance was marked by filial piety. Throughout history, executions of palace attendants were rare, and the execution of a chief steward was an event seldom seen in a century. Yet, with the emperor's decree, it was no jest. Zhao Junyao was consistent in his actions. When he strikes, he does so with overwhelming force, leaving no room for mercy. Hai Dashing took the imperial edict and spent half a month inspecting every residence of the palace maids, inside and out. The repairs alone consumed over 10,000 taels of silver. The empress, upon witnessing the extent of the expenditures, interjected. "This amount could sustain us for 2 or 3 years. Your Highness, please do not take offense at my words," replied the steward. "You have seen the emperor's decree. I too wish to live a few more years." The empress fell silent, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. The emperor had indirectly delivered her a stinging rebuke. However, that was a matter for another time. Xia Ruqing settled into Qingyaju, taking 2 days to arrange her belongings. After exploring the premises, she marveled at the serene and elegant environment. No wonder it was named Qingyaju. The ambience was indeed tranquil and refined. Qingyaju was not secluded, yet it was larger than Zhaohuaga. The courtyard was spacious, with the back garden housing a row of servant quarters, a well, and a clean room, but little else. In front of the main hall, a row of xiangfei bamboo swayed, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves filling the air with a fragrant breeze. So serene, truly serene. Do you like it? A sudden voice startled Xia Ruqing. Your Majesty, what brings you here? It was midday, and the sun outside was quite fierce. As she glanced over, she noticed beads of sweat forming on his profile. She assisted the emperor in removing his outer garment and personally brought him a bowl of chilled tea. After taking a sip, Zhao Junyao remarked, having finished reviewing the documents, I thought to come and see. Is everything in order? Xia Ruqing nodded. Do you like it here? If not, we can change it. Zhao Junyao remarked. I like it, Your Majesty, please do not change it. Oh, noticing his eager expression, Xia Ruqing continued, I adore this spacious courtyard. I can cultivate a vegetable garden here, and over there, I could erect a trellis for grapes. Zhao Junyao. Indeed, your thoughts are still centered on food. Chapter 101. I desire your demise. Zhao Junyao, with a hint of resignation, curled the corners of his mouth. As long as you are pleased. Xia Ruqing finally smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the heat outside intensified, the emperor chose to remain in Kanjiaju for a midday respite after their meal. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo outside, and a delightful fragrance wafted into the room, lulling the two into a deep slumber. When Xia Ruqing awoke, dusk had already descended, and the emperor had long departed. She stretched languidly and rose to her feet. Ziyue entered to attend to her. After assisting Xia Ruqing with her ablutions, she prepared to take another stroll and admire the scenery of Kanjiaju. Indeed, this place was far superior to Zhaohua Pavilion. The courtyard of Zhaohua Pavilion was quite small. Upon entering the gate, one was immediately confronted by the house. It possessed all the necessary amenities, yet lacked the luxuries one would expect. In contrast, Kanjiaju was different. Suddenly, Xia Ruqing pondered. Why do I feel that this place does not resemble a residence befitting a noble? Ziyue appeared somewhat perplexed. What do you mean, my lady? This courtyard is quite spacious. Surely, even those of the 5th or 4th rank could reside here. As a 6th rank noble, I am fortunate to dwell in such a splendid place. Ziyue chuckled. Even Hugairen's Lijiang Pavilion is commendable. My lady, do not overthink it. Though her place is large, it lacks a courtyard, which is quite unlike this. Ziyue contemplated for a moment before advising, this is the emperor's decree, and we cannot defy it. After some reflection, Xia Ruqing conceded. In truth, the empress must have her opinions, yet her attention was fixed upon the concubine, and thus she would hardly concern herself with Xia Ruqing's affairs at present. As she wandered, Xia Ruqing felt increasingly delighted. This place is truly marvelous, spacious and beautiful. Oh, Ziyue, I have a strong intuition that I shall reside in Kanjiaju for many years. Ziyue mused. That may indeed be the case. Changing residences within the palace is no simple matter. Unless one were to ascend to the rank of empress or be cast into the cold palace, one would not easily relocate. Typically, promotions occur gradually and do not permit arbitrary moves. Then tomorrow, I shall take a good look and consider how to transform this grand courtyard to my liking. For it is essential that I feel at home, sighed Xia Ruqing. Ziyue responded with enthusiasm. From a distance, unable to see clearly, Xia Ruqing approached with a smile. A pristine white cat had now transformed into a gray one, adorned with remnants of leaves. As she drew near, Xia Ruqing bent down to scoop it up. Unexpectedly, the white cat let out a fierce yowl and puffed up its fur, facing her defiantly. Upon closer inspection, Xia Ruqing gasped, nearly retching. The white cat had clutched a mouse. Ziyue was thoroughly startled, her legs weakening, nearly causing her to fall. Xia Ruqing, though not frightened, felt a wave of nausea. Xia Ruqing's little servant, Xiaoxizi, hurried over to remove the dreadful creature from the cat's mouth, while others escorted the cat away. After a thorough cleaning inside and out, they finally wrapped it in a towel and brought it back in. You troublesome cat, Xia Ruqing exclaimed in frustration. Dabai is an astute cat, yet at this moment, she is somewhat perplexed, pondering what could possibly be wrong with her instinctual pursuit of mice, as is customary for her kind. With an innocent expression, she raises her small feline face towards Xia Ruqing. The two stand in a standoff, one large and one small. Xia Ruqing feels an impulse to reprimand the cat, yet cannot bring herself to do so, ultimately resorting to a stern admonition. I shall spare your little life this time, but should there be a next time, direct consequences shall ensue. However, Xia Ruqing falters, unable to continue, as Dabai persistently meows, her voice delicately sweet and youthful, reminiscent of a young Persian cat. Both regal and beautiful, Xia Ruqing concedes, surrendering to the feline's charms. Indeed, it is a complete defeat. Reclining upon the couch, Dubai climbs onto her, rubbing her plump face against her, eliciting a look of disdain from Xia Ruqing. Get down. I have no desire to pet a cat. It brings me psychological distress. Dubai, feeling a tad wronged, fervently licks her paws, grooming herself, only to return for another nuzzle. Xia Ruqing remains unamused. Thus, the human and the cat engage in this endless cycle on the couch. A pang of sympathy strikes Xia Ruqing. Yet every attempt to embrace the cat leaves her feeling nauseated, so she decides against forcing herself. Ziyue, I wish to take a stroll. Please ask Xiao Shizi to escort Dubai downstairs. With that, she steps outside. The dusk is approaching, the evening glow quite splendid, prompting her to seek out the lotus leaves. She heads towards Taipool. The day has been somewhat warm, yet the night offers a refreshing coolness, neither too hot nor too cold. A gentle breeze wafts through, mingling with the fragrant aroma of lotus. As she walks along the cobbled path, Xia Ruqing engages in light-hearted banter with Ziyue. In the midst of their conversation, a palanquin approaches from ahead. It resembles a royal concubine, Ziyue remarks. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruqing instinctively turns to leave, but to her dismay, the concubine spots her from afar and calls out, Lady Xia, do not depart. The palanquin of concubine sure gracefully descends, and she approaches with a hand resting on her abdomen. Internally, Xia Ruqing laments her misfortune, yet outwardly, she must maintain a respectful demeanor. Please rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Concubine sure slowly approaches, scrutinizing Xia Ruqing for a moment before breaking into a smile. Lady Xia, you are indeed blessed with great fortune. Xia Ruqing, somewhat bewildered, inquires, What do you mean by that, Your Highness? Sensing the concubine's hostility, she instinctively distances herself, wishing to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. However, concubine sure appears oblivious, maintaining her cold smile. What do you mean? Humph. Were it not for your fortunate circumstances, at this very moment, you would be deceased. Such words are utterly shocking. Xia Ruqing pales and questions, Could it be? Is this related to you, Your Highness? Concubine sure smirks with satisfaction. Indeed, Lady Xia. Your intellect serves you well. You have deduced correctly. That beam. It was I who instructed someone to sever it. How naive to think it was the work of mere insects. It was, in fact, a rat that gnawed at it. And all I did was have someone smear a delectable bait upon that beam. Suddenly, Xia Ruqing recalls something, causing her to shudder involuntarily, and she begins to speak. The mouse was released by me. Xia Ruqing's heart sank suddenly, overwhelmed with shock. So, it was noble consort she who saved her life? After all, it was she who had insisted on visiting the moon viewing palace to see the rabbits, allowing her to escape this peril. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Ruqing responded with a cold smile. Noble consort sure was exceedingly pleased, bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, it is still noble Lady Xia who understands me. Precisely. What I desire is your life. Noble Lady Xia, I want you dead. Chapter 102. Surviving the numerous instances of falling from grace were all due to Lady Xia. Initially, as a frail figure, I sought not to burden you. Yet, your ingratitude leaves me no choice but to question your very existence. After residing in the Zhaoqin Palace for a month, she came to realize that the Xia family was merely an obstacle in her path. In the palace, those who offend me must face their demise. It's merely a matter of time. Regardless, my cousin shall ultimately favor only her. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruqing's gaze sharpened instantaneously. Does the noble consort not fear my revelation to the emperor? Upon hearing her words, consort sure laughed unabashedly. Ha ha. Lady Xia, you are indeed amusing. As she circled Xia Ruqing, a chilling smirk adorned her lips. I dare to speak such truths. What do you think you could do about it? Moreover, without evidence. Do you possess the audacity to act? You believe my cousin would jeopardize me for your sake? How naive. Consort sure exuded confidence. Her demeanor relaxed as she cradled her 5-month pregnant belly, her satisfaction palpable. Xia Ruqing maintained a facade of composure, yet inwardly, she scoffed. Indeed, the emperor would not dare to act against a pregnant woman bearing his child. With this thought, she replied, Your Grace, given your esteemed lineage, the emperor would naturally refrain from harming you. However, I shall not be at anyone's mercy. Her words rang with conviction, as her survival took precedence over her fears. Oh, let us wait and see. I am curious to witness your capabilities in evading my grasp. Consort Shi replied languidly. Xia Ruqing's eyes glinted with determination. If the noble consort seeks my life, then I shall not hold back. Excellent. Consort Shi clapped her hands. I do admire your spirit, yet alas. It seems you are destined for death. Not necessarily. Xia Ruqing retorted through clenched teeth. She had emerged from a childhood steeped in hardship, treasuring every opportunity presented to her. Life was precious to her, and she feared death greatly. When her grandmother passed away, no one cared for her, and during her most destitute moments, she nearly succumbed to the elements. Yet, she possessed an indomitable spirit. She resolved to survive. Only by living could hope be sustained, for as long as she drew breath, all could improve. Ha ha, Lady Xia, your confidence is indeed remarkable. However, should you genuinely wish to evade death, I might consider sparing your life, provided you consume a bowl of the childless soup, thereafter serving my interests. What say you? Xia Ruqing responded with a cold smile. I appreciate your kind offer, your grace. Yet the childless soup is far too bitter for my taste. With that, she respectfully curtsied. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Without awaiting Consort Shi's response, she turned and departed. Consort Shi remained unperturbed, her gaze fixed upon Xia Ruqing's retreating figure, a glint of intrigue in her eyes. No wonder my cousin favors her. Her spirit is indeed formidable. If she could be harnessed for my purposes, she would make a most formidable weapon. Very well. If she cannot be of use to me, then she certainly cannot be allowed to live. With this thought, the favored concubine let out a soft huff from her nostrils and, mounting the sedan chair, departed gracefully. Upon returning to the elegant abode, night had already fallen. Ziyue had prepared the meal and said, Your Highness, please partake in the feast. However, before she could finish her words, her hand slipped, shattering a dish with a resounding crash, scattering fragments across the floor. Ziyue's complexion paled, and she fell to her knees. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I deserve punishment. Xia Ruqing gazed at her steadily, and after a moment, smiled. You may rise. Thank you, Your Highness. The evening repast was lavish. Yet Xia Ruqing found it tasteless, akin to chewing wax. Ziyue was equally distracted, while only the young servant, Xiaoxi, sat bewildered, unsure of what to make of the situation. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, and when Xia Ruqing could no longer eat, she waved her hand dismissively. No more. Clear the table. Yes. As Ziyue cleared the dishes, she again dropped the plate, scattering the contents across the ground. Xia Ruqing was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at the mess but said nothing, retreating into her inner chamber. Ziyue and Xiaoxi exchanged glances and hurriedly followed her inside. Your Highness. Both knelt in unison. Xia Ruqing turned, her gaze sharp. I have stated from the beginning that following me is not merely a path of ease. Ziyue understood the implications, while Xiaoxi remained somewhat perplexed. What has transpired, Your Highness? The favored concubine seeks my life. If I perish, your fates will not fare better. Now is the time to choose, to stay or to leave. Xia Ruqing spoke directly, without a hint of superfluous words. Anyone can adorn a flower, but how rare is it to provide aid in times of despair? Matters of life and death cannot be forced. Having made her point, she continued, You need not respond immediately. I grant you 3 days for consideration. Should you choose to stay, we shall weather the storms together. Should you decide to leave, this 100 taels of silver shall serve as your farewell gift. With that, she produced 2 pouches of silver. Ziyue and Xiaoxi remained kneeling, motionless. Though their hearts were not without conflict, Xia Ruqing remained unperturbed, turning to her dressing table to remove her makeup. Consideration? Indeed. Thoughtful decisions often stem from careful deliberation. Should they rush forward to pledge their loyalty? She would scarcely believe them. Time slipped by, the seconds ticking away. Eventually, she sensed someone behind her, gently styling her hair. However, the words spoken were somewhat alarming. It is merely a life, Your Highness. Though I am illiterate and have received no formal education, I know one cannot serve 2 masters. Xiaoxi approached as well. Your Highness, I am but a rootless individual, sold into the palace by my family. I have no ties left. Hearing this, Xia Ruqing felt a mix of emotions, burdened yet appreciative. Well then, I now bear 3 lives upon my shoulders. She jested. It appears this 200 taels of silver may not be spent after all. Xiaoxi hurriedly replied. Ziyue also expressed, I wish to eat zongzi and have another set of clothing made. Xia Ruqing, feeling somewhat helpless, conceded, All right, here you go. The 2 of them joyfully scrambled for the items, and the atmosphere became lively. After washing up, they lay on their beds. Ziyue set up her curtain and stepped out with the lamp. Xia Ruqing closed her eyes, yet slumber eluded her. Life in the palace is far from easy. This is just the beginning, she pondered. Nevertheless, she resolved to endure. For as long as she lived, there remained hope. Death meant relinquishing everything to others. No, that was certainly not her way. You seek my life? Then I shall not yield it to you. I am determined to live well. With that thought, Xia Ruqing turned over, closed her eyes, and drifted into sleep. Chapter 103. Do you prefer scholars? The following day, Xia Ruqing rose early once again to pay her respects to the empress. Life remained unchanged, yet the gaze of concubine Yun seemed to hold a different nuance. Xia Ruqing could not fathom the reason, so she dismissed it from her mind. Upon returning to Qingyao residence, she found that Xiao Shizi had brought a basket of plums and another of cherries from the imperial kitchen. It was then that Xia Ruqing realized, oh, I am still the emperor's favorite concubine. The previous death threat had nearly unsettled her resolve. But now, Xia Ruqing smiled. Being a favored concubine is indeed delightful. With favor comes the assurance of life. Thus, she set herself a goal. At the very least, she must remain in favor and alive until the next selection of maidens. When the next selection occurs, one can never predict where the gaze of noble concubine sure might land. Waving her fan, Xia Ruqing pondered for a moment before rising with a smile. Ziyue, let us pickle some preserved plums to enjoy. The candied fruits in the palace are too sweet for my taste. Ah, Ziyue responded. A basket of plums, once pickled, could last for quite some time. As they spoke, Ziyue and Xiao Shizi began their preparations. Just then, a young attendant, Xiao Zhuzi, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Greetings to noble Lady Xia, he said with a smile. Ziyue inquired, what brings you here? Xiao Zhuzi produced a letter from his bosom. This is from the emperor, to be delivered to you, though I know not who penned it. He glanced around and lowered his voice. This letter is addressed to noble Lady Xia. I have heard it was sent over a great distance. With that, he presented the letter. Xia Ruqing felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart as she accepted the letter. And warmth surged within her, akin to a drifting reed suddenly discovering a solid anchor. Yes, it must be him. Who else but Xia Jingfeng? She handed Xiao Zhuzi a few pieces of silver to send him on his way and eagerly opened the letter. Upon reading the final lines, a wave of joy washed over her. Jingfeng has been accepted into the Beima Academy. Xiao Shizi scratched his head. Beima Academy? Is it truly prestigious? Ziyue gave his head a gentle tap and replied, you don't know? Beima Academy is the finest institution in Jiangnan. I've heard the elders in our hometown speak of it. Those who gain admission bring honor to their families and are destined for officialdom. Many scholars from our village have attempted the entrance, yet none have succeeded. Xiao Shizi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister Ziyue, you truly know so much. Please tell me more. Ziyue began to elaborate, while Xia Ruqing listened intently. Eventually, she could not help but timidly inquire, is it really that remarkable? How do you know this, Ziyue? At this question, Ziyue's expression darkened slightly, as if she bore a hidden sorrow. What troubles you? Xia Ruqing asked, concerned. Ziyue lowered her head. Her own tumultuous past weighing heavily on her heart, and as she spoke of it, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Xia Ruqing felt that there were certain inquiries she ought not to make, yet she spoke nonetheless. All right, since you fancy scholars, I shall find you a scholar even better than the last one. Won't that suffice? Ziyue's tears transformed into laughter. Your Highness, you are quite the jokester, she said, her cheeks flushing. Xia Ruqing became increasingly convinced that this was precisely the type she adored, and she quietly noted it in her heart. Enough about that. That you haven't mentioned what comes after passing the entrance exam for Beima Academy? Ziyue gazed at her incredulously. Of course, one must take the imperial examination. Those who emerge from Beima Academy are no ordinary individuals, I have heard. Several prime ministers have come from there, and even more grand scholars. Xia Ruqing finally clarified her understanding, her heart blooming with joy. She thought to herself, my dear brother is indeed a tremendous support. As my little brother, you must strive for greatness. Otherwise, I, your sister, shall find it unbearable in the palace. After her silent prayers, she tucked the letter away and attended to her affairs. While her brother was destined for great success, she too needed to ensure her own survival, did she not? Safeguarding her life. As evening fell, Xia Ruqing instructed Xiao Shizi to rub the plums with coarse salt. After leaving them overnight, the plums wilted by morning. Xia Ruqing then rinsed off the salt and commenced the drying process. It would take half a month, so she must wait patiently. Ziyue prepared several baskets, placing the plums outside to bask in the sun. When Zhao Junyao arrived that evening, he beheld the courtyard adorned with plums. Do you not fancy them? He inquired. Your Majesty, I am making preserved plums. They will taste even better. Zhao Junyao fell silent. He could never fathom the multitude of whimsical thoughts that danced in her mind. Xia Ruqing did not wish to dwell on the matter of the plums. She tugged at his sleeve. Your Majesty, have you dined this evening? I have asked the kitchen to prepare some delightful dishes for you to sample. Zhao Junyao felt a surge of happiness within, yet maintained his stoic demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Shichi, embracing a rabbit, played in the imperial garden, accompanied by Lan Guiran. Both noticed the emperor's visit to Kanjiaju. Shichi remarked, Kanjiaju is not secluded. It appears the emperor will be visiting Sister Xia's more frequently. Lan Guiran, unsure of how to respond, vaguely commented, It must be that Lady Xia has captured the emperor's favor. Shichi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. She had intended to visit Kanjiaju herself, but with the emperor present, they decided against it. The following day, Zhao Junyao summoned Lady Xia again. On the third day, he finally visited Huipin. Upon finding the emperor absent, the next morning, Shichi indeed arrived with her rabbit. Sister Xia. Upon seeing her, Xia Ruqing reflected that had it not been for her, she might have met a dire fate. Despite her usual reluctance to socialize, she felt compelled to greet her with a smile. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know where I would be right now. Shichi expressed surprise and apprehension at the recollection. Sister Xia, how could that pillar have broken? In the future, it would be wise to summon some craftsmen for a thorough inspection. Xia Ruqing merely smiled. Certainly, but I believe such a situation is unlikely to recur. The tricks I've employed would surely be beneath the esteemed consort shoe. Besides, I am not a fool. Chapter 104. Scheming as for how the pillar was broken. Xia Ruqing had lost the desire to explain. That perfectly intact beam had clearly been tampered with, and there was no need for her to ponder who could have done it. Lady Lan's complexion turned pale, filled with worry. Could it be that someone close to you was responsible? Xia Ruqing smiled and shook her head. No. Qiu Tong and Qiu Yi are mere servants, always toiling in the back courtyard. They have been thoroughly disciplined and wouldn't dare come forward without cause. Xiao Shizi and Ziyu are my personal attendants, always by my side. While I remain vigilant, my adversaries lurk in the shadows, seeking to exploit any opportunity to undermine me. Ultimately, the imperial consort has put considerable effort into orchestrating my downfall. A light chuckle escaped her lips as she mused, to eliminate me. It would require the day when the harem entirely belongs to Consort Sure. Otherwise, she was not one to simply fade away. What if her status was low? The heavens do not completely forsake anyone, and as long as she wished to survive, there would undoubtedly be a way. Both Lady Lan and Lady Shi sighed in unison. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, we are fortunate that Lady Xia is unharmed. Indeed, Xia Ruqing nodded, and the three shifted their conversation to other topics. Lady Shi's gaze fell upon the sun-dried plums in the courtyard, causing her mouth to water slightly. Sister Xia, what are you doing? Xia Ruqing explained her endeavor, adding that the finished sweet and sour plums would be delightful. Lady Shi's eyes brightened immediately. Sister Xia, if you make them, could you spare me some? I also enjoy the sweet and sour taste. Xia Ruqing laughed and replied, of course. Lady Lan, timid and demure, also desired some but felt too shy to speak, clutching her handkerchief and lowering her head. Noticing this, Xia Ruqing added, there will be enough for all of you. I make plenty. Lady Lan looked up in surprise, her expression transforming into one of joy as she expressed her gratitude. At that moment, Lady Shi's rabbit was wriggling restlessly in her arms, far from the well-behaved creature it had been upon arrival. Lady Shi glanced at the time and said, it's almost noon. Sister Lan, we should take our leave. If we don't hurry, my rabbit might bite me. Lady Lan nodded eagerly. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruqing casually remarked, the noble consort Yin treats you both exceptionally well. Lady Shi's spirits lifted. Indeed, I believe consort Yin is truly a kind-hearted person. Mentioning consort Yin prompted Xia Ruqing to recall how, in recent days, consort Yin had been regarding her with a rather peculiar gaze. She felt that something was amiss. Yet upon reflection, she could not pinpoint any specific issue. Perhaps, she was simply being overly sensitive, perceiving threats in every shadow. Having concluded her thoughts, she smiled and said, well, Lady Shi responded in agreement, and the three bid each other farewell before parting ways. After seeing the two off, it was already time for lunch. Xiao Shizi went to fetch the meal, while Ziyu attended to Xia Ruqing at her side. Alone by the window, Xia Ruqing gazed at the 2 rows of Xiangfei bamboo, lost in thought. What is the master pondering? Xia Ruqing instinctively replied. Why has consort Yin suddenly taken on the role of a bodhisattva? even in the face of familial distress, such as the father being demoted by the emperor. It seems excessive to behave in this manner. The affection shown towards the two young noblemen is entirely uncharacteristic of her. It is simply not normal. Abnormality is akin to malevolence. After much contemplation, Xia Ruqing issued her instructions. Pay close attention to any happenings at the Yaoyu Palace. Should anything unusual arise, inform me immediately. In truth, Ziyu, who was in close attendance daily, had gleaned no substantial information, merely the incessant gossip circulating within the palace. Xiao Shizi, however, proved to be somewhat more reliable. Quick-witted and clever, his tongue flowed with ease. He would venture to the imperial kitchen to procure meals, familiarizing himself with all levels of the hierarchy. After all, who doesn't he appreciate a bit of flattery? Engaging in casual conversation among the staff, he managed to uncover the palace's secrets. The concubine's maid was punished for breaking a vase and was left with bruised knees. The wet nurse of the second princess accidentally allowed her charge to catch a chill, leading to a fine imposed by concubine Hui. A myriad of events, both significant and trivial, could be unearthed if one was determined to inquire. After all, in the kitchen, it is not uncommon for individuals to visit their superiors multiple times throughout the day. Frequent visits, lively conversations, and attentive listening yielded considerable rewards. Observing his spirited demeanor, Xia Ruqing entrusted him with this task, ensuring that news from Qingya courtyard would not lag behind. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the empress's agitation intensified. The concubine's belly swelled day by day. How could she not be vexed? Have you discovered whether the concubine prefers sour or spicy food? The adage sour means a daughter, spicy means a son prompted the concubine's claim of expecting a boy. The empress remained skeptical and resolved to verify the truth herself. Yulan's expression darkened as she stepped forward to report. The kitchen staff revealed that the concubine has a profound fondness for sour dishes. The empress's countenance soured further upon hearing this corroborated information. How fortunate she is. Yulan frowned. But, Your Majesty, what of Hu Guiran? Ji-Mama interjected. Indeed, Your Majesty. While Hu Guiran may appear dull, she is still a blade, albeit a blunt one. With no one else available, we may have to make do. As long as she can eliminate, it suffices. The empress's eyes glimmered with a flicker of thought. After a lengthy pause, she finally nodded in agreement. Hu Guiran, on the other hand, was not faring well. The suffering of all was evident, and she too wished to survive. The empress desired her to eliminate the child within the concubine, yet she recognized this as a perilous path. However, defiance against the empress also led to demise. Thus, she found herself inexorably cornered, having enjoyed a few days of relative peace. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before her, she understood that it was all bestowed by the empress, a semblance of favor. Indeed, the empress still wielded power. After reflecting, she reached a resolution. If survival was imperative, and since no prospects lay with the concubine, then this path must be taken. With that thought, she clenched the pouch of powder in her hand. The aconite powder, just this one pouch could induce the concubine to miscarry. But, what method should she employ? In times of trouble, the queen would certainly not shield her. She must secure her own safety. Hu Guiran pondered, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Every seasonal transition. The needlework bureau becomes particularly bustling. The garments for the masters must be crafted anew. The fabrics and styles vary, and should one falter, drawing the master's ire, they would find themselves in dire straits. Xia Ruqing, of the 6th rank, received her attire a tad later. It was only after the 16th that the needlework bureau delivered the garments. A palace maid named Xiao Hui, who was mute, arrived with the delivery. She had entered the palace in good health, but after suffering a grave illness, she emerged unable to speak. Fortunately, she possessed remarkable needlework skills and was diligent in her duties, prompting the matriarchs of the needlework bureau to show her compassion and take her in. Occasionally, she would run errands and deliver garments, but most of the time, she lent her assistance within the bureau. Chapter 105. Whose combat power is greater? Zus smiled as she received the garments. Xiaoli grinned and gestured for her to inspect them thoroughly before accepting. If they were unsuitable, alterations could still be made. Zus spread the clothes out on the bed, meticulously measuring them with her own cloth ruler before declaring, "Everything is satisfactory. You have worked hard." As she spoke, she presented a small pouch. Xiaoli, taken aback, waved her hand and gestured, "There's no need for this. It is my duty." Zus, however, insisted with a smile. "It is merely a handful of silver. It is of little value. On this sweltering day, take it to buy some refreshing tea." After a moment of hesitation, Xiaowei accepted the pouch with joy, examining its contents before bowing deeply to Ziyue and then stepping back. In her leisure time, Ziyue had sewn numerous pouches, each filled with various amounts of silver. In the palace, such tokens were significant. Although they might not win over hearts, they could foster goodwill, should misfortune ever strike. Having fewer adversaries could indeed ease her master's burdens. Xia Ruqing wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Though I am currently impoverished, I must not be miserly. The truth was, she had no money. Her monthly stipend was entirely given to Ziyue and Xiaoxi for their various expenses. She had distributed pouches here and there, leaving her so destitute that she could scarcely afford a piece of candy. In ancient times, sugar was a rare commodity. Sugarcane and beets were not classified as staple foods, difficult to cultivate and often fetching low prices. Thus, the common folk were reluctant to grow them. Merchants would purchase them at low prices from farmers, then employ craftsmen to refine them into sugar cubes, selling them at exorbitant prices. The majority of profits lined the pockets of the merchants. Consequently, sugar production remained consistently low, and over time it became a luxury reserved for the affluent. In the palace, sugar rations were also limited. Only those of rank above concubines were permitted such indulgences. As for the noble women, they had no entitlement to sugar. If they desired it, they had to purchase it with silver. The delicacies in their boxes, such as southern sugar and dried fruits, were indeed bought with their own money, which made them all the more precious. Upon her arrival, she would rummage through drawers to present them like treasures. The thought of the naive demeanor of the noblewoman, Shi Guiran, made Xia Ruqing stifle a laugh. Perhaps she was equally fond of sweets. After all, those sugar cubes were not inexpensive. Xia Ruqing tried on the 4 sets of garments that had been delivered. They fit perfectly. After expressing her satisfaction, she changed out of them and instructed Ziyue to store them away for now, stating, "Let us keep them for the time being. They are not needed just yet." "Understood," Ziyue replied. The following day, during her audience at the Jiaofeng Hall, the empress inquired about the matter specifically. "Have all of your garments arrived? Make sure none are missing." With her gracious and magnanimous demeanor,